Magnages, you are the first team to go. So just tell us, who are you picking? Where are we going with this to start off the Blast Bounty Season 1 for 2026?
Bad Boom team picking Team Pain.
Ooh. Team Pain. Okay.
We have good match slot, like time, I mean, because it's late game and we have more time for preparation as well. Good time, like 4 PM, good for us.
Which team is Fnatic going to pick as the second team to choose here in the draft?
We're gonna pick Astralis.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But I need to give them an early test. Need to give an early test for the new roster.
Yeah, so we got the Gentlemates. They played only shortly before Christmas, so they haven't played in the new year yet. So we just like hope to, with our practice experience, like in real official games, that we can come out hard.
What are we gonna get here from Passion?
Alright, we're gonna pick Game Legion. Honestly, there was a moment where I wanted to pick another team that's much higher ranked, but we had a discussion with the team and we had a vote, and we're gonna pick the Game Legion.
wait, who was that other team? You can't spoil. You gotta tease us who it could be.
Yeah. Well,
you don't have to worry about it.
HOTU pick Aurora.
Oh, that's
wow.
a big one as well. Okay, you're cooking. How did this come together?
Like, you know, it's more about VRS. Like, imagine we win them. They're number 9, if I'm not wrong, in Valve rating.
Yeah, I mean, of course, me and Snappy discussed it, also assistant coach and basically everyone, right? I think it's quite exciting. I mean, we're gonna pick Team Liquid for a couple of reasons. I mean, they have a lot of bounty that we can collect, and they also have a pretty decent VRS rank, right?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and select Heroic, which I believe is still available to select.
Yes, that is still available.
Oh, yeah.
Heroic in there. That's a good choice.
Oh, I'm going off this little note sheet here. I've got, like, you know, Gentlemate in here, something about a coughing baby, and then Heroic. So that's where we're going.
Okay, sure.
Who is Eyeballers going for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm back and I want to be back with a bang. So I think I'm going to go with FaZe here.
Ooh. Okay.
I've been out of the circuit for way too long. I felt like I wanted to do it with a bang, as I said. I also think they are an incredible team. I mean, I just feel very grateful to share the server with that legendary name once again. So.
And we decided to pick 3D Max.
Why 3D Max?
Yes.
I mean, first time was so nice, so I hope we have to do it twice.
We will go for FUT.
Oh, okay.
To be honest, right now they are really high in the ranking. They are like 17.
Yeah.
So it's also really important for us because we are really like in bad position in the VRS ranking. So I really think it's a good opponent for us.
We take Furia.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Yeah.
What?
That's how it is. That's how it is. We see us having a good chance against Furia, to be honest. And if we just come out the right way, and they might feel pressured because we're underdogs and stuff like this. So, yeah, this was the right pick for us.
Talking about confidence, we are honestly some bunch of pussies, so we pick Party Vision more or less, right? Not big of bounty. Actually, a bit surprised that they're still left here.
We'll go for the Vitality.
Oh, okay. Do you have
the choice,
some information?
Yes, the choice is pretty simple. We have only super strong teams left, and we played against Vitality in Chengdu. It was really hard matchup. It was interesting. Guys loved it, and we just wanna to repeat it.
Yeah, we're gonna pick Na'Vi.
Yeah, lovely. Makes sense.
Falcons has got Monacy, Kyosuke, Spirit's got Donk, and they've got a new roster, so there might be some honeymoon stuff, or they're running new strats. Don't really know for sure.
We will go for Spirit. Obviously they have a new roster. Of course they have Donk, but on the other side, Falcons have Kyosuke, Monacy.
You obviously now have to play Falcons. It's just given to you. But did you expect it to be a different team?
Yeah, for sure. Of course, we expected Vitality, but luckily a lot of other teams had main character energy, so that's fine for us.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the start of the Counter-Strike season here from our Gaming Malta studio. It is the Blast Bounty, and we're kicking things off in style. And this is what's beautiful when we get to do this, because exciting things have happened over the break. We're coming back in, refreshed, re-energized. Teams need to show up in a different face at a new level, Pim.
Yeah, different teams, you know, new faces on different teams, new expectations. Teams who maybe had a rough 2025 are coming in eager to show that they can do better in 2026. So it's always a bit of a special feeling when you have the first tournament of the year, and that being the Blast Bounty. Couldn't be any better.
It couldn't be any better. And this is my first time inside our Gaming Malta studio. Damn, it's big. Compared to what we saw it when I was like watching on streams, this is, if you're here in person, it's a wild one. And we are going to have crowd in the later weeks when we get throughout the Blast Bounty. But you've been here before, you've done this, and you've been able to tour some of the beautiful sides of Malta.
It is big and beautiful, let's put it that way. The studio, that is, but also the city. As you can see, a lot of sun on these pictures. This time around, though, we're here doing a bit of a colder time. It's like you walk into a room and then it's cold, and you walk out to the sun and it's warm. So there's a bit with the climate that is different compared to last time. But in terms of the scenery, the studio, the sun out there, it looks like good old Malta.
Now, it's good old Malta, it's good old Counter-Strike, but there is some different look in overall the teams and what we're expecting and the expectations, right? Because this is what always happens. We went from 2025, the year of vitality. We saw teams try and fight their way up on it. We have the debate of who is the greatest player right now, if it's Zyru, Dong, depending on which fence you're sitting on with it all. This makes things more exciting because when we come into all of it, we've got so many questions that need to be answered again of who can hold on to it, Pimp. So what are you most excited for coming into 2026?
Ooh, I think there's a lot of different angles you can take in that one. If I had to pick one just on the top of my head right now, I'd say Spirit, you know, with Dunk obviously not winning Best Player of the Year. That's a debate for itself, but the roster change within that team with Magic's coming back, with Suntix coming back, Chopper left out, you know, a legendary in-game leader within that scene. So I feel like for my money, the team that I look the most forward to see early on at this tournament is going to be Team Spirit.
And you know what as well, just because you're mentioning Spirit there, Donk has been grinding FaZe.CET like crazy. You know, he's not going to stop. He wants to make sure that it can be turning around through an even better year in 2026, but we'll get into more of that across the whole of the Blast Bounty. But for all of you, you might not be too familiar with this, so take a look at the format and understand it all.
Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Well, Pimp, for sure, I am ready to go bounty hunting, but for some of these teams, maybe they are not. We have 32 teams here playing across these 2 weeks, right? And it is just so tough, man. You look at how many matches there are. It's not so many with that many teams because it's single elimination. Everything is at the highest pressure.
I'll be honest, that's the thing I love the absolute most about this format. The fact that it's single elimination from the get-go. I love it. Every game has stake, right? You come into a game, you don't perform, you have a bad day, you're sick, your dog is throwing up. I don't care what the excuse may or may not be, but if you do not win the game, you're out of the tournament. And I love that cut-through format.
You're just evil. That's what I'm going to say.
Maybe I am.
Yeah, you just want to see everyone suffer and have everything put to the maximum pressure on all of it. We are starting off on the online side of it all at the same time as well. And that does add a bit of a different caveat for some teams who maybe not playing online as much, while there are others in there who they live and they breathe online, and that's where they dominate.
Yeah, there's certain teams who obviously are trying to grind their way into Tier 1 tournaments and even some of the Tier 2 lands as well. And in order to do that, you got to grind out online tournaments. You got to get some VRS points. You got to go through the online qualifiers. So certain teams are more accustomed to it, but there's also a skill difference more often than not between Tier 1 and Tier 2. So I don't think it's an excuse, but it's definitely a different element. Let's put it that way.
It is a different element, and that element that we're looking at right now is between our most wanted and our bounty hunters. And you look at the bounty hunters in here, they have nothing to lose, right? They're just trying to prove themselves. They're trying to throw some wild picks out there. They're trying to use the pressure against the most wanted teams.
That's the thing, and especially with the online component, as you said, you know, if you're one of the most wanted teams out there, you have a bounty on your head. It's very tempting to go for some of the teams that is in that middle pack where you see, okay, if you're number 9 in the world, if you're number 13 in the world, there's not too much of a big difference in that regard. So I feel like for some of these bounty hunters out there, they probably seized an opportunity and they see potential in taking down some of these teams, especially now that it is online and it is the beginning of the season where everyone can come in with a bit of a fresh look.
It is a bit of a fresh start. And also, I've got to mention that the wagers are not going to be taking part within this format anymore. So the money will just go. If you get that win, you get half in your bank. You keep half of it to play with for the rest of it as well. Very important when it comes to VRS. But we do have a little teaser for you of what is going to be added here. Look at this. What does this give you a thought of, Pimp? Like, what's in your mind when you're looking at this beautiful circle?
I'll be completely honest. My first thought, a giant slice of pizza. And that's just the way my brain works, I guess. It does look kind of interesting, though. And yeah, I'm not going to pretend I don't know what it is. But let me just put it this way. I think you guys at home should be excited for when we finally can reveal what is behind the curtain.
I think the great way to explain what people are going to see is going to be beautiful chaos and entertainment. But we can't show you any more of that. You have to wait. You're going to have to wait until week 2. Then it's going to come in.
Patience.
Patience is definitely key. And patience is what we needed for a lot of our teams in there. But there are more changes in there. And some teams won't have a chance to have any patience because guess what? Trainer's gone. Anubis is in. And Pimp, for me, when I look at this, I'm sad. I liked Train. Yeah. I don't think the Train should have been out because it just didn't get much time.
I think the community mostly agrees with you, but I'm ready to start off 2026 with a bit of a hot take. I'm actually glad Train has been removed, and the reason why I'm glad is that I played Train in Source. I watched Train in 1.6. I played Train in CSGO. To me, Train was the best map. Train was undoubtedly the map that I loved the absolute most, but the CS2 version of Train wasn't really on par. Yeah, it had potential, but I think it needed rework. I think it needed to fulfill the potential. So if that means that Train goes out and it comes back in a couple of years in a much better state, I'm willing to make that investment, but I know people at home may not agree. And then the second part of that is Anubis back. Is that the map that we want back or is it not?
You said rework. Anubis hasn't been reworked as of now. Maybe something else will happen, right? But I mean, we're playing the same Anubis. The only thing that could change slightly is you've got the CT economy in there. But I mean, I don't know, man. We're in a wild world again to start off 2026.
You know what's happy?
You?
Aurora and Mate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're happy
yeah.
They're very happy.
That does benefit them. But let's see if they can still play it to that same high level that we know and love with it. But you know what time we got to do right now? It's the Gaming Malta Fantasy Draft. You guys can do this at home as well. You've still got some time to do it. Fantasy Draft over on blast.tv/fantasy. You get to pick out your players from bronze all the way up to diamond to build the best team, get some points, and compete in the leaderboard for some fantastic prizes. So get involved in this. Me and Pimp are going to try and agree together on all of this. So my eyesight is not as not as good as it used to be, Pimp. In bronze, I can see, we're going to have to zoom in for us, please, production. I need a little zoom in on that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, where do you want to go with our first bronze pick? Because this is going to be probably some of the players who are most likely to not make it too far. So you need to try and make a smarter choice within here.
True. I feel like VP is an interesting team in this format as well. And do I want to gamble a bit here? Do we want to go? You can see Shuhei is a very popular pick by a lot of people. Do you think Liquid is going to do well?
They'll do well within the teams you can see there. So yeah, let's take a Shuhei.
Let's take Shuhei, yeah.
Because I don't think VP are going far at all. So at least this they might win a game. Yeah.
Okay.
Then Silver, Apex obviously very popular because they're probably expecting to make it to the finals. Remember, this is for our opening weeks of play before we get to the finals. So do we just agree on an Apex?
That's too boring. Let's go Alexi B. I want to see Navi. I think what they did at the major, that was interesting. So we so far have a team of in-game leaders. Usually not the best way to go, but let's see what we can get from the gold section.
Oh, the gold. Okay, this is where it gets hard.
You could go Fallen and just do a full team of
full IGL. They're not going to get as many points, Bim.
No, true.
Okay, do you know, on this, I might want to go in there. Take Jacob. Jacob's been on the rise. Let's put some stock into Jacob.
Yeah, I'm down. He showed some potential during the major. Let's see if he can continue with that. Now we get into the nitty-gritty. Now we get into the good players. Now we get into the cast.
The British King, Mezzy.
Nah. Oh. So boring.
Okay, well,
where else do you want to go with this then?
Yusuke, Wonderful. Can Wonderful continue the form? Are we going to go all in on Navi here? Wonderful was sick during the major.
Hey, if he keeps it going, I'll be so happy. It's online play. I don't think he's going to struggle there at all. He's not a player that struggles when it goes to online. He can just do well.
I mean, Kyusuke would be obvious. Let's go Wonderful. Wonderful, that's the fun pick. We got 2 Navi players. No more Navi now. No more Navi.
You can't. We're not allowed more than 2 players on it.
I mean, it's pretty...
So Wonderful, yeah, we're taking Wonderful.
Yeah,
Please,
we'll take Wonderful.
give us Wonderful.
We'll take Wonderful.
So,
to me, this is a no-brainer. To me, this is an absolute no-brainer.
The number 1 player in the world, Donk.
100%. There's no doubt about it. Yes, you can argue Saibu's up there as well. We need to choose who's the captain is going to be. Are we going to... Let's do Jacob. Let's do Jacob.
Yeah, because he could get so many points.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with this.
Yeah.
I think with that multiplier for him, people still underestimate him. He showed up. He's showing better level.
And he came from online Counter-Strike. He's used to this environment, right?
Yeah.
So he's maybe a little bit more comfortable. He's had a couple of months now within FaZe Clan, had a player break. The nerves that he talked about, Kerrigan said he has a lot of nerves. Jacob himself said that the nerves is a problem for me. Online shouldn't be an issue. That's my captain. That's my guy, gathering points.
I'm agreeing with you. I like it a lot. But we've got loads of Counter-Strike to come your way today. So let's take a look at the schedule. 4 best of 3s, and it's so much exciting action. We already spoke about the pressure. We already spoke about what it means. Later today, Aurora, HOTU, Astralis, Fnatic, FaZe, EYEBALLERS. But next, and the first game of the day, FUT taking on OG. And straight into that, Pim. Straight into that. So our FUT versus OG matchup here. This is... People might look at this and think, oh, they're both like teams who are not really on the highest level, but I think people don't quite understand and notice how good FUT is and how this core has worked and grown their way up from just being Na'Vi Junior into what we see today.
I'm not gonna start off by flaming Twitch yet, but if you were to ask them, who do you think is the bounty team and who do you think is the most one? Like, who do you think has the bounty on their head? Who do you think is the better ranked team of the two? Most people would probably think, that must be OG with Cadian and Flamus, but FUT, as you said, what they've done lately, what they've been grinding through in online Counter-Strike, what they did coming into the break was super, super impressive. Again, player name value, you may look at these guys and think to yourself, I don't know too many of them. There's obviously Longs, who's had a pretty long career already, dare I say it, within Counter-Strike. He's been on a couple of cool teams, Falcons being one of them, Sprout, etc. Was even a player that I think Na'Vi at a certain point were looking at thinking maybe he could be interesting for us. But overall, the name value of these players are not necessarily that high, but what they deliver on the server, James, what they've been able to grind through, and the level of Counter-Strike they're playing whenever you watch them, it's up there, I think 2026 is a year where they will do everything they can in their power to break through, as you can see in some of these tournaments as well, winning Dracoland, going into Galaxy Battle, winning as well. I'll tell you what, James, the last 15 games they've played, the last 15 series they've played, they won 14 of those. They are owning it up in Tier 2, Tier 3 right now. So if I'm OG, I would be shaking a little bit.
Yeah, and this is it, right? This is a team where McCarthy came from them, right? He got taken into the main roster, and many people were thinking, this team's going to crumble, it's going to fall. But guess what? They play together so well. They've kept that core. The same coach building them up. They're young. They're hungry. They've got this talent. They actually might be better without him.
Yeah, to some degree, and that's what can happen sometimes. It's not to take anything away from McCarthy, because he's doing a great job in Na'Vi, obviously, and got that opportunity. But sometimes it leaves more space to some of the other players to explore themselves and express themselves. And I agree, it's never been about just the McCarthy team. Even when they were Na'Vi Junior, obviously, he was the one that stood out. But there's other players within this team who's done a tremendous job and have been able to step up to the occasion. And I think there's coming from more fronts. I'm not looking at a team where they have one big star player and then the other are kind of like getting by a bit easy. It's a team that is well-joined, and you can almost see like they came from that Na'Vi Academy, where the whole, I guess, philosophy is that we need to play team play Counter-Strike. We need to enable each other. We need to have a certain amount of synergy. And I feel like I sensed that on the server when I watched them play.
And one of the players we have to highlight here is Jugs. This guy has come through being a standout player, and he is taking that space he needs. He is delivering for this team.
If I'm not mistaken, he's 17 years of age, right? Very, very young. And as you said, a player that has been showing consistently in all these online games that he can hold up to his own and he can be the difference maker as well. Jukes is a guy that you got to look out for the future, especially when you're considering his age. Again, we are used to seeing players, and I say used to it, and that's ridiculous, but like Don coming in and then becoming the best player in the early years. You have McCarthy coming into Na'Vi as well. It's not normal. Like, it's not normal that a guy that is 16 or 17 years of age is playing at this level, and that's why I want to give Jukes a bit of a leeway. Give him maybe one more year, give him a couple of these bigger tournaments. They're going to be a Krakow as well, and see him unfold, because I feel like whenever I watch him play or whenever I look up on this team as well, again, as I said, name value, it doesn't spring into my eyes, but I see certain elements and I see certain players and I see a talent in Jukes that could be maybe potentially in the future another player that Na'Vi would be looking at and thinking, maybe let's acquire him one more time.
Well, on the other side of these matchups, we've got to look at OG does have the name value. They have the name value as they have now picked up Flamus and Cadian, right? And they're trying to make a rebuild, go a completely different direction, and level their way up again.
They are. You know, it's an interesting lineup, and it's kind of like a weird section of name, right? Because if you just rewind it just a couple of years, you go back, Cadian, obviously a very sought-after in-game leader up there with him. Before we transition into CS2, you have Flamus, who for a long, long time was rumored to a lot of the big teams. He went to VP, but if I'm not mistaken, G2 was very interested in signing him as well. Okay. You know, a player that really had a high stock value. Now they find themselves in OG in 2026, having to reignite their career. And I think there's a different storyline for Cadian compared to Flamus. And if we start with Cadian, I feel like for him, it's the last chance, right? If you're looking at Cadian right now, you look at his, I guess, team history as well, where he went from being part of Heroic. He was almost defining the way you were playing Counter-Strike in CSGO with the proactiveness. Went into Liquid, didn't do much. That was not a great signing. Went into Astralis, didn't do much. And now he finds himself in OG, James. If you're looking at that trajectory, if Cadian is not finding any form of success right now, I think that could be it for Cadian. So I'm super curious to see how motivated he is and what kind of work he can get done with OG. Because you don't go from Heroic to Liquid to Astralis to OG and then continue down, you know, with all the respect for OG, the downfall of what has been Cadian's career as of late.
Yeah, and he needs to turn this around, but he might be able to do this with a player like Flamus. And I got to catch up with him ahead of this game. Let's have a word. Joined OG. Did you have some requirements of like where you wanted to play, what positions you wanted to play, how you would be used on the team?
I mean, we instantly discussed everything with the coach team, with Casper, with the other team, and we just found the best spots for me as I wanted, and the spot the team wanted me to play as well. I think we just tagged, and that like in this team I just tagged because I am playing on where I need to play, and this is also a good positions for myself.
And what does that do for you, like, as a player and how you feel and what you think? Like, does this give you more confidence to give us the Flamus we know and love from before?
I mean, of course, I feel more confidence. Like, I know that I don't know. I'm just like happy to play on the positions that I love to play. It's like it's Counter-Strike, you know. I'm playing Counter-Strike that I wanna play, that I love, and yeah, I'm feeling confident. We're working a lot. I don't know. I just don't know what to say, to be honest.
Do you feel like you maybe have something to prove to yourself and to the community after your time in VP?
Not for the community, but mostly to myself, of course. Yeah, I mean, that was a rough time, not gonna lie. But I mean, I just have to play good Counter-Strike, and that's all. I just don't think that there is something more that I need to prove something to somebody. No.
And you know what? For Flamus right now, he was so amazing on Gamer Legion. And then VP took him. Ash said he made it public. I want to see them use him in the right way and he can do well. Well, they didn't. They just basically used this guy as a meat shield and didn't help him at all. And they took his identity away. He now has to rebuild, and he has a chance to do that on OG and show us the real Flamus.
That's the thing with Flamus. I agree. I think he's an exceptional talent. I think people have forgotten how good he is and can be. But we said that about a lot of players. And some players are not able to rediscover the level they once had once they come into a strugglesome period. It's a small sample size, though, within OG and for Flamus so far. But he's been looking great. I think he's averaging a 1.18 rating in the maps they played so far for OG, which is only 12 maps over the course of 4 series. So in terms of early signs for Flamus, he's seemingly getting back to it. A 1.20 rating almost a set. That's not too bad, especially when you consider OG in those 4 series have lost quite a lot of those maps. They won 6 maps, they lost 6 maps, yet you still have Flamus being your highest performer. I think if you're Cadian, your finest job is to make sure that he's thriving, that he's playing his absolute best brand of Counter-Strike, because if he's your guy, if you're a star player, then you can definitely take on teams like FUT and start to punch upwards. So if you're Cadian, you're putting in a lot of focus in order to make Flamus comfortable, which they didn't necessarily do in VP.
Yeah, this is the chance to use your pieces the right way, which certainly Cadian knows how to do best. We're going to get ourselves into the veto, though, and see what maps these guys are going to be playing. It should be fairly standard stuff, though, here, right? We don't expect this to be too crazy, too left field. These guys know what should be happening. OG, obviously, they're not playing Anubis yet. They're saying that's not one we're going for.
Yeah, no Anubis, unfortunately. Would love to see it being played out soon enough. No Inferno as well. I mean, again, that's the cool thing about the veto system. When you come in after a break, you know, certain teams have probably updated their map pool a little bit. If you're OG, you've only played a couple of officials games so far. You don't really have necessarily a set map pool. You're coming in, you're picking Ancient. Interesting in that regard. But overall, it's more to say to the viewers at home, don't be too surprised if you see teams go different directions during this tournament. Because when you've had a break of 4, 5, maybe even 6 weeks, there's that one chance, you know, during the season where you can actually update your map pool and you can maybe start to practice a map that you beforehand were constantly removing, or maybe you're going different directions and playing maps that you beforehand weren't necessarily comfortable playing. So I'm curious to see where it's gonna land. No overpass, obviously, no nuke, unfortunately, as well, but it does feel like a middle in the pack map pool, which usually is the case when it's a best of 3 game between 2 teams who have before this time played an awful lot of Counter-Strike Online.
And it's a good middle ground for these guys. I want to just touch on the overview of these 2 teams, right? You said it'd be punching upwards for OG. It does look like that, especially with what FUT has. But is there some advantage you can expect OG to be able to find where they're still figuring themselves out and they haven't shown too much yet?
I'll be honest, it's OG is an unknown quantity, and I'd be lying if I said, yeah, I expect OG to win, because I have no data, I have no base for saying that. I haven't really seen them play much. As I said, they've only played 4 series so far, and most of them are 8, 9 weeks ago after the player break as well. So it's very tough for me to have any expectations towards OG outside of the name value. Whereas for FUT, I feel like I know what I'm getting. I'm getting a team that is constantly getting better, a team that is constantly progressing, and I feel like I'm getting a team that is, you know, they don't have their sights on establishing themselves anymore. They already established the fact that they're one of the better tier 2, tier 3 teams. They want to punch upwards. They want to establish themselves at the tier 1 tournaments, and a great way of doing that is by beating OG and going far in this tournament.
Well, let's find out what happens when we get into the game. The Counter-Strike season for 2026 starts now. It's OG taking on FUT, and it's Hugo and Harry.
Ooh.
Ooh, yes, indeed. Blast Bounty Season 1, the first day of Counter-Strike live in 2026. And I got Harry by my side as we get into another tasty bounty, Harry. This was always an exciting event for me. It was always a cool format because we have so many underdog teams that we don't often see taking on some top squads. But today, OG haven't decided to do that. They've gone for a low seed pick. They picked the bottom of the barrel in the top 16 in FUT, $15,000 on their head, and OG come hunting. Are you excited?
Yeah, of course, man. It's always nice as well to have Cadian back in the mix. We actually got to see him even just after he kind of joined this OG squad, and we were talking to him a bit about the plan for him coming back into it. You know, the kind of vision he sees for this OG. Someone who, you know, has been good at building up projects. None ever reaching necessarily the same success as his old heroic, but someone who's been very, very good throughout his time as a captain of kind of building the culture and the ideas around a team. And I think for a team like OG, that's kind of perfect.
Well, let's find out what we got here from this new look OG up against a FUT Esports, a team we saw in the last bounty as well, but they fell in their first BO3 to bait. OG a similar fate against Mouse, but for a harder opponent. Fast B play, Symmetry goes down, and Demons pushed back to play retake on this site. OG get their smoke molly in, and they should get a plant.
Yeah, this is already a pretty rough retake to try and begin. You've got to wait for these smokes to fade before you can even get going. And with it quiet all across the map, you've had a lot of time to get set up in these post plants if you're OG, and you kind of piece together where FUT are coming from. Trying to walk in now. They attempt to close in.
Oh no.
On Flamus at the back of the site, but the cover there. Jukes might get one more, but Flamus has pulled the knife out, and it's all getting a little bit wild around this smoke. Jukes a dead man, and OG come through with the opening pistol to start off bounty.
It got hairy. It definitely got hairy. Cadian was playing Molly back at B door for the bomb, but they smoke it, so he has to run, cancel the plan, up the ramp, still gets 2 kills. No knives needed there for OG. A clean, considered pistol. Bringing in a nice set call here for our first round of the year. Many more to come. spy comes in, but it's OG who bring pace. And hey, we're talking about Cadian on this OG team, Harry, but I'm just as excited for Flamus back in a squad. A huge piece of firepower when we saw him on VP, bench soon after. But his quick rise to the top from relative obscurity prior to his major run in Shanghai. Definitely one to look out for here in these first couple of games.
He'll be leading the pack in this one.
Dear.
That's where you can expect to find him. And they will be going into this B stack. 3 players here with more on the way. Demon up close on this 5-7. First shot's going to land. Cadian takes one for the team, but then in come the team. And they're going to get out with 2 quick kills. That's cracked open the B plate. And so OG looking to course correct in spite of that Demon opener.
Oh, captain, my captain, jumping corners. But he gets the job done. And they can't spam this player out from behind default. So FUT, no, this is a lost cause. Going to have to walk it away and give OG that second round. OG, very decisive rounds here being called in these first couple, knowing they're going to have a strong game plan, right? That's the benefit of picking your opponent, being able to prep for those first few rounds, especially in a match, and especially on your map pick. So OG, nice, easy start to this game. They're going to get one more anti-eco. But before things get interesting for FUT, this is a FUT who have been on a hell of a run, so don't let these first couple of easy rounds for OG put you off. Ended last year with multiple trophies. A hell of a series win streak. Picking up the Draculan title as well. So we've still got a lot of expectation here for this FUT. A FUT that have looked stronger since we last saw them at Bounty.
Shouldn't be too much to look forward to in this round for FUT. They've lost Demon early. They're getting cut in 2 with this play out through mid. OG walking in through the red room. And even though Krabeni's nearby, he's very, very low. Trapped on the other side of that smoke for now and might just leave it to a timing push. No one watching it right now. Many has kills on the plate, but can't take a bite out of any of them. That's a quick turnaround to deal with him. And that golden opportunity to try and cause some chaos in this round has just gotten away from FUT. Not bad out of Lonks, but he's very, very quickly left as the last man standing. They've got him boxed in here, and they'll split him from both sides. Donut and CT take the contact, and there's nowhere left to go. So there's the conversions coming through for OG to open this one up.
Seeing a lot of trust in Cadian's calling here so far from the team, and I think that's so important, right? It's a player who went to Astralis after his heroic venture, and obviously not just giving up the AWP, but joining a very experienced squad. I think, like you mentioned, coming into this game, I think the benefit of Cadian is having young players who will trust everything you say, and I think they need to in order to buy into how Cadian's going to call. So OG, full control right now, but here's where things get interesting. FUT come in with a buy. Set call from Spawn. Steps out A, they're rushing. Seems like a tell there, maybe realizing it was heavy mid from certain util. They changed their mind. They were going slow. Now OG have the sight.
Yeah, smokes to block off Donut. And at bare minimum here, you should be looking to get this bomb planted. That's coming through now. Spam connects and denies it. Cadian won't be able to plug in those numbers, and instead is to watch on as his team try to get out of this situation. They're getting closed in on now as Adam and Flamus wrestle back a couple of kills. It's down to these 2.
Can't plant now.
Smokes have faded. Time's the only thing on their side, and even then they're quickly running out of it. Under a minute left now. And so need to try and thin the herd. It's going to fall to Flamus, taking some space away out towards Temple. And they're hoping more than anything that FUT make a mistake, that this silence eventually piques their curiosity, and maybe they're given a peek and a chance to grind away back into this round. Smoke picked up, will block off Donut. Flash out towards the spawn, and a chance to creep on forward. Try and open up an avenue to get this bomb planted, and there's the kill to do exactly that. Tap on the bomb, baits the spam out from Donut, and there's the confirmation. Both players on the other side of that smoke. Bomb has been planted.
Nade does damage. Adam swings in. One more to find. Jukes pushing through, but they're inside the smoke. Flamus is about to walk in and finish what he started. Jukes turns back. 1v1 with him trapped. He finds the round, saving FUT from a devastating 2-on-4 that almost goes the other way. A little bit too close for comfort in that first gun round, but FUT do pick it up. I really like how OG pieced that together nonetheless. Slowing it down, using their util perfectly, getting the info off of the spam on that fake plant. But a little bit too keen to fight in the post-spawn. They get trapped out, and Jukes delivers the round for FUT. All right, KD and AWP. FUT need this round to maintain their economy. Kaden goes right out middle. Oh, full blind. Gonna live to tell the tale. Teammate won't.
Oh, it's a very aggressive round here for OG. But so far, no one's been able to get the openers. There's Spooky finally providing it, but they've taken a lot of damage for this real estate, for this space, and suddenly Spooky is trapped. Behind default is the only man actually in the site. Gonna get out with one more. He's done his part in the round. He's gotten away with two. Will that be enough as once more OG stare one of these man disadvantages dead in the face. Blow on the smoke is nice, and there's Cadian to fish back this 2v2.
I don't think you're ready for Cave this late in the round, not this deep position, but OG will avoid that problem. Walking back, even if they recommit to B, it's going to be later. Letting FUT overcook. Yet again, freezing in one of these mid-round situations. Do FUT begin to doubt themselves? They can't afford to with Longsis deep in Cave. Jukes doesn't need to stay here, but he's believing that OG will recommit. For how long? Flash comes in, OG still waiting. 30 seconds. Jukes is very low. One bullet from Arrows will finish him off. Cadian comes in first. It's a nice off angle. Feel like you'll be looking at Long when you cross here, so this might be a kill for Jukes. Oh, he swings.
Oh, Long's never moved a muscle, still sat back in Cave, brings Cadian down low. He's now going to play for the kill. Time's running out, and Long's closes in to mop that one up. A 1v2 there. And dealt with perfectly that whole time, right? The slowdown in the mid-round, they're hoping that FUT kind of overthink it, that they rotate a player out of position, they start to get curious elsewhere, but they never moved a muscle. They maintain that double B setup. Long's waiting back in the cave, clutches up with the 1v2 and stops Cadian in the clutch.
Yeah, that's twice over. OG have frozen and recommitted to the same bomb site, so there's already going to be a level of mind gaming in those mid-round moments here in this matchup now. FUT have read it twice over. Another clutch up, another 1v2, in fact, back-to-back for FUT. And so, again, same problem. Their economy barely hanging on, but enough to get a full buy, enough to be controlling the CT side.
This is where now, you know, I think like these last two rounds actually kind of feel a little frustrating if you're OG, because both times you've done everything right to claw back the disadvantage to get to a, you know, what kind of feels like it should be a winning position. You've ended up in a 2v1 twice over, and both times it's gone against them. You know, you kind of do everything right. Both times they slow it down, they take the pace out of it, they wait for the kills to come to them, to kind of give themselves a way back into the round. And they do everything right all the way up until that final step as they've been clutched on once more by FUT.
Yeah, it's back-to-back 1v2s definitely leaves a sour taste in your mouth. OG are going to buy up, knowing just how susceptible this economy is. 1 AK though, it's not a lot. Spooky found his double entry last round, going to need to do something similar. FUT take control of the lane, but they can just cycle smokes here. It's going to be a bit of a waiting game for OG right now, and the longer you wait, the more obvious it is that you're behind this smoke. The whole map quiet. A well-placed flash would go a long way. What's Cadian got for us? Here we go. FUT don't overcommit.
I think whenever you set up for the lane control like that, it can always feel tempting to kind of hang around and to try and fight that first defensive, but I like that FUT were able to just duck out of there straight away and just adjust to the info, right? You don't give them a chance to fight on these Tech 9s, on these SMGs, and instead they have to use what little they have to actually go and take this space in this site, and they've wasted a lot of time. So you'll end up in this 4-on-4 with a trade out towards the cave. Spooky on that 1 AK keeps it even. But you can see how different this round is now, right? There's 20 seconds left and you're still going into this stack. A lot of players over towards B. Missed shot from the AWP, but Demon's going to make up for it. Symmetry might need to accomplish something here as another shot sails on past. It falls to Jukes, playing it through the smoke, gets behind them. Cadian with the read. And now it's Lonks, needs to add another clutch to the tally, and he gets cut on down. OG, low econ round, they'll break through with it.
Dude, I can't believe Cadian reads that gap hit. I don't know if they got info, but he should be looking CT 9 times out of 10, and he just turns around and catches that trigger discipline play. What a perfect shot, but an even bigger round for Spooky, who again finds a multi-kill. Oh, did he see him? Oh, he stepped. Jeez. No room for error on that. Big triple out of Spooky. That's OG winning with 1 AK. Pick up an AWP, put it to use, and put FUT's money down. Those back-to-back 1v1 clutches cost them. This is an exciting T-side right now for OG, safe to say, on their map pick. Cadian's got him trapped, and so Util can be thrown in, but that's when the swing happens. Flammus and Spooky trying to cover.
Oh, God.
Pistol's getting scary, getting way too close for comfort, but still OG should be fine, right?
I like this, though, right? Demon kind of gets away from middle. He could die right now with just the USP trying to fight this AK, or he can loop back into mid a little bit later, knowing that there's guns to pick up, and then assess if he wants to actually attempt this 1v2.
Well, they love a 1v2, these guys.
They do love a 1v2.
But I feel like you're just going to save the AWP.
Yeah, the AWP's dropped down there in mid.
It's too tempting, Harry. Oh, no, it's not.
No, it ain't. Not to Demon.
Little devil. What's he got? Double long, and he's shifting ramp. It's going to take serious time, but maybe there's something to grab on the way out. No.
That AWP feeling pretty tempting once again, isn't it?
Yeah. Just walk it right back. Nah, I was always going to save. I'm going to throw that volley.
Though, right? It's like, if they were ramp for whatever reason in a post point, you get a kill, you can go for the 1v1, you can give it a try.
That's nice. Knows when to throw in the towel. Great eco. But not enough. This buy has to be everything here from FUT. The sleeve's off, Harry.
Ooh.
The sleeve is off.
I ain't ever seen anyone take the sleeve off.
No.
That's crazy. What are these for Demon? Are they just like the training weights? It's a weighted sleeve.
It is a kilogram in each arm. Hold me back. All right. OG 5-2. And when you consider the 2 rounds they've lost, it's even more impressive that they're in this position. But this is the best buy yet. Symmetry on the AWP, everything they want. And OG just full A rush. Triple mid. They're going to hear this coming at least. Quick rotates. Do you really commit?
Extinguish on the molly. They're going through. Smoke dropped in. Let's Lonks cross a little deeper. Going to get out with one. Still being a nuisance around this smoke. Doing a great job and just playing it forward. Not scared by this push out of OG. That leaves it just on Flamus now. And they're closing in all around him. They've got Flamus trapped out over towards the temple. 2 in at the site. Bomb dropped as well. And a world of problems for Flamus here. There's a lot being demanded of him. Plays it through the smoke. He'll get shut down. That is a heads-up move from FUT, getting ahead of that exec before it even takes shape. Not opting to hang back, you know, respect the util, try and make life awkward on the spams, as we saw last time in that A play. This time, it's all about getting in the face of OG.
Yeah, such a good answer. That mid-site smoke removes so much just vision for OG, and instead of playing full retake and kind of gambling on whether you hit your smoke spams and whether you get that advantage, even then, you let OG get into nice post-plant positions, use their util, cycle smokes, FUT just cause chaos. And they take that round dominantly. 4 kills for Lonks. He is feeling it up heaven at 13-5. And looking to get FUT back in this game now, as you've well and truly broken OG's money. An AWP and 4 pistols. FUT have done a good job of cycling util in this game, wasting a lot of time. Some of these site hits coming down to the final 30 seconds. Was position, no flash to connect, and Jugs does get headshot. Wow. Not a bad trade at all from Cadian. They're going to use that to reset around the world. Does he really push elbow? Are you really pushing through the elbow smoke right now? Oh my. Gonna get this info.
And a pretty gnarly crossfire to break through here on the B hit. That's not a bad way to start. Are you ready for Krabeni? You let them get up through the ramp.
Love that.
But now hot on the heels with the backstab. Not being held, not being considered. First kill comes for free. It's that Cadian AWP knocked out. The kill followed up. Adam B trying to chase over towards Long. Has some support. Lonks now arrives in the back line, and so it's Spooky backing off out towards the cave. Tucking himself in and trying to figure out how he can win this 1v2. As they've got that bomb to play around and attempting to get the line on it, he'll get chased down. Lonks with a great round there for FUT.
He's gaming right now. 15-5 was that? Just hitting every insta headshot. And also that smoke push, it doesn't necessarily tell FUT anything because they already are double B on the crossfire, but it lets him double flank. So you fall to that first player, Krabeni, on the ramp. You're not expecting a second that quick. Really nice timing play to find Adam off the plant. And yeah, now OG have to truly throw in the towel. Very close round, but just nades in this one.
I mean, even in a round like this, where OG didn't have a lot to play with, they're not going super aggressive. It's slow. Seeing if they're given anything to go off of. So even with just the pistols, careful and considered, staying true to the old internet adage that you don't want to give FUT picks for free.
Make your money, OG. OG towed the line against this AWP, but finally he finds his entry. Double up for Cemetery. And there's the Deagle.
Yeah, Lonks, though, he's the guy you kind of put on the job when you really need it dealt with. 18 kills deep. He's living up to that right now. Lonks hitting hard in this opening game and looking to throw OG through a bit of a loop, right? It's OG's map pick, and with Lonks playing like this, there's a world that FUT could look to come through with a bit of a surprise to open things up and shut OG down on what was supposed to be home territory.
It was a fantastic start for OG, but a matter of time for FUT to warm in, and Lonks has absolutely done that. So OG just hemorrhaging timeouts right now, 2nd of 3 called after 10 rounds of play. Cadian's got 4,800, so he has a decision to make. Would mean armorless, and so he goes for nades AK. Another A rush, and no one's here. 4B. Oh, if only they went.
Yeah. I mean, they've been burned by this in the past, right? So
I think now they're even realizing there's no one here, there's no volley, there's no spam. And if I'm FUT, I'm ready for OG to recommit. Tried to get all the util out of them, but the AWP is ready.
Yeah, this is kind of brutal. You've accidentally played right into their hands with this slowdown. It's given FUT a lot of time to bring extra bodies over, and what was once a one-man site at most, right, and rotates far away, now short up defense with 3 players here and 2 more on very, very quick flanks. So the net is closing in over OG right now. They're a man down already, and they are so boxed in. Just look at that minimap. They are sandwiched on both sides here. If you try and go back, you're going to play right into the hands of Krebeni on this backstab. And even if you deal with him, that's only the beginning of the problems. So you kind of feel like your only choice is to try and get this bomb planted. Now plug in the numbers at least, find their way into a 3-on-5 post plant, but you're really hoping for a lot of mileage out of these individuals, and with no map control, getting closed in on by these flanks, FUT break through and actually move into pole position right at the tail end of this first half.
Yeah, nice control for FUT. Slow and steady here on this retake, and they had all the advantages to go their way. That sucks for OG because you understand that they don't want to just be throwing their rounds in, as rushes, but in that instance, it would have worked. More likely than not, there was only one player even close to the bomb site with FUT starting 4B. So a misread as OG try and get tricky with it. And now one final swing on this T side. Mid-control again, back to the standard take here for FUT. 3 players and Flamus just gets turned to mulch. Terminated in middle. Ooh, a bit of a team flash. Didn't see how many players were there. And they're coming in.
Close on the Krebeni spam. And he'll get rewarded. Cadian feeling like a reload was imminent, tries to walk the timing forward on that smoke and gives away another. And so a 3v5, I mean, OG feels like they're constantly trying to claw back these man disadvantages, and even when they've managed to in the past, haven't felt like a safe bet to take the round over the line. Well, this time they might never get to clawing it back. It's just relentless aggression out through the cave. Krebeni really taking this round by storm, and there's that killing blow. FUT stroll through, and in spite of a slow start, slow to get going, it's a strong finish at the end of this CT side with Lonks leading the charge for FUT. Lonks is eating their lunch right now. Hugo, OG on the back foot. On their map pick, it's not the way they wanted to start, right? You open up, things are going good. You get those first couple of rounds. And hell, the first few rounds you give away, they're clawed back, close losses in, admittedly, 2v1s. You lose back-to-back clutches, but likely still think you've got a good, solid half ahead of you. And past that point, boy, did FUT go on one hell of a little tear down the end of that first half. Now they move over to the T side. We're going to see how that stacks up against OG. Don't want to feel like you came into this game kind of firing on all cylinders, finding some good success out of the gates, only to have it grind to a very jarring halt. But that's what currently stands in front of OG.
5 straight rounds for FUT. As OG swap to CT side. It's a very quiet game from Astralis right now. Oof. Headshot in middle. Spooky still considering it, but gonna grant them the passage. And FUT just walking up into red.
Lonks is 20-5.
I know, it's crazy.
Not even for an end of game scoreline, that's crazy. This is the start of the second half, 20-5.
Ain't over yet. Oh, we saw him. Oh, lucky Lonks does catch a whiff, and he takes Spooky's head off.
I mean, at this point, you're just wondering, like, how high can you go, essentially? That's the question for Lonks.
We'll have to find out. Bomb down. I don't know how you win this round. Got Kit Smoke. Ooh, okay.
There's the chase, and...
Hello.
Oh, being able to separate these fights feels wild, but takes the mid one, now doubles back around to try and deal with Adam B. Will get out with his one, but surely that's the end of the line. He's ready to get triple swung here at first contact, and there's the killing blow. Pistol picked up for FUT, and that's going to put them on a real fast track to victory here on Ancient.
Yeah, I love the Christmas tree, man. Look at the lights glimmering. Look at it going, Harry. Celebrating the season. Maybe you should take it down.
This is the key to success, man.
It's the Christmas tree.
There's like a carton of milk under it or something as well.
What?
You see that?
Oh, maybe it's off now. The cookie's moldy.
It's like that famous song, Milk for Christmas.
Hear it in every supermarket. That's Mariah Carey, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A little late pop out mid and Spooky not ready. And that's probably the round here. Might have to save this force on OG.
Season's beatings from Lonks.
Go home. Ah, you're already there. Christmas is so 2025, Harry. Crab, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Only one.
I'm really just here for Lonks. I do just want to know, like, where is the limit? What number can he get to?
30, you think?
Easy at this point. Like, that kind of feels like it would be a poor finish, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, slow down, yeah.
Coming into this second half, 20 kills deep. You only finish on 30. What were you even doing in this second half?
4 rounds. He needs to get 2 kills. If they win every round, he needs to get 2 kills a round. Like,
yeah, but I hope he's saying to his team,
Harry.
like, guys, give me a couple more rounds to pad these out,
okay.
you know?
Or just get a couple more kills.
I'll play gladiator mode. You guys wait and spawn.
Yeah.
Line around like this. Everyone else just go wait and spawn. Let's let Long.
Look at him go. He's climbing heaven.
And he's going for a cave fight.
Come on.
Oh, one of the dome brought down low, but Kreveni there to back him up.
You mean steal the kill?
That's another way of looking at it. And that is kind of what he did.
Okay, I mean, yeah, 2 KR for the rest of the game here for FUT. It's not going to be easy. But if there was a man for the job, it would be Lonks. Adam pushed back by the molly. USP tucked in the sight. You're not stopping this hit. You're only slowing it down. Look away. Yeah. Just picked apart, and Adam stepping. Launx gets his 2 kills, Harry. 3 more.
He climbing. He climbing, all right.
(24-5).
See, look, no one else has a Christmas tree.
That's the problem.
Only this guy. Only the guy nearly 30 kills deep. What does that mean?
Still trying to figure it out.
The spirit of Christmas spurs him on.
Sure.
Have you ever seen Santa and Launx in the same room? Really makes you think, doesn't it? Nice set on a bit of an A fake here. His FUT try and exploit a bit of a twitchy, nervous OG in this first rifle round. They throw in a lot of A nades, they make noise back in main. And now they lob in some util on the other side of the map, but it still doesn't feel like they're committed to this yet.
Double fake? Was that always the play? And they're going to recommit? Through the cave. 3 CTs here, all playing retake. They don't know where this is going. All they know is that FUT have used a hell of a lot of utility in this round. So back to B it is here for FUT. OG need to pick their poison. Spooky finds Demon in middle. That's something, but here's the B hit, or at least an attempt at it. Adam and Flammers hold it down.
One back. Oh, Symmetry, okay, that's not bad. But in playing it forward, they end up feeding Aros-CET. Gonna fall onto Krabeni, but he's not been having a shy game thus far. Got 40 seconds left to work with, and he's gonna try and get tricky with it. Out of there real quick.
I heard it.
Cadian gets set up out here towards middle and plucks him out on the run across. Good awareness from Cadian where he would be given the time taken to run back through cave. And he shuts down that mid-crossing. So, all right, bit more fight out of OG. And is that an immediate pause I hear? Sounds like it.
Yes, they do something, Harry. They break the streak. It was about time. Been one hell of a game here from FUT. A team that came through last bounty, had nothing to show for us. A team that had Masuta in the lineup, and well, with this change of Launx, you're seeing the difference, shall we say. I don't want to just reduce it down to a one-man army, because I think they played some really nice CT rounds and had some good retakes, but he is definitely taking the cake right now. Because this is an OG that, as a squad, are inexperienced, are very new, with a new captain back after 7 months out of professional CS. They've only played a handful of series versus a FUT that found 4 top 4 finishes, including 2 trophies towards the end of 2025. B hit coming in.
And they've got a lot of room. Double cave set up here for OG. And so this has to net you something. One from Demon, but now they know about Adam trapped back here in the cave as they try and give chase to him. He's able to get out with a second, and it's on to Launx no less.
Oh no, DC.
Okay, not ideal. Not the best time for it, but maybe. There's still a world here. For Jugs and Symmetry, that's a good tap for Jugs. But brought down at 1 HP. Not long for this world. Chase given out of OG, and the gap continues to close here, down to just 3 rounds. OG bring out the guns and start finding some success to try and get this CT side going. Rounds getting cleaner and cleaner as well. And in these last couple, Launx hasn't even really been able to play into things. Dead that round over towards cave. Fell in the one prior as they tried to get in to the site itself. And so if you're able to slow his roll down a little bit, because let's be honest, right? That is the name that's caused you the most problems. If you're even able to kind of get away some of his output here, OG could still be in with a fighting chance. still have yet to really be wowed by the rest of FUT in the same way, outside of Krabeni, who's had some nice moments over towards the cave side. Felt like a pretty tall order for OG. Let's see if they're up for it.
Very paranoid right now, OG. So weak B side defense, playing retake now on account of the smokes. So side's gonna get given over. Spam kill would really help OG out on the post plant here. Spooky's gonna find it and just try to force any advantage they can. A little bit of luck going a long way for OG, but bomb planted. OG, it's all about synergy here in this 5v4. Trading their kills. They have every reason to win this round.
Oh, that's a good catch for Krabeni. Stops the backstab, but won't go any further as the rest of OG arrive out from the CT side. And that's the killing blow in the round.
Okay.
KD and Smoke Spam gonna get the job done. And so, you know, that could have been a stressful round when they lose the flank like that, but a solid reaction out of the guys aggressing through long and short. Able to stifle that post plant and lock in a third round in a row now for OG. And what was once a game that was very much slipping through their fingers, now back within striking distance here.
3 rounds in a row. Mid control attempted. Jukes will get out. And OG will give it up. It's KD who's floating red room with the AWP. As FUT just take control towards B lane and middle. They have a lot of the map and they're going to recommit into an execute. That bomb is still stuck back in elbow though. So maybe not just yet here for FUT. As OG try to re-clear middle, 4 players coming in. Long's in a great position, but they find the headshot swiftly. No chance to react on that one. 24-9, he's cooled off. Not by choice. Cadian follows up, and now they can play again, retake on this B bomb site. They have the advantage for it. FUT plunged into a very difficult 3v5. They're in.
Oh, that's a free kill out towards ramp. Back turned on Symmetry, and Cadian, the AWP prying in over towards the short side, gets rid of him. Flash here could even send Flammers through, but tries to decide against it. Got lost in that smoke. Gives one away. You hope that that's not a round-defining death. Still a 4v2, comfortable spot to be in, but now they lose the cave wrap round as well. Pressure out towards ramp will get rid of Demon, and there's the crusher. Aros comes through with a blinding couple of kills. OG get it down to 1.
That felt like a 2v5 was building there, and of all people to save it, I was not ready for Aros DOS. A 1-tap on ramp, and the first bullet headshot into the cave. Heroic moment here, and absolutely required. Whew. Oh my goodness. Pre-fires across the board. And OG are in this game right now. It's not just a strong start. Now they're pulling a comeback together. Can FUT break through? Pistols feel unlikely, but they catch Spooky alone in middle. 4 blinded. As the MAC-10 goes feasting towards red room, it won't get out with a gun. OG breathe a sigh of relief, not losing off of the opening gambit, but it is the B hit here for FUT.
Oh, they'll make it in with a kill. They weren't ready for Adam as a third piece out here towards long. Smoke falls in, and so for Krabeni, best play might just be to try and get this bomb planted. Instead, fights it wide in tandem.
Do it again now.
With Jugs, Aros DOS needs a clutch. Was the start of want to claw back and rescue a 5v2 that was starting to get weird for OG in that last round. Now we see if Astralis can do it twice over. This time, though, the pressure far higher. They're set up in these post plants, and he's all alone in the venture. Smoke on the bomb leads to a tap, hoping he can bait a peek out. They know he's not on that defuse anymore. And so going back for the commit plays right into their hands. It's a low econ round, and FUT break through with it.
Oh, Krabany, who crashed a few rounds ago, comes through with a triple kill to save the day, even getting him off that bomb inside of the smoke. So just a sigh of relief for FUT, really winning an eco like that. 4v4 provided in mid. And great decision to fake the bomb as well. As OG break the smoke open, they get double killed on long side. Finally, the retake setup that they've been running all game long gets punished. I think FUT just know they can charge into this B bomb site round after round and get bomb plants and get into favorable positions. So final timeout comes from the side of OG as they try and save their map pick in this series. Followed by a FUT Tech.
It's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think in the world where FUT are able to make this kind of grasp to stop the comeback, it's going to feel really frustrating for OG when you think about kind of how they've lost this game. Because it is still close, right? You're still within striking distance of your opponent, but you just lose that low econ round, and that stops your streak, all this momentum that you were building up in the second half. But even thinking back to that first half, the couple of clawback rounds from OG that they couldn't convert in what ended up being 2v1s, you know, you've actually had multiple moments where you could have had that game-defining round come through. Now, none of that will matter if you keep things in check here. Don't let that low econ loss get under your skin. But no matter what, this one is going to come down to the wire. And so someone's going to feel robbed at the end of map one. How much is for certain?
Definitely. And OG need it more than FUT, this given that this is their map pick. Underdog in this series picked FUT, the bottom seeded team of the top 16. I can't say there were many better options. Trying to go for one of the lesser experienced squads, but a squad with a lot of firepower and a lot of recent grind experience. They've been putting in quite the shift towards the end of 2025. Oh my goodness, lots of util damage pushing down the ramp. They just fight lane and take it back. Luckily for them, no one's here, and so FUT have to pick up the pace.
I mean, you spot that lane aggression come through, you know there's going to be gaps elsewhere. It takes a lot of resources to go for that space. Lawrence was hoping he'd found one, but he doesn't, and plays right into the hands of Astralis, and Cadian even gets fed a kill out towards the spawn. I mean, this was a really, really nice setup for OG, and it's put them on a track to bring this game even closer. 5v2. Bomb still yet to go down. Finally going to get that plugged in, but the net starts to tighten around FUT. Very, very quickly, OG arrive and lock in double digits, and I really like the ideas there, right? The triple setup out towards the lane, playing it through, taking away that map control. That's how they get the opener onto Krabeny. You know that he's been playing over towards Cave. And then what happens, right? Like when you kind of spot that triple take over towards lane, it's very common to try and pick up the pace elsewhere, right? And you saw that reaction from the side of FUT, that they take space out in red, they take space out towards A, and both of these areas are just being held on off angles, long sight lines by the AWP over towards A. And so that one kill so quickly spirals into 3 kills for OG.
It forces your hand so much, and OG know that. And so the second they get that entry on Krabeny, they're all leaving B.
Yeah.
They're completely abandoning the bomb site, rotating around, knowing FUT are going to speed up elsewhere. Some of the set plays in this game for OG across both halves have looked well run. Clearly been putting in the time on this map. Can it get them a win right at the bitter end? It's brutal towards B from Adam B. Double kill down the ramp, and another advantage for OG. They've managed to lose these rounds before. But Adam right now is rivaling Lonks on this CT side.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, you know, Lonks came into this second half 20-5. So in this whole second half of play, he's gone 5-6.
He just sneaks out. Spooky just snuck out the smoke.
Oh, Jukes needed the double there as they aggress onto him out towards Cave. They do have this backstab for Lonks. He's been trying to get away with Red Room control throughout a lot of this second half, and he's got 2 kills on a platter right here. Lonks might be able to save the day as the lineup comes through. It's all eyes on Spooky. 1 versus 2. Gets past the AWP. And so Lonks dead. Spooky closing in for the clutch, and that is devastating.
Wow. Dude, highlight after highlight in this game right now. Clutch after clutch, another 1v2, this time for OG. Unbelievable. That first headshot on the AWP, thing of beauty. And there was a tiny timing hit there on the flank. You felt like that was enough to win the round. OG are now matching with FUT, 11 apiece. Who's going to make the difference in these game-deciding rounds? 1 bullet hit there for Symmetry would have won the round, really. Burning in the Molotov. Lonks' 27 frag haul. He will need 30 if FUT to finish it in reg. OG back-to-back aggressive rounds towards B. They're not going to do it now. So can they trust again in their B site hold? A site that has been hit more often than not for FUT in this T side. 3 players come towards B. Cadian, Orb, Stoner. And FUT take it low and slow as they walk through the smoke.
Still missed the chance at the opener, and the fact that was able to get out with 1 felt like it would be fine. A lineup for Lonks, and this time he's got no intention of giving his life away. Same can't be said for Cadian on the other side of the map.
Not ready for that.
Last thing you're expecting is a guy late in A main.
In the open with nades out, that's gonna hurt. It's been a couple of awkward rounds for Cadian. Shot in the back last time by Lonks.
Dude, I can't believe that though. The lineup for Lonks, crazy work.
2 really nice sprays for him.
I really thought Flamus had done a great job there, you know? Like, they kind of missed the window to deal with him. They catch him with nades out. He's able to get back, get away with a kill. He's very much done his part in the round, but then his teammates lined up by Lonks.
Wow. Yeah, OG going to regret swinging into Cave there. As, you know, a 4v4 that they could maybe block, try and play a bit slower. But they opt to fight FUT head on.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's one of those rounds where it's like FUT still had like more ideas. They were down to try in that round. The only reason they go B is they're just handed it on a platter, essentially. When you get 3 kills in a second like that, the round is already over. But, you know, with a guy lurking back in main, with still a setup that had some room to try and develop. I think if you do block them there, that's where you get the activation of the A player. That's where you have a world to try and actually find a 4v3 and then play it out in the mid round, make life awkward for FUT. But that doesn't happen. Such a convincing win handed to you so instantly on the back of 3 cave fights in a second, and that's all you need.
Well, you said a few rounds ago, whoever loses this game is going to feel a little bit robbed, and it definitely feels like that's going to come through now, unless OG can drag this into overtime with a glass AWP and 2 rifles. FUT out middle, full control. The boost comes up, but it's too late. Look at Lonks do it. He has walked through the red room. You could call GG by looking at the map right now. Can OG do anything to combat that?
I mean, Lonks has got a free kill at least, but wants even more than that. Going to deal with one of these A-side players, and now things get real tough. The 2 guys over towards Donut. Cadian donning his weapon of choice here. Needs to leave a big impression if OG want to try and claw this one into extra time. Cadian and Adam both dead. Flamus and Spooky left in the hot seat, and with the AWP bearing down upon CT, FUT look to do it in the full 24 rounds, every single one of them being needed, but they will storm the board on OG's map pick. It's spearheaded by a strong performance from Lawks, but by the end, everyone has their moments. That's FUT a map up to open up Bounty.
A map up for FUT, but OG, they looked like they were trying to pull their way back into that. It looked like there might have been some stumbles towards the end. An exciting Ancient to kick things off with here.
They gave us a good fight. They gave us a good map of Counter-Strike. Very exciting. A lot of close moments, especially in the later section of the game. Clutch after clutch, tense situation after another tense situation. So in terms of the quality and the entertainment value of the game, up there. But as you can see in the scoreboard, there was a couple of players who stood out, who really performed exceptionally well in the camp of FUT, who made sure that they eventually would end up winning OG's map pick.
And looking at Longs, right, because you got to touch on him when he's dropping 30 kills like that. This is the guy who's not part of the core of the team. He's the new player coming in. He's arguably the most experienced player on this team as well. Dude, some of these spray transfers, some of the way he was handling situations, this was like, I don't think I've ever seen it from him like this.
Oh, that was beautiful coming in from Longs right here. Obviously, a massive, massive game. When you drop 30 kills in regulation, it doesn't matter who you're playing. It doesn't matter whether it's online or land. You're having a field day on the server. And as you said, we saw that. The impact he came in with, you know, the fact that you can see in this clip as well, just charging every single duel, that oozes of confidence. That's the player right now that is feeling it. That's a player who's willing to take every single fight he can find on the server. Doesn't matter whether he's standing in the open. Doesn't matter whether he's supported by flashes or not. This spray transfer right here as well, very important moment in the game. Unfortunately, they didn't capitalize and win the round, but overall, that was just a massive performance coming in for Longs. And as you said, he's one of the more experienced players within the FUT camp. So when you have a guy like that coming into an already well-integrated team and performing like that, that is a recipe for something interesting. Let's put it that way.
And I think it's obviously very positive for them that they were able to handle a situation like this where it starts to go badly, like where you have a lead, you look like the game's in your control, still being able to close out, not let his performance go to waste, so to speak, as well. For the side of OG, there was many moments where they were struggling. They were getting owned in certain scenarios as well. It wasn't maybe... They fought back into it, but it wasn't pretty.
No, I think round 11 right here is a great example of that. It's an outer spawn call from Cadian, and they just get trapped into this bomb site. As you can see, they lose the opening pick. They then stale a little bit. They have nowhere to go. They have no utility to work with. You look at the minimap as well. Every single player from FUT is now centered towards this bomb site, and it's just a question of time before OG will falter. Now, I'm not going to necessarily point towards Cadian and saying that's a bad call, but it felt like that T side, outside of getting off to a good start early on in the game, whenever they had to win buy rounds and gun rounds, they were just completely outplayed by FUT. The fact that you get into a bomb site right here, yes, you get the bomb down, but there's nowhere to go. There's no space to take. You can go into cave. That's the only, I guess, space-taking area that is available. You're already getting flanked from behind. You're getting flanked from the side. You don't have donut as well controlled. So it just felt like overall, the way FUT were approaching this was they were willing to, I guess, allowing OG to give them a little bit of space, but not too much. And then when they kind of honed in on it and they had to retake, you could just see a team that was in full control. And I'm a little bit disappointed in OG's T side that they weren't able to capitalize more of that space and maybe push the boundaries a little bit and maybe try to put a spanner into the work. It felt like they took whatever that was given to them by FUT, but no more.
And this is the difference, though, where you have a team who is very well synergized, know how to play off each other, understand this communication, right? Comparing to OG, who are more new to this. They're still learning each other, still feeling each other out, which is why they can get themselves into situations like that. This is something that FUT can use to their advantage in all maps against all teams.
100%. You know, it does feel like OG is still in that learning phase, you know, where some of these players are playing together and trying to figure it out. Spooky was the one guy to me that stood out, who had a great individual showing, especially in the first half. And as I said, they kept the game competitive in the first half by getting off to a good start, by having Spooky doing a lot of groundwork and a lot of fracking in that department. He finished with 19 kills, almost 100 ADR. He can individually be proud of his performance, but in terms of the team aspect, in terms of how did OG look on their own map pick, by the way, the map that they choose to come in FUT versus in this series, then I was left a little bit disappointed. You cannot rely on a single player, you know, doing good for you occasionally in a couple of rounds where I felt like a lot of the calling on the T side, a lot of the synergy on the T side was a bit lackluster. And again, I don't really want to point a finger towards Cadian because there's only so much you can do with a team that is so new together. But I was, I guess, deep inside myself hoping that a long player break, maybe a couple of weeks of practice would lead them to a position where they would look better. That being said, though, it was one map. It was just one half where it didn't look great on the T side, so we can't really make any conclusions so far. But it wasn't a great start here for OG, let's put it that way.
And I want to take a moment because we highlighted in quite positive fashion about looking at Flammers. You know, he was not a player that was showing up within this map, you know, and that's what we need to see, right? You want to see him at his best. It's what we were talking about for so long.
Yeah, we want to see Flammers at his best, and there's no doubt that the individual qualities that he possesses, he can definitely do better than he did in this game, no doubt about it. But again, there's only so much you can do, especially when you're playing his position, which is a bit more out there in the open, where you rely on your teammates. Again, not every entry fragger in the world of Counter-Strike is Donk, so he can't do it all by himself. And, you know, as you said, he didn't have a great game, and we shouldn't praise him for not having a great game. But I also will give him a bit of a leeway that with the way I saw OG play, especially on that T side, it just feels a bit out of synergy. And for you to be an entry fragger in that department, sometimes you overstep. You feel like, it's not really feeling well. I have to do a little bit extra. But when you do a bit extra, that's when you get punished. So I think it was a tough game for Flammers and overall a tough game for OG, where I wouldn't wait them to play good Counter-Strike, yet you were still close, forcing it into overtime. So you can look at it from two different sides. You play a poor game of Counter-Strike, but that's still good enough to almost get it into overtime. Or you can look at it the other way. You lost your own map pick, and now you're looking into a scenario where you're one map away from getting eliminated against a team that on paper you should be able to compete with.
On paper, you should be able to compete with, but maybe they're not quite there yet, right? It's still very early doors when it comes to this OG team. It was an incredibly close game. It was 6 CT rounds at the end, which could have given them a chance to come into it. But do you see this as like a score that doesn't really show you the full picture? Like, it isn't actually as close as that shows?
I think it was that close. I think there was a lot of clutch moments back and forth. Round, was it 22 or 23, where Longs comes in and he gets the flank, he gets a double multi-kill. It's technically a 2v1 for the FUT guys, and they lose that and it becomes 11-11. I think to myself at that point, all right, OG, maybe you survived the scare. Maybe you survived the period of the game where you didn't play well. To make a football analogy out of it, right? You often have sayings from football coaches that say there will always be 10-15 minutes in a game of football where you're not playing well, and you have to survive those 10-15 minutes. You cannot concede 2 or 3 goals and then lose the game. The same could be said here for OG. You had a moment in the game in the mid portion right there, especially in the first half, where you didn't play well, and you have to survive that by maybe winning 1 or 2 rounds you weren't supposed to win, and they didn't do that, which meant that when we get into the later stages of the game, there wasn't enough of a leeway, there wasn't enough of a cushion in order to survive.
Well, let's see what will be happening going into the second map. Thank you for all your thoughts there, Pimp. It's Mirage that's coming up next. This map pool is incredibly good for FUT. We're going to a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be diving into all things Mirage and seeing how the series is going to go. a lead in the veto, a lot of hype for FUT, an important event for this team as they're making their way and making steps towards being a tier 1 team. And they've been on this grind, and this map pool, right, it was already looking very good for them coming into this series. OG is learning the ropes of what they want to do with these players, but now it gets even harder because Mirage is where FUT is dominant. These are the type of players that just love to lean into it. They're going to take all these fights, and now their confidence is going to be sky high.
Yeah, the 78% win rate is obviously telling a story that that's a map they like to play and win, and they played it an awful lot the last 3 months, 18 times, and that has included the player break where they didn't play it for a month. So obviously a lot of official games on the map, which tells me 2 things. They're very comfortable on the map. It's a map that they always go to. It's a map they often win, but there's also a lot of data on them. There's a lot of demos and a lot of stuff that you can watch if you're OG. True. The counter argument to that is that we just had a player break. So if you're FUT, you could have changed a couple of things. You could have changed the way you default. You could have changed a couple of your strats, and you had a chance of, I guess, updating your playbook. So we can't really put too much stock into that. Another notion in that regard, just to build the picture that FUT are the favorites in this game, they won 6 out of the last 7 times they played on the map, and they only have 1 loss against Inner Circle, I believe, in that period, and that was a 13-11 game. Inner Circle, a team that also has done kind of waves in the 2nd-tier division right now. So I do feel that as much as I want to say OG, yes, of course you stand a chance. It's Mirage, it's Counter-Strike, everything is open. There's a lot pointing in the direction of FUT right now.
What can Cadian do to turn this around, though? Because I was looking back, and one of the games they played with Cadian, okay, it was last year, they lost 13-1 to 500. It's not pretty, man. This is not a great look.
It's not a great look, and it hasn't been a great look for Cadian's OG so far. The sample size is super small, though, so yes. I'm not going to make any conclusions so far. If there's anyone who have that in him in order to turn a team around and get the most out of the pieces he has to work with, that is Cadian. That's what he did in Heroic. The issue is that he's done it, 2 years ago. He hasn't done it as of recently, and that's kind of what I want to see. I'm not expecting OG to come out and be a full-force team right now, but at least I want to see glimpses. I want to see, signs trending in the right direction. Didn't saw a lot of that on Ancient, and I would love to see the Mirage because I think that is the minimum, the bare minimum needed if we need a competitive game here.
And even with maybe some lack of experience, I know they had a boot camp at the start of the year, so they should have been able to work through their map pool a bit on this, but do you think they have enough in them, like the protocols to go through this if it starts to look dark, to battle their way out of this?
I mean, I think OG is still a team that has the individual qualities to make the game competitive. Like, I cannot count out of Cadian. I cannot count out Flammers as well. I think Eros does as well, have shown before that obviously there's quality within the team. But do I believe that they're going to win against FUT, who's playing well, who's been trending upwards, who are showing all the positive signs? Then I would say no. But as said, I think for everyone out there, even the OG fans and people watching at home, the sample size is so small that every time we watch OG play right now, we're still learning. We're still getting a sense of where they're heading. Is that a positive sense right now? Am I standing here with confidence thinking, OG, in 2 months, they're going to be a significantly better team? I haven't seen enough to say that yet, so I'm still a bit on the cusp, and I'm still a bit worried. And I think that's why I believe FUT are going to win this game.
How much is it important for OG to at least look like they can be competitive in this? If you're already saying that FUT should be the winning it, like, what do you want to see as a minimum to say, okay, this OG roster has some potential?
I mean, if you're OG, I think a win is the bare minimum, to be completely honest. I don't think they'll be happy losing this game, whether that's 2-0 or 2-1. That is what it is. And I think for OG, yes, you can argue from my point of view, it's easy to say that if they just remain competitive, if they show us a bit of sign, then maybe next time we see them play, we can build up a story that, yeah, OG is getting better, they're moving in the right direction, but that's for nerds like me to follow. If you're OG, you want to win, and exiting this tournament in the very first game, not giving another chance to play another map or another series, that would be disappointing. So to be completely honest, it's everything right now for OG. They have to win in order to stay alive.
Well, it's everything, and they chose this battle. They decided to pick into FUT as a team they thought they could beat. Let's see if they can prove it on Mirage with Hugo and Harry.
Yeah, can they prove it? That's the big question, Hugo, because for OG, they ended their year. Last year, that is. The year that just passed us by.
Last year.
They ended their year, Hugo, on Mirage, getting 13-1 by a couple of Brits.
Wow. Nobody wants that.
No.
It's like
Brits aren't good at anything.
Well,
other than Messi.
I mean, yeah, I was going to say you kind of missed a big one there.
No. Well, he is the GOAT.
But it's okay, Harry, because ultimately, at least it's not like a single elimination format where if you lose 1BO3. Oh, sorry, wait, I'm getting word in my ear. No, it is a single elimination format. OG, they've got to step up now and save this series, or FUT will be going through to the second stage as OG just fall on their map pick. I will say I liked some of the things we saw from OG in that first game, but FUT, they have the tenure, they certainly have the players, and they have the grind set that they've been on. A lot of maps played in these last few months, and I mean, with this lineup alone, last year, since adding Longs, they're 26-6 on Mirage. That's an unbelievable run for FUT. So let's see if they can do what everyone should expect at this point and eliminate OG from the bounty.
Fast play out through Con. Wrapping in towards this A site. Adam's got them looking the wrong way. A free kill gifted to Adam B, but now they give chase out towards CT spawn. They get this real estate at least. Rotate for OG, it's coming CT ways, and so about to be this clash for the spawn control. You got a flash to try and tee it up, and flash dodged. But decide they don't want to play for it. Get out with one more before Adam B gets shut down, and here's the retake taking shape. Tap on that bomb, hoping to force some fights. Knife pulled, really does confirm it though. Defuse not being held, and Long starts off map 2 with a knife kill in the pistol. Time running low for old mate Flamus.
Wait. No way, right?
He's holding this, and there's Lorks to stop him with seconds remaining.
The smoke fade literally saves the round for FUT. That was the only way to win for Flamus. Grab the kit, get on the bomb. Hey, Lonks ended with 30 kills by the end of Ancient, Harry. So we knew he had it in him. The dog in the house. And he doubles up in this pistol with a knife to boot. I love that reaction for FUT as well. Even though it's a bit scary because of where the bomb's planted, they realize with how quiet jungle is that OG are grouping full CT with a flash. And so instead of some CT setup where they're going to get overwhelmed, they just walk towards jungle and take back so much space. It's very hard for OG to get back in that round. And that's experience on a map, right? Realizing what retake setup you're up against and going the other way. Not walking into it. So force up here for OG. Been keen to purchase. Has this young, plucky underdog. But you know, I've been talking all about this grind for FUT, and it really has been paying off. Right now, VRS ranked number 17 in the world. They were seed number 16 in this event as well. That's quite a quick rise for a squad that was under the Na'Vi Academy just last year. So they're really getting to... Oh, Cadian. They're getting to spread their wings as a young team. Wait a second, they've been clipped.
Oh, really? 5 alive round? 4 OG? No way. No way. Oh. Jukes is dead, and everyone gets out on that force buy from the OG camp. That's pretty sick.
Like we all expected, I guess. That is not normally. Crazy smoke shot for Cadian, and then everyone hits bangers. Spooky, mid-air, Deeg. And FUT. Well, they don't have a choice here. They have to buy up. Flamus looking keen. Oh dear. Gives them back their AK. Go get it.
I mean, losing your anti-eco always feels rough, but you know what feels great? Winning your force buy.
Yeah. Especially with this. This is such an ugly buy. Deagle armor, that's all.
But your Deeg never feels quite as good as these rounds.
It's true. You don't have a choice. That AK put to use on the entry.
5v3 now. 5v3, Hugo.
Not supposed to win this one, Harry. Can Adam shut it down? He had a great Ancient. Oh, he calls it off. Planting with no smoke, not easy.
Now with Spooky controlling the spawn, he has just given them a little smoke to play around. But as they try and give chase, Spooky able to get rid of another, now has support, and so looking to keep this one in check after all, ROG.
Just getting the 1v1s really, and FUT had great advantage, but giving them the fights they desire, and OG look to pick it up swiftly, 3 on 5, and they don't lose a player from that point. It's a little awkward for FUT, couldn't pick their poison, but it is very difficult with no utility in a round like that. Just have to hope the Deagles connect further.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like Crizzen.
Okay.
Maybe Lawrence is trying to get in the head of Cadian.
Okay.
Cadian knows he has a Crizzen tree up in his house.
Ah, all right. I see where you're going.
Yeah. Maybe there's something there.
The Crizzen tree is up.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. Little play out towards A. And a chance for Adam B to pad his stats. Ooh, never mind. Chance for a bomb plant.
Go on.
Oh, not with that many nades raining in. My God. Have you seen this discourse around symmetry?
No. What are they saying?
Of resembling Molodoy.
Okay, I need to look at him. I feel like I know what you mean, but show me symmetry. Next round, that is. I see it. I do see it on the photo. Yeah, a little bit.
That's what everyone's saying. I keep my ear to the streets.
Okay. Oh, you're trapped, Gravity. Molly, nade. And he still gets a headshot.
His.
That's unreal.
He gets his, all right.
Adam, careful. They are on default now.
Adam, you're going to get yours, buddy. They're in the sight. They're right there alongside him. Just a contact to walk out into A is enough for FUT.
It's the last thing that Adam was ready for. He goes to help his teammate on the Bauk player. They're pushing him triple. And FUT with some depth on this T side. It's OG left 6 feet deep.
Too much FUT talk, bro.
Oh, come on, that was good. Yeah, but that was a measurement. You know?
Toes at play or whatever the other thing you said was.
No, that was measurement. That wasn't feet. A foot is a unit of measurement, Harry.
It's a shoe.
Nice. J-Raz, quick to it. Is your average shoe 1 foot long? Would you say?
Yeah, my shoes are. Wait, would that be big or small?
I don't know. Do you have big feet?
I have pretty average size feet.
See, Banks is calling them FUT, but I refuse to do that. I think foot sounds funnier.
Well, also, wasn't it? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was originally like Footballist was the team. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on that. No one quote me on that. But that sounds right. Anyway, a new round approaches. That was a pretty seamless transition, if you ask me. Mid-control here for FUT.
It's quite short.
Stop now. You stop it, Ron. All right? Stop it, Ron.
Walking through the con smoke. Cadian. Waiting. Boom. That's one big boom for Cadian, McCare, the ramp and the palace and the con, and they're everywhere, and they're coming out now.
Need to find Krabeni. Oh, no one able to get their kill yet. Finally, one comes through.
Smoke wasted.
And Lonks even gets away with that frag out towards jungle. Ooh. That's a lovely shot from Cadian, but just a one and done. Leaves it all on Aros.CET. Spawn control taken away. They're in good post plant here. Set up to play around this bomb. Oh. And Aros.CET doesn't even get a chance to play. Deleted on that swing. Jukes with a fantastic finisher to the round. brings us back to a tie game.
Pop, and he's gone, just like that. Aros been in many a clutch this series. Been unsuccessful so far. Poor Flamus threw that smoke out as the molly came in. So he couldn't survive in the corner, and even Cadian's cross shot actually preferred not to see that player, because then he just gets peeked close with no way to escape. So FUT have recovered here on this T side after losing to the Force buy, and flawlessly so, back-to-back gun rounds.
Yeah. FUT's recovered. They'll rest their weary soul, Hugo.
That's good. That's really good. They are athletes after all. There's a joke there somewhere. Maybe you can find it.
You'd never want to find athletes, FUT.
Oh, no.
3-all. And approaching the end of the money here, ROG. So this is one of these tipping point rounds in the game, right? If FUT are able to find this, suddenly they can start to run away with this T side, and that's not a bad way to open things up. The AWP secures the 5v4.
Was that the missed window smoke on purpose?
It actually might have been. Felt like it.
Well, actually, yes, it was. So orb entry here for FUT. They get longs out under as well. With that kill, OG have no idea what's going on in middle. Meanwhile, the A execute. Oh. Coming in. Longs kicking up a fuss in middle with double smoke replenished. Got more util. Molly dropped everything. The kitchen sink, the porcelain shatters as they come through ramp. That resmoke is really well timed though from Adam. They were about to just walk in, forget the execute. It's now up to Longs to find that entry. Here they go.
Oh, a little ugly there for Adam B, but he will get the kill, and that's what matters. Chance to follow up as well. Adam closed in on and finally dealt with. It leaves it all on Lonks, playing it forward out towards the spawn. Jump check, baits the shot, but there's layers to that defense out in CT.
Dude, Adam's put up so many nice rounds in rough spots here in this series across both maps. He has really been a delight to watch. Some excellent kills on ramp there. That was an ugly FAMAS spray off the flash, but he recovers it. On the smoke, Fate finds 2. And so it's also his smoke on ramp that ruins that round for FUT. Without that smoke, FUT just have the perfect split timing. Instead, they get caught walking through a smoke. OG. Fighting tooth and nail. Toenail.
All right, little window boost. And that's right as Spooky vacates the window. Grabeni will hear this and tries to get the crossing in now. Tucks himself in, but there's the swing out from Flamus. Now it's just left to this B play direct out through the apartments and into a stack. 3 players here. Leg shot lands. Support arrives and very little room to grow in this round. Symmetry, good for 2. Can't get past the AWP. That would be one step too far.
I was wondering what we'd get from Cadian, right? It's one thing as a captain, but it's another thing to also still be able to AWP at a high level, and I think he's been pretty reliable in this series. He's hit some difficult shots, he's hit some necessary shots. He's not taken over the game by any means, but right now on CT Mirage, he's doing his job, and you're seeing him still in supportive positions, throwing a lot of util on T sides. And so, yeah, nice game out of Cadian so far. Able to stop that clutch from coming through on the B bomb site. OG 5-3. I won't get ahead of myself. I know how much experience FUT have on this map, but it's a very good start for OG. Let's see if they can keep it going. This round should be a gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Around after midnight. Oh, the burn.
Ooh. Okay. Ooh. That's kind of nice.
That smoke is actually blooming crazy.
Oh, Flamus! Don't die to the Glock. Tries to get out of there. Plays to evade. But a 4-on-4 that felt done actually could have some legs on it here with some damage put down range. It's only Glocks and this one Deagle. Can it get rewarded a kill? It's just shy of the mark. Flamus, one shot would have done him in.
Glock would have done that, I think.
Yeah. He's been given the AWP.
Not known to be an AWPer. Cadian holds on the headshot line. They cross through, and then they walk in. Not going to get through this window room, says Cadian, until he lets them through this window room. 3-on-3.
Oh, I mean, Adam again required here to put on a show. It's only pistols short. This one M4 that's been picked up. But you don't even really want to give away the bomb plant. He's bought time for his teammates, and well, that was... There you go.
I actually respect it. You don't want to get killed after the time, so just burn up. Yeah, it's the haircut, Harry. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's like the old Molodoi haircut. Before he, you knew he was that guy.
When he realized he was like the main character of Furia, he got a new one.
You see his drip at the awards?
Yes, actually, I did.
Yeah, as you frantically Google.
No. I was just looking at a photo of him. just a picture of Molodoi. But no, yeah, I saw it, dude. It was sick.
Cadian boosted up and
dude, I mean,
the 5-4.
Cadian's come in a Mirage here, right? Probably feeling like this is one of the maps that OG have got to put some more time and effort into improving. And so he's like, you know what? We're online. For old time's sake, I'll do it myself. He's had some good memories on this map as Cadian.
Cadian, you can't win Blast Bounty like this.
Well, he's certainly trying to at 10-4, topping the charts in the server. And an opener here in this very important round now. That's a huge double for Jugs out towards the ramp. Cadian once again finds himself in the right position, but with no shots landed, it might finally be time for FUT to put another on the board.
Seeing all these cheeky little plays for FUT, right? The contact walkout A in the first gun round, the smoke con, and then they both push through it as soon as the smoke lands. Like, they know they can ruffle some feathers and catch OG with some weird rounds. And so far, it has netted them a couple of gun rounds in this T side. Nice to see. But still, I mean, some of the individual moments coming from OG, definitely worth noting. It has kept them in this map. It has kept them in the bounty for a single elimination format. But you need 2 wins to go to LAN. 32 teams in online play. 16 in the next stage, and then the top 8 come to Malta to battle it out. Lots of money on heads. OG come hunting with his $15,000 bounty. Missed window. Warp's not peeking. Now is that on purpose? Maybe they're faking the AWP is middle, Harry, so they can send it B.
Damn.
Ooh.
There's layers to this.
That's the thing, because you never know these days. You never know who's missing smokes, who's purposely missing smokes.
That's why you can just throw the smoke even if you don't know it.
Yeah, and just
then you just say, I missed
part
on
of the plan.
purpose.
All part of the plan. It's deeper than you think.
All right, they're going over towards B.
Oh,
Con timing here for Launx could be good as he's going to squeak on past this player in connector. Ends up behind enemy lines, but his teammates trying to get through this B site while the flank timing opens up. That's really ugly out of Launx.
One more there.
Star of the last game, but can't get it going in this map. And with him shut down, it's going to fall onto Cemetery and Jugs, but with this backstab closing in, Barrel spotted, the Orc knocked out, and Jugs not able to survive long enough with the apartments flank right there. OG promptly back to their winning ways here, and at bare minimum, have secured a one-out CT half.
Yeah, it's kind of a frustrating game right now for FUT because they're getting in good positions, they're running set rounds, but they're just missing their shots, which is not what we saw last map, especially for Launx, right? He cancels on the connector flank as his team lose short control, double short spotted, comes up bench, misses his full mag, and pays the price for it. There's a couple of kills like that you need to get if you want to win a round like that, which is essentially just 3 players walking out B apps. But OG just have every position, kitchen short and the apps flank. They find a 7th. Feeling very good right now. And getting a little bit eager. Flamus rushing top middle. Inside of the smoke. Call him Snacks.
And he knows he has won. Tries to sweeten the deal. Not able to get away with the second. A fast pop out through the apartments as once more B is the end destination for FUT. They're going to get in with a bomb plant, and this is one of the best situations they've been in thus far over towards this B site. A 3v3 and time to get set up in this post plant.
It's going to be very late for Spooky on this flank, and he's going to have to run it as well. So if they get further info, no nades left to play with for FUT. Will OG choose to throw their mollies in and try and clear positions? They are on the clock right now. Spooky has to hit that shot, and he does. Over the top of the van, dropped by Adam as Krabany is left in the 1v3. The time is the only thing on his side, but the util perfection for OG as they come through on an unlikely map and take an 8-round CT side against FUT.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold short on Mirage so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. At the start of the round, typically you'll want to throw a flash at the top of mid to push the T's back. This flash hits anyone standing between top mid and the chair, ultimately creating space for you to peek middle. The top mid flash creates an avenue to peek middle, but you also have to worry about someone coming from underpass. To deny the possible T coming from underpass, you can throw a Molotov at the entrance to prevent them from getting to bench. This gives you more safety when you fight top mid. The top mid flash and underpass Molotov are good tools to help you fight, but before you reach that point, there's a chance a T could cross the initial angle before you get to bricks. This is possible if the T has the best spawn and your teammates at window and connector get smoked out. If this happens, you can Molotov the bricks and progress as the Molotov is still up. But if the T's don't push up, a great angle to hold is between the bricks and the corner, where you can't be seen from chair. This is strong because T's tend to clear the bricks angle on the right corner, but not exactly the spot in between. This also allows you to be close enough to spot if a T runs up connector. Another spot you can use is on the ledge in front of ladder room. Holding this specific spot matches up with the right end of the bench, so if T's jump onto it, you'll be able to catch them mid-air. Being up close also allows you to see the T even if they crouch, whereas if you stand further back, the T now has the option to crouch for cover. If you want to get a deeper view into mid, you can get a boost onto the bricks. From here, you can catch T's running down the slope of mid from an elevated position, and even if the T's throw a smoke at Cat like this, you'll still be able to see over it. Now, these are some great positions to play on short, but you'll likely want some flexibility to move to ladder room. The best way to do this is to throw a smoke at the front of catwalk. Not only does this block the T's from pushing up, but now you can move to ladder room without being caught. Being in ladder room allows you to defend against T's coming up short and through window at the same time. You also get access to this position on the cement blocks in window to spot the cross towards connector. T's often overlook this position since they're clearing the top of connector when they enter. But holding short is just one part of being in this area. What are some other ways to help your teammates? If you don't use your smoke for front cat, you can also use it to re-smoke the bottom of connector, which slows down the T's map control. If a B push comes in, putting yourself right up to the bricks gives you an isolated fight for the window. The power behind this is that the bricks actually covers up many of the common flashes that pop towards the B site. For comparison, exposing yourself to the site with the same flashes would look like this. Now, despite everything you can do as the short player, don't forget you can start the round by going through window instead of B site. If you make the cat jump, you can contest mid far earlier. And instead of jumping on cat, you can also go for the ladder room jump. Being in ladder allows you to cut off any T's who go fast towards short. But if you peek middle from ladder room, keep in mind a T with the best spawn can already make it to second chair. And that was the last piece on how to hold Mirage short like the pros.
We've been impressed with what OG have brought to the table here on Mirage. The year might have ended on this map pretty horribly, getting 13-1 on their last outing, but far more successful campaign here on FUT's map pick. 8-4 up at the end of that first half. Cadian putting in a mammoth shift, but everyone pulling their way. Adam had some really crucial holds over here towards A, and Spooky started to find his voice as the game went on and all. So, OG, a strong start here in the pistol could put them on a fast track to make this a 3-map series after all.
Yeah, FUT struggling without the 30 bomb from Launx, but maybe it's a team effort on this CT side as everyone punches forward and finds a kill in this pistol. 4 frags in just a second as Spooky's left in an unlikely clutch. Return to form for FUT, much required after pretty dismal T side. And there's the shot. Team Ace, in fact, everyone gets it done there for FUT in the pistol round. And we're back on. Oh my goodness. No wonder he's not dropping 30 kills. He's getting flashbanged. It's a Christmas attack.
Why would you have the light set to that? Like, I couldn't think of anything more obnoxious while you're trying to play. Like, already the changing Christmas lights just ambiently in the background is already quite a lot for the human brain to handle. But you're gonna put it on the strobe mode?
Can someone tell him to turn him off for his own sake, I think. Just getting fully spammed.
Outside of like starting a small fire in your waste paper bin, like that's one of the, this is maybe the second most distracting thing.
And at least that's consistent light.
Yeah, well, for a bit.
And then it gets bigger and bigger, and then we're gonna need a tech. OG have loved forcing in these second rounds. The fact that I remember that makes me think they haven't won a pistol. I'm wrong, they have. They won 1 pistol out of 4.
I mean, a lot of room given away here, right? Plant found, leaving it to the retake, but it's a double-edged sword. It's also let these pistols close in. Ooh, try and play around the fade of these smokes. They're looking for real estate out here towards the jungle, going into a crossfire, but you won't get out with a multitude of kills. Instead, you end in this 3-on-3. Now, a lot of damage done the other way, but a dig back out over the stairs will serve to complicate matters here. You're constantly looking over your shoulder. Know there's a player cut loose out towards Palace, but a good catch down there in Con. Arostos stopped in his tracks, and with seconds remaining, defuse grabbed for FUT.
To think that if Adam is turned a little bit more into that corner and his feet aren't showing, his barrel isn't giving away his position, they probably win that round. It is, in fact, a FUT shot that wins FUT the round. Finding that last second defuse with no kit as well against an OG who are making a force fight work. That got way too close for comfort, but great cover for Launx. 3 insta-smokes.
Anyone with podophobia, this is the worst game for you.
Double window smoke and he still gets ahead of it. I'm guessing that's fear of feet?
Yeah, the fear of feet.
That's a weird fear. Just the 1 foot, actually. Bomb plant provides a little bit more here for OG, but for the most part, it's just flat pistols.
Oh, good flash. Even better full blind shot. Oh, crazy little double down there in Con just to stop the spillover. And so going to get this down to a one-round game. Now, the B site is empty. And Adam's moving in. Oh, here's that step back in the market. Knows there's a player nearby. That info goes both ways, but still, you've managed to lock in a bomb plant here. That's already a nice feeling for OG. It's going to go no further, but some extra money made just to leave them with more options in this first buy round.
Yeah, back-to-back bomb plants. No kills in this one, but enough to make this second half interesting now as FUT try and pull the comeback, and 2-0 this series. Definitely a shot at it now, despite a really ugly-looking T side with a lot of cool ideas, but none of the shots hitting. And a lot of, to be honest, very off-meta ideas. It felt like, you know, con smoke pushes, contact plays. So here we go for OG. Cadian's AWP smoked early.
I like that OG have taken all the pace out of this return to rifles. Because FUT weren't really sure that the type of speed they were going to come through with in this round. They've already burned through a lot of their blocking util, and now they go a man down as well. Mid control taken, and Uri is starting to really shape up on this A play. That's a good shutdown out towards the connector. Jukes with a double. And that might have just saved the day for FUT. It's only Cadian and Astralis left, and not for long, it's just the AWP. 1v4 attempt for Cadian. He's got 30 seconds left, and he might just commit to the save here.
They're coming for him.
Oh, rough miss. And the moment you do so, that AWP knocked out of play.
And picked up as well. Jukes gets 4 kills, saves that AWP. Huge round out of him. And I think OG can probably feel this one starting to slip away with 4 rounds straight and an eco to follow. I mean, they could buy. It's just going to be lacking on a couple of players. Could still get 4 AKs. I think OG will probably try and make this work. But that is 2 very clean rounds back to back, so temptation of breaking FUT's money is not there. OG burning timeouts. The fact that FUT haven't used any with how that first half went, they just brushed it off. And with the amount of, you know, smoke pushes and almost random plays, it felt like at times, maybe you're ready for things to go wrong. You're not too miffed when it does. So 1 AK here for Spooky and a bunch of pistols. What's Demon gonna do when he spots him coming?
Another day, another Demon B hold. Here's him closing in, gets out with the first, but wrapped on over towards the bench. Demon only gets out with 1, and this B hold crumbles in the face of these Tech 9s. Weighing up an awkward decision here. Money's fine, and you feel like you don't want to give them a route back in, but an unlikely 2v4 ahead of FUT. They find that first. Jukes plays it forward out through the market, and will have one on his screen for free.
Uh-oh.
This is starting to get away from OG. Damage connects on a Flammer, softening him up at the back of the site. Spooky committed to a wrap round in through the market. Will have the element of surprise, sure, but firing off. Got to act quickly now. Tech9 up close from Flammus. Hopes to put a stop to this. Won't be time for the defuse, and so OG, by the skin of their teeth, will convert on that force buy.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe Spooky gets away with it. That felt like he was going to hunt them on the exits, trap the, or shut the back door. But instead, FUT almost make a 2v4 happen. MVP is Flammus with the fearless push through the smoke, finding Demon after just a single kill on the B-bomb site. Goes on to stall and buy so much time. So OG win it with one gun. That was an eco. In a round they could have even justified a buy, but a safe purchase, and now they get all the reward. OG first T-side round locked in. Kicking up a fuss on this B-bomb site as Flammus rushes short side. There's 4 players here for FUT though. None of that mattering as they all get thrown to the wayside. These rotates cut off. Double for Adam. And backs turned. I don't know how OG managed to fake that so well, but those short players not even looking at middle. And it is flawless out of OG. Wow. What a recovery.
There's kind of no better feeling than playing into the stacked bomb site and getting out with a flawless round, right? Like your opponents had you right where they wanted you, and you still dealt with them all. You know, that's just a huge confidence boost here for OG. Massive surge in the right direction as this game was closing up. Putting themselves back into the lead and doing it very, very convincingly across the last 2 rounds.
And finally, the timeout is coming in, and I'm sure some frustration for FUT with how these rounds have been going. Very much caught off guard by the pace of that one. What a recovery from OG in this T side, ready to write them off. Now the game and the strong track record on Mirage for FUT starting to dwindle. 2 rifles.
Oh, play out in the mid, and it's a lot of aggression here from FUT. OG maybe expecting a little more respect there on the mid play.
Or expecting a little less money.
But that's where the rifles would be found, out there in middle. They put them to work. Good position here for FUT just to keep this game competitive, leave themselves with a chance to close the series on Mirage. They win this round. Task still within their grasp, and they will shut down this A play. The final 2 removed. Back to a 1-round game after all. FUT end up counting their lucky stars. They get those mid fights they were looking for. They're teed up to play around that. It's where they put all their firepower in the round, and it works wonders.
It's really well played, making the ladder jump to get a very quick swing off of short. Demon lines up, a lot of damage. And Crabini swings off him. So FUT win an unlikely round. And they do what Cadian was up to in that first half. Or boost, only a tag though. Crabini blocked the window smoke and plays on the lip ahead of it. OG are looking for that B hit, but boost up in window denied. And oh, Crabini just swings for both. Again, back turned on short. Flammus finds a way.
Oh, they hear the molly hit longs as well. Spam will connect, softening him up, and he won't get out with anything. It's another kill from Flammus as he looks out towards the market, denies that first point of rotation.
3 on 5, now 3 on 2. I don't even know how Flamus got up short.
Bomb's going A with Cadian. Oh,
guys,
hang on a
you fake B,
second.
I plant A. But if he plants
Is
for
this
short,
an overcook?
it
or
might
is
be,
this...
but plant for short, and it's fine. They can come back short, they can cover the plant.
There is smoke on Demon.
FUT don't know. FUT will have no idea, right? Oh, it's dropped. They didn't hit the bomb. Now they know. But again, it's the post-plant position. Demon's smoke on bomb is the only thing that complicates
and Kip for Jugs as well.
Oh, no.
I don't know, man.
Get
this
off that
could
B
still
side right
get
now.
weird. Like, and they're playing around this. They've got double AWP to try and stop the defuse.
AWP is not the gun.
The wrong gun right now because of that smoke being in play.
I mean, he can still just hit the shot. It's a nice plant for him. They need to get on it. They're playing very, very late.
Oh, there's Cadian dead. And they've smoked it really, really wide. They know about this play around short. Oh, dear. Defuse being held and FUT have stolen it. Right from under their noses. You could almost see that happening from a mile away.
I like the idea, but yeah, they just take too long to come off the B side. Like, why are both players committing short? You know, was it Spooky or Adam also there? Would love to play at a run and meet them in the middle. Come through connector. Offer some help. That's a frustrating round to lose. They could have just planted B.
Yeah, that's an overcook.
That is an overcook.
That is an overcook.
It's justified by the result, isn't it? Because they could just plant B and they probably win. It's 3-on-2. It was 3-on-5. You did the hard job.
And that was
Cadian
also,
takes the bomb.
It was also the story kind of ancient, you know, where they kept wrestling back these impossible rounds where essentially they'd done the hard part and it was tying it up that was the problem.
How did Flamus even get up short in this round? I don't know. While the window boost was happening.
Also, where the fuck gonna remember the short exists?
It's true.
I feel like they keep dying and just one guy running down short.
Back turned every time. Oh, OG.
Everything about that round, man.
OG, that hurts. That really hurts.
Let's see if they can compose themselves. It's a really, really, really rough round. A bit of a stomach churner to have given away. And now they go a man down to open up this one. Chase through the connector, doesn't come through, and it's kills all across the board at 4 FUT. End up in a 3v2. And a chance to leapfrog OG right at the final few rounds of play.
No way. Dude, I'm never going to forget that 3v5. And now, FUT with the game staring them dead in the face. That was an opportunity for Demon. He'll let Cadian live. So he can just walk that bomb back to
I do like that he didn't overcommit to that, right? I think it would have been so easy when you get the first shot in to try and hang around and deal with him. But likewise, if you give that kill away to Cadian, things could get real awkward. Instead, it's pressure down towards ramp, knowing that at worst, you've got a 1v1 there. Able to find that was Krabeni, and now a smoke in to stop Cadian in his tracks. If he waits for that, he's going to be left with about 15 seconds.
Oh, but how about we walk right through and we meet inside of it? Cadian, looks good, but it's not because he's not ready on the smoke fade for Krabeni to be holding this. Krabeni knows this is very likely, and so he's ready for Cadian in the site. 11-10 now. FUT take the lead back late in the day, and this 2-0 might be theirs in a stressful match for OG where they have shown some tenacity.
How can you not be thinking as well about the 3v2, man? Yeah. Like, if that mistake comes through later in the game, I think you're well within the mindset to be able to turn it around. But that is like a game-defining loss. And, you know, you'd like to think that for someone like Cadian being so experienced, he'll be able to brush that off. But it's the rest of the team, right? If that gets under their skin, in any metric, really, anything less than what they've been giving us won't really be enough to take this map. And so even a slight slowdown, just questioning decisions a little bit more, things not flowing, it's all going to slow your roll very late in the day.
It's just so funny because it's such a classic Cadian move, isn't it? It's like a Cadian clutch play, but we all saw what happened. Hurts more, I think, because it was 3v5 and they did the hard job and then snuck under their noses. OG have had some time to talk it over. Coming up connector. Gravity? Oh my goodness, not even looking. They all rush through Con. Duke's under balcony and the AWP would cover. No problem here for FUT. It's only pistols after all. Flamus. Final ditch attempt, nowhere. And now OG, this is it. This is your bounty lifeline. Hanging in the balance. Got to get 2 rounds, take it to OT, close it out, or it's FUT going to stage 2.
A couple of chances to do so. And this move from OG, picking the bottom seeded to the top 16th seed in FUT as their opponent to try and take down in this opening stage. Well, it might not have panned out. Aggression out here towards the ramp side. OG at least find a 5v4. Man advantage at a critical juncture in this game. It will be a grind into overtime for OG, right? There's no free path here. It's not like you're going to break the money of FUT at any time on this 2-round streak that you need to lock in overtime. So if you want to long it out, it's going to be rifles v rifles in all of these rounds. Got to start by converting on the 5v4. Cadian trying to lead a charge out towards short, will get shut down. But he was just a fake designed to try and misdirect FUT. Jukes heard a step there and a chance to react. Wow. Springs out for 1. Now they know it's the A play. Rotate starting to come through. Peeks from short, could try and cut down the con component, but Spooky's already dodged this. Smoke in the way as well. It's a 3v3. Missed shot from that AWP, and the plant will come through. No, it gets denied. Spam connects from Demon. And now time running low. They get past the AWP, but they never feel comfortable here in this 2v2. One picked up, swing again from Demon, gets put down. 10 seconds to try and finagle a victory here. Locks creeping forward, the start of Ancient, hoping to move in for this clutch. Close on the spam, but not meant to be as Adam B puts on the ace.
Unbelievable round from Adam B, the fake time and time again, and even finds Demon on short. He was the fly in the ointment. He was the guy causing chaos, dropping that bomb through the smoke, and Adam wins out that 1v1 to finish it all off. He has been the standout player for OG across both maps of this series, and he just saved them from elimination with an ace at the end of regulation. OG are still here. Unreal. If that's not enough, what is? FUT thinking. Here we go.
I mean, if you're OG here, you just can't get ahead of yourself, right? It feels great that Adam's just aced to win that last round, but job is not done. You can't come into this one riding too much of a high. You've got to remain focused. As we say, you know, there were going to be guns all the way to the end of this. All the way to the end of regulation. And so the grind never stops here for OG. Graveni somewhat lucky to still be alive there, even though he's teed up with a flash. There were a lot of players ready to punish a connector peak.
A hit with the mid lurk, missed window. I don't know. That one was purpose. As they break con, they won't know about Spooky, but this is still OG trapped out on ramp. 4 players, 40 seconds, smoke in the way. Is that a re-smoke? No, Molly down. Even more time bought, but Spooky's getting closer. 30 seconds, no room for error.
Oh, there's the opening kill from this orb, and a second found.
No.
Symmetry on a tear! Hat-trick from him, fed these kills out of the ramp side, and the ace from Adam B might just be a bittersweet memory at the end of this one. It's FUT pulling up with the opening round win here in Bounty, shutting down OG in convincing 2-0 fashion. End of the line for Cadian's OG.
It might have been the end of the line for Cadian's OG, but FUT showed us that they are maybe a chance of going for the future of this all, because this is a team that looks good. They win both maps 13-11. They hold themselves strong in these closer scenarios, in these difficult situations. This was another decent win without just a hard carry performance.
100%. We spoke about it coming into this matchup, that FUT, you know, leading up to the player break, we're one of the teams that was on the cusp of breaking through, having won 14 out of the last 15 series. They extend that streak by now having won 15 out of the last 16, and they do it, as you say, in a fashion where they had to fight for it. It wasn't an easy game. It wasn't a game where OG didn't put up a fight, where there weren't moments where both teams probably could have done better or could have done worse. Very competitive game, very much back and forth. Clutches required on both sides, so a good hard-fought win for FUT that at the end of the day continue that streak and continue the trending upward. I like what I see, especially from some of the individuals, but more so from the team themselves.
There are going to be some moments here though, right, where I guess for OG this is going to hurt more than you'd expect, because they had chances in both games to win. They had both chances to close it out. They threw away some rounds you just shouldn't throw away. And at the beginning of Mirage, you see this now, Flammers, Cadian playing so well, looking like the exact two players you want to see doing a good job.
That was the thing. The first half was very promising for OG. You see this here as well. They're up 6-3. You have Flammers playing well. You have Cadian playing well. Seems to be a team in more or less control. I like the way they were playing on the CT side as well. Gave me a bit of the sense that, oh, I can see Cadian being the in-game leader of this team. Proactive on the CT side, reading the situations well, getting off to an 8-4 first half. But unfortunately for them, as you said, James, on the T side, they weren't able to capitalize. They had moments. They had rounds where they probably should have won, should have gotten more out of it, but they couldn't get it over the finish line, and that obviously sucks, especially considering that you're playing a single elimination tournament. You're done for. You're out. That's it for OG at this tournament, so that is going to sting a little bit for now.
And it's a big opportunity that's now gone away from them at the same time, and I just want to come back to that round where they plant on A, the players are towards B, it all goes horribly wrong. Little details like that is what they're going to look back on and go, this isn't acceptable.
No, it's not acceptable, and obviously that's gonna suck. But if you take that round as an example, it was also a 5v3 for FUT that then OG put into a 3v2 for themselves, right? So that round itself had both teams kind of messing up a situation you shouldn't mess up. At the end of the day, if you want to win close Counter-Strike games, if you want to win against a team that is very competitive against you, you got to convert on those rounds. And as you said, James, whether it's acceptable or not, I'm not sure, but it wasn't good enough for OG in order to get it over the finish line.
Very well said. It certainly wasn't good enough, and that's the end of OG's run here at the Bounty. But FUT, they are the future, and what's coming in the future is FaZe taking on Eyeballers after this break.
15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of Furia in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Xerxin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzi. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must
right
have
there
spotted.
for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzi doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his second of this half alone.
Round number 18, Furia. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. Queserato has slaughtered Flammers as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but Queserato's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it. The USB out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22.
Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just...
Dry, it is, into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers when his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what Fury are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
Fury has stacked those rounds. m0NESY uses that moment to establish an angle on HUT, but first shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for Furia outer. They write off this threat. Kicksan can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Yakindar.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. Molidoy, though, all the wiser. Magazine's
They are
empty.
trading him.
You get Max
No, they
coming
are trading
through.
him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. Molidaw's able to get one.
3 on 5. Get the 4K, there's one.
Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Senpai's looking for him to go, what, up above?
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molidoy. Oh. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3, Molidoy the sole survivor.
Now, I want to come on to what this is like for you, because it's been 5.5 years since you faced off against Karrigan in the server. You told me before that this is going to be a great experience for the younger players on your teams. But what is your feeling right now? Because you've won majors, you've won the biggest tournaments in the world, but what is it being in this situation going into this game for you personally?
It's a strange feeling. I like the feeling though. I mean, I'm going in as a heavy underdog, of course. I think me and the team, like we have nothing to lose. We're here to have fun. We are here to prove ourselves, and I think the pressure is mostly on them to prove that they are that much better than us, that they should be on paper. Other than that, I mean, as you said, it was a long time since I played Karrigan, but also a long time in like a tier 1 competition. And yeah, it was a long time since I had that kind of nervous feeling going into a game, like the good kind. And I'm happy to experience that again. And yeah, I just want to get into the server and show what me and the boys can do, you know?
JW is back with a bang and back on our screens after quite some time. He has been quietly in the background leveling up this EYEBALLERS team, full Swedish national team, trying to find success, and this is a golden opportunity.
I love the fact that we get to see JW play at a tier 1 competition once more. For people who may be new to Counter-Strike, it's a living legend of the game. He's had such a long, tremendous career, obviously 2 times in Fnatic where he was able to win, I believe it's 11 or 10 trophies, you know, some big ones as well in that regard. So for him to be back and still playing competitive Counter-Strike in 2026, albeit on a team that we can't have too high expectations when you're considering the opposition they're going up against in FaZe Clan, but just the fact that he's still grinding, he's still trying, and he's helping out the Swedish scene, I can appreciate that an awful lot.
And you know, it's interesting because you get it from this interview there that like there is some other nerves now when you're back at this level. It's been so long. That's a good sign though, right? He's not just taking it in his stride. He's like, okay, just a normal game. Like he's feeling it.
It's a wonderful sign. It's a sign that he's still motivated. It's a sign that he's still enjoying playing Counter-Strike. And at the end of the day, I know a lot of people are watching at home thinking, yeah, it's the best job in the world playing computer. But it's tough to do it for so many years, right? You have to dedicate your entire life to it. You have to say no to one wedding after another, after a third wedding. You're never going to your parents' birthday anymore because there's always an event, etc., etc. Obviously, it's a bit silly to say, but when you dedicate your entire life to something, it's only a good thing that you still feel a bit nervous, that you can almost sense that it means something to him. So I'm very happy to see JW play, and I'm very happy to see Swedish Counter-Strike slowly but surely marking their way back on the territory.
Yeah, it's positive because it's been so long and it's been a long time coming. And also, it's been 5.5 years since JW played off against Karrigan. So let's hear from him. Karrigan, your wish came true. You wanted to work with this lineup for 2026. No changes. What does that mean for you? It's a positive, right?
Yeah, it's nice. I think we had a really good run at Budapest, and obviously last season was ups and downs, but I really think we found a way to play. So hopefully we can get a good start to the season here now. It is an online game, but we will do our best to kind of get into the groove again.
See, I'm glad you said it's an online game. I have to be honest with you, mate. Even though it's FaZe, the magic doesn't seem to work online so much with that, right? Does it worry you at all?
No, I mean, I think last time we did good for the last online tournament we played was Blast Online. We qualified. We really pushed Vitality to the edge on overtimes on for playing spot in the semifinals. So I think last time we played online was pretty good. Hopefully we can do the same. But there is a lot to lose here against a team like EYEBALLERS. So I'm just looking forward to play JW after many years apart.
You're saying this with a smile on your face. I have to ask you, there's a bit of a meme about you two, right? And
yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, he's my brother, you know, my twin brother, my lost brother from the last 5 years. So it's good to see him on the server again. I like what he has done with EYEBALLERS. I think he is the owner himself and started with Flushare like a few years ago. So it's good to see them having a scenario to prove themselves in this tournament.
And looking at one last player on your team is Jacob. He showed us such a good set of event and skills, the ability that you guys have been seeing this whole time. What are your expectations for him this year now, considering all of that?
I expect him to grow more and more. I think he really enjoyed playing in arenas. It is different than playing online to studio event and then playing in the arena, right?
Yeah.
So he really strived on that stage. But now it's the time to also perform when you need it the most in these online games, in the early games of tournaments, right? So I expect him to keep growing as a player. He is always listening to feedback, and yeah, he's shooting really sharp. I don't think he took a break this vacation like the others of the team. So I hope he will have a good start, and if not, then I think he'll grind his way back as always. We really saw that at the major. Bad start to the major and really performing on the highest level in stage 3.
Well, let's see what he can do in the server again. Thank you very much for your time, Karrigan, and good luck going into the game, mate.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. So for Karrigan right now and for Jacob, right, this is about keeping that level we saw at Budapest, because before that, it was looking really bad for this team. We didn't know what was going on with them. Now the expectations have changed again.
Yeah, I'd say so. It was looking bad for FaZe Clan, obviously. As Karrigan said, the season was not one to be proud of. It was also looking bad for Jacob, but he stepped up massively, as Karrigan also said. Stage 3 during the major, even stage 2 as well. He was coming in, firing on all cylinders, and he kind of earned his right for another shot, right? Now we can allow ourselves to have a bit of expectations for Jacob, because I think one of the things that was said by both himself, but also Karrigan, was the nerves. He was feeling a little bit uncomfortable, had to get into the tier 1 scene of Counter-Strike and play at that level. Now he's had some time to get accustomed. He's had a player break, as Karrigan said, seemingly he's grinding it out right there. I, for once, have expectations for Jacob. I think he's going to do well. I think he's going to do better, and I'm super, super curious to see if he can ease his way into it, knowing that it's online Counter-Strike, knowing you're playing against EYEBALLERS. What I saw during Stage 3 at the Major was a very sharp aim coming out from Jacob as well. And in a game like this against EYEBALLERS, that's exactly where you'd expect him to shine. So I'm a lot more positive on behalf of FaZe Clan that I've been in quite some time. But again, manage expectations. Are we talking a future top 3 team? Probably not. Are we talking a team that's competitive and can be in the playoff at a tournament like this? Sure thing.
Sure thing. Well, let's find out if they can do it. They're going up against EYEBALLERS. It should be an easier game on paper, but it is online. So let's see what happens with Hugo and Harry.
I am very, very excited for this game, Hugo. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because of the big title one, which is just JW back in the server, but facing off against Karrigan, 13, well, sorry, I don't know exactly, but let's say almost 15 years since these guys first played against each other, and 5 years since they've last played each other. That was all the way back in 2020 when JW was still on Fnatic, Karrigan was helming up Mouse. Here we are, Hugo. We arrive at the matching up again. JW in the EYEBALLERS jersey, Karrigan with FaZe, fresh off the back of a run at the Major.
It's so nice to see them not just reunited, but to see JW and EYEBALLERS, for that matter, playing a top-tier event and playing, you know, some top squads. And obviously going straight for the FaZe pick is only making it more spicy here. So, you know, I'm not sure what to expect from EYEBALLERS. They only just made it in contention for Bounty. But you know they're going to seize this opportunity. There's also a couple of players on here that I think are worth talking about, Bob XD being one of them. So let's see if Eyeballers are up for the task of taking on a heavy hitter like FaZe.
J freaking W, man.
In the big 2026.
I can't believe it. It's 2026 and we got JW back on the menu. That's crazy. The turkey Twizzler of Counter-Strike. And it's back with a vengeance. That's like a bit of a niche UK school meal reference, but here we are. Play out towards the spawn, Hugo. They've got CT, they've taken that away. FaZe respecting this smoke that's down over towards the red room. Finally come through once it fades, and they get out with a kill. Backstab closes in. Pressured out of the site itself. The bomb left scrapping for donut control, and with JW dead, it's just Maxter. That's a 5 alive pistol for FaZe to open up on Ancient.
Yeah, that'll do it. FaZe confident, at least in these games. I mean, Carrigan said it. Yeah, we have a pretty good, track record online. We're not too worried about these kind of matches. And to be fair, last Bounty, it didn't go too great for them. They actually won stage 1 game, and then they lost a VP to qualify for LAN. So, however, in this kind of matchup, it is quite one-sided. I think the difference is it's just your average day for FaZe, but it is a huge opportunity for Eyeballers.
Well, if you remember, right, they were nervous, dubious about the fact that they would even get to play here after the VRS point locked. I think they were something like points of a handful of points away from actually locking in an invite. It was only because, other squads couldn't make it that Eyeballers ended up in this position. But good to have them here. You saw their worry, feeling like a whole season's worth of grinding could have gone to waste. So we are relieved to have them at the Bounty. And in this round on their force, they were standing a good chance of winning it. Carrigan has just called all that into question with a quick double out from CT.
He's going to flash Jacob in. Rather not, he goes around Temple side. So this is going to take some time here for FaZe. And JW is sitting back in the donut.
JW, man.
He's not got the gun for this, though. He needs to help his teammate out. Rolf just gets swung.
Third kill found. And so he's got to face off against JW here. Tap on the bomb, hoping that sends a peek their way. JW dead, and the round picked up by FaZe Clan as Carrigan puts on a clinic.
Big round out of Carrigan on the FAMAS, no less. And FaZe avoiding what looked like a devastating 4-spy win here for Eyeballers. I remember when Eyeballers just missed the invite range for Bounty. They're actually 33rd in the world. They were 1 place away from making it to this event. Luckily, some teams didn't accept the invite, and so Eyeballers got given the opportunity. Has been a great map for them towards the end of 2025. So we're expecting more things on this T side. Maybe not in this round, but I say that. They've walked out A.
Well, it feels like it might just be a clean finish again. It's back-to-back flawless rounds for FaZe Clan. Crazy to think, Hugo, but it's basically half of our lives since these guys first played each other.
Say that. That's crazy. All right, Unk.
Unk status achieved. I mean, you're the Unk. I'm younger.
I'm like 6 months older than you.
That's not true.
How old am I? Over you. How much older am I? You're Googling my birthday.
No, I know your birthday,
I can
bro.
tell you. You're Googling my name right now.
Don't tell me. Hang on, I know it. I'm going to tell you before I look at the screen. You can acknowledge I haven't looked at the screen. October. It is October. 1997. Yeah. That's the year, obviously. Yeah. And the not day, that would be crazy if I knew the
I
day.
know yours. This is rude.
It's the 3rd.
Ah, you got it right.
I got it right.
Yeah, you did Google it.
I didn't look. And where would I even? Oh, right there.
Right there, yeah.
But I didn't read that.
Okay, good.
I know yours. Easy mode, bro.
Me, you, and JW, Harry, we're all unk. And we all still got it. FaZe definitely got it, shutting down these first 3 rounds of the game. Here's the full buy for Eyeballers. No AWP just yet.
Oh, a bit of aggression. karrigan, he really wants to get stuck into this game. He does get punished in that head-to-head. JW fed an opening, and Rolf able to keep it clean for the Eyeballers at 4v3, promptly equaled out. Twists with aggression. Wasn't ready for a player fast out through the cave, and Brokey's surely dead in the red room. Unfortunate timing on that nade pull. Gonna see how Frozen does. Not well. They'll double back. They'll find him out in mid, and Eyeballers get on the board here when the guns come out.
Just a quick, aggressive B hit. Coming in confident.
JW, man.
Yeah.
In 2026, JW. Good catch. XD aggressive, but there's more aggression from FaZe, and they'll give back in spades. 3 kills in an instant. Brokey's AWP firing off for 1. Frozen hot on the trigger with the M4. Aggressive out here in mid. Trades onto the AK and puts it to work. Frozen takes full control over this round, and FaZe storm the board in round 5.
Brokey online, as oppressive as ever. He's here, there, and everywhere on this CT side. It's not the most fun for AWPers, but he's making it work. Maxter, hero gun, and maybe something quick here for Eyeballers as they look towards middle. Just edging the smoke. FaZe will not be fighting for this. Smoke to fake out, but this is not moving any of the setup. Twist gets that info on the jump spot as well. He sees 2 players, so gonna be ready for this A hit. Are they ready for the smoke push? Twist tucks in. That will complicate. Brokey's on his own.
Like the karrigan doesn't overextend there, right? Realizes that if they chase him down, suddenly that opens up the route over towards B. And so just hangs back. For now, it's a split defense, 2 on either side of the map.
FaZe realizing they have to do something, so going to clear red room together. Twist is even coming in to help karrigan. Means Brokey has a lot on his plate. The whole time he's going to be scared of Donut. Doesn't need to be. Missed shot. This could get weird now. That angle doesn't exist. So FaZe flood in as the bomb goes down.
A break on this smoke, and karrigan gonna best JW in that head-to-head once more. There are trades back, but with Maxter falling, it's all eyes on decks. Red room flank round, trying to come through the backline here. But if Twist gets on this bomb soon, time might not be there for it. The longer they take, the more powerful this wrap round is. And with backs turned, Dex bides his time, plays for the double, and knocks them both down a peg. That's a big clutch for Dex. Eyeballers have got him to thank as he collects that 1v2.
That's sick as well. Holds the shot to get the double kill. Could have just gone for it, but CZ on the bomb. No rush. Carrigan's looking sharp in this game though, man. He's hitting some nice shots right now on this CT side. Still not enough to get FaZe this round. It's the eco win. Eyeballers who use the entire breadth of the clock there to get that A split on. FaZe now fight for middle, low money, lower investments. With 3 players, they do take it right back. So Eyeballers realize a lot of util in middle. Maybe there's a gap. A main pushed. No one even close to stopping this. Penny drops too late. Eyeballers have A.
Another good catch for Carrigan. Oh, and a bit of smoke spam downrange from Brokey. And I mean, now FaZe in a very, very good position coming to this round with lesser weaponry. They give up a lot of room, but sniping a couple of players from this post plant before it even takes shape leaves them in a commanding spot, left to a push, out through the spawn. They try and swarm these rifles in at the site. JW dealt with after one. Leaves it just on Dex, needs another clutch. All hands on Dex as Brokey chases him down. And FaZe pull up, extending this lead onto a 5th.
You can see why FaZe are comfortable in these online games. They're playing very fluid right now. Season's just begun. Doesn't look like it ever ended off the back of a major final in Budapest. And so FaZe is trying to make this look like a walk in the park. Eyeball is getting into some interesting spots, but it's FaZe full control.
I mean, I think in the real world, you always want to believe that if you just want something enough, if you believe enough that you can do it, then you can. But that's not really how it works at all, right? I think all teams, regardless of their level, all players believe that they can make it to the top, and that's not the case for a lot of people,
what
you know?
Whereas, believing enough?
What I was going to say is this FaZe team, they actually are one of the teams that are just powered by belief, and that's why their recent run at the major, I think, actually makes them a pretty scary team moving into the start of this new season. And so certainly a tricky one for Eyeballers to try and match up against.
Yeah, I also think when we were expecting a big roster mania and it didn't happen, and so I think it actually benefits FaZe because a lot of teams, maybe weren't liking their roster and feeling like they want to make changes and they couldn't. Well, FaZe are the opposite. FaZe have just found the form with this roster and don't want to make changes, and so they didn't. Able to keep this 4-5. Carrigan even said it at the end of Budapest. I don't want any changes. And so, yeah, Jacob's going for it.
This is sickening.
Jacob online.
Finish it off, Jacob. Come on. He went for the tap. I got to respect that. He went for the style. He went for the one tap down through ramp. It's been a very tappy, snappy round from Jacob.
And just to finish my point, yeah, so other teams I think right now are feeling like, I wanted to get rid of this player or I don't like playing with these guys or whatever. I think FaZe are the opposite of that. I think they're a team that are going to age quite well in this season. It's always a squad that we say you can't count out, especially in arena games. As we've clearly learned, is still true off the end of 2025, even with an unlikely roster. But I think, hey, if you're FaZe, why quit believing? I think we just know the floor can be lower at times, but right now, no problem. 6-2. Another eco for Eyeballers. This game is going by quickly, maybe quicker than they would have wanted. Brokey's playing top big box on A, so FaZe are not playing scared.
No, you know, Carrigan's playing like a star rifler right now, and these games are always scary because, you know, I don't have to tell you, you don't get them every day out of Carrigan. But whenever he is online, my God, is it such a crazy X factor to introduce into the game. You will get one of these every now and again where he just pops off individually. FaZe is a team that often, you know, hit hard even when Carrigan is having a very, very quiet game. So the moment you have him with score lines like this, it really leaves you feeling restricted in terms of your options. That's gorgeous. Jacob has just been an absolute monster on these ramp fights. Feel like you get 1 second to react and hit him, and if you don't, you've been headshot out of the round. Giving him this AK might be a very, very rough spot for eyeballers.
You know, maybe there's an element where it's like, oh, you know, after this long of playing, after accomplishing almost everything, you know, what is there still to play for? But then you go up against an old friend, an old foe, and I think that's an extra bit of motivation for Carrigan in a game like this. JW slow to start, but it's not like Eyeballs have had the money really in this game. There's been a lot of eco rounds, and they've even picked up one of them. Frozen doesn't realize he's burning alive, but running through the molly full blind gets him up on heaven. FaZe full mid control, 3 strong. Gonna have to fill that void. Brokey rotating, no AWP on him though, just choosing to play rifle.
We talk about the half a decade it's been since Carrigan and JW last played each other. Frozen was there as well, because it was in the Maus jersey. And it's those two, alongside Brokey, that are looking lights out to open up this game.
Oh, Frozen, perfect timing. So much time has elapsed that you wouldn't be holding for this. You're going to hear them running in through spawn, so this could get a little bit strange here. Frozen takes the shot while he has it. Multiple players and multiple kills. No! Frozen takes them all. 3 frags, uproots this round, and Bob's been spotted as well. Brokey just goes for the throat. No giving this away, you'd think. JW in the clutch.
If there ever was a time, if you could will one play into existence, let it be this one. JW, can he roll back the years here? 3 kills deep, but bomb out in no man's land, and he will get stopped in his tracks. FaZe in a very, very commanding spot right now. An absolute runaway of an opening map in this series. And a chance to really swing for the fences and make it so they can just win Ancient on the result of this pistol round in the second half.
Not much time left here for Eyeballers on the T side. Are looking worse for wear. Bob found first, the Galil lost in middle as Eyeballers look for a B hit. Carrigan still committing behind the site right now. JW's very close. You might have this MAC-10 run him down. Smoke block, that's awkward. Carrigan just runs in and JW does find that kill. So Eyeballers need to make something of this if they want to have anything on the T side. Jacob takes one with him. Twist swings out where there's one, there's many for FaZe as they fight forward.
Back-to-back JW multi-kills. Will they be able to do something with it this time? Ooh. Oh my goodness. Kind of a crazy way to lose him, and now Rolf's been spammed on down. It can't clutch up. Frozen closes in and finishes the job Brokey started. You're on the verge of double digits, FaZe Clan.
They're just so fearless. They're just running at you, honestly. They're just constantly re-aggressing.
Well, I think that's also the other thing that makes the Carrigan big performance games, because he's always been like the mad dog of FaZe Clan in terms of being down to take some risky early fights, being the guy to try and get the round rolling. It was him, you know, playing through that smoke out towards Cave, and sure, he did nothing, but even him kind of making those plays, it sets the tone for everyone else to follow along with. And boy, did they. That was a very aggressive round from FaZe. Oh, the smoke didn't extinguish the whole thing. And so Twists gets a little wrecked by that. There's a couple of openings handed to the Eyeballers.
Oh, you need this, but there's no guarantees. Low health on 2 players, 5 on 3, and under the scope, Brokey's still ready. Quick swap, and B is open. Can Eyeballers check in? Bomb is very late right now, and FaZe don't realize they're regrouping on A. It's just Brokey alone in this B bomb site. Any noise gives away the plan here for Eyeballers. Carrigan's just walked through a smoke and A main, by the way, so we can see the game that FaZe are having. JW only knows about Brokey, so he'll stay tunnel visioned on this angle while the bomb comes up. Good molly for Rolf. And a long plant gives a chance to Eyeballers in this last of the half. Where are you going, Brokey? No, after you.
No, you guys go first. I'll play trade.
I'll hold the flank. A lot of time gone here.
What's Brokey cooking, man?
Yeah, flash in the ramp. He's going to go cave. TikTok boys, long plant.
Oh, there's the opening. No. Not bad. Jacob, those fights going his way on both ends of the spectrum. Gets it down in this 1v1. JW, weapon of choice. The AWP primed and ready to clutch up here. And he will get one. JW puts a third on the board for the Eyeballers. And it's with his trusty AWP.
Been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
Well, Eyeballers have been slow to get going, let's say. They're trailing behind with just 3 rounds here on their map pick of Ancient. For FaZe, it's been a very lucrative half. It's been a strong showing from Carrigan in the captain's chair, Frozen looking lights out, and then Jacob and Brokey nailing every shot that's been asked of them. Only guy that's been a little quiet is Twists, and hasn't really mattered thus far, hasn't been required to step up in this game in any big way. For the Eyeballers, JW was able to put 1 round extra on the board for them and deny double digits the way of FaZe. But will that be enough to make a difference? It's all resting on this pistol round.
JW front line, he's holding it down with the USP. Decides to give it up, let the Julies have a taste. And bomb drop now as Frozen's double may need to be more. FaZe wait for a flank out middle. Twists with timing. JW clears it, but what a shot from Twists. That's out of nowhere. Not going to get this bomb back, FaZe, as the Julies continue to wreak havoc. 2 pairs of them now in a 2v1 on the site. And this is nice for Eyeballers moving in, but Frozen's able to isolate. Hiding behind the big box, he hears them coming. Twist is going round the world. And they're not ready for this. Backstab. Everyone's flanking. They know Rolf was in donut. And so for a moment, he has the element of surprise. But only a moment. Twist check spawn. And there's the info. That's all it takes. Bomb can go down. FaZe look to finish this off. Can Rolf find another clutch? Not today. Relieving round from Twists and Frozen. 5 kills between the two. Lots of NTs, lots of close tries here for Eyeballers in this game, but it looks like the scoreline will read all FaZe. 10-3 and the full eco.
I mean, big question for me for the Eyeballers is just kind of where is, you know, all of the up-and-coming talent right now. They have struggled to really get the game going thus far on their map pick. JW's top of the board for his team. Could have sweetened the deal there even with a little backstab out through mid, but shut down. Not bad, but gonna have eyes in the back of your head to fight FaZe with all the map control they've taken. And so, pretty clean win, all things considered here. On to 11, many a chance to walk this game home.
Yeah, I agree though. You know, I'm waiting for Bob XD really. He's been the standout player in the last few months since getting added to this team. Eyeballers have gone from, you know, top 60, top 50 team to a top 30 team. And so, you know, kind of expecting a little bit more from some of these individuals, but getting swept up in this game right now, as I will say FaZe are playing a very impressive match. Everyone in form, everyone looking comfortable, and extremely aggressive on the CT side. Gave no breathing room to Eyeballers. So this game might just disappear before your very eyes, rather. And this is Eyeballers' pick as well, with Mirage up next. One of the lower win percentage maps for Eyeballers, but one of the more played, at least. Watch out, Bob. Ramp push as well. Frozen found his kill in red. The bomb survives. Triple B is a lot of resources. They're going to recommit.
Oh, aggression down through ramp. Dex still hanging around, but it's the Jacob lurk in red room. as the last thing remaining for FaZe Clan, and with the bomb lost and away from him, Jacob on the other side of the map, this might just be a bit of a drawn-out save here. Won't have the time to win this. That's his big problem.
Or the health. It's the right call saving here. You may look at it 1v2, but bomb was so far away. Eyeballers could have just strung him out. So good save here. Can give that over to Frozen, and Frozen 20-7. You're going to want a gun in his hand. 4th round here for Eyeballers.
Counter-terrorists win.
I do like that in the interview before this game, Carrigan even mentioned the old meme, his brother, JW.
Yeah.
Spoke about him as though, it was only yesterday they were playing. Been 5 years. And, like we said earlier, JW is topping the charts for his team, which, while it's cool, hoping that eventually some of the other guys do get switched on. As you mentioned, Bob XD, Maxter having a particularly quiet game right now as well. He's normally a heavy hitter for this squad, but never really got going. They've just extended their time on Ancient by a round. They've given themselves a bit of a lifeline here. So this would be the time for other folks to join the fray. FaZe set their sights on mid control, and they've got it.
Nice position for JW, especially with how this round is starting. Looks like FaZe are going to take A main. So JW might have something in store. Let's see how cautious FaZe are of these corners. Frozen looks inquisitive. Jacob, perfect clear. Barely on your screen before he finds a 5v4. And FaZe don't need to jump at that, yeah. Look at the panic on the mini-map. Eyeballers moving 3 players to this side of the map. B is very weak right now. Can FaZe exploit this? Twist is coming through cave. With Carrigan on the ramp as well. FaZe have so many options available to themselves. Trying to cause some panic at B, and just look at Eyeballers rotate hard off that smoke. They have fallen for this hook, line, and sinker. As FaZe still plan on recommitting A. Can Twist and Carrigan make contact to sell this fake?
Yeah, because you see Eyeballers have started to peel on out of there. That initial smoke, I think, actually worked way better than FaZe expected. Would have loved the kill. You see Carrigan, but it won't shuffle this defense. So now FaZe committing to the stack, a 3-on-3 for this A control. With the B-Lurk dealt with and a player floating around in Donut, Bob XD just going to stop this one right as that bomb gets planted. Time bought for the Eyeballers as they take back-to-back rounds, and they get ahead of that misdirect from FaZe Clan.
Impossible to know, but shout out whoever made that call, because their Eyeballers the whole round are going it's 2 players in CT going A, going B, going A, going B. They move like 4 times, and then even as Carrigan actually gets out B with 20 seconds, Eyeballers still don't move a muscle. They realize it's a fake. They have 3 players in the right site, and they are still in with a shot. Eco now for FaZe. Eyeballers getting a chance to breathe on the CT side.
Something a little different here for FaZe. Ooh, that's not a bad way for it to start. Brokey Deagle opens it up, and that molly slows him down. But honestly, you know, give some time to reconsider. It's not a disaster here for FaZe. Still plenty of time left, and you just pick a different avenue. Blocked out towards Cave. They're going to turn their attention out towards mid. Maxter on a wide swing. Important double, but doesn't want to go down here. Drops that smoke to buy himself a bit more time, and that forces FaZe into the rifle over here on A. It's JW next on the scene. Playing it forward with a flash. Won't be able to stop this bomb plant, but should have the round guaranteed. A money-making venture there for FaZe as they inflict a little bit of damage and they pad out their bank accounts ready for the round ahead.
Yeah, it's still a good eco for FaZe ultimately. And not any cause for concern just yet with this scoreline. Ample opportunity to end this map. So can FaZe do good on this first half? Money twists towards B. Something A would. JW already rotating to fill that up. He's seen a smoke in CT spawn. It's FaZe a second volley. But blocked on middle as they're ready to go. Out mid. Oh, that's insane.
Well,
don't swing.
Getting cleared.
Do not swing. Why? It's the perfect position. It's the perfect position. Don't peek. Oh, that hurts. And now, just a B hit with the advantage. FaZe come through. Uh-oh.
I mean, that molly would have been huge. There's two players out here on default. It would have forced both of them to reposition. And that would have just been the B play sorted there and then. Time's running very, very low. And so now you've got to break through this site on manual mode. Jacob, tip of the spear, leads that charge in and deals with both the defenders. Bomb now planted. And Maxter left very, very far away. FaZe finally arrive at map point here on Ancient, and they've got 6 opportunities to close it out.
I know, like, Bob feels like he can swing because no one's looking at his corner, but the adjustment to a player peeking you there is so small versus the advantage you have of never being cleared. Such a shame. And yeah, I feel like FaZe, I thought that molly was going to cost them, that missed molly, but they just wait in the smoke. They had almost no room for error. 7 seconds on that plant. But they find the trades in time. Nice work from Jacob.
It feels like even if you just swing on more of a delay.
Yeah, or just, don't swing.
You only think the corn is clear for, I don't know, I mean, they thought it was clear anyway. The molly was meant to get rid of it, but...
It's not a big adjustment, like, oh, he's peeking left instead of right. It's like, it's still a pretty... For Carrigan's position, it's a pretty easy shot, no matter which way he peeks. Awkward. And that's map point for FaZe on Eyeballers pick.
Another familiar face. Coach of the Eyeballers.
Peter. JW has an AWP. Happy to report.
Okay. Hasn't really got to don them in this game. Let's see how much better JW gets. Because it would have felt like a crime if really the only time you got to see him use one was that one round he was able to put on the board with it in the first half.
Go on.
Oh, man, that's it.
Well,
JW dead, doors open for this A play, and if FaZe get through, if they get this bomb down, they are on their way to the win on the Eyeballers pick. A 5-man post plant, only 2 remaining for the Eyeballers, and only a little bit of damage done to Frozen and Jacob. There should be no winning this. Only real time you get to see that JW AWP in a position to succeed, and it lets them down. Eyeballers shut out on Ancient, and dominant stuff from FaZe Clan in this opening bout. They'll take down the Eyeballers here on Ancient. Let's see if FaZe can find that 2-0.
JW said he wanted to come into Blast Bounty and be back with a bang. This time around, it's not meant to be. It is always going to be an uphill battle, right? You can look at the win percentage and say, oh, Eyeballers, they know what they're doing on this map, but they are going against a completely different caliber of team, and FaZe is an elite in comparison to Eyeballers.
Major finalist. Just a couple of weeks ago, they were in a major final, so I agree with you. Obviously, for JW and Eyeballers, it was always going to be tough for them to come into this tournament and make waves, but playing FaZe in the very first game, it almost doesn't get any harder, especially when you consider how FaZe conducted themselves in this game. From round number 1, it was clear to see classic Kerrigan sentence. I bet you he's been saying this on TeamSpeak. Show them no respect whatsoever. Let's run them down their throats. Let's be aggressive in middle. Let's be aggressive all over the map, and let's just bank on the fact that we are significantly better individuals. It was clear to see that that was the mentality FaZe came in with, and unfortunately for Eyeballers, they couldn't withstand that pressure.
Yeah, and when that pressure was being applied to them, right, you were just seeing them fall apart, not be ready for it. Like, they were trying to at times expect that aggression to come out, but they weren't able to match them toe-to-toe. They weren't able to fight with it. They weren't able to find a way to actually battle back into these rounds.
No, I think everyone watching at home right now, if you're playing Counter-Strike, whether that being on FaZe or matchmaking, sometimes you know it's coming towards you. You know someone is going to rush down middle, or someone is going to take a fight against you over and over and over. And one of the most frustrating things as a Counter-Strike player is knowing what's coming at you, but don't having the ability, or not having the abilities, I guess, to punish the aggression or punish whatever's coming at you. And I feel like that was what we saw right here. It wasn't necessarily a game plan for Kerrigan or FaZe where they were hiding too much stuff or where they were making it too complicated. They just banked on the fact that playing simple Counter-Strike and trusting in their own aim, in their own abilities, was enough to overcome Eyeballers, which in this case was true. That was a great game plan, and it was more than enough.
And this round summarizes everything you were just saying perfectly, Pim.
Just look at that. You know, it's round 5. It's pretty early on in the game. It's a full buy round coming in for Eyeballers. They want to take the fight towards middle. And FaZe, look at this setup right here. They're having a guy in the cover. They're having another guy, you know, coming out with a flash. And then you see this constant aggression. Frozen getting a double kill. He's being backed up by a player above him. And you see, even though Eyeballers are getting the first kill, FaZe are just saying, hell now. We're going to take every single fight. And when you see a full buy round, when 10 players is on the server, everyone has M4, AWPs, AKs, and the round is over in 20, 25 seconds, you know that's the mentality. You know exactly what Kerrigan said in TeamSpeak. Rush them down the middle, leave them no space whatsoever. If there is a fight, you take it, you win it, and you get it over with. And I can respect that from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, not giving them any time either to get ready for things. It worked out for him perfectly here. We were talking a lot about Jacob in the pregame, right? That he started to look like a better player. He's been developing. Well, in this game, I expect it to be that way, but he is also just showing up, right? And if he's even doing it here on the online stage that we expect, it's good that he hasn't kind of fallen back because he's not feeling that same pressure.
100%. I feel like he's following the trajectory that we saw transpire during the major, where he obviously had a breakthrough, where he did a winning condition in a lot of the games and in a lot of scenarios for FaZe Clan. So for him to have another great map right here, again, I don't want to give too much credit, I guess, based on one map versus Eyeballers. He has to do it consistently throughout the entire tournament. But if we're looking for early signs of Jacob getting better and more comfortable, this is definitely a great performance. He should be proud of it. He should be glad. And I think Kerrigan also is glad that he's finally getting to see the Jacob that he's probably been witnessing in practice also transpire himself on the server. 18 kills, 7 deaths, a KD of 2.57. That's a very strong performance coming out of Jacob.
And this is where it gets, obviously, we expect this from FaZe against a team like Eyeballers, but this is also a positive that they didn't take their foot off the gas. You know, they're running with that momentum, they're running with their ability, and they know what they can do to push them over the line here, not struggle online. That's what you want to see from them, because at times they can be shaky in those situations.
At times, FaZe is, it's very tough to it's very tough to figure out where they're at, you know. I think that's one of the most tough tasks I have, you know, standing on the desk and sort of like predicting what do I expect from FaZe, what kind of FaZe is going to come out. And it's not that I'm going to learn too much about that today. I'll be bluntly honest right here. They should be beating Eyeballers, and they should be beating them convincingly. But if they can do it in a 2-0 fashion, like they did here in Ancient, where they leave no room for doubt, where they play good Counter-Strike, aggressive Counter-Strike, where individuals like Frozen are stepping up, individuals like Brokey are stepping up, then to me, those are great signs deeper into the tournament. Because I'll be honest, I expect them to take on this stage next week, and I'll be disappointed if FaZe is not. But winning against Eyeballers, that's not going to tell me whether or not FaZe is ready for that, but it's a step in the right direction.
Now, both Frozen and Twist had a great year despite not having trophies to their name, right? The individuals are there. If they can keep that going, this is the must we need for a FaZe that people believe in again, that don't just turn up only for the majors, but also the other events where they can be in playoffs, title contenders.
100%. You know, when you look at Frozen and when you look at Twist, when you have those two names in the same sentence, you're supposed to be a team that is contending for trophies. You're supposed to be a team that is going into every tournament, having expectations of making the playoff. And that was part of what was so frustrating watching FaZe in 2025. I think people watching at home would feel the same. They have so much quality within that camp. You have Kerrigan as well, to many the best in-game leader in the world, or at least a candidate to that. Maybe the GOAT in-game leader. So you have three pieces where the expectations should always be that you want to win trophies. So when it's not working out, it's frustrating. When it is working out, when they're looking comfortable on the server, James, then let's be honest, that's also a team that you'd expect to see on the stage, right? If FaZe are not making the playoff of the vast majority of the tournaments they're attending, then that will be seen as a failure.
Now, when we go into this next map, it's Mirage coming up after this. We got to look at this is FaZe's wheelhouse, but what would you say is a hope that you would have for Eyeballers potentially within this, right? Just to maybe play, I guess, a little bit less stressed or pressured in this, like understand more of how they want to react on the map?
The cool thing with Mirage is I feel Ancient is a map that if FaZe decides to play aggressive on the CT side like they did, there's only so much Eyeballers can do on the T side. Mirage is a very open map, so they get to decide whether or not they want to do out-of-spawn calls, whether they want to play fast-paced Counter-Strike, whether they want to fall back a little bit and maybe wait for some of that aggression, which is easier to punish on the T side of Mirage than it is on a map like Ancient. So I feel they're coming into a map where at least the playing field is open, and then we need to see whether or not they have the quality in terms of the individuals, the game plan, etc., in order to make the game competitive. I'm not going to say that I expect them to win, because that's not the case, but I would love to see Eyeballers at some point in this game give me, and give you guys at home, I guess, a feeling that this game is competitive.
Yeah, give us a competitive game, give us a fight in some way, and let some of the individuals show up. We'll find out in a few moments after this break, if that's even possible. The beautiful thing about this matchup may not be the Counter-Strike that's on display, at least from one side in the first map, but it is the legacy and the names if we're looking at JW and Karrigan, right? Because, yes, Karrigan has been at the top for so long, he's been showing up in a big way, but for JW, he is a legend of old that maybe some newer fans to Counter-Strike don't remember. They didn't see those moments of glory from the Wonder Child.
No, there was a time where JW was a world beater. There was a time where he was playing in the best team in the world. There was a time that whenever we went into a major, Fnatic back in the day, with JW being the spearhead of that team, was one of the favorites to win the major. And they even won a couple, if I'm not mistaken. So JW is a living legend of the game. Unfortunately for him, the last couple of years of his career has been a little bit rough, but also for Swedish Counter-Strike. So, as I said, you know, coming into this game, for him to still be around, for him to still be dedicated to Swedish Counter-Strike, be dedicated to the game, still playing at a respectable level. I think he did well on Ancient, and overall he's been doing well in Eyeballers. It's a testament to longevity. It's a testament to him, you know, being in love with the game still, and it's a testament that you can still do it despite being relatively old in the world of Counter-Strike.
Well, talking about Unk still doing it, Karrigan in Budapest beat the all-time major record for kills right now as well. So he's still doing it. He's still throwing out there, man. He can still lay down hands.
He can still lay down hands, and you could feel Karrigan doing the major as well. He even said it in the exit interview with you that he's not going to give up, right? He's still feeling it. He still feels there's another major in him. There's still another potential good time coming for FaZe Clan and Karrigan. And as I said, I've been there myself. I quit my career when I was 21 years of age, right? That's not longevity.
That's crazy.
That's the opposite of longevity. Karrigan has been doing it for, what, 20 years almost now?
Yeah.
It is absolutely crazy. And honestly, it deserves a lot of respect, because I don't think people at home truly believe and understand how tough it is to stay at the top for such a long time.
And it's not for everyone. It's not possible for everyone in it. But what might be possible here for Eyeballers is at least showing a better face before you leave the tournament. Because after what we saw in Ancient, it's not looking good. There's no way in my brain that I can understand how they can try and have some success here. But what would you be looking at, Pimp, in order for them to be able to do it? Like, what would you be saying if you're JW and Pitta right now to the rest of the team of like, guys, this is the approach we need to take?
I hate to simplify it to this point, right? But with the way FaZe are playing, knowing that if Mirage coming up, which is a very individualistic map where you get to express yourself, I'm looking at the individuals, and I'm looking at a guy like Bob.XT. I think looking into him, how he's conducted himself so far in Eyeballers, he's sort of like there's a star player. He's the guy who has the highest output on the server. He's the guy that you can rely on, you can turn to when you need a couple of rounds going your way. So if anything, I would love to see him do well, not only in the case that I want to see Eyeballers make this game competitive, but look at this, a 1.22 rating the last 3 months. This is also a great scene to showcase himself. There's currently more than 70,000 people watching, if I'm not mistaken, both on Twitch, YouTube, etc. Hey, chat, by the way. So if you're doing well and if you want to make a name for yourself, playing well against a team like FaZe Clan, that's one way to put you on the map. You remember why Jacob was all of a sudden picked up by FaZe Clan, right? They've been practicing against him a little bit.
Yep.
You remember the story about Molodoy as well. Apparently Molodoy owned Furia in practice, and Fallen went, right, we need to sign this guy, right? Who the hell is he? So you do well against some of the teams that maybe in the future that you would attract interest from. That's one way of doing it. So there's a little bit of added pressure, but also I want to see Bob.XT, you know, produce the numbers that he's doing in Tier 2 against a little bit better opposition.
You want him to produce these numbers so that he gets taken to a better team. Is that what you're trying to tell me? You're trying to see him leave Eyeballers when we're trying to talk about this national Swedish team be put together and, you know, it's so good for Swedish Counter-Strike?
That's the cool thing about being in my position. I don't have to care about that because, yes, it's a bit of a cruel way to say it. But at the end of the day, all these teams in Tier 2, Tier 3, they're, say, farming teams for some of the better ones. If you're FaZe, if you're G2, if you're, I guess, Falcons looking for another superstar one day, if you act as a superstar in Tier 2, well, odds are that you'll be called up to one of the better teams. So, yes, I think for Bob.XT, obviously he wants to win with Eyeballers right now, but he also wants to put himself on the map that maybe there's a bigger move in the future.
Well, you're talking about a lot of superstars. We've got 2 superstars ready to take this game away, and they've also got some high elo at the same time. Hugo and Harry.
That's a lie.
That's not a lie, Jacob. We actually play this game. You should try it one time. It's not CSGO.
Oh, damn.
So yeah, I'm going to go look at your face right now. Bob.XT to Falcons. Thoughts?
No, I don't know. I don't
Okay, one more superstar. But yeah, hey, Harry, in the big 2026.
They should get JW.
Yeah, we're still watching JW v Karrigan, 10 years on. Some things never change. But I guess form has. JW, a bit of a struggle. At the same time, kind of one of the only guys putting up performances or putting up rounds, really, for Eyeballers back on Ancient. It was a runaway train for FaZe, absolutely destroyed.
And now we go to Mirage. I think it's kind of an interesting place for us to end up.
Why is that?
FaZe electing to pick into this one, and You know, I'm thinking back to really like the major for FaZe, even though they had good results there, and Mirage was a part of some key victories. It was also the site of some really rough losses, and they were on a bit of a downturn on this map, heading in to that major at the end of the year. So I'm anticipating they put some work in over the break to this map, and maybe hoping that it's going to be a nice little test bed to try and test it on here versus the Eyeballers. Carrigan and Twists come through with kills in this pistol round. They get themselves a bomb plant, a 4-on-3 in a very, very good position here at FaZe.
Oh, that smoke is just a middle finger. What do? Gotta run through it, and Carrigan's ready and waiting. He does get a headshot through the smoke, but winning this round, a far cry from for the Eyeballers. Jacob picks another, and Bob XD's got the kit. That's about it. They're all over the site right now, and peek together. Nice job from FaZe to lock in a pistol round again. Easy does it here for FaZe. Said they were confident coming into an online tournament, or at least an online stage, looking to make it to LAN here in Malta. A couple of games will get them there. Need to win 2 BO3s. They're going to be top seed the entire way, you'd imagine, to be picked. Maybe this game puts some fear in some of the underdogs for picking FaZe. With the way they've dismantled JW and Co. Oh, J-Dubs with the 1 dig onto Carrigan. Hustling. Things you love to see. Another boost up on B apartments. And FaZe are going to go right into this. Triple B setup with the boost. Get ready. Not ready for Bob anymore.
Ooh, another dig down range. JW throws his name in the ring, and now it's just Frozen. Dead as he makes his way out through short. The deagle of JW inspires the rest of the gang, and they all hit hard for the Eyeballers. That's a little bit exciting, isn't it, Hugo?
I mean, look at this.
There's a little bit of bite in them now.
The hypnotic D carry. That was my first
he's really
deagle.
rolling it back.
He's old school, man. He knows. He knows.
JW, man.
The original deagle skin.
What does JW mean to you, Hugo? Like, not the combination of letters, the player.
Aggressive AWPing, hitting B hops. Just style. I think style's the word. Stylish AWPing. Part of the legendary, hated and loved Fnatic team. Controversy in many forms. Unk in the modern day.
I'm throwing around accusations, Hugo.
Accusations, that's good.
Who do you think's older, JW or Carrigan?
Well, I know the answer to this. Carrigan, obviously.
Yeah, you were right.
It's not really, it's not a thinking question there, it's more of a knowing.
Okay. Who's older, Brokey or Twist?
Ooh, now that is a thing. I'm going to go with Twist. Definitely Twist.
Definitely Twist.
Definitely Twist. I would put money on that.
How much?
Let's just see if I'm right first.
Twist is 26, Brokey's 24.
Yeah,
You've done it.
Come on, man. Who's younger? Dex or Rolf?
Easy, Dex.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Oh, God.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong.
Easy, he said. And Maxter delivers. Another double in middle, putting Eyeballers up 3-1. And now, FaZe buy in. All in. Pushing their chips to center table in round number 5. Maybe this is the map for Eyeballers. Maybe it's an unlikely mirage. Or as Ades said, have FaZe improved upon this coming into a new season?
Good catch for Dex on that smoke break out there in middle.
Didn't see him.
Maxter just flying under the radar. Thought he'd finish the job there on Frozen, but the extra couple of shots will come back to haunt him. It's aggression now towards the spawn, flipping the script in this one, leaving it on BobXD over the stairs to knock out 2. Frozen low on health. This was the guy that got away out through Palace. The kill they thought they'd already gained. And now Frozen waits to try and steal this one away. No ability to miss, and dead on that swing. Low on health. It's a nice, easy finish for the Eyeballers.
Yeah, a little bit scary, letting some players live, letting some players get deeper than they were ready for. Maybe miss comms, but Eyeballers piece it together in the post plant. So all is forgiven. 4-1 up. Far better go at things here. Very slow to start on Ancient. So FaZe, another half. There's every site seemingly a brick wall right now, and haven't been able to get anything done in middle either. B hit. 3 here.
Yeah, fast through the util, but it absolutely destroys FaZe.
Nades, mollies, spam, and the 4th rotate gets in the sight before FaZe do.
Nice little thin line for JW. And so, just kind of a matter of formalities here for the Eyeballers. A 5th round. Waiting patiently for them.
Ooh.
Even a bit of there was a bit of spam on the body, wasn't it?
He was making sure he's dead. Making sure he's dead. He let them go earlier. Making sure he got him. Bob 8-1, Dex 8-4. This is suddenly a different game, and FaZe are going to have to dig deeper.
I mean, when JW started getting pregnant all those years ago, it was to build this team.
I saw that on HLTV, I think it was. Bred a young squad full of potential.
And now they're 5-1 up versus FaZe. BobXD aggressive out through the apartments, but starting to fall back now. Ready for this smoke to fade. And it's a good thing he didn't hang around.
Bit of spam, no? Okay, double short. B is very open.
Again with the B play, this is where FaZe want to try and get through. Util once more finds some good early damage, and Bob's able to stop that spillover. First man found for the Eyeballers. Bob takes it one step further. with a double kill. Lots of damage done onto Brokey and Jacob with this util. Carrigan was the only guy with HP, and even then playing it forward brings him down low. They're all a shot away from death here. So a very good chance that the Eyeball is able to clean this one up on the retake. And that's going to extend this lead even further. You're talking about FaZe having a runaway half back on Ancient. Well, it might be Eyeballer's time to shine here. They just have to finish the job and get past Brokey, who can't stop that play out through the apartment. 6-1 lead.
Wow. Super impressive recovery for Eyeballers after just getting mauled on the previous map. And here on Mirage is a different game entirely. BobXD is performing like we expected. Was absolutely missing from Ancient. 10-2 right now, another huge double kill in defense of his site. And Eyeballers with nothing to lose, with elimination staring them dead in the face. Giving us some rounds to talk about. 6-1, FaZe pause, and a rebuy coming in. But nothing since the pistol for FaZe.
But like, this was kind of my nerves around the Mirage pick from FaZe, because if you remember, like, going into the major, this had been a map that had like really fallen off for FaZe Clan. They had started to have some immense struggles on their Mirage. Even then, thinking back to like their opening game, they took that L to the Red Canids. Lost to the Mongols here as well, sure, better team. But it's not like they had crazy, crazy wins on this map at any point. The best team they beat on it in that major run was Passion UA, but if you remember, the whole story with them is it was a team that had been insta-banning this map for years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, maybe they have put some work in to try and round out their Mirage, and this was their chance to kind of put that to the test. But right now, they're flunking it.
There's always the reset, Harry. Might be required. Can FaZe pull out a 3-on-5? Already some spam done, but missed shot. Frozen jumps on that opportunity. On Thunder Balcony cleared as well. Nice shooting from Frozen. 2v3 now. Gotta watch out with close spawn control. He just caught jumping in the open. Brokey 1v3. And then not giving him a thing. JW triple kill on the AWP. Not missing any more as Eyeballers start to streak through this game. 7 straight rounds on CT side Mirage. It is a nice place to be. What can Carrigan cook? Because right now there's no hero to rely on for FaZe. A execute coming in.
Fast exec in. Tech9 going to get past Rolf, but there's Dex with a trade. He's got support from Maxter out at spawn as well. For now, left to his own devices. Maxter was supposed to lend a helping hand, only good for one. JW looking for a rifle. Up and over, and Brokey gonna delete him on that jiggle.
He went for the planter during the reload. That's crazy fake for Brokey.
BobXD backstab now arriving out through ramp, needs to deal with Brokey cleanly, and even then, round still very much alive with Carrigan having backed off over towards CT. He's got the bomb to play around now. Bob closes in. Carrigan's actually crossed out from the spawn side and going for the wrap, but the defuse being held. Will he be ready for this? Just gonna get there, but no! Defuse robs that one away. Milliseconds the difference. Carrigan just slightly too late.
Oh man, that hurts. FaZe felt like they'd done everything. I can't believe Brokey even fakes that bomb on default with smoke down, but he sees Carrigan reloading, jumping over CT, really trying to squeeze as much as he could out of that. But BobXD just defuses in the open with a bit of smoke cover, and Carrigan can't kill him in time. disaster round to lose for FaZe. That could have been the way into this half. Instead, they're just looking for scraps now. And nothing guaranteed with unlimited money, essentially, for Eyeballers. They can buy every round. Brokey's AWP is out. Boost out under Herd. And Maxter, easy kill from this position. Escaping may not be as simple. But everyone just swings in. The flash assists have been prime in this CT side for Eyeballers. JW offering strong util, and his young players peek out and find a 5v1. Blink and you miss it. This round is over. Sensory overload and connector, 9-1. Can't say I was expecting this.
No, that's fair. Like, even though I was nervous for FaZe with this map,
not this nervous.
I didn't think it would be like this. He's on, man. JW still has their number. It's reassuring, though, that it's not having to be, you know, just JW right now. We were saying in that last map we wanted to see way more mileage out of the fresher faces in this Eyeballers team, and they've certainly bought the heat on the FaZe pick and Mirage. Dex, Bob XD, and Maxter all hitting really, really hard. And it's the latter two that I think you were really feeling the absence of.
Okay.
Not a bad opening from Carrigan.
You want it done, do it yourself. Bob XD down. FaZe looking for their second. 5v3. Don't drop the ball now. Oh! Dex denies them all. 3 clinical headshots. Why not find a fourth? Finished off his twist, and it's all Dex to put 10 on CT side.
I mean, that's just absurd, isn't it? That's just crazy. Like, FaZe, whenever they get to a good position, they can't finish the job. Dex just absolutely ruined them on that push out through con.
3v5. 4 kills.
And he makes it, it's like a laser, just one after the other.
Oh, FaZe. What is happening? Into the meat grinder. Ground beef. Little pieces of FaZe littered on the ramp. 2v2, and Eyeballers are quick to the punch. They line up for a second, but FaZe will save themselves with something on this T side. The first and the last round of the half, nothing more.
Hey, my name is Carrigan. I'm currently the IGL for FaZe Clan, and today we're doing some map analysis. The game we're looking at is Liquid versus Heroic. So first of all, you want to always play for some mid control, or at least throw some mids as the CTs. And most of the time, you actually are going to play 2B. So the third option is always, are you going to control mid with 3 CTs, or you're going to control B with 3 CTs as well? So what happened in the round is basically they took the option of starting 2 guys B, counter the early aggression if it comes in with utility as you normally see. But they wanted the CT side to fight 3 guys mid. So to set up the round, they have to figure out how to want to fight mid. The utility dump you get down in this, what we call pocket area in our team, is where there's a lot of HGs, a lot of molos and flashes, and CTs are swinging with them. In this case, what Liquid is calling for is a classic tactic that's been played on Ancient for a while. So they send the best swarm out mid, and Heroic decides to fight aggressive up window. They want to be in this area. So they send Twist out mid with 1 guy supporting from spawn, 3 guys running towards what we call A main with bump. And of course there's a default smokes mid. We all have seen maybe donut smoke, there's a little bit of everything. But the key thing here is the guy coming out mid, the second he sees nothing, I am pretty sure the call is walk A main. Because if mid is clear, they are playing for A side, right? It means there has to be players B and players A. So in this scenario, normally what they want to happen is that the guy's running out mid. Hopefully he gets a kill with the support in his back. But in this scenario, he didn't get the kill, but he got information about the 3 players in mid, meaning there is 90% chance no one is A. What they do next is the key element of Ancient. They're coming out well knowing the closest player is probably here or he is in this area in spawn. So the round unfolds in this way that they're rushing out A main, the mid guy is coming back, the guy from red who supported the window guy is coming back to CT. So now this guy is smoked off from the angle here, so he can't really support the guy. Now the decision made by Liquid is really good. The first 2 guys rub in a hand, third guy throws a flashbang behind the box over here that blinds the angle all the way into donut area. These 2 guys swing, they take out the donut guy. And now the key element in this thing is sometimes people smoke donut, insta, but in this scenario Liquid decided to go in to take donut. Mostly important with that is that they can plant the bomb without getting spammed from 2 angles through the smokes. So they are actually getting a map area, because on Ancient A side you wanna take an area, especially when planting the bomb, because there is nowhere to go after you plant the bomb. Liquid did the right thing. They went in to kill the guy, trade the guy that killed Tristan middle, and therefore they had a good success to setting off the after plant and therefore win the round. I hope you guys enjoyed this map analysis by me. See you soon on Ancient.
They came, we saw, and FaZe's eyes are rolling right now to the back of their head. Eyeballers 10-2 up on a CT side of Mirage. After getting dominated on Ancient, they dish out an even more one-sided opener to the FaZe clan. Crazy game right now. Dex delivering, and Bob XD performing like we'd expect. All helmed by JW. Is there any faith left for FaZe?
Well, it would have to start with a pistol. If there is any hope for them on Mirage, because they picked into this.
Oh my.
Frozen dead on the push. Oh. You're left wondering, why on earth is Max to come around the corner that ready for him?
Yeah, true. B's clear. Don't want to be that guy, but...
I think it's done.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, hang on.
It's only a lurker.
Hold on to your heat.
Holding. Easy kill. No.
Didn't go for it.
Still fine.
I'm
not
okay, that's kind of nice.
It's okay. They got it.
2-on-3 now. Max to back here in the apartments. Good tap onto the first. Can he follow up? Tap on that bomb might call him fourth. Spots that they're not on the defuse, and now Carrigan in a really, really rough spot. Kit to work with, but it won't matter as they hound him down. Pistol secured for the Eyeballers. And they're on a fast track to victory here on Mirage. FaZe picked into this one to show us all what they've been working on over the break.
They just really want to play Inferno, man. They just really want to play Inferno. XD's in the chat for Bob, I think. Big triple kill. 14-5. He was missing on Ancient. Everyone kind of was, except for JW. Now JW hasn't had to do a damn thing.
No, he's had a nice, easy time.
He's hit his shots. He's been throwing great flashbangs. And he's been sitting in the sidecar while these young riflers pop off. Nice shot, but nothing else. Not on this side. Brokey runs in, but they're on top default. Eyeballers just having fun with it.
I mean, we've been getting a great game from the other faces on the Eyeballers. Dex at the front of the pack, nearly 20 kills deep. Can't name yourself Dex if you're not willing to step up and be the main character.
Nice.
Feels like whenever there is a Dex in pop culture, in media, in whatever, they're usually pretty important. Whether that's Ronan Dex, Stargate Atlantis, whether that's... There's other Dexters.
Dexter.
Yeah, Dexter.
He was the main character.
famously from the show Dexter, or Dexter's Laboratory as another one.
True.
There's also Dex, the lizard man from Fragpunk, the video game. There's...
You like Dex? Name 3 of his pop culture appearances.
Yu-Gi-Oh! That has Dex in it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Ant would be nothing
without Dex. It's good. That's for your Brits. Maybe you'll like that. I don't know what's happening. It's 12 and 2.
Mass Effect.
Yeah.
There's a Dex. Don't remember what he was, but there was a Dex in
not
there.
the main character?
He's one of the characters.
Okay, sure. That's
one of the main companions, I think.
Well, Dex is the main character of this game.
He is.
Sure. That 4K,
he's the main character in CS right now. Look at him.
That 4K in jungle was outstanding. But FaZe, sit down, okay? Because it's a different Dex. It's X. D. Backwards. He's going to find his entry into this B-bomb site. FaZe ready to fall unless Brokey backstab. Coming round the back of the site. He's got help from Karrigan as well, that famed FAMAS, but how are you saving this? Maxter trying to survive, flanked through the market, denied. And FaZe look to live for one more round at least. Unless... No. But... What if?
Surely not, though.
But...
3 players here, primed and ready to shut him down on that first push. Not going to happen. All right, FaZe Clan, baby steps if they do want to try and come back into this one. Yeah. That's the first round in a streak of how many, Hugo? They'll need 10 in a row?
Babies famously can't walk carry. Okay?
Well...
Actually, you're the expert.
Yeah.
Who am I?
It depends on what, humans, sure.
Well, that's not what
I'll give you that.
I didn't say humans can't walk, obviously.
No, but baby humans.
Babies?
But like baby deer.
Oh, okay, babies can step. Yeah, okay, I see your point.
Meanwhile, a baby shark can never walk. Even when it's an adult.
Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
What the hell? You're gone, Rick.
See, I just want to, yeah.
This is your last season.
Maybe.
Here we are. It's Dex.
Am I getting cancelled? Dexter? The season? No, don't worry. Just... It was a TV show reference.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, he really faked him out with that jump.
You want to know what they're typing, don't you?
I can't.
You want to know, but I can see you trying to...
I can figure it out. Wait. Oh, I got it.
Okay.
No, it's live. It's live. It's live. We're fine. We're live. We're live. Nothing happened. Everything is okay.
This is tense, isn't it?
It's not going to be... Nothing's going to happen, though.
2 burst fire weapons facing off against the...
Oh, no helmet!
Okay.
That's fine.
Oh, it's a good flash! But still, Jacobs, Johnny on the spot under the under Palace and able to put a stop to those pistols. It doesn't get weird, doesn't get wonderful. It's another round for FaZe Clan. But this is a pretty gargantuan undertaking if they do want to try and overstay their welcome on Mirage.
Oh, that's some pace. Trying to end it with a bang. Straight up connector. Missed shot from the blind door. Brokey may have him boxed in, but gone after none. Karrigan left alone, and this is it. Eyeballers showing up on Mirage. FaZe's map pick and absolutely dominating their way through. Karrigan tries to go back around. But they are not having this. None of it. Maybe even JW to end it. Rolf caught in the open. Carrigan plucks one more. Can he keep this game going? No. JW sends us to Inferno, a 3-map series to decide defeat in this opening game of Blast Bounty from Eyeballers and FaZe.
This is what happens when you start to believe in FaZe. Pimp, we were saying, oh, there's no way, right? Look at that dominant performance on the first map. Look at all the magic that FaZe can do, you know? Individuals all strong, everyone's performing well. And then one little tumble, one little slip, and it starts to really crumble quite quickly for the FaZe clan. And we've seen this time and time again. This is why I was worried about online. This is what was worrying me.
That's true. Credit where credit is due, to be completely honest. I think you gotta give a lot of credit to Eyeballers for coming in on Mirage and playing significantly better. I feel like FaZe came in with the same mentality, show no respect whatsoever, but this time around, Eyeballers were able to step up to the occasion. They were able to punish some of the individuals coming in from FaZe Clan, where you could say the same on Ancient. There were certain times where an individual from FaZe would maybe take one step too far and win the duel, so we wouldn't classify it as a mistake. This time around, though, they got punished, and I want to say it like this. Yes, FaZe did not play well, and there's no, hiding around the fact that was a disappointing result right here from FaZe, but I also want to give a little bit more credit to Eyeballers. I think they stepped up, and some of the individuals, we talked about Bob XD, we talked about Dex as well, they did an incredible job at punishing the mistakes that FaZe were offering.
They really did. And, well, you said they did significantly better. They actually did 6 times better in order to get themselves into this situation. But one man, he came back with a little...
Who is Eyeballers going for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm back and I want to be back with a bang. So I think I'm going to go with FaZe here.
Ooh. Okay.
Interesting there, right? There is a lot of other teams within that category he could have picked from that would be an easier opponent on paper than FaZe.
100%. But he wants to be back with a bang, and I think he's lived up to that promise right here. Maybe it's also, and again, that's a notion that we have to maybe address here on the desk, that all these teams are practicing against each other. All these teams are obviously training against each other, and coming off a break, coming off from FaZe as well, who had a very long major, went into the break very late compared to some of the other teams. Maybe they started the season a little bit later, so maybe they're not turning up in the very first game in a full shape. So if you're JW, you maybe saw, a timing here where if we're ever going to beat FaZe, if we want to make that big splash, then it's better to play them now than to play them in a couple of weeks when they're warmed up.
That's copium. That's full cope.
Not really, to be honest. I mean, if you heard from Carrigan himself, Jacob apparently didn't take a break during the play work. He kept on grinding it out, but I bet you Carrigan, he even said it himself, he was exhausted after the major, so he would have been spending some time off the server, rightfully so. But I think there's a case to be made that when you come into your first tournament of the year, especially when the season is starting so early, you're not going to be at 100%, and FaZe clearly is not right now.
At least within that map, not at all. But someone who was... Dex. This man was lighting up the scoreboards. He was dominating. He was looking confident. Whatever they said to him between the maps, do the same again right now.
It started in round 2 with the Deagle on the B-bomb side. FaZe winning the pistol, not able to convert. Dex with a nasty shot with the Deagle, and then he just picked it up. He had an awful lot of impact defending the A-bomb side. You see him in middle. You saw him on the B-bomb side. It felt like his presence was shown all over the server and all over the map. The CT side hold from Dex, the amount of times that he was, I wouldn't say single-handedly winning rounds, but where he was contributing heavily, that was a sight that it was lovely to see, and not something I expected, to be completely honest. I've tried to pay attention, tried to look up at some of these players and look how he was performing against Tier 2 Counter-Strike, but one thing is to do it in Tier 2, another one is doing it against FaZe Clan, which he did right here in full force.
He did do it in full force as well. We need to look at round 11 in a little bit of detail, because it's just win after win when you're looking at these guys.
It is, and it's another round where FaZe, obviously at this point, they desperately need to win. Carrigan finds an opening. You think to yourself, 5v4, you're playing against Eyeballers. It's even a 5v3 for a short moment right here. That is a round you're supposed to win, but guess what? Dex is coming in. This is nasty work. This is absolutely nasty work. The triple kill right here with the AK-47. You can say whatever you want, whether that's online Counter-Strike or not. That is super, super clean, as you said. It is Counter-Strike, and it is individual aiming at an incredible high level. So I'm not going to fault FaZe Clan at all right here. Under normal circumstances, he would get one kill, he would get traded. But when you're playing at that level, you got to give the credit and you got to give the spotlight to Dex. That was beautiful.
And the one thing here that's going to be interesting is how much this means to the team of Eyeballers, right? It's not about, okay, you haven't won the series yet. It could mean nothing at the end of it. But JW told me during the draft show that for his players, this is going to be such an important game to play against the likes of FaZe Clan, right? Now they're going to start believing we can do it, but they've got to be able to handle that.
I'd said it, you know, and I'll say it again. I think they've already won. You know, they already won in the sense that no one expected them to take off a map from FaZe Clan, and especially not in this fashion. And that's a good thing for the team. It's a good thing for Bob XD as well. We touched a bit on him, you know, in segment between the first map and the second map. He also showed up and had an incredible series, had an incredible game where he showed up in full force, found a lot of the impact that he's normally finding in Tier 2 Counter-Strike as well. So I agree with you. I agree with JW. For my money, again, I have no stake in FaZe. I have no stake in Eyeballers. I'm just standing here, you know, trying to be a bit objective. If I'm Eyeballers right now, I would say you already won. You already done better than most people would expect you to do against FaZe Clan. So regardless of what happens on map number 3, you can already go away from this game and say, okay, maybe we didn't win, but we had that Mirage game. We showed that when we're on fire, when we're playing our best brand of Counter-Strike, even FaZe Clan is a team that we can take down, not only win a map against, but actually dominate. So I'm positive on behalf of Eyeballers. And then again, as you said, for FaZe Clan, I feel like it's more of the same. The second they make you believe that, oh, they're back. Now you can trust FaZe Clan. That's the second they crumble. So I'm not really bought into FaZe just yet. I'm still sure they're going to win this series, but I want to see a bit more consistency coming out from that.
Well, do you know what I want to do? I want to get a little bit crazy, Pimp. We're going to do the Nova wallets, Nova shots time. We are going to put ourselves into a situation where we can buy some of the stocks right now. So Eyeballer stocks must look pretty good right now. Yeah, they're probably pretty low before this game.
Yeah.
Does that make, do I do an all-in or is that completely crazy? You've done this many times.
Okay, I mean, we can make the case. Yeah, it's obviously going up, right, with this great results for FaZe Clan. I'll say it like this. I'm willing to put in a bit here. Not a lot. No. That's half our portfolio. What are you talking about? It will still be a massive surprise if Eyeballers beat FaZe. You will be allowed to do 150. 150
I'll be allowed to do.
You'll be allowed to do 150. It's a bit of a gamble. Wait.
There's a max button. I like this.
Don't do that. 150. That's the thing about doing this. Again, if you want to play at home, you can do that. You don't have to put in any money yourself. It's basically just a token value coins. And then if you're good, better than James and me, then you can win some cool prizes. Do it. You did 160.
Yeah, I believe that a little bit more than you.
It's fine. It's fine. But diversify, right? We got to diversify a little bit. And I want to take this opportunity to maybe look ahead at the next game a little bit. Astralis versus Fnatic, James. If you were to put a bit of coin, a bit of money on that one. Fnatic?
Fnatic.
No blame F?
Ukrainian trio, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much? How much do you believe in Fnatic?
More than I believe in Astralis.
I'll allow you to spend, I don't know how.
Why are you saying you allow me like I'm a child being given a pocket money?
Knowing your financial situation, I think that's a good idea right here. I'll allow you to spend 150 on this as well. 150 on Fnatic beating Astralis. I think that's realistic. You guys at home can do the same if you want to, and maybe go all in if you believe Fnatic will tear down Astralis. I don't think it's going to be easy, but it should be a fun game.
All right. Can we spend some more?
Nah.
I'm going to spend some more.
Yeah, but we got a long week ahead of us. This is day 1, James.
Yeah, but just a little bit more.
A little bit more, yeah?
A little bit more. I want to find Na'Vi.
50. You can do 50.
But stop limiting my money.
You can do 50.
55.
Why do you have to be like that?
I can't just agree with the number you are giving me. I'm putting 55 on Na'Vi. It's low, but it's a good investment. There we go. We've had some fun with it. We've still got one more map to go in this series as well. Now, the problem is, if FaZe do really well, we just put a bunch of money into eyeballs. It's not a great look for us.
That's why you diversify, right? It's a risk. It's a high risk, high reward. If XD and the boy, Bob XD and the boys from Eyeballers are going to win this game, then you can put a lot more money into your beloved Na'Vi if you want to. But we got to take a bit of a calculated risk before we do something stupid.
Well, yeah, let's go to a break before we do something stupid, because Inferno's coming up next. We'll see you in a few. JW, the first thing I wanted to ask you about here was just, we know the Swedish scene has had its struggles, but do you feel like with the performance from your team and the opportunities now coming your way for other Swedish teams as well, that that's about to change in 2026?
Yeah, definitely. I think Swedish CS, I think it has been on the rise for the past couple of, like 2-3 years. Small steps, perhaps, but I think now we started to get the ball rolling, and I think now it just moves faster and faster. So I think, and I'm confident and very hopeful that 2026 is gonna be like the breakthrough year again for Swedish CS. Hopefully with the eyeballers in the front, of course.
I love that you said with eyeballers at the front. I know you said you want to be back with a bang over and over again, right? So is this a motivating factor for you to bring Swedish scene back to the same level as when you were at your best?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think I've been involved in the Swedish scene for the past 13, 14 years or so. Played professionally for like 12, 13 years, and like the last couple of 5 years or so, I think you can really feel the Swedish scene is like urging for that Swedish team to root for, you know. Yeah. They need a team to support, a team to cheer for in these big tournaments. Now you kind of have to pick these teams with one or maximum like 2 players of Swedish players, and I think the Swedish scene really wants that 5-man unit, that full Swedish team that they can all get behind, and that's been a main goal for a long time now, to become the Swedish team, and I think we are onto something there. Some steps left, of course, but I think this is a huge recipe for like success, I think, to get the Swedish scene behind you, and yeah, we'll see how far we can go in this tournament.
And that's what they're looking to do, right? Bring that Swedish scene, that support behind a full Swedish lineup, and maybe that can begin here today with a win over FaZe. But it's not going to be easy. We've had these 2 crazy opening maps going different directions, different ways of playing, and you can see the deflated faces of the FaZe clan players. They need to be able to be the ones that turn it around here on Inferno, but it is a good map for them.
Do you want the good news or the bad news for Eyeballers first?
Good.
Good news. Good news is Inferno is a map they play at a high level in regards to their own standards. It's the map they have the highest win percentage on, and it's a map that they usually beat the teams on their own level on quite convincing as well. That's good news for Eyeballers. Bad news?
Bad news.
FaZe beat everyone during the major, you know, on the map, apart from Vitality. So good luck, Eyeballers.
Okay, so FaZe right now, basically unstoppable except Vitality. Eyeballers are not Vitality.
That's the thing, right? So FaZe, they beat Na'Vi, they beat Mouse, they beat 3D Max, they beat NIP, Fluxo, Red Candidates, even teams on the level of Eyeballers. You know, you'd argue that Fluxo and Red Candidates being at the majors are better than Eyeballers, but maybe in the same category. They not only beat them, but they dominated them. The only team that got double digits in any of those wins for FaZe was NIP. Apart from that, you beat Mouse 13-2, you beat Na'Vi 13-8, you beat 3D Max 13-6, I believe. So it's one of those where I've seen FaZe as of recently play Inferno at a very high level. So for me to stand here and say, Eyeballers, you can win this game, I need to see probably them play the best brand of Counter-Strike they've ever played. But if they can do what they did on Mirage, and if FaZe is dropping down a level or 2, maybe not ready from the beginning of the season, then I'm willing to say that I think we can get a competitive map.
Do you think that Eyeballers, though, have it within them to deal with all of what could come with beating FaZe? Because JW's been there before, he knows how this works, but a lot of these younger players, there's a different thing in your mind right now, you know? It's gone from, oh, okay, we're about to be eliminated, no pressure, we play crazy, we play like this, and then we come into this now as like, we can be actually owning.
I mean, it can be tough for Eyeballers to play as free as they probably would like to and need to in order to win a game like this. On the other half, as you said, the single elimination stage right here, we're basically playing a best of one. Loser is out of the tournament, so you'd argue the pressure's also on FaZe, but if there's one thing that FaZe doesn't seem bothered by, it's pressure. They were also a couple of rounds away from being eliminated from the major on stage 1, seemingly didn't care about that, went on to the grand final. So I wouldn't be too worried on behalf of FaZe for now.
For now. Well, let's find out what's happening on Inferno. Hugo and Harry, I've got to ask you guys, is the FaZe magic ending here? Is it going to be an Eyeballers win, do you believe?
I have no idea. I mean, like, FaZe should be winning this, right? Like,
should have won Mirage.
They should have won Mirage. I know, that's fair. And Mirage was so weird and one-sided for the eyeballers. FaZe just kind of disappeared. That was after storming the board on Ancient to open things up as well. It's a very odd match. I can't pretend it isn't. Heading to Inferno now, as Pimp was saying on the desk, this was a really good map for FaZe across their major run. And even though eyeballers have got a lot of reps on Inferno and mostly sound results there as well, you'd like to think that just the caliber of teams FaZe have been able to take down on this map should be enough for them to feel like a safe bet. But maybe it isn't still.
I mean, 6 win streak at the major, and like the desk said, you know, like Jacob talked about, you know, the way in which they won those games, right? Ignoring the Vitality match in the final, I think FaZe just had such an unbelievable run on Inferno alone. So for that reason, of course they're the favorites, but eyeballers have shaken the boat. A dominant win on Mirage, a game FaZe were never really in. Maybe they have some wind in their sails. Maybe they have some confidence here in this third map, with it being a home map for themselves. So let's see what Inferno has in store. JW keeping the pressure on.
JW, man.
Yeah.
Great start in this pistol round. Gonna land a clean tap down range on a Jacob.
Not even got armor and he's taking these fights. He's dropped his team the utility. Now they're 4A. So a FaZe. Uh-oh.
The tap from the USPs. Backstab in on the long push. Dex gets his. 2 back for Carrigan, but looking at twists now and a big clutch demanded. Maxter won't give him the room. Pistol picked up for the eyeballers. That's kind of crazy, Hugo. They do it very, very cleanly.
Yes, it is, Harry. Yes, it is. A very technical map here, Inferno, but a lot of experience on FaZe. You would have all expectations in the long run for them to take this game. You know, it's one thing the young, plucky underdogs bring the firepower on CT side Mirage and dominate their way through that game with great team play, but
okay,
here on Inferno,
what about this? Hear me out.
Yeah.
If eyeballers win this,
yeah,
and FaZe decide they want to make changes, and this was the game
minus
that pushed
Brokey
them there.
plus JW,
and they want a kind of crazy, outlandish offer.
Yeah, I know a guy.
I know a guy who would have just beat them, and his name's Jesper.
Minus Brokey plus Jacob Vinicke.
No.
You said JW.
Brokey looks.
Is Pimp JW? JW? In a way.
Well, yeah, but he's not named Jasper Wexel. He's named Jacob Winneshay.
It's true. We'll get to the bottom of this, but first a full buy round here from FaZe on the T side.
His initials are JW.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
He was J-dubbing before J-dub's J-dub. JW with a Molotov kill down middle. Five and 1, Harry. Brokey 0 and 2.
All I'm saying is.
Makes you think, huh? Oh, jump shot. And they commit. The bombers here in mid. They just killed a B player. Threw the smoke bomb loose. Rolf, massive kill, but he can't stop there. He has more to do. Smoke off says, hey, you guys can have it, but you're not getting much further. Carrigan alone in the clutch.
All right. What tricks has Carrigan got up his sleeve? And walking the long smoke and just playing right through that one on Moto. Carrigan caught out in no man's land. Eyeballers 3-0. First rifle round picked up. And a real shot at this now as they've taken control of the early game.
Oh dear, Harry. This could be quite the upset today. Some are calling it game of the day. Others have realized Norbert is also playing this evening. But regardless, in terms of outcome, this one's going to make the headlines. Eyeballers continuing to impress here in the third map. Came in very quiet to the series, but they beat FaZe so decidedly. On Mirage, 3-0, another rifle on Twist. That's it here for FaZe.
This will be back-to-back series wins for JW versus Carrigan and Frozen.
Back to... When was the last one again?
5 years ago.
Ah, yes. What a win streak.
He just has their number.
A 5-year win streak, Harry. That's crazy. Carrigan not beating JW in half a decade. All right, it's getting messy though, so maybe FaZe have found their way in. Breaking into this A site with a nice long wrap from Carrigan. Twist AK put to use as well. Messy fights, but fights that FaZe win nonetheless. And with the smoke down on the bomb plant, that's almost half the clock. Do they really want to consider this? Trying to re-exec as they get re-smoked.
Yeah, but there's like a crazy wall of... Oh my god!
Okay.
And now this second smoke from FaZe. It's a little further afield, a little further forward. XD going to try and flash them in with Dex wrapping around through the apartments. This is really left down to the wire. You've got to be quick with it. One more for Bob XD. They learn about the last man. Dex won't get there in time. And so FaZe lock it in. Finally, they come through with a round on this T side, and it's an unexpected one at that.
Yeah, you'll take the round, but you don't take anything with you. Brokey even dies to bomb, so everything lost for FaZe, except the round. Winning on a half-buy, though. Huge victory. Dex just very paranoid about Pit there, but they'd already spammed out the Pit player. Not realizing both were contained in sight. Close spray. Close doesn't cut it. FaZe on the board. JW, I was gonna say, is he peeking mid like old school? You know, is he going all the way wide? You don't do that anymore. JW, old habits do not die hard.
Carrigan ahead of the util, and there's an opening. Tries to follow through and will get shut down. It's a 4-on-4 now.
The bait and switch.
Bait and switch back of B. Dex taking contact. The more he can accomplish, the better. Maxter allowed to hang out here, and backs turned. They are not ready for the presence of a second player at the back of the site. Dex, 2 on a plate as they're both served up, looking the wrong way. And that leaves it just to Jacob now, far afield out here towards A. In a 1v3, he's got just under a minute left to work with. Gonna need this first cleanly. And he will get it. Very little damage done. Block in his face out at CT. Nade on that smoke, they don't peek. Oh, there's another for Jacob, and he's got the ball rolling on this 1v3. 20 seconds left. Time is of the essence. This one's going to have to be won in a gunfight, and to do that, he's got to take down JW. The veteran, the old god at the heart of the eyeballers, hides at the back of B and collects that round. JW with the clutch, shuts down Jacob, a kill shy of the 1v3.
And you love that if you're JW. Just show your young'uns how it's done. Ice cold, doesn't move a muscle as they go peeking into that final player. Gotta say though, who threw that damn Molotov? Absolute troll molly, throwing the old lineup. You throw the good molly from the same spot, you just have to aim lower on the board of the car and you jump throw. Can't be seeing people throw that Molotov in 2026, it's gotta be banned. Revenge.
Jacob says, thank you very much, JW. He snatches that AWP and a 5v4.
And they win another eco on A again. Looks like they might. Oh, Carrigan. Chill. triple 1D round win.
Job done.
Job done.
All right, FaZe. That ain't bad. 2 of these 4 spy round wins on the A plays. You know, low econ rounds, rather. This one does have some pretty significant ramifications, though. The money entirely gone for the eyeballers, and so a huge opportunity bestowed upon FaZe, a chance to close this game up.
Terrorists win.
Another Christmas tree.
At least that one doesn't have the
strobe on.
Yeah, the strobe lights.
Brokey looks like he's in a house from South Park.
I don't know what you mean by that.
You'll see it when you see him on the camera.
Okay. Why is it just like... I think I know what you mean. Okay. Oh, wait. Patience pays off here. Hope eyeballers with a triple B. Not playing a banana either. Welcoming FaZe towards the car. Free flash or Molly flash. Can they stop Brokey? Nice. Oh, he pushed the smoke. JW knows it's likely B, but as I say that, FaZe go back. So this triple stack on B side, wasted right now, and both the same. Found in apartments. Tells you nothing. JW's even edging back to spawn. But FaZe, I think they've already won this round.
Okay, it's got to be something crazy. JW's here alone on this scout. Tag down range, but it had to be the headshot, and so this is a safe round for FaZe Clan. They're going to get that promised chance to equalize here, right? Even though there's this save for the eyeballers, getting out with some SMGs, some rifles. It's not loads to work with in this next round, and so a chance to find 4-4 is open for FaZe.
Show me Brokey's house. 5 alive for FaZe, and so now the game really begins. It was a slow start.
I mean, you know, if one thing's clear, Jacob's really stepping up in these apartments fights. He's been a kind of constant source of openers for FaZe now across these last couple of rounds.
Terrorists win.
So we'll be keeping a keen eye on him on these apartments lurks.
What year? Oh.
You're just waiting for it.
Yeah,
they're not going to show you now. They're not going to show you,
me.
bro. They know that you want to see Brokey. They're not going to show you.
He unplugged his camera. Some bits and bobs here. Some X's, some D's. Not much utility. So FaZe are able to just run up banana in this round with no resistance. Oh, we go for the double boost over the smoke. I like this play. Even if they do the top boost smoke, you can still see. So we need a smoke that lands even higher up, Harry. That's what we're missing. What if you don't smoke it? Oh.
Well, they do. And Dex able to just peek right on down over the top.
Oh, that's a big smoke. I mean, I asked for it. I didn't mean that one, though.
Well, they can't boost on coffins.
Bob's trying. 3-on-5.
Still, I mean, you know, this is not a round that Eyeballers are supposed to be having a free path to victory in. The fact that they've taken this advantage, 3-on-2. Twist trying to claw it back, but it's up and over and then out of there. A lot of damage done onto Twist, and things are really awkward for FaZe. These smokes are going to fade. Brokey needs to provide something on the AWP, because you're under a lot of pressure, and Brokey seeks to alleviate it. Just the one. Oh! Twist hit that! Crazy little flick back into the spawn. Surely not. He's a shot away from certain death. Bob could have finished this already. Had to do it the second time around, but he will shut down Twists in a round that Eyeballers weren't supposed to win. They've secured the victory.
Roller coaster round. Remember, that was 2 USPs coming in, and a couple of... I don't see it, Harry. I don't get it. Is it the canvas?
I don't know. There's something about it. It's like just giving South Park energy.
Okay. All right. I trust you. The issue is Eyeballers... I lost my train of thought with the Brokey house. 6 shot. But yeah, low health after the fight from Bob. JW tries a oldie and a goldie, but flash is good from FaZe. Meanwhile, Jacob, can he do it again? No, finally found. Okay, you found the perfect image. I know what you mean. Lots of damage done on B. Maybe FaZe can capitalize. They have been nading CT spawn. 4 players in Banana though, making a lot of noise. JW's moved over. Bob, risky position on 20 health. They saw him. Get out of there. Here come FaZe.
Once more into a 3-man stack. Orb fires off of the spawn, but an awkward swing and a miss there. Still, Bob XD's molly's burnt out 1. Brokey even taking some extra damage in at the end of it. Far from out of the woods here. Bob XD's been spotted, low on ammo, just hoping he could get out of there, and that's when Frozen catches him. 2v3.
Low.
Brokey waiting up close. Here's them wrapping around. Carrigan with that swing. Really would have loved the kill on JW, but Brokey has just teed them up for this close. 4 on the board for FaZe Clan. And they're not letting Eyeballers creep too far up the board away from them.
Sick 2v3 in the post bar. Unorthodox position for Brokey. And they don't clear it. They come to regret it. Double spray down. Carrigan forces JW to attempt to save on low health and doesn't even let him do that. It's a big round to win for FaZe because it puts the money under question for Eyeballers as well late in the half. They've won with less, but FaZe now primed to win out this T side. Or are they? Bob has just been a nuisance. Okay, sure. What can you do?
Again, Jacob constantly finding success on these apartments lurks, but won't come to matter if everyone else for FaZe just dies over here at Banana. And even now with that 1 going out is even more fraught with peril, but they have to get away from Bob, who's just been a beast out towards Banana. Jacob, and this reign of terror, there's no stopping it. A 3rd kill found to reignite the hope in this one. Bomb now planted, and FaZe low health in the 2v1.
Poor Bob, triple kill on his own, solo B. And still he's left, forced to ace the round, and you're not expecting Twist in this position, are you? Twist comes fighting, Bob falls, or Bob finds him. 12 health, no kit. Waiting for a move that will not be made. Jacob hides out in pit, and Bob has got to find this clinical kill. Then they might do it. The ace for Bob XD. No kit needed. Should be just in time. Unbelievable. 3 kills felt like not enough, so he takes all 5.
No way. Absolutely no way from Bob XD. The one proper gun in the round. 3 at Banana, thrust into a 1v2. And then the retrieval of that nade from that moment,
of course,
it was all done. It was all over.
Of course he picks up the nade that seals Jacob's fate. Jacob got 3 of his own out apps as well, remember? But Twist put him in the worst position. If he stayed tucked in, it's got shades of Na'Vi v Fallen.
So history's repeating itself. Slightly different characters this time. It's FaZe Magic versus Eyeballers BS.
Can't believe that. Most players would just straight up save. He did that on 40 health. 10 after this. But the nade from downtown. And Eyeballers have saved this 3rd map. They were the ones on a force buy. Now it's FaZe. Had so many low economy wins this series, though.
Really feeling himself at the end of the ace clutch, which fair enough. Wanted to get stuck in out towards Banana. And Brokey thanks him for his sacrifice. Gives away a 5v4. And they just shy of reclaiming the kill.
Let Jacob off the leash. He's been finding these entries here for FaZe. Bomb is going B and there's nobody home. Gamble by Eyeballers in a 4v5. So they play aggressive, but not aggressive enough to stop this bomb from walking into the site right now. Dex is going to clear mid and rotate. They know Jacob's here. 3 are already in B. It's retakeable, especially if they find Jacob. He's going to make sure that doesn't happen. Running away to regroup in this B post plant. A decision to make for Eyeballers. Yeah. That will have ramifications in that 12th round.
Yeah, if you go for it and you come up short, you're handing FaZe the keys to a comeback, right? And tying this game up at 6-all. But there is low players in this post plant.
Save.
Second smoke should seal the deal on this one. And Eyeballers think much the same. They don't have the time to wait around for these to fade, and they don't want to be caught pushing through and throwing away this round, this opportunity. So they're willing to concede 5 to FaZe Clan, but it's all with the bigger goal of trying to win out on the half.
I like that they're still taking risks, right? They're still, you know, going for audacious moves, playing a 4-man A when your B player gets picked. It's very mind gamey here for Eyeballers, but FaZe read it well, and they just walk in. Didn't really have any other choice either way. And so despite FaZe's incredible track record in Budapest, finding 6 straight wins on Inferno, only losing to Vitality, Eyeballers are right now giving them a run for their money.
In. Bob XD, they hear him tag in that Molotov. They know they've got him trapped behind this spots, but he's still out with a double. He's put in one of the worst spots imaginable there and gets out with 2 kills from it.
JW teaches the young man how to do it.
And this is Eyeballers staring in the face of a 1-out half. If Dex can even take one with him, that would be huge, but shut down before he can do so. Gets FaZe through to a post plant in a 2-on-3. Molly's going to fade. And That's when they try and play it forward. JW taking contact right round the corner, and there's the lineup. JW with the hat trick to secure a winning half for the Eyeballers. This is FaZe hot off the back of a major final. They're now in jeopardy. Their lives at Bounty hanging in the balance, and it might be JW and the boys that take them down.
Eyeballers seizing this opportunity here at Blast Bounty. It's a single elimination format. 2 BO3s qualifies you to LAN, but lose one and nothing. That's the position FaZe are in right here and right now at the second half of the third map. A dominant debut on Ancient from FaZe. Eyeballers responded even more one-sidedly on Mirage. And here on Inferno, in a battle of brawn, Eyeballers are coming out with all the clutch rounds. 7 on the defense. Jacob didn't spot them second mid, but Eyeballers are closing the gap very quickly. Okay, ooh, bit of revenge. It's been quite a head-to-head, Jacob v JW. But they're going nonetheless.
All right, Jacob in the swing position down here in pit, only going to get out with one extra kill.
Only? And it's still not enough. Double up, and this retake is very tough.
They need to deal with Bob XD tucked into this corner. He'll reveal himself at just the wrong moment. They learn about the 2 players out through mid, at least. That's info, that's something. Rolf with a tap down range. If you win this pistol, you're well on your way to winning the series and ending the run of FaZe Clan at Bounty. And so there's a lot of pressure on this pistol round. It's all building up now. Frozen giving chase. Just going to get away with the frag. And time for that defuse.
Yep.
FaZe are still in this fight. Frozen collects in the clutch. And this game tightens up.
Whew, close one, but FaZe will take it, whatever the cost. Jacob's double up. And some really nice trading here from Eyeballers, who have absolutely warmed into this series, but there is still more to play down this second half. So strap in. Jacob has just been a miracle on this third map. Not even the highest kill count in the world, but it's the impact that comes with it. Three Galils. It's the best Eyeballers can muster. Molly can only do so much. Look at that CT Incendiary just strafed behind for Rolf. They all bang out Jacob from apps.
Okay. Oh my god, and then just a clean sweep of entries in a second. And that's enough.
That
FaZe are out of this. Force buy picked up by the Eyeballers and a lead maintained.
Who needs pistols? And hey, Jacob said coming into this third map, it's a BO1 now, right? And well, not just the pistol and the conversion in the first half, but the essential conversion here in the second. Eyeballers with every advantage. Every reason to run away with this game. FaZe's almost undefeated track record at Budapest on Inferno called into question at the top of the season. An Eyeballers online grind looking like it's going to pay off. Played a lot of maps in these last few months to finish off 2025. Right now, absolutely paying off when it matters against a top squad. It's a team that took trophies online and on LAN in the last season. All that in mind, I still didn't expect them to put up this much fight against the FaZe.
I mean, they were very, very keen to try and make it here to Bounty, right? They were very worried, as we touched on at the start of the series, back when it looked like they were only a matter of points shy of making it into the event. Worried that they'd missed the cutoff and wanting a chance to play versus top teams. And I mean, this would certainly be a great kind of showcase of why they wanted to do that so badly. I mean, this is a team that have been on the grind.
You're never out of the woods in a game like this as the underdog. At any point, FaZe could dig themselves out of this hole, but I think the most relieving part is that you're not getting star performances from these FaZe players. Jacob has had a series of important multi-kills on T-side, but I can't really say too much else in defense of FaZe in this third map. You know, we had Karrigan carrying them on Ancient. So Frozen 5 and 9, tasked with holding this B bomb site. The break on the smoke, he gives it up. It was good grenades for FaZe that chipped away at Eyeballers, but with no kills until now, it's still going to be a bomb plant for Eyeballers. FaZe should absolutely risk it to try and win this round.
Oh. It looked like they were getting ready to save earlier, so these players from A are a little slower on the rotate because of, you know, how late that kill came through on the spam. You wonder if those few seconds will make any type of a difference, but it looks like FaZe will just go back to the saving game, trying to get out of here with as many guns in tow as they can. This is now a huge opportunity for the Eyeballers because, you know, you've got this saved buy essentially to try and break through again, and it still features 2 rifles. This can still be tricky. If you get through that, though, you're really only, you know, 1-2 rifle rounds away from winning this series and eliminating FaZe from Bounty in the first round. I mean, also just think back to how this series started, right? With Eyeballers getting absolutely demolished on Ancient.
Yeah.
9-3 half. Very, very quickly ended up having that one go against them, and there wasn't a lot of resistance. JW topped the charts. No one else really showed up. Then they actually outdo that scoreline on the half back on Mirage. That was FaZe's pick, and they secured it 10-2. Went on for a nice dominant win. And so, you know, you would have kind of recovered in this series in spite of a slow start as the underdog. And gone on to reverse sweep it. I think as well, you know, like FaZe came into the day with everyone looking really, really good. It was only Twists, if you remember. It was like a little bit quiet on Ancient, but it didn't feel like it mattered. On Mirage, no one really stepped up, and here on Inferno, like you say, outside of Jacob, you haven't really had anything to write home about for the rest of them.
So any saving grace down the stretch here for FaZe. Doesn't look like it. They hear that molly burn out, and they just spam karrigan off the boost. Frozen gets his gun, but to no avail. A shot through this smoke, and his round is over. Back to the bomb site. 3 strong, but they're playing CT again, so FaZe don't have any stock in B right now. They have no one in position. And so Eyeballers just don't look the gift horse in the mouth. They just run in. Thank you very much for the gift. Bomb can be planted. Yes, there's a 2v2 ensuing, but Eyeballers have resmokes. They have position. What do FaZe have?
Rolls out. Not able to finish the job on Brokey, but Max still will. And so here we are. It's now a very, very doable task for the Eyeballers. You said, right, these final couple of rounds, these are the big challenge, especially versus a team like FaZe, where at any moment they could just have a sudden surge and uptick. They're a hard team to put away. But in that same vein, it's so late in the game now at 10-6. One good rifle round win and you break their money. And this late in the day, that's a disaster. And so this would be the time to win a round right now while they're still vulnerable before they get at all entrenched on this CT side. You pick this one up, you are right there. Victory is in your grasp.
It's getting desperate. And Eyeballers don't look flustered or overwhelmed. And not making any mistakes, not rushing any moments. Jacob smoked down, they jumped through it, fearless trade out. Still a second player in the pit, and Brokey didn't realize he dropped, but there's a trade from Twist still. This round isn't committed, the bomb is only in apps. FaZe are panicking, scrambling right now, but Eyeballers are no closer to their end goal. They can freeze. Push through the Molotov, not communicated, but there's a trade again onto karrigan. JW keeping this round intact. Twist with good timing, but bomb can come through.
Frozen still so far away.
Well, they have no idea.
Twist's backstab needs to do all the lifting right now for FaZe. He gets out with that first one, leaving it on Dex.
They don't know. They never saw him. Twist is a really good flank round. It's going to waste a lot of time as Dex goes searching for him. Unless he goes into apps as well. Uh-oh. But Twist is giving him nothing. Looking to play the 2v1 together in a post plant if it must be. Well, Dex feels like he's flanking Twists.
The timing on Twists right now is crazy. Just started to move back into the apartments, and so Dex might just die from the position he only just cleared this second. Jump out for Twists, and he's got him in a box. That is a great round from Twist. It's been a while that you've been waiting for Russell to properly show up in the server here on map 3, brings the heat there and keeps FaZe very much in the conversation.
It's a really nice experience play for Twist, disengaging, buying enough time, but still not playing too passive. He just waits till he knows Dex will have been forced to commit to the site, and then he comes in on the flank. Really, really nice round out of Twists. When you consider how chaotic that began with 2 players jumping out of apps. And so FaZe are given a lifeline by their Canadian. But there is so much more to do on this CT side. It's their first round since the pistol. Ouch.
With that last round coming so close, you still haven't dodged the idea that you could just lose all your money here and now. And that's what FaZe are having to contend with in this round. They're already just down to 3 players, so it's going to be a gamble. Trying to move everyone around to reinforce this A site. Twists, that is a miraculous 3K, but it won't come to matter.
Where did the other one, who did he kill? I only saw 2. They lined up on shore.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And, you know, maybe that's given Frozen enough to make this clutch happen. A fortunate lineup for Twists has given them a tiny sliver of hope to hold on to, but it comes down to Frozen to realize it, and he can't get out with a double. Eyeballers shut him down in the clutch.
Oh my goodness, this game is a roller coaster right now.
That's money broken for FaZe Clan. This late in the day. 11 rounds for the Eyeballers, and your bank accounts have bottomed out. What do you do here?
You probably get eliminated from Blast Bounty. Sick. 2 back-to-back 3Ks from Twist, but one of them falls on dead ears. And it's Eyeballers who call out the tack at 11-7, knowing the money is busted. FaZe have bought 5 MP9s and a bit of util. That's all they can do. Do you think they're going to run down mid and banana? I'd say there's a good chance. They are left with nothing else. As Eyeballers are surging towards the finish line. Here we go.
Nades are really, really good. They've bullied Dex down low to open up this round.
Max to containing. Banana aggression. Oh, tamed as well. BobXD just does him in. Double kill. And every time he gets these entries, he is just knife out into the side.
That's the round.
That is the round.
That's 12 for the Eyeballers.
Unbelievable.
And so they have 5 opportunities to close this, and there's still no money for FaZe Clan because they decided to force. I think they've done it. Which, I mean, this is just colossal. Like, you might have wanted to see Eyeballers show up today and push FaZe to their limits a little to try and, you know, show us some impressive rounds, what they've been working on over this huge grind. Seeing an old legend like JW back in the server as well is always a treat. Someone who's stayed true as well to try and, you know, build up his region after the big decline of Swedish CS.
Yeah, heard him talk in the interview about, you know, Sweden having a team to cheer for, having players to cheer for, and, you know, the struggles that Sweden has gone through in the scene. But this is one way to take matters into your own hands, play with some upcoming players, and also JW is, you know, no liability either. He's had a series of impactful rounds across this game. Great utility on Mirage. Some solid AWPing when called upon. Not that it's been too frequent. But BobXD, Dex, Maxter, these 3 have put on some incredible rounds. Dex was a standout of Mirage. Maxter here, along with Bob, And right now we're looking at an Eyeballers who are ripe and ready to eliminate FaZe in day one. Think about that Bob ace on the CT side. Been some insane moments from these guys.
And so this is it. One more round. And this is the easiest time to get it as well. It's a phrase we've been throwing around a lot today, but you've done the hard part. You've gotten all the way onto 12. You have 5 opportunities, but none of them will come as easy as this one. Or at least that's how it's supposed to go. FaZe still reeling from the losses. Don't have a proper buy. They've got SMGs. That's all they really have to work with here. And even then, on Inferno, where utility is so important, you're left trying to cobble that together as well if you're FaZe. They should be slightly better in that regard than in the last round. But I mean, you're really clutching at straws here for FaZe Clan. And yeah, just talking about how unlikely this is, yeah, we said it already, but this is FaZe on the back of just having made it to the major final in a shocking display. You know, no one was ready for that after nearly getting eliminated in stage 1 all the way through. They ended their season on a kind of weird high where the future felt oddly optimistic for FaZe, a team that you'd started to feel sour on towards the end of 2025. Wow. But their season in 2026 might start with a colossal failure.
And both of these maps have been dominant for Eyeballers. 13-4 on Mirage. They look to do 13-7 on Inferno. And I don't see a way FaZe can stop this from happening. The Swedes balling all their way to a elimination game onto FaZe. And just like that, 5 alive, flawless round, FaZe with nothing to show across map 2 and 3 of this series.
Yeah, the inverse FaZe Clan start strong but finish weak on the remaining 2. And for the Eyeballers, this was an opportunity they just couldn't pass up. They wanted to get here. They wanted to show us what they've been working on, the grind that this team has been on, and the proof is right there. FaZe eliminated from Blast Bounty in a shocking upset to the Eyeballers. JW still got it.
He certainly has. He who must not be named, the wonder child himself, JW in 2026 eliminates Karrigan and FaZe Clan here at the Blast Bounty for our first upset of what could be many more to come. But this, what it meant to them, how they did it, this comeback, we were completely wrong on this one.
I tip my imaginary hat, you know, on the bowing for Eyeballers for a great performance. Not only beating FaZe Clan, that's one thing, but to do it so convincingly, 2 maps in a row. To those of you who didn't watch Mirage, that was a blowout. Eyeballers by far the better team. I would argue the same was the case on Inferno. Not a lot of moments in this game that were deemed competitive. I know the scoreline 5-4 right here. That's when you felt FaZe were the closest to Eyeballers, but apart from that, it was a very one-sided game. So yeah, massive result. You saw by Peter as well, the coach, how much it meant to him. He had to slam a pillow and basically destroy it. So I really do feel that, as much as I hate saying it, you know, for FaZe Clan, you went from a major grand final into losing the first game of the season. And unfortunately for you, it's the most cut-through format that we have all season long. So you're now eliminated from the Blast Bounty in last place, coming from a major grand final. That's crazy to say out loud, but it came at the hand of Eyeballers, came at the hand of JW, who did tremendously well. That is a well-fought victory, and a victory that means the world to them, as you said.
It means the world to them. And when I'm looking at this as well, this is crazy because I was speaking to Pitter before this event. He wasn't even sure if other teams accepted it, that they would get an invite. He was worried that this opportunity would slip through their hands, so they want to make the most of it. And they come through with this banging performance, knocking out FaZe, and now showing us that, okay, they might have it in them to step up a little bit here.
They embraced the format, right? You did the show where the draft show, sorry, where they picked FaZe Clan. They could have gone for different opponents. They could have taken opponents that on paper would would have been, dare say, weaker than the major grand finalists in FaZe Clan. But as JW said, he wanted to come in with a bang. He wanted to enter Tier 1 Counter-Strike one more time, and so he did. So in terms of embracing the opportunity, if you're Peter and if you're JW and if you're Eyeballers, they did everything and more so. So really, really impressed by what they did right here. Super disappointed in FaZe Clan, but that goes without saying.
Well, we got to stop talking about that for a moment and grab in JW. The Wonder Child is joining us here. I'm sure he's got a smile on his face. Dude, you said you wanted to come back with a bang. Well, this is one way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I said, and I usually deliver, right?
Yeah, you stuck to your words. Just talk to me. What was the conversation like after the first map where they were playing so aggressive? They were kind of bullying you around bomb sites. We were not seeing you guys be able to react to them. How did it change then going into Mirage?
I mean, I think it's the classic thing when you go up against a much stronger team. You look a lot of like what tendencies do they have, what do they do, how do they usually react, where do they play, and how do they play there. And I think we went in and maybe overthink a bit.
Yeah.
So my throat is.
You've been shouting, huh?
I was shouting a bit. Yeah, overthinking a little bit, like. What they were gonna do and stuff, and then got a bit off guard. And when we got that punished, I think we took like the natural reaction is like to take a step back, right?
Yeah.
So you don't want to walk forward, and I mean we are an aggressive team, and that doesn't really fit us. So I think we kind of screwed ourselves a little bit there, but they also did a very good Ancient. And would we have picked it if it wasn't for the win rate? I don't know. We have many maps that are very strong, but we felt like maybe Ancient is the best pick, right? It turned out it wasn't, and yeah, they did a great Ancient.
Speaking of doing a great Ancient, you did an even better Mirage and an even better, dare I say it, Inferno. Were you surprised that, obviously winning the game, maybe a bit of a surprise to you, but you did it so convincingly as well, you left no room for doubt?
No, I mean, I don't want to be too like cocky here, right? I mean, I wasn't that surprised, of course. I mean, we have played this good against many good teams, but I think we just got the momentum and we won like the duels, and yeah, everything just went our way, I guess. But they are a strong team, and I guess we were lucky this time around, especially on Mirage. But yeah, I wasn't too surprised. I mean, I play with these guys day in, day out, and I see what they are capable of. So I'm just happy that they managed to show it here and to FaZe and to the world, right?
Super strong, super impressive in promise. Now, be honest with me. I know you to be an honest man. What was the reason that you picked FaZe? Because you could obviously have picked teams that on paper would have been easier for you, but did you see anything in this matchup that made you feel comfortable that that was the right pick for you heading into it?
I mean, the biggest thing for me and us, I think, me and Peter especially, was like, we want to play a team that we don't usually play. Like, we play a lot of these other tournaments online. We go to some Tier 2 lands. We play against teams like FUT, OG, like these kind of teams. And when we have this chance, we want to play one of the bigger dogs. And I think FaZe was a great choice here and now, because, I mean, some of them were at the HLTV Awards. I don't know when they started to practice. They were maybe starting the season a bit later than us. They have a lot of Tier 1 tournaments coming up for them. Like they can pick and choose whatever they want, pretty much. Yeah. While we are here, and this is everything for us. So the thinking was mainly that we are going to come in way more hungry than they are. And I'm not sure if that's what was the key difference here, but that was kind of the reasoning. And I think like now I'm happy that it paid off. Would we have gotten steamrolled? Sure, I would maybe sit here and regret my choice, but it's CS. It's a lot about taking gambles, and you have to take some gambles sometimes. That's what I'm about. So yeah, it paid off this time around.
Love it.
And then I also want to look with you, right, at the fact that when we spoke during the draft show, you said that this would be such an important game for the young players on your team as well. Was there some moments in there where you felt their excitement, maybe you need to calm things down as well, or did they play the usual way you expected? How was it?
Yeah, I mean, I think we as a team played the usual way. I think we also had players who stepped up like I'm used to. I mean, we have Bob XD, insane player, and he's always going to show up no matter what. And same goes for Rolf, Dex, and Maxer as well. I think we're a very, very good team in that sense that we don't really rely on just one player, even though, sure, Bob is an amazing player and usually get us these entries. I think anyone can always pop off. So I'm just happy to see everyone contributing. And of course, sometimes the communication got a bit stressed and too much screaming. But you know that's Counter-Strike, and I love that feeling. And I'm happy to be back here against a team like FaZe and get that feeling again. Like that's kind of what you play for and live for.
Hey, well, JW, thank you so much for joining us once again. Congratulations on a very important win for you here. We'll see you in a few days.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
What a way to do it, man. What a crazy situation to find yourselves in. And then on the other side of this, right, this is a win that means so much to JW and Eyeballers, but it's probably not a loss that matters that much to FaZe in the grand scheme of things.
I was just about to say, obviously, it's disappointing for FaZe Clan, and there's no running around the fact that they would have loved to win this game and get off to a good start. But no, I don't think it's defining for FaZe Clan. If anything, it puts a bit more pressure on them heading into Krakow, which is going to be the next big event for them. And obviously, you never want to start the season by losing a game like this. But it was one game. It was an online best-of-3 series. Obviously, they didn't play well. They'll be the first to admit that. But I don't think it's one of those losses where you're going to ring the alarm bells just yet and be like, okay, FaZe is done for. Disappointing, yes, but not a defining game for them, so to speak.
Yeah, not a defining game as well. We're going to try and get Twists on the line at the same time. And I'm glad that they're going to come talk about it, right? Because there's some things they'll be able to see and understand as to why it went this way. But it is something where we can count on FaZe on LAN, but online sometimes they're not quite there.
Well, that's the question mark, right? How much can we count on FaZe? Because what we saw during the major, when they finally stepped up, when they got into the groove, during stage 2, during stage 3, and especially during the playoff as well, everyone loves to see that kind of FaZe play out. You said Twist, you know, having a fantastic comeback into FaZe Clan. You look at Frozen, a fantastic player as well. Jacob stepping up. There's so many interesting aspects to FaZe Clan still, but I want to see a bit more consistency, and I think that's what they're still seeking themselves as well.
Well, let's try and learn a bit more from it. Twist is kindly joining us here after the loss against the Eyeballers here. Russ, you hear us okay?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, they're loud and clear, mate. Obviously a tough game for you guys, not the way you would want to start off the season considering how well you guys played at Budapest. Can you just kind of give me a summary of what you guys felt went wrong after obviously dominating them the way you did with the aggression and just attacking them on Ancient? How did it go so wrong on the rest of the series for you guys?
I mean, won't lie, like we haven't had a pretty start to the season. Practice hasn't been the best for us either. So yeah, I think you know, it was shown basically to the public that, you know, it's not great. I think we're trying our best to get through, like, you know, early season struggles. It could be some rust, you know. The player break ended not so long ago, and yeah.
Yeah, I just said as well, like, I feel like obviously a disappointing loss for you guys, but not necessarily a defining loss for you. You have Krakow coming up, which arguably is a bigger goal for you. Do you feel comfortable that you can, you know, play off that rust and maybe practice yourself into form for the next big tournament for you guys?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, we're gonna be able to practice, have much more time to play. Everyone's gonna be able to get more hours into the game. Not concerned about Krakow. You know, for me, this is just another online BO3 that, you know, that you have to play. So. It sucks to lose in the first stage. Obviously, the events in Malta, I would have liked to have an event where I live. It would have been nice, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not gonna say it's like the end of the world.
All right, well, Russ, thank you very much for taking the time to join us, man. We'll see you across the rest of the year as well, and good luck with practice and everything else.
Thank you, guys.
Tough times, sad times, but we've got to keep things moving. There's more games to have here at the Blast Bounty. Still 2 more coming your way. And next up is Fnatic taking on Astralis, and new recruit Madden joined me for an interview.
Battle of the Down.
HOTU.CET International Astralis has happened. Ryu comes into the team with FaZe, but I just guess I need to know, what did you see in Ryu? Like, what was your decision in picking him? Because FaZe we've seen quite a bit more of.
I think Ryu just has all the things that we need right now for the team. Obviously, he's playing more of the anchor positions. He has really good mechanics, and he's young and he's hungry, ready to grind. And yeah, I think we just needed exactly a guy like him. And I think he's already surprised me a little bit with how well he's communicating. So that's
nice. Okay, that's very positive. And in terms of that, with bringing new 2 players in, are you clicking well in practice, or is it too early to say? Like, what's the initial feeling?
I think it's like, you know, we have good games and bad games. I think that's how it goes when you make a change. It's very inconsistent, but I think that like, I'm very hopeful for the future. I think that with some more time, we will definitely get a higher both ceiling and floor. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be a good time.
Now, don't shoot me down too much on this next question, because you and Stair, right, you have a lot of experience of like being in international teams, but Yabby not so much. So I know his English is great when we talk to him, but how is it switching to being full English all the time, communicating in game? Is there any worries there at all?
Worries, not so much, but there's some fun moments here and there.
Oh, give me something. Tell me.
But I don't know, it's hard to explain, but there's just a lot of time where like his brain thinks that he has the same vocabulary that he has in Danish, and then he just goes off the rails in it sometimes. And I don't know, he's very annoyed by it himself, but for the rest of us, it's very funny.
Oh, there you go. It's bringing some good mood to the team, while something wild happens, but hopefully not in any crucial moments with this one. Lastly, I just want to get your thoughts on this Fnatic team. It's a Ukrainian trio. Now Madden's come in, Crim's the old guard just hanging in there. Do you think they could maybe be a test for you because you are going through this change? Could it be challenging?
Yeah, like I think for us right now, the opponent doesn't really matter too much. I think that it's just challenging to switch to international and to switch players. We kind of have to get on the same page. So yeah, I definitely think that they are a worthy opponent for us. I think it'll be a good game.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Best of luck, mate, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Well, we're going into Astralis taking on Fnatic. We switch things up on the desk here. I'm still here. I don't go anywhere. I do it all. But Maui has come in to fill in for Pimp. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
It's good to see you, man. You're a workaholic.
I'm a workaholic. I've probably got problems and issues, but you got to help me understand the issue of these two teams. So we haven't got much time, Maui. It's really limited. Astralis, Fnatic, go.
Yeah, I mean, no, the last game was just so crazy. We only have a couple seconds here. I would just say Astralis, finally, they pivot to international. They move away from the Danish lineup. No longer, for the first time in his career, is Yabby speaking Danish, which is going to be probably a work in progress. But I like some of the pieces that they picked up. I like FaZe as an individual. I thought that he was really thriving in 9 and in Wildcard, even under adverse situations. The fact that he was getting cut from the roster for ChatGPT reasons and then brought back to the roster just to keep them afloat. Like, this guy has been through absolutely everything. He's worked on 3 different continents. Remember, he worked he's on Rare Atom. He was on Wildcard in America, and now he's back to Europe. And I feel like this is the guy that Astralis need to lean on along with Stair as their 2 pillars for star power.
Okay, and now hit me, Fnatic.
Fnatic, on the other hand, they lose Blame F. Seems like Big really wanted him. And Fnatic themselves, they did say that they wanted a little bit more aggression. Modern in the last year with 0 tenacity did look like a more aggressive piece for them. We saw his entry attempts go up quite a bit from when he was on ENCE. However, I don't feel like he has the same star power, will bring them to the same heights, where sometimes, to be fair to Blame F, he carried Fnatic through that Shanghai RMR, basically gifted them a playoff berth, or a major berth, that is. And in their stead, they have this Passion UA core, which itself did pretty well at Shanghai. But I feel like this is going to be one that it's going to be kind of a meddling season for them.
Do you think right now, if we're looking at these two teams though, Fnatic has a bit of an advantage because the change is more drastic for the side of Astralis? Can that be something that works in Fnatic's favor? Exactly.
When we were doing the draft show, this is one of the matchups that I said, even though there's a few teams that definitely look like the favorites, it's a good opportunity for Fnatic, a team that has only changed 1 player out, that they think the roles are more fitting for their team. They're getting a more aggressive player in Modern over Blame F. Maybe there's an opportunity here for them to find the upset, but for Astralis, I still think that they have more star power across the board.
Okay, well, let's see if that's what can carry them through to a win here. We're done and dusted on this death segment, but we're going straight into a game. It's Fnatic taking on Astralis. We're scrolling in Londres.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your excellent thoughts. That's right, we've got 2 fresh rosters that have actually gone through changes in an off-season where some were disappointed by a lack of team changes. Mohan, we've got a couple new projects in Fnatic versus Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, it pangs my heart to see Astralis go away from a full Danish lineup, obviously, but at the same time, I think one thing that might be interesting, even though international might be a downside just for having to switch from actual Danish speaking for like HOTU.CET and for Yabby and whatever, the fact is they have interesting players that they picked up. I think Ryu's really interesting. I think the lineup with where Copenhagen Flames were with the original HOTU.CET lineup, I like the idea that he's bringing up new guys together. The one thing was coming into Astralis, it felt like a ship that was barely afloat, and there wasn't enough fresh blood for there to feel like there'd be a new peak again with maybe Device and some of the old lineup. But HOTU.CET's still super hungry as an IGL, and I think with some younger players that he can shape and mold, he has a really great track record with new teammates. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Let's see what they can get done today. Begins on Mirage, map choice of Fnatic. A Fnatic that when I look over there and see BlameF's absence, I just think this is going to be more of that Passion UA that ran through Shanghai. Feels like you don't have to implement BlameF as much, and that maybe Madden can just kind of prop up what we know has provably worked in the past. Those are my thoughts. Right now, it's looking simple. Clean hit into this A site, Crims with the opening kill. Oh, that's a labored effort. Nothing still from the triple box, despite the opportunities and then some. So it's gonna have to be HOTU.CET and Jabby to try to save this one down to just Jabby 1v3. You know that could have been a better hold. Unfortunately, Shev caught it all. Taps here from the triple box attack, and Jabby's gonna go down with not enough. To survive, Fnatic take a pistol.
It's kind of hard to talk past that little kerfuffle with the USP spam. Unfortunately, he was very close on every bullet.
Ah, yes.
But never actually touched the head, unfortunately. And playing from triple, he had a key portion of the round here. This round definitely could have been won by Astralis, but sometimes this game just comes down to aim. And so over on the Fnatic side, obviously Madden coming in, it's really interesting for similar reasons. It's like a step back on star player potential, but fresh blood from a player who has been looking for more aggressive roles in his career, for someone who I feel like even when he played on ENCE, I think because Spinks was on the team with Snappy calling and the way they organized it, he kind of fell to the bottom of that list in terms of importance, played really hard support roles, but word on the street is that he's always had more to offer. So that's what we're going to look for with Madden and this new lineup.
It feels like that word on the street was kind of floating out there for quite some time as well.
Yeah.
It's been a moment since Madden was in on the Counter-Strike cycles. Let's hope that hunger translates to early success here, trying to prop up the Fnatic conversion. Should be good. We just checked the field for that single Desert Eagle in the hands of FUZI. An interesting piece. We've seen FUZI in what feels like now a couple dozen jerseys.
Yeah.
Right? This guy is always down to clown. Doesn't matter which region. In fact, having played on even some Chinese rosters, Launders.
Yeah, and it felt like, he was in contract jail for a second too, and it felt like he was going to get locked up for a bit and miss, the chance at playing on a team like Astralis. So it's nice to see him get the chance. Because if it was going to be a Swedish lineup, like, I guess maybe Eyeballers,
yeah, right? I think the only shame here is that he's no longer one of us in North America.
Yeah.
To greener pastures, my friend.
We'll never get another top offer, will we?
We're still looking. Madden clearing out pieces here. This Desert Eagle that was meant to come to play ends up going down with nothing. So if you're Fnatic, you're happy about this one. Pistol into the 5-man conversion.
Yep, very, very nice.
And the professional puts on a polo to play his game.
I was going to say.
That's what we need to see.
Jerseys in the mail. So what do you think about HOTU.CET with this new lineup? Do you think he can bring the most out of guys that you wouldn't expect?
I would hope so. I think he'll get more than what people would expect, but I still think that this is an Astralis with a lower ceiling. That's where I'm left. That's where I'm left, Mo. It's going to be a tough one to get it out. I think maybe Stare could be the savior, but hey, trying to make do with what you've got, I feel like, is kind of like the motto for Astralis, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, they've had their bout of playing with every great Danish player ever at this point, and they tried them all, to be fair to Astralis. Like, they tried sort of every iteration, whether it was like config BlameF or Device coming back, or bringing in HOTU.CET, which never thought that would happen. They played with Cadian. You know what I mean? They were trying to win no matter what. Like, that was something that was never supposed to happen. So fair play. That was a nice shot.
Just as Ryu's trying to pressure him into the ramp, he gets that top stairs kill to keep it clean. And we're no longer talking just about getting through pistols. This is first gun round for Astralis. And a 4v2 off that one from Jambo. So we had that kind of mid-round floating moment, and Jambo's going to make the difference, seemingly.
Well, Oh, this is a bit of a pickle. I mean, if HOTU.CET knew that they were coming up behind him, he wouldn't be in a bad spot to watch that second window playing off of Cat.
Oh,
and this pickup could actually help out a lot. So this next kill, I feel like, really makes the difference.
Careful. Utility comes in. HOTU.CET's going to know that he's got to pick one up, but nice shot from csgo, considering that's the Galil as well to the M4. Gets the insta headshot, puts the pressure back on FUZI. That one free frag over towards the A site, all they've netted since this was the 4v4.
I felt like he needed to make the decision to play a touch more aggressive. Those one falls into his lap, actually. FUZI's patience pays off.
No kid. That's going to be a limitation here. As csgo and Fear split up, and that frag finds its mark to perfection. 50 damage on FUZI, gonna send him back into the save. If he's lucky, he'll get away with this. Fear maybe catches an angle from the catwalk, but we'll see about that one. No, he's gonna get blindsided instead. So, FUZI catching another frag, 9 HP, what he escapes with, and Fnatic go up 3-0.
So obviously, the Astralis are the ship that have changed the most blanks, and it's not just the players, it's switching communication. I think is the biggest thing overall. Now we've all talked to HOTU.CET and Yabi and they speak English. They speak English great, so it's not going to be that weird. But as HOTU.CET mentioned, there have been moments for like Yabi where he's never played on an international lineup, and HOTU.CET has, and he gets frustrated with himself because he'll be just speaking normally, and then all of a sudden a Danish word will come out where he thought it was English, and then everyone will be like, "What are you talking about?" So there's just going to be, I think, some mental lag that he's going to have to solve, which will, I'm sure, happen over time.
That M4 stack down an underpass. Not yet found out by Madden, but pieces being toppled all around it already. And as he dives down in, he'll catch his one. But that's all you're going to get, Stare. Hate to break it to you.
Yeah, this side of the map's totally cracked open. Only these pistols left over. If they can go and try to get back some better guns. But for now, hard round to lose for Fnatic.
Man, so far, Madden looking like a great inclusion in the Fnatic jersey.
Yeah, no kidding. There is always the question of if you change the environment, how much better can a player get to, right? And I think one of those examples maybe would have been Stare. When you gave him better roles, he kind of like rose to the occasion, definitely. But are we going to, the last game that Fnatic played, it was like Blame F with a 1.5 rating, trying to carry them as they lost to friendly campers, right? And it's just like, that happens sometimes because he's so good. Are we going to get those average carry performances out of anybody on Fnatic like he could do sometimes?
I feel like you'd expect it less often, but that's the beauty of Madden, is that sometimes you kind of forget about him. He goes off the radar and then does surprise you, even back with the Ents jerseys. Throw it out there. I think what's nice about Madden is, obviously, you think about him, you think about Ents. It's not one of those organizations that seems to be somewhat cursed, where an environment can hold the player back, and then you see them unleashed when they change off, right? He was kind of a victim of the big Ents sell-off.
Yeah, the cursed lineups, I think it's Astralis and Liquid right now. Like, no matter who they try to bring in, they just never get to where their trajectory, it seems like, is pointing to. That's why I sort of think like this lineup will have some low-key potential for Astralis. It's just finally the time no one has expectations. Maybe that's where, with no egos, with only hunger left, with a little less pressure on a lineup that historically has been the most under a microscope in their country and for many years in the world, that here's where, it's a good environment to blossom. We casted so many G2 games, for example, when they had all their best players, there's so much attention on them. They got more hate, more pressure, more attention, and I think that makes it so much harder to grow, especially if you're learning.
What are you up to this time, Madden? Plays inside of the underpass smoke. Pressure out through the apartments as well as Fnatic gun for that 5-0 start.
I felt like he didn't hear it.
And with the way Fear's already hit the dirt towards Van, and the way Madden's just still lingering towards bottom middle, Fnatic are trying to set themselves up for something quicker, but slowed down, and FUZI clips one down from bottom connector. That kill onto Fear will be found out when it looked like he had gone unnoticed. Molotov decides that he's going to have no runway in this round. Desperation sinks in with the Palace push as Crims is looking to get anything going. And by God, folks, you've got it. Astralis looking alive here in the 5th round of Mirage.
And just when it looks like it's going to get ugly again, it's a moment where they actually are aware of that van drop. They have everything covered, and now Jambo in this 1-on-5 kicks it off with a frag.
Does have bomb too, so let's see. That makes it just slightly more interesting. Jabby to lock into the corner, and that gives all the time needed for the rotations to come over. You saw that window of opportunity slip by just by Jabby making sure he kept his head tucked down, wouldn't want to be picked by window.
Whoa.
And the jump spot gonna confirm it. Now impossible. 4 CTs on the scene to make sure Jambo can't get away with this robbery of a bomb plant.
Luckily for him, no one's coming up from behind, so he'll have a place to save if he wants to. But if he keeps giving them audibles, maybe he feels like he can't escape. So he's going to fight his way forward. What?
2 kills, that's 3.
Wait a second.
But there's 4 on the scene, and that's what does put it in. But remember, that was half of what was on the defense, still allowing Jambo to hit the ground.
It's kind of nice for Fnatic and the most successful moment for Astralis to get back that many kills. We saw it at Budapest. They are in a very aggressive lineup like that too. Like they might have just done that calculation. Saving would have been cool, but they could buy again, and Astralis' money they want to keep low.
Oof. Spam to the top of mid. Madden not too worried about it. Still keeps that pressure on, and that pressure comes in the form of a connector timing that just caught a shoulder. No kills. Does draw the second window player back over, and again, right? I want to talk about aggression. It's starting to creep in. Exposed in bottom con, but Madden wins the duel. Stare was looking for him, but the headshot comes up to Fnatic's favor. Ryu leans back. Oh, he's going to lose that duel to the edge of triple box, and Fnatic still not crossing over. Bomb stuffed over towards Tetris. 3 players there with flashes coming out. HOOXie's going to take the place of his fallen comrade.
And Madden already knows that the rotations have come about. There's no real reason for Astralis to even worry about B when Fnatic could win on both sides of the map. So this is their ace in the hole, actually. Madden's done a fantastic job, both with his presence inside of middle and also responding to that connector play. Got the kill, secured the site, and now they'll have no friction coming in to get this bomb plant. Are they going to clear this out? Wow.
Busted open. And then Crim's still late to the party, out from Palace. Gets revenge for dying on that walkout in the last round.
That's pretty beautiful out of Madden. He really shows a lot of his ends plays in this round. I mean, his fast connector lurk, and also with the way that it came down there, it felt like there was 2 or 3 players that maybe they were going to go for a split with a lot of connector attention. It was just Madden the whole time. And with Astralis having no one there, they just had to basically watch their backs. So a bit of a steamroll from Fnatic now with the nature of this round and those extra kills in the last.
It's a great response as well, just because the Astralis shutdown in the 1 round prior made you think like, okay, second chance with guns, game's gonna get going, but Fnatic with a very fast rebuttal, and one that again shows Madden's ability to kind of prop up this team.
And I like that it's like, it's him, you know, it's not like, oh, I'm blame F. Ooh, maybe, and to be fair to blame F, he's sped it up a lot in the last year or so with the way that he's played CS in general. But Madden's going to be faster, and I think if he can bring his personality out like that and they know how to support it, might be an awesome fit for this team, who again like to be aggressive.
Rugga's first timeout. Fear the most.
How long do you leave your Christmas decorations up?
Usually until at least New Year's.
Yeah.
Then you got to give it at least a few more days.
Yep.
But then we usually kind of leave, you and I, for work.
Yes.
So I don't know when they get taken down because I'm never the one that does it.
Yeah, Maddie just took down the tree.
Yep.
I lied. I said I don't want to see it come down, but actually I just didn't want to have to do it myself.
Couple missed shots here for FUZI. wanted to put that op into what was indeed a pack of Fnatic players playing out top mid. They all go into a crawl towards Connector, and this boost spot from Stair was meant to stop them. So the two guns in the round for Astralis both had a chance at contact. Unfortunately, both fall empty-handed. 5v4 again, but Fnatic don't really seem to like that they were kind of pressed twice there, right? From the op inside of Con, M4 off of Catwalk. Surely you do feel a bit squeezed. So leave a couple stragglers at the bottom of middle, and we get this rotation back out of Crims. Let's see if Ryu can do anything about it.
Maybe if he catches the nice timing, he'll have a close fight, but it'll have to be that first headshot instantly. Can't find it. And this makes things a little less nervous for Fnatic. They could start moving quickly. Oh, great shot out of Madden too.
Just gonna splice that A-bomb site.
You can't ask for much more out of this lineup right now.
No, sir. It's looking kind of perfect. This is about exactly what you need from the debut. Again, they had a solid showing back at the major. Exceeded some expectations, considering they only qualified by the skin of their teeth. And now Madden putting on a display after quite some time out of the server.
Wouldn't that be funny? JW and Fnatic winning on the same day.
Would be nice. Start of a new season, things can always get a little weird. Online single elimination, that's why we do the bounty the way we do. Keeps you on your toes. And look at you, Fnatic, or rather FaZe. Right back into Christmas break.
Yeah, that is the thing about Counter-Strike. If you're just exposed to that like lower tier a little too much, you get exposed because it's hard in a different way.
You know, they could start prepping for their next event, but I think just 2 more days off, why not?
Terrorists win.
All right, well, Fnatic, keep doing what you're doing.
I'm still sat here believing somewhat in Astralis' defense just because of the nature of the one round they did win. Sure, all right, 4 players on site versus Jambo. Half of them died. They kind of let that one go economically, but it was a convincing round. There's duels all over the place. Everybody picked them up. Let's see one right here. There's a world where there's somewhat of a recovery, but stark contrast to the last round. It's not going to be Fnatic jumbling up behind those top mid boxes, despite the attention here from Astralis. Ooh, man, and all that mid effort coming out from the defense, that could have been the perfect chance for Fnatic to pop, but they burn off a little more time, and we'll see if that does transition Astralis back into the bomb site's defense. Full-blown execute, 3 smokes over, flashes making it awkward here as well. Ryu hasn't seen a damn thing, and they opt not even to spam just yet. Oof, and that incendiary just keeps the pressure on.
That's
Molotovs
toasty.
go deep. Now they're pushing through, smokes into the Opper, unable to get that quick scope in. No fear as he comes running through it. Bomb planted open as well for both the players here on top of Tetris.
It's almost a 4-save position without
and
CT.
the Palace. Yeah, this one's cooked.
So you see the crossfire that just exists now that the T's have won it, and the op going down in the same blow. So they'll have to walk away from this. No dignity on this save. Unfortunately, Astralis are probably feeling pretty good about one of their last chances to get back into this game. I also feel like it's a bit of a nervous map so far from Ryu, and I think we'll see better performances from him, but you know, we saw right away from the pistol. He was definitely rocked a bit.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, an entire whiffed magazine of USP is usually a tough recovery.
Yeah.
Really good execute as well. Didn't notice any missed utility. The flashbangs were timed well. The molly on that second volley too just kind of forced CTs into that even further back position. And then the one, you know, let's call it flavor move is Fear pushing through that smoke as well.
Flavor, spicy
a little
move.
flavor.
Need to get that Chipotle sponsorship.
Yeesh. Jabby going for the top mid play here.
Come on, Jabby, take him down.
Blindside's one. 5 versus 4 for Astralis. He's been tough to come by. And yet still he floats around here, dropped down to the half health. Stair confirmed inside Connector, wants his. And Jack Asmo signing up for these fights, has support.
Oh,
Jambo
he hit
plus
that.
Fuzi off of Connector. That is how Fnatic get this back to the 3v3.
Ooh, that was filthy. Down to HOTU.CET alone on this side of the map, but He's in a good spot. He's got his wits about him. Let's see if he catches a lurk.
They come through the smoke on timing. He'll gun down Madden. Remember, Jabby's health disadvantage is going to now push this one into Fnatic's hands. Still a bit delayed as well from this B-site rotation, so Jambo going to go ahead and plant this one for the catwalk. Crims goes deep on 50 health.
2 HEs makes this interesting, but Crims is over there on Cat, so they'll have to find Jambo first. And while he's looking for them, maybe he'll make a mistake. That's all that Astralis can hope for.
Ooh, quick to it. That's both down.
Damn.
Jambo, clean as need be, triple on the round. And we don't end up getting to see the whole thing, but clipping FUZI inside a connector as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when I'm looking at this top mid fight, not the one I saw coming.
It's like the best Jambo.
And that's what kicks it all off. So huge triple kill moment here for the Opera of Fnatic. And lo and behold, it is Astralis still sitting on a measly 1-round win.
It's the Shanghai Jambo. That's the kind of confidence that wins Fnatic rounds. Oh, this is about to be a shutdown. Countering every play. Stair was boosted up Caprix. They walked 2 down to connector, cleared him. Here they're posted up on the op. Okay. That's something. Stair also a slow starter in this map.
Ooh.
He's gonna know in a second. Oh, he got by him actually. This is awkward now.
Nice, Jabby still clipping it over top of the smoke. Ryu head down.
Stair's working on that flank now, so that should be an insurance policy.
Flashes make it awkward, but they find them. Crim's full blind drops down off the ladder. Little recovery here though from Madden and Jambo. 2 versus 4. For Fnatic's 9th round on the T side. That Stair flank's coming. Jabby trying to keep him. Oh, self hit it inside a connector, but the wall bang connects to perfection. Bomb is gonna get clipped trying to cross back over.
It gets thrown forward a bit, so actually Madden, he got it.
More damage dealt to him. Bomb scooped up. He just tries to sprint away.
And he does.
Throws caution to the wind.
But where can he go? It's upper B apartments, and he can get cut off if Stair wants to walk this way. It's a big advantage, actually. It's Madden who has to gamble correctly, and he picks the right move, it looks like. Stair splitting the difference. He's going to hang out a window. Madden's low HP, so it's not a bad idea. But just one gap, and he'll get the default plant off. We'll see if Stair turns around or not.
There's a bit of uncertainty here. Stair checking the...
He's going to get out.
Connector walk up, which means he doesn't see it. Palace.
Oh, there's an HE. Oh, but he doesn't even hear it?
Oh, he kind of hears it as he's making mono.
Oh, no.
Critical timing here. Remember, he's got the kit, and he's also got the health advantage. Now he knows it. Gonna come back through jungle. Knows this was cleared.
Oh, this can be heard now.
And Madden goes deep off of this. Huge move here by Madden in the 1 versus 1. 12 kills already.
Stair still has his HE.
2 within this round, trying to figure it out. He's gonna go smoke to the bomb, tap it, and try to read that this would come from Ticket. Wide swing from Madden, off the headshot, triple kill for him, and a 2v4 for Fnatic.
Oh my goodness. That's a move out of Madden. Again, the correct read, wrapping back around to Palace, and Stair could have cut him off anyway. And it's because Jambo was facing towards jungle with that bomb as he was running away, so...
Wall bang.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Just another great round out of Madden. It's been a masterclass for him.
Dude, the timing on this, the confidence to run. Didn't waste a second either coming out from Palace. Feels like Madden hasn't skipped a beat despite his departure from Tier 1.
So much impact.
Starting to force Astralis' hands to get frisky. They'll take the ramp control with 2.
That's so brutal because Stair, even though Madden was the one who moved fast that 1v1, Stair moved fast to go for the flank. They just needed to delay a little longer for him to just be a guaranteed win. And again, this move could be big, but it really comes down to how fast Fnatic go. If it's going to be a B split, even though there's 3 guys here, I still like the tease on the attack if they clear things properly.
Good timing on the Uzi contact with that double kill as well. You take what comes your way, and that's going to put them to a halt. Again, this is kind of looking like that 1 round Astralis did wind up winning. Rock solid defense to take down the numbers. Crim's cut down with just the one, so we do have a second round at the very least. It's a thin silver lining, but it's silver nonetheless.
Only because of the nature they've lost so many of these rounds, I thought, well, maybe this is going to be another one, but you couldn't ask for something better than pushing A, not seeing anybody, and having 3 on the site that they're going to. So a lot of this comes down to this HOTU spray. Look at the second kill. It's just so easy. I don't even know if he saw him.
Walks right in.
Yeah.
Kept the spray going. So.
Yeah, he just knows they're up against the wall, so.
He's shooting for it. Sometimes you put the bullet down the road and someone will walk right into it. Smoke towards top middle to cause uncertainty. We're going to end this half with a B rush, aren't we?
Yeah.
Going to get real close. More often than not, just kind of been HOTU floating out here. Jabby from Cap puts the fire down at the right moment. Frag to follow suit. They're going to eat that one. It's not the worst amount of damage, though, considering how clumped up they were. Jabby still good for the first. Stalls things for only a second. Clean corner clear by Jack Asmo. He'll waste not a bullet when it comes to denying FUZI exit through the marketplace. 4 versus 2 for Fnatic. And all this CT side may lean on is 2 one-off round wins for the Danes. Well, Danes plus nowadays. Ryu and Stair are going to try their damnedest, and it's a 1v4 needed. Not going to happen. Fnatic come out swinging to start 2026.
Dupree, he can't see a thing. They're right in front, diffusing the bomb. The smoke, oh my god! Dupree taking 2 and falling back, going for the shot. You gotta be kidding me! Dupree winning the round!
Hi, my name is Dupree. I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big, in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into proportions that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. We were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go out and prove that we can also do this, And then, getting to the point where you need one more round, I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Clay would say guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos. It was just people just getting killed left and right, but it was just one frag at a time, and you can see on the kill feed we were getting closer and closer and closer. And then that final kill, which I believe I got when I hit that last Tech9 headshot on the test, that was crazy. And the feeling is just we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I had actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
Apologies, but we missed the pistol. I'll have you know, if you're an Astralis fan, though, good news. They absolutely ran through Fnatic. We've got a couple replays for you, but the pistol
ran through Virtus Pro.
Has happened. It has indeed happened, and Fnatic, look at this, unable to staff this A bomb site. Astralis got him down, and so there is hope for a T-side comeback. Again, many moving parts in live production. But you guys got to watch a beautiful Dupree
best map of
segment, so
Counter-Strike
hey.
ever played right there. Back at Atlanta.
And at least you didn't miss round of the year. Sometimes you never know when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Wasn't that one.
No, that one will be the end of this game. When Astralis make this comeback too.
You know what they say, every comeback starts with a pistol that we didn't watch. Or something like that. Fnatic opt to go full USP. Not a single deke on the field, but yeah, you're going to get spotted trying to get around with that one. It is a slaughter, even faster than the last, I tell you.
Who was that?
That was Hugo Byron. Faster than the Lost.
And this is officially the start of a real match. Smiles on the faces of everyone on Astralis. They don't lose a guy on this anti-eco. So much cash made.
It's pretty low grenades here for Fnatic as well. One single kit on Fear. Keep your eyes on it. Molly and connector while both sides are smoked. And
So
HOTU.CET
real.
sees that as an invitation.
This will be a real test of the read. You know, I mean, they can obviously sense something's off, but HOTU.CET's here to make sure they don't move too far.
Man, he took a dink to the head though. 80 damage for HOTU.CET. Madden tries to dive over to the arch. And he's gonna hold that line, him and Fear. With a kill apiece, Jambo onto the scene quickly, out through that market window, knows one's locked in, spots the other, but FaZe with the AK goes in, double headshot. And now it's him towards the top of the board, still trailing behind HOTU.CET on 12 kills so far. But let's see if they can put this 3v2 on ice. csgo and Crims coming at this from different angles. One in the apartments, one towards Catwalk. They don't want to take a sniff at this, and that's going to be Astralis finding 5.
Everyone's prepared for T-side right now. It's a good call out of HOTU.CET. I mean, it's a 5 pop in the middle. They take over control of it. They leave HOTU.CET there. And all he's meant to do is just be a bee in the bonnet inside of connector, hold their attention, and the attack comes in. I'm very impressed by the kill from Madden. And the original pickoff from Fear made it feel like somehow Fnatic were going to pull this out. But overall, the structure of the round definitely favored how Astralis attacked it. And even though they sensed something was wrong over on B, they couldn't fully respond to it because there's still the threat of a connector split. So it's just really well orchestrated here to keep the momentum going. These 2 kills. Didn't have the best time with the op in the first half.
No.
But that's a great rifle clip for FaZe.
Kind of a flashback to the Jambo corner hold in the last round, right? With the double op. But FaZe does it with the rifle. Keeps it clean and keeps this T-side rolling. Flawless so far. Over top of the smoke for the hunt. Nobody looking to step into it at the start of this one. Successful element of Fnatic's T-side was never falling victim to these kinds of buys that they're holding on to at the moment when we had a couple of rifles floating out or whatever not. I mean, there was just so few mistakes made in general. See if they can wield the power of a couple M4s themselves.
It all starts with some mid control. And unless Fnatic want to stack, which they probably should think about it at some point, it's not going to be a good chance for them to win here. You know, Fear's technically the only one inside smokes, and he's only got a pistol.
Ooh,
Oh,
but that perch from Madden's going to give an AK
upgrade,
over
too.
it. Now if they scramble into the A site before Astralis come through, you're working with something. csgo finds it with the one M4. Pistol gets another. Jabby's rebuttal's good, but still it is pressure on FaZe with 4 health. Fnatic catching that kill in mid and a fast scramble into the A bomb site could damn well be enough.
Oh, with the amount of time and the bomb just awkwardly that far away, I don't even think there's a chance for FUZI to go for this. He's got to run.
Well, there it is. I said that they wouldn't fall victim to these kinds of rounds, and yet still Fnatic pull it off. It felt like if Fear had to do everything, that 5-7 wasn't going to get away with enough. But considering you already had the M4 frag, he steps forward, gets one with the 5-7, slows it all down.
And they counter flashed. I don't know if it was his own from under balcony, but they had A ramp blind, so he could get that kill easily. And they found HOTU.CET. They also found HOTU.CET going towards connector. They had a good response in the middle versus him. It's just all starts right here. And I'll say definitely one thing, the aim isn't looking super sharp for Astralis. Like, all other things aside, we don't really have Stair taken over. Best moments, I think, a couple of Jabby's kills, FUZI on that previous round, and, you know, somehow HOTU.CET at the top of the board. That's not what he wants to see.
Ouch. Making FUZI's job all the harder. Jabby told to just tuck in for a second, and that is on the timing of Fnatic clearing out this ramp. Low health Fear in the front of it. Jackasmo, you think, has to commit to the trade, but he doesn't wide swing immediately. Slow burn, he then steps out, and Jabby will collect that second kill. So good patience here by Jabby for the 5v3.
They're not flashing Cat, and they haven't cleared it properly, but HOTU.CET, oh, he gets in front of the molly. He'll get the op.
Didn't hear this? Madden is running around now.
Oh.
FUZI, yeah, he's going to turn around, and FUZI's on the brink of walking this op up into the corner.
Okay.
Yes, sir, tracks him down. That felt like it was Madden's kill for free when he quickly moved, but I guess didn't make the sound, or FUZI doesn't hear it. And all's good for Astralis by the looks of things. Still just a shame that when you can only put together a measly 2-round CT side, that one of the rounds you give back is to the 2 M4s in the round previous.
Yeah, when the other team already has 11, it just doesn't feel good. So it'll be a hard day's work here for Astralis, but at least on the harder rounds, they still look very confident. There's nothing too complicated about that. It's just a default that it stays inside of middle instead of is a lurker in middle. So we've kind of had all kinds of variety now from their T side, but everything to do with a middle start.
Terrorists win.
I can't tell if that makes this game interesting or not after the last round.
It makes it interesting that they've been able to have clean rounds so far, but it also just feels like it ends the moment they make one more mistake.
Right.
But because this is such a fresh project for Astralis, I think win or lose, I just want to see more of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know. When you asked me earlier, like, will HOTU.CET be able to get a lot out of these lesser pieces? I think if the answer to that question does end up being yes, it's still going to take some time. This is so fresh. But Ryu off to the races, and HOTU.CET's right there making use of the space that Ryu created with a kill of his own onto the stairs. No trade though. And so the recovery here for Fnatic is underway. Stair to try to make that difference. FUZI looking for a target, but it's a disengage from Crims back towards mid. And Madden's Desert Eagle only walks up closer.
Such a difficult choice. They've got to decide if they want to commit to A, and they're already halfway up Sandwich, but yeah, they don't have CT control. Oh, what a shot out of FUZI.
Love to see it. Crims is repositioned as well, back into the jungle.
And Crims has 2. He's going to need 2 more.
Gives position towards that smoke, towards Ticket. They'll make use of that.
Wait, this is actually interesting because Crims has the perfect grenades for their setup.
Smoking a Molotov, picks up a frag as well. Just one more tool for the job. 2 kills in, looking for the 1v2 clutch. Opera on the angle.
Wait, he just missed that.
Just crossed over. Jump up, gonna catch him. And the frag grenade, not going to be enough. Molotov forward first. Smoke grenade to come up next. He's going to try to sit on this with an awkward angle. No. But before he can even do so, FUZI's got that line. And so Astralis keep these T-side rounds coming.
Love to see FUZI lighting it up here. He's actually doing so much better now on T-side. And it wasn't even the amount of kills he got in the first half. That was okay. They didn't have a good half, so wouldn't expect that. But he's starting to really take over. This shot. Ooh. That's special.
You think you can get away with just underhanding a smoke over the ticket like that? 90% of the time you do get away with it. Not on FUZI's watch tonight. Fnatic's first timeout. Wild considering a 2-round CT side.
Mm-hmm.
But held them for these kinds of moments, and it's starting to feel like this lead gets cut into. 4-round game here.
Is that Groot on his head?
Mm-hmm. It's a little bean sprout. Gift from a loved one. We asked him once.
Oh.
We said, Stair, I think maybe you should get that thing checked out.
Maybe Kerrigan should tape the rocks to his head.
Swallow a few. Enhance the chakra. Jambo, easy one for the FUZI hold.
Oh, and in the op head-to-heads, man, Jambo, he's that guy.
I love this, though, for HOTU.CET. That's a clean headshot on an opera that you know likes a re-peek from time to time. You know, yeah, Jambo, true. Happy to sprinkle in a little pizzazz.
He has been re-peeking a lot.
And it was the HOTU.CET instant AK headshot in a tough position. That otherwise is a 5v3. This reload's going to be lethal. Madden not expecting that a MAC-10 would come climbing up through that smoke. But you let your guard down and you feel the wrath. 8th round on the line here for Astralis. Bomb doubling back on the back of HOTU.CET. And this actually draws Jabby away from A instead.
I was thinking they want it to be an A play, but they've got Ryu in the window, and it's the CTs who are over here. Pierre's going to be the first mover. And they just have to be careful as they cross, you know. But if Ryu wants to play too passive, he will let Fear come and help.
It's a good back angle from Crims. Yes, sir. Saw the hip of the first. Crims is going to do it all, at least for the first two. Stair sneaks up in the meantime. And under that shrouded moment set up by the players in the bomb site, he'll find enough to recover this and get that plant down. Jack Asmo, 1v2, pressure on the opper, has to land the jumps. And he keeps it slick, but Ryu waiting in the ladder room. And what do you know? Astralis add another.
It's a big round from Ryu as well. He's in there with 3.
It's a 4 versus 5 as well for the attack off of the opening Jambo op shot.
A fast window control, and as you mentioned, because of the re-peek that HOTU.CET was waiting for.
He's almost like tapping into the pre-fire for that very re-peek.
Yeah. It's like what a lot of what Molodoi brought re-peeking back into fashion this year, pulling it off in Tier 1. And I think a lot of people are like, well, okay, we can be a bit more aggressive than we learned we could in Counter-Strike.
Good flashes to the top and middle to try to stop Astralis in their tracks. When you've got little to work with, you got to make a move. And so Fnatic try to put those MP9s up close. And you definitely see that catch them off. That was Astralis frazzled for a second. Because there's been some aggression in middle, but that one was the all-in out of the gate.
They don't push for a lot more control, though, after these kills. They didn't go for Palace or anything like that. They're probably assuming this round ends A.
Smoke for bench. Molly stairs. And this is going to isolate half of Fnatic.
This timing is huge. Oh,
Here gets away with it.
About the guy beneath. Bomb is still coming in this direction, though. I like, you know, Fnatic's map right now.
And P9's valuable as well. Throw that on the bomb site, and somebody's going to have to get hectic here for the attack. Jack Asmo, missed Desert Eagle chance. And P9 goes down empty-handed. More missed opportunities for Jack Asmo. Is Crims in Palace going to be able to offer enough? Goes for the bomb plant, but the bomb's still down. Sandwich kill eludes him. And so, all of a sudden, We've got Madden 1v3 versus low health players. It's a winnable round, but without a kit, time is of the essence. And so a fast one onto FUZI is going to move him into position. But still, he kind of slow burns the thought of a second player being close because there was. Now that fallback flashbang, maybe this puts him into it, but still, you gotta go if you're gonna try, and I think this one's a save.
Yeah, they can go and play it from anywhere since he got that kill, but, well, looks like they'll hand another frag back, and they don't have all the money in the world.
Valiant effort to try to stack the numbers up. If Crims was able to actually stop the bomb plant, that also could have been something. This off to be saved. Yes, sir. Held on to. Madden with some late round impact. 3 kills, cuts into the economy. But it's another T-side win regardless.
We saw it in the kill feed, but, you know, that cover kill out of FUZI was everything, really. And again, that's a site with 3 players in it. I feel like even on the rounds that Fnatic are losing, they're doing a good job of just knowing where it's going to end. But even with those 5 frags, Astralis have enough money for everything they want. But now it's just a close game. Anything can happen, and Madden off cap makes the first move.
They are that close to the finish line.
Oh, the chance.
Would have been a lovely equalizing kill.
Instead, got to be careful with this timing.
Oh, sees the barrel, doesn't take the shot.
Does that one hurt? It does. It's a perfect bounce, actually.
Yeah, didn't actually drop down beneath the ledge. Pops right at his feet. More pressure out from the utility. Jambo knows damn well what you were trying to get up to. Fear concerned of a smoke push into connector, but they're just going to use the cover of it instead to take a move towards Cat.
There's no good option here. I mean, they got to go A with Jabby inside of...
Ryu's down beneath it now as Fear tries to go wide. That's when Ryu strikes, layered with Jack Asmo.
And there's no one in CT now.
No, sir. That's the panic turn to get back into the A site. Catwalk players got a shot. Damage done onto Stair. And with fire inside of the jungle, the Opera's got to move. FUZI hits his. Jambo's pistol from down beneath. The bomb plant on the other side. Wall bangs go through, but miss. Flames instead to try to fluster Stair. He is so low and yet still standing. 6 points of HP here. Fnatic on the brink as they've got this retake truly underway.
They know he's in CT as well.
All of that earlier damage going to be worth its weight in gold as Crims, the only man with real health to work with. But the element of surprise is on Stair's side. Unfortunately, the bomb plant's not. And as they tap it once, he's going to buy his time. It's actually Crims who has the kit and the full HP down to the final second. Stair goes wide, and Crims is going to get this. Fnatic's 12.
After everything we've seen, that's how they get map point in this 1v1. It's so close for Stair. Another flank that comes out quickly. The only chance to really win that, but it's still not enough.
So much layered action within that connector Cat play at the start of this engagement.
Oh man, he kind of had to go for the spam. Maybe thought he'd be able to see him from the top of stairs. Just a pressured situation on low HP. A very nice attempt. But Astralis' comeback looks like maybe only gets 2/3 of the way there. They still have money though. This is where losing an eco earlier in the same half really starts to haunt you.
And the 2-round CT side you had to start with. You know, rounds inevitably get close, but it's such a small margin of error. It's always going to be a tough task. Fire burning Stair out from his corner, down to 28 health again. Poor guy's not had a lot to work with in that department. HOTU.CET survives, barely. Opper up close, missed chance. Madden on fire. 2 kills inside of the ladder room, his 20th and 21st frag of his first map here at Bounty in this Fnatic jersey.
And he's still alive.
And they're gonna go quickly
trucking over towards this A-bomb site. Jambo could damn well get an easy duel, but his first shot, a clean chance, and he misses. Madden instead off of the catwalk, now toppled back by Jabby. Low health doesn't seem to be holding him back. A second frag of the round for Jabby. Crims tries to get into the jungle from this duel, and they're gonna let him walk out instead, giving space over to Crims.
Did he see both?
I'm not sure. At least one still, and Jambo worried of that walk up, goes to the top of Ticket, misses the flick down on Stair. Again, low health impact from Stair. Crims starts to walk away, and Astralis find ever the more slightly longer runway.
Yeah, this actually does make it really interesting. It's another strong round where there was some good pressure back from Fnatic, but the kills were all Astralis. Honestly, it was shocking that Madden even got that second frag, so jumping back up there from window, it looked like he was just going to get killed by FaZe in the first place. Now I wonder who's feeling the pressure.
Wild scenes that we almost had. Half of Astralis coming up catwalk, getting stuffed, and then still just really quick response to get out ramp into A instead. I feel like that's one of those moments where a guy like HOTU.CET can make the difference, just in terms of the tempo of the change-ups. That was a shake-up with no hesitation.
You know, they've got Jambo over here on Cat, but Astralis are just going for a full feel-out default right now. Look like a 3B lean, but the bomb's far back. They're not going to make any choices just yet. And Fnatic have always spread out on these ecos. They haven't really stacked sites and then pushed much. So probably makes the most sense to play this way if you're Astralis. This is just the one guy they have to find out about. And as the time goes on, I feel like the more scary he gets. So you just want to find that out without dying to it.
They're going to walk right into it instead.
They will lose one. And again, this is past a minute now. This first kill comes down. It gets harder for Astralis to rearrange.
Like you said, they weren't playing with the stacks, so we'll see how Fnatic kind of move the pieces. They've got this deep Palace control for Fear.
And this allows Jack Asmo to sit at default. Doesn't have to worry about Palace this entire time. It's just a deagle, but okay.
Good headshot out of Ryu. Again, Fear inside of the Palace to now be drawn back.
They might be suspicious. They don't see anybody else here. They haven't come out of Palace themselves.
Awkward for FaZe to have to once again play that op up close. Fear's gonna have people to tether off of with this ticket control coming out for Fnatic. Heavy emphasis here, 3 players up. Battle of the Oppers. Nades start to make them turn. Not enough cover to keep Jambo alive, but Crims will still trade that quickly. And the back of the Opper's gonna be turned. Fear's gonna execute. And now the retake's on, but another fast response. Good on Jabby. Not lost deep inside of the ramp, but instead right here to hang on alongside Ryu, who gets himself a second in this attempt to take over the A-bomb site. No kit here for Madden. It's right in front of him. As he moves forward, this retake could still be on, but he's letting them try to leave. And in that transition, he's gonna pop ahead of Jabby, but the bomb plant's over for Jungle. And a desperate run back just in case he tried to stick this. Astralis take it the distance. Round 24 needed.
Let's go round 24. Man, I'm kind of surprised the way Madden plays that because it looked like he gave himself a chance to actually win, but maybe didn't calculate with Kid in front of him, but then saving forward into the site was crazy. Either way, gets a kill, stays alive with the op. Round 24, anyone's game.
Looked to me like he was hoping for a short side triple plant instead of the connector triple plant. Because if he gets that kit, gets the first kill, waited just enough time, that's 5 seconds. But knowing he's fully exposed to jungle and connector, I think that's where he loses it. That's why he gives it up. Sitting above that kit, just perched on it for a second. Ooh, it felt alive.
So it's a map where they split pistols this game. It's a map where the real edge, honestly, is just the fact that Fnatic pulled off an eco in this second half.
Funny, that is literally the difference.
Yeah.
It's boiled down to that one double M4 round.
Would go, you know, in the blunder category, right? It's a major mistake, so And even that last round was an op and one other rifle. Well, the full exec's coming in. Jambo trying to stay in front of it.
Trying to look over top, but loses his line.
Those nades, excellent.
csgo tucked in. Oh, catches the player dropping down, but doesn't find the kill. The flash gate cover, and we've got a double entry here for Astralis.
Okay.
A 5v3 as they barrel through that defense, and they go deep. Ryu into the Crim's rotation, swarming this A bomb site. Don't you dare lose 5v2, though. Astralis, no Madden, stuck in this corner. He's got nowhere to run and no health to work with. And so blunder or not versus those two M4s, all you've got to do is deny Jambo the 1v4. That's all that's left to ask of Astralis. Frag over to the sandwich isn't going to find anybody. They've got this deep rotate over towards jungle side already, and that's going to confirm the cross. That'll serve as the swing, and he still had a chance with one Deeg shot. Not the first time he gets through it, but a 12-12 overtime demanded as Astralis churn through with a good T side themselves.
And in a debut here for Ryu, he gets his scoreline positive. They actually make a full comeback in what felt like a very hopeless map already, so they've got to be elated, to be honest. I feel like Fnatic, they thought they had this all locked up. They had lots of chances to finally close, but instead, it's extra time. And there's always there's one team that's more happy to be here than the other. Every time you go to overtime, it's the team that made the comeback, and that right now is Astralis. A lot of variety in the calls. It ends with a full A exec. They never tried that before. The only thing really missing from their arsenal is like a full B attack.
And they pull out the full A when there was actually more pieces on that bomb site than usual. Jambo really wanted that top stairs angle. Utility, though, once again from the attack was smothering. See how much of that momentum Astralis can ride with.
They're really trying to sully this Madden performance. Oh man, another static grid grenades. I mean, utility has been pretty sound for the CTs. Oh man, that's a great op shot on the jump back.
Jambo clips Jabby. Crims kills Ryu, and then the cat play walks right into Madden's hand. He's fast with it.
Whenever you see a round like this, it always feels like there were nerves before it, you know? This one's just way too easy.
There we go. Every kill comes in perfectly for Fnatic. They haven't taken a single point of damage across the 4 separate duels.
Crazy.
And it didn't, I mean, barring the one smoke push.
And they dished out so much utility damage.
You know, it didn't feel like Astralis were as helpless as they end up being in this round, not doing a single point of damage. I wouldn't have called those 50-50s, but there was a couple moments where they should have at least had the drop. Peeking into Madden, for example, as he comes down off that ladder, but...
Oh, wow, that's quick. That is so quick from Jambo. Immediately pre-aiming the jump as well.
This one here maybe could have helped out to get players into the B bomb site, but HOTU.CET can't beat him. Madden too hot-handed. So Fnatic immediately pull ahead. Not going to waste any time here. HOTU.CET already trying to cross over to the ladder room. Also gunning for players towards stairs. Great flash. Fear, Jambo, and csgo come together to hold down that A defense, but still offering an opening back over. We get a quick couple of kills out of Astralis.
It's crazy the efficacy on that flashbang. After the first kill, crouching into it, still knowing the guy would be blind. CTs are coming in behind this Molotov. That doesn't go that deep. HOTU.CET's gonna walk right into the line of fire.
FaZe's gotten off to the plant at least.
I mean, he's got everything. 100 HP, all the utility. No one's actually in CT right now. He wants to see it down. Oh, yikes. That utility keeps getting better.
Utility just dumps him out of the position. He had sat there and waited, and if he had tried to plant, I think the same 2 nades come his way. So doomed if you do, doomed if you don't. This flashbang.
So good.
Everything they need. Great cover as well from Jambo top stairs. And he goes right back in for the second one on connectors. So very mobile moment there for Jambo, trying to catch up towards Madden. As Fnatic now looking for the flawless CT overtime half.
Yeah, I mean, the two most impressive parts of this game so far, I think, have been Madden and Jambo, and they're both on the same team, so... Quick.
In the battle of the offers, FUZE goes down yet again.
It's one-sided. So that's the thing. The best part about Astralis is FUZE, but he's been doing better versus other riflers. This head-to-head has not been kind to him. En route for a 3-0 sweep in this overtime if Astralis don't do something now.
Didn't expect that one, though. Just on the edge of the smoke, Jambo gets caught off guard. Madden, good hold over towards the Palace, and Jack Asmo turns as well. That is what we're looking for. Fnatic find their groove again. Once they get into overtime, considering all the struggles of regulation, they go for the flawless sweep.
There was something suspicious about the, not the way that Astralis were winning rounds, but the fact that a Fnatic always had the right sight in mind. Their utility and their starts were always pretty good. They weren't losing a ton of guys early, even while that comeback was taking place, and they even won that eco, but they just couldn't close anything except for that 1v1. So what it feels like is that they've just opened up. They're playing a bit more free now.
Well, 3 map points weren't enough in regulation. We'll see if 3 more will do the trick for Fnatic. It's a 10-2 T side that they began this game with. They're going to find man advantage as FUZE gets burned down. He has just been nullified in overtime.
Yeah, totally. It's kind of a miracle he's got this score line with the amount of ways that they've killed him.
Testament to his impact within the first 24 rounds.
They're just going to walk into this frag, aren't they?
Yeah, Fear's on the prowl. Trying to hunt it down. Molotov's going to keep HOTU on the other side of that one. Does that make it weird here?
Check the window? No.
Jabby actually kills Madden. That goes down elsewhere. And yeah, there's that fallback. Fear's crawl does pay off. Oh, instant into the frag onto Jabby as well. 4 versus 2 to try to end map 1. Ryu's going to clip one towards that A-bomb site to keep the hopes of the retake on, but he's lost his teammate in the process. And so an act of desperation to run over towards the market. Time is against him, but at least he's got that kit. Fnatic started this map and started this year with a convincing first half. As he tries to swap over, though, they took the long road, but they'll get there. Picking up their map pick in this series, it's Astralis' Overpass up next.
A strong 11-5 start for Fnatic. They were absolutely dominating and walking over the new formed Astralis. But they did show some grit. They did show some determination. They were fighting their way back into this game. But once it hit overtime, that all went away. It all just fell apart.
They just wanted a greater sample size, okay? They wanted to test out all of their rounds, make sure that their default was in order, exercise themselves through a variety of situations. All in all, this was a game that I felt like Fnatic were well in control of, and once it hit overtime, it felt like we were getting the team that we saw from the first 16 rounds. There was proactivity on their CT side. On their T side, they had a variety of starters and finishers, and so Astralis, despite having a lot to say to bring this game to overtime, showed nothing when actually it came down to the grittiest moments.
And Madden, right? We've got to start talking about him. He comes in, he's delivering what they wanted. He was looking good on the server, and you can see how he was just being able to do what the things they were asking him to do.
For sure. I feel like Madden in this one really just started with a bang. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. Hit the ground running, aggressive on the entries, finding a lot of impact, topping the scoreboard, and also, in fact, a lot of great late round prowess. I mean, I think that his experience in Tier 1 is definitely shown through how he handled many of the situations which he was really just thrust into. I don't even think he was necessarily outlined to be the late round player in some of those rounds. It's just sort of how things shaked up. And honestly, he was really sticking it to Astralis.
Well, you were talking about it, right? Some of the late rounds. He was coming into it here on round 10.
Right, we get a flurry of frags back and forth between both of these teams. It is actually Astralis who come out a little bit better. You can see a little bit of the inexperience from Ryu here, kind of an unnecessary peek towards Tetris, but 2-on-2 situation, really close. Modern, again, I mean, supposed to be the entry to this run, but great wallbang here to take down the player in connector. And look at the margins here. This was something that was highlighted by Lisby in the EVS operations, just how actually Stare had an opportunity to finish this round out right here. Not even just there, but when he's trying to strafe across to triple, gets caught on the side of triple, and now the mind games begin. He's able to work his way all the way back through Palace. Cannot hear the bomb plant there, is Stare.
That's crazy.
And that's so close. I think the margins there are probably just a meter, a single meter or so, and then Modern just clotheslines him as soon as he swings across this angle again.
Bro, perfect. Perfect.
It's what you want to see.
It is what you want to see. That's what they brought him in for, right? It's a very different style of player than Blamer.
I think BlameF can do the last part, but maybe not all the opening parts.
Exactly.
So you got the whole gamut of what Modern had, and really what I feel like so many of his ex-teammates have praised him for. I mean, Snappy has not been shy in the past about saying all of the great aspects of Modern, and so it's nice to see him already show a lot here in this opening map.
And then we want to look at some moments where it still went Fnatic's way, but boy, did it get close. This is when it started to get into these more crazy situations. It was actually the round that helped them get 12 on the board.
Of course. I mean, there were definitely moments for them when we get into this one that it was, I mean, there was just a lot of clutch action. Okay, there were a handful of rounds where Fnatic won very cleanly, but when push came to shove, I mean, they were extremely tested in these kinds of moments. And so people like Crims also to show some of that mettle to really, again, prove the doubters why he's still on this roster. The awareness to watch CT in this moment. I was shocked. I didn't think that he was going to clear that angle so carefully, but to take down Yabby there and then to just stick the bomb against Stare, the margins were so slim in this kind of moment. And you feel like when this happens, surely the game's over. But Astralis were still able to push it after this one, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Astralis themselves were able to recuperate after that kind of moment.
Yeah, you know, that's the moment where you go, oh, we should have had it, was a round to have, and then it can fall apart. But they did. They took us into overtime. But then they took us into overtime, and that's normally where we say, right, oh, they've got this momentum, they've got this belief, you know, it all resets. Well, actually, it seemed to just benefit Fnatic.
Launders on the cast mentioned the psychology of that moment, that the team that makes the comeback going into overtime usually is the one that feels like they have some momentum to run with. But man, Fnatic, I mean, they just completely shifted gears. It felt like all the pressure was off of their shoulders. The way that they were able to play the situation, flashing into ramp for Jacasmo, the way Jambo got a little bit more explosive, it just felt like they unleashed themselves. Like for whatever reason, they wanted to win in this super clean, defined way, but then they just started being a little bit more proactive, a little bit freer with the extra utility, the extra money that overtime allots you, and that's what they needed. They needed to be just really just taking matters into their own hands. That's what they needed.
And being able to do that right, being able to hold back and have this composure, to be able to deliver it against them is really positive signs. But is it maybe some negatives though, because they had it so close, they had it potentially so dominant, and then they started to let it slip away, especially against an Astralis who probably don't have the protocols right now or the understanding of how they should be playing fully as a five-man team.
I feel like that's slightly worrying for Fnatic because it definitely looked like their playbook was more varied. I'd say the amount of default starters that they had, I mean, sometimes that Crims was in Palace, sometimes he's helping with mid. Sometimes the way that Fear was able to mid-round felt like there were a lot more options for Fnatic. So for it to be that close, I would say probably off the back of FaZe, who unfortunately went silent in overtime for the Astralis side, but also for Fnatic, they probably themselves are thinking, we're also integrating a new player, so it's going to be a little rough around the edges.
Well, I did catch up with that new player. I did tease it earlier, but we didn't see it, so have a listen to this one with Madam. Said about getting back into the shape. How are you feeling in that regard? Do you feel like you're at your best, getting close to it again? You ready for the test?
I mean, I think I'm lately playing very good. Well, also the statistics would say that. I mean, I was never the guy who was looking at stats, but I think I'm just playing good individually right now, and I feel very confident.
And confidence is so key for this game. Now, you come in replacing BlameF, and he was a big player for the team. How are you handling that with all the expectations the team has on you and how they want you to play?
I mean, to be honest, it's not easy to replace player like BlameF. I think he's very good and he brings a lot to the team, but I would say we are kind of a different players. I'm more aggressive and he's more passive player, and This team, they were looking for someone who is more aggressive and who is willing to take space for the young guns, which Yambo and Jakesma are. I think they are very good individually, and they needed someone who will try to help them with good comms experience and someone who is willing to sacrifice for the team and let those young players shine.
And I love what he's saying there at the end, right? Let those young players shine. How many times did we see last year Jambo entry AWPing up B ramp on Ancient? Like, he can sometimes hit some shots, but it's not the optimal way you want to be doing things, right? So this does give them that like extra backup, that extra experience they need, not just Crims now, you know. This was a good move.
I feel like it was one that was a little bit forced. I'm not sure what came first, the Blame F poach from Big or
the decision,
decision from Fnatic. I couldn't read the tea leaves well enough to understand who was forced in this one. But I would say that Modern, I mean, in terms of what he's able to provide, I think the key word I took from the interview was sacrifice, because that's something that unfortunately BlameF doesn't really do, sacrifice himself.
Yeah.
I mean, Modern in this one was a bit of a luxury because even in sacrificial positions, he was able to get the entry very frequently and providing a secondary voice. I figured that, honestly, BlameF should be able to do that, given that he was an in-game leader before. But I'm also a little bit... I know that Modern has a lot of experience. I mean, he worked under Saw, especially one of the best coaches that we have in the Counter-Strike space, along with Snappy, one of the best minds. So for him to perform this well and to be a bit more of a sacrificial player in the future, hopefully it allows people like Jambo and Jakasmo to eventually blossom, to reach the heights that we know they're capable of, which we only unfortunately see in glimpses.
Well, you're talking about reach the heights they were capable of. I need to look at FUZI a little bit here because we have seen him have opportunities on bigger name teams. He has at times shown up and delivered. His time on NIP doesn't count to a degree, you know, with all of that. But we've seen he's capable. But even here, right, doing the best performance he can for the Astralis side, is this going to be maybe the difference maker they need? Do you see that like individual talent within him?
I feel like FaZe is in a better position in his career right now than Device. I mean, that might be the hot take right now because it's the second reminder. It is the second time FaZe has replaced Device. The first time under a little bit more duress, given that the departure from NIP was not quite as amicable, perhaps. But this one was, to me, a move that I think Astralis is quite happy about. I think that they're getting a young gun who was in the past a journeyman, just traveling across multiple continents and being thrust into very difficult situations, and one who has actually evolved, because I feel like when I watched him on Young Ninjas, to NIP, to even Wildcard, he was a solid operator that continuously added elements to his game. In the beginning for Young Ninjas, I think he was more of a mid-round player, but sometimes struggled in the clutches. I think he's a decent clutcher now, and I also think that he's added the opening fragging ability. I mean, I feel like in this game especially, he was trying to impose himself on the CT side, going for re-peaks, not always successfully, unfortunately, but he knows how to involve the AWP, and I feel like he hits it with a consistent enough rate where he can be more of an impact player than Device, who maybe is a more stable force, but one where I feel like it's a known quantity that I'm not always getting excited about in terms of highs.
All right, well, thank you very much for all of your thoughts there, Maui. We're going to go and kick it to a break, and when we come back, we'll be moving into Overpass. That's what Astralis has gone for with this one, so let's see how it will pan out for them. Astralis' map pick of Overpass is coming up next. They are down a map and they need to fight strong in this one. But Maui, for me, if I'm looking at Overpass, I'm thinking that is a tough map to integrate 2 new players on and be comfortable on your CT side that you need to have good, as well as the T side being hella strong for being difficult. You know, you're just going to be struggling the whole way through. And you're going to start on the T side as well.
I feel like it's a map that usually teams are building out after a few months together. Yeah. Not one that you're going to say on day one, yes, this is going to be our pick. But I feel like this might be a little bit of a target. I think that HOTU.CET recognizes that Fnatic lost their A rifler in Blame F. To me, that's the most pivotal position on the entire defensive side. So whoever takes up the mantle for Fnatic is definitely going to have their work cut out for them. But I hope that HOTU.CET just doesn't get too keyed in to that A bomb site, because we all know it can be really difficult if your utility isn't perfectly layered, your trading's not on top of each other. It's going to be tough to take space.
Looking at that though, for the likes of Fnatic, only having to add 1 more player in there, do you read too much into their results right now or their performance on the map? They can still play it, right?
I feel like they're going to be fine on this one. I mean, they went through a lot of iterations, especially even going back just a couple months to when they had Cypher as well. I mean, Jacasmo had to switch positions. I feel like Crims did, Cypher did. I mean, yeah, obviously it's a new look for them, but I feel like the baseline level from this Fnatic team is going to rely on if Jambo can just be mobile with the AWP. I think he found his form towards the tail end of that game. And so if he's able to bring some of that, then I think that there's a good chance Astralis are going to have a very tough map ahead of themselves.
All right, well, let's find out how it will go down and what to expect when it comes to Overpass. It's Astralis facing off against Fnatic, and Fnatic are looking for the 2-0. Let's see if they can get it. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
A 2-0 that looked prime for the taking when we look back at the first half of Mirage Mohan.
Yeah.
But Astralis clearly with some fight in them. So yes, okay, difficult playground when it comes to Overpass specifically. But I think HOTU.CET's got some tricks up his sleeves.
Definitely, I mean, Fnatic are going to be competitive here. Astralis are going to be competitive and are looking for something with a new lineup on a new map where I think they're going to be learning as we are about them. So, I mean, based on what we saw, I think there's something about the raw power that we saw from Fnatic that was very appealing, I feel like. When they opened up in overtime as well, I feel like they showed themselves that it wasn't so much the strategy, but more so just the atmosphere, maybe the attitude. And, yeah, I'm worried a little bit for Astralis that they don't bring this to a 3rd map, even though this is their pick. So, we'll find out. It's going to be a CT start for Fnatic on map 2.
And a very forward-facing A defense here for Fnatic. Not a single player on B site, in fact.
Yeah, that's a crazy call-out. It is a map where you can do these stacks because you can just fast rotate, obviously, if they want to go for con control. Yeah.
That's what's waiting
Be
for
careful
you.
with your clearing your corners. You might see no guys or C4.
You know, Donk would just spray through all 4 of them, but...
Yeah.
Oh, we could be setting up a bloodbath. Astralis kind of creeping in.
Oh, I mean, someone's getting caught off guard. Let's see. Stairs usually very careful about these peaks. Oh.
Now, especially with the bathroom player kind of drawing attention first.
Oh,
do you realize that's a bit of a bait, or does it cause you to walk right into what is a heavy stack? Nobody else from Astralis coming around that corner. Ryu suddenly knows he's going to have to stave off this rotate down through connector, and it is a fast flood from Fnatic. They know that Astralis would have scrambled, and so they try to throw a ton of bodies at B, but because Astralis wait...
Yeah, this is actually...
like a little too hard of a rotate, but the beauty is you can go right back up to A.
They can. They're right there. Oh, okay.
Covered. Jacasmo at the top of the staircase now. As FUZI hunts down a second.
And there's those rotations.
Jacasmo just getting barely around the corner. Jabby, it's a little bit labored, but he gets there. And it's going to have to be him now, 1 versus 2. Bomb on his belt. Backs around and finds the safe plant as those smokes begin to fade. Just enough time here for him to reposition onto Dumpster as well.
Spotted? Maybe.
Comes back at it, stomps. Oh, and a 1-tap onto Jambo. Come on, Jabby. 2 kills deep. Oh, but it's going to be Jacasmo to end him instead. A triple for Jacasmo and a pistol for Fnatic.
That would have been a nice highlight for Jabby to bring home a T-pistol as well in that fashion, especially after the setup and the way the first couple of kills went down. You know, losing Rio in the stairs and also Stair as that first peek came out. It's another good round for Fnatic on CT side with the way they're reading, you know, the T-side rounds from Astralis. They've been kind of in their heads, I feel like, even back on Mirage. Again, last map was a comeback, but until we got to overtime where it was just a sweep. So they come ready. And I like that Maui brought up, you know, and the fact that Blame F is not on this team anymore, but the meta on Overpass right now is just so B heavy in the first place.
Madden locked in. Stuffs Jabby on the wide swing.
Oh, that was spotted.
It's one of the better guns down. Desert Eagle tries to keep him in here. Madden still flirting with both ends of it all, and Stairs got one of the better rifles, too.
No support there, actually, for Madden. So that actually turns into an upgrade for the T side.
Yeah, it feels like he would have loved to have had a flashbang or something, but Fnatic limited in that department because they do come in with 5 rifles.
He could have held that wall because he knows they don't have a molly on this. Oh, they actually do, but that they're going to be low on utility on this round. It's a great setup again here for Fnatic. They've got this cross. They have Crims rotating in for the hard spot. Let's see how this kill goes. Very good for Fear.
Queen starts to disengage.
Oh, that's excellent.
Get the utility out from Crims. Fragging is fantastic.
80? He has no armor? Oh my goodness.
Looks he has his damn knees taken out from beneath him. And as they fade back into the spawn, the time is going to expire. Fnatic showing us 2 strong setups out of the gate here is, I think, showing great promise for a CT side of Overpass.
I like to see atypical positions as well. Like, you know, if you're on that door holding the cross, like they're going to spot him, but they're not going to be ready for someone exactly on that angle. So that'll be enough. That 1 kill from Matt in the info, the time bleeding down, and that call out on the rotation once again with this position blade. $80 is crazy.
Majority live, so the others buy. A couple of pistols out here for Astralis, and Fuzi's boost is going to find Madden. His aggressiveness so far, outside of parties, bode well the first time, not so much the second. Now a clean Desert Eagle shot here for HOTU.CET. Connector control is going to belong to Jambo. Yeah, that could open a door for Fear to come and join him, but then you open that door and all these bathrooms players are going to hear the contact.
Yeah, it really rocks the map. I mean, they could leave B, but they actually still don't know where all the T's are.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
There goes HOTU.CET's Desert Eagle. And that's going to scramble the defenders up towards A site instead. You know that you've dealt with the one guy that got away, and you know where he was planning on going. Unfortunately, though, for Fnatic, you've already got boots on the ground for Astralis. In a man advantage, trying to pressure the dumpster smoke. They're met by another volley of nades. And so it's going to be on Jambo to try to crack open long. Oh, insta-kill with the FAMAS. Bodes well.
Now they're a little scared.
We go 3v3. Ryu's trying to wrap back around towards long as well, but he's got to walk this. And Jambo's already gotten real close to this bomb site, keeping the pressure on. There's the flank. It connects in time, and the dumpster smoke finally fades.
Surely they're not going to try this, but they are so aggressive sometimes.
Try to keep something of Astralis on site just in case, but everybody's allowed to leave this one, and so buying back in with the 3 rifles that survived round 2. We've got Astralis on this T-side scoreboard early. Clean them up. Crims right there. And Ryu, that is going to put them into the pain point. Fnatic, tough place to be in, being cleared out like that.
Yeah, and even though it's two rounds were won, it's the T-side. You win. This is considered early, so gotta thank HOTU.CET for that Eagle shot for sure. And the flank timing here just to seal it up. Crazy gets the kill there, and the 2 exits over in B. Seconds later.
Barely gets the vision. Right idea. With working with so few tools at the moment. Gotta respect the ambition, but they're gonna find way less defense here towards bathrooms than what they're accustomed to. There's been a lot of kind of forward presence from Fnatic, a lot of Madden action here towards Party, not this time. And that could lead them to believe correctly that A-Site's understaffed.
The hard part sometimes is not getting into A, it's just getting up to the front door. Using HOTU.CET in these like sort of soft lurk positions just to make as much presence as possible. That's enough. And this is where you get El Clasico sometimes. Oh, HOTU.CET get caught off, and they know he's a lurker, so I wouldn't be surprised they start to run over. This actually gets quite scary for Astralis once again.
5-7's trying to just kind of pepper the entries. Oh, Jack Asmo gets away with more than he should have, and still, up inside of the short side. Fear finds the upgrade. Flood down from Jambo. Rifles in the mix. FUZI sits on 65, and they flood onto them. Fnatic making it happen with what was only 2 5-7s at the point of the commitment there from Astralis.
I totally believe in, HOTU.CET in terms of a brain in the game and how to control the map, but a couple of times we saw him on Mirage as well as the lurker. If he dies first, that's the best piece of info, the most serious, sign that it's not going to be that side of the map so far in this series. And that's how Fnatic have been able to pull out a pistol or two. Like they did that, taking him out when they jumped up on Cat and they killed him in underpass. Then they were ready for the A play. I think in this moment, they have a B exec they could pull off. They have a lot of map control, but they just need to make sure HOTU.CET doesn't die and hold back a little bit. Because they really didn't need him to get a kill on A as well. Maybe he just felt if they don't see me at all, they're not going to go for this. Oh, that looked
on
like
Jambo.
Yeah, seriously.
Insta headshot. Madden's right there to help out, and they're just starting to dismantle the approach.
Oh, another.
Another. You're not supposed to get the next one. Just on the side of the staircase as well. Jabby looking for the upgrade. Fast flank out, and Fnatic find them. A little blood in the water, making the most of that, catching the additional kill off of the side. That's when really that one falls on its face.
They get so many of those X Factor kills, and like their aim does look super good. It looked like he was the one being, hunted down right here, but he, with that shadow, was so ready. Oh boy, Astralis.
When they win an early round on the T side, you're starting to think to yourself, this is going to bode great.
Yeah.
But then I do think, again, we're talking about a new roster.
Yeah.
We're talking about one that's making more changes, more so than Fnatic, right?
Yeah.
Madden going to prop up what Fnatic had, whereas Astralis truly is a rebuild. And, devil's in the details. This is Counter-Strike.
Hey, whoever was losing, we were going to give them that excuse.
That's fair.
We're going to help you out.
And so when it feels like you could have been winning, we'll also give you that excuse.
Oh, no blame F. Of course Fnatic are losing, I mean... So, yeah, and they also brought up on the desk that this is a tough map to play.
Yes.
Day one as well, but...
Throw that onto it, man. There's a lot of elements as to why Astralis could be having a tough go of it. First day of 2026's season. And Fnatic looking to tap back into what they were able to put together back in Budapest.
For some, but actually there have been like a lot of players here at this event have been, playing 10, 12 maps already.
That's fair. That's fair.
They didn't really get a player break per se.
You telling me all these guys were in Las Vegas at Flomland?
Yeah. Yeah. They're still on the flight with Mike right now.
He'll get here eventually. We hope. Here we go back into the more aggressive moves of Madden. Eesh, not able to recover vision there. Fear going to be the first victim of round 7. Hey, 5 versus 3 for Astralis. This could bode real well. That's looking like a prime B site for the taking, but awkwardly, Bomb still got to be scooped up on the fallback. Fnatic were close enough on this extension to Fountain to try to catch somebody, but with the way those 2 B players, not just one, but both go down, you know that Astralis are going to take over this bomb site, and you're pretty damn confident there's no more resistance to deal with.
And all you want, just don't take too much time. That's such a gift from Jabby here. Both B defenders out. And again, it's not too late to get back into the game. It's just sort of like losing the ecos when you're in a position to get an early streak. Like, you want that when you've lost that last map. But it's not too late. That is an ugly elephant, eh?
I was just thinking
really
about
noticed that.
Delirium.
Oh, yeah. Tremendous.
You know what I mean? Have a little delirium in the parks of Berlin. I think that's kind of what we all need in our lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a spooky one.
Terrorists win.
Is that a 2/2 pink elephant beast? Trample?
Menace?
This one goes down in a flurry. Second kill is, yeah, Jack Asmo just kind of taking a look at short. Two rounds on a T side of overpass, 7 rounds in. It's not, you don't scoff at that. Just don't fall victim to these half buys again. So constant in the shakeup of their opening moves are Fnatic at the moment. And Madden into connector could be that success story. Instead, Ryu fast with a headshot and a 5v4 to Astralis yet again.
Oh, that's nice from Ryu. I mean, the HE, Madden knew he was participating in a really hard decision, going for that fight on low HP, but thought maybe Ryu wasn't going to be watching, and he was. Kind of playing this perfectly, just, you know, not stepping into the line of fire here on this boost. The only thing that went wrong last time was, again, losing HOTU.CET a little too early, giving the full info over. Ouch. Be wary, though. Astralis still 3 CTs here. 2 now.
Jabby again, good with it. Fear's got something going. Him and Crim's a kill apiece. Fear keeps the head tucked. Stare's gonna find him.
Dink.
Not enough. Survives the headshot, puts Jambo into the 1v3, and nobody looking at him short side, confirming it with a smoke in his face. That's gonna force him to fall back, and this is gonna be Astralis again. Kind of tapping back into the promise we thought we saw, and then got worried we saw vanish. But it's right here for the taking. 3-round T side.
And fundamentally speaking, that's the way you win these rounds on overpass. Even if you have 3, if they're all behind default and playing in graffiti or back in the pit, then there's so many more advantages for the T's coming in. If you're not guarding from the wood wall or playing on the right side of Monster or playing the barrels to stop everyone from coming in, like, you have every right, even if the site's overstacked, to just try to fight.
Terrorists win.
Feels like some of those more confident opening moves up towards party, bathrooms, into the B pushes. Feels like those ones are starting to get shut down by Astralis now. You're not catching them off guard with the fights in the first 15 seconds.
Feels like the perfect time for a pause.
Yeah.
You're in the lead, but you just don't want their comeback to really take effect. You know, this is the easier half for you.
2 rounds in a row now as well for the first time, Astralis. What really helps economically as well is we go back to round 6. That's when I keep trying to call them the Danes. It's when Astralis win with the 5 players alive.
Who are the Danes now?
Who are the Danes? Whoa.
Are there any?
Blast Production.
Blast Production. They got to start a team.
That's all we got left.
Just got a few Fortnite players left.
Yeah. It's a bunch of Danes, J-Raz and Chev.
Yeah.
Chevraz, who just won the Best Observer Duo award.
Oh.
Get boosted.
Oh.
FUZE takes all the time in the world he wants for that one. And there's been a lot of boosts going on for Fnatic's defense down towards B, but this time,
many years.
read like a book.
Nicely done. Now that's what you do to someone else's pause.
Yeah, right. Off of the pause.
Knew there'd be a big idea.
Back to the game, and you're done.
And Crims has the op actually in an interesting spot, but
not looking this way.
Oh, just don't be the first guy around the corner, FUZE. Just be very careful.
All on Madden. Oh, trying to clear it. The jump up.
There. Oh, and FUZE, I think he saw Crims, but didn't get the shot in. He stays alive.
One op rang out. FUZE
Fear
or
should be
Crims
nervous
taking a peek
about
towards
this.
long. Somebody missed. And Fear should be just the right amount of timid because they could come back to him, and that is exactly what's occurring. Double kill as he gets the second onto Ryu, falls back with the smoke.
Oh, this crazy guy's staying here.
Of course he is. It's Fear.
Yeah, it's Fear.
Strikes at the perfect moment. Takes man advantage. Smokes come down into the A bomb site. Perfect cover to try to get this bomb down. And it feels like Fnatic are giving them just the right amount of space to go for this. HOTU.CET planting on Optimist. It's going to eat that nade. Oh no, it pops underneath. But he still gets clipped. Crims from inside of the bank. Missed. No, not missed. Hit shot, but FUZE survives it. You give him an off, and as he tries to turn around, Jack Asmo goes wide with the angle, not wasting time on that retake. Fnatic take their 6th.
Ooh, Fear gets away with a lot right there, and it's just, you know, they knew someone was going to be in stairs. They kept it in their mind, but also Fear, he waited just long enough that they just dropped their guard for 1 second. And off of this tactic and from this pause, they had a grand chance to really scare Fnatic in this half. They even do well versus this setup, but him getting 2, oh, that's too much.
Optimus Prime clearly playing favorites in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, not a point of damage.
Yeah, that's something about nade interactions where even the smallest lip of a ledge absorbs everything.
My realism. Deal with it.
Ooh. There was a tag, actually, I think, through the wall, not even the wood.
Gives Jambo an angle. Ooh, HOTU.CET's got the first one. That's Fear down. Did he just try to push that smoke? Oof. Wow. Asmo takes a peek over top of it. And then Jabby's going to slip right underneath that AWP, so easy headshot for him to get the 4v3.
We got some scrappy plays coming out, but in favor of Astralis now. Like again, this is a position where you just keep conjure up the B plays in the end. At 4v3, obviously, they can go anywhere they want, but you know that CTs, unless they're really stacking, aren't going to play these more dedicated spots on the right side, so it's the perfect time to apply pressure. Oh, there's a nice pick off. Wait for both of them. Uh-oh.
Well, well, well.
Too stringy.
Crims cuts it back down to the even keel. FUZE is going to walk that bomb out through Monster. Still no help here for Crims. This guy's been around the block and back again.
FUZE's next peak, man. This could be it.
Vision from heaven confirmed by the frag. That's going to give away Madden's spot. And you know Crims is lurking down here somewhere. He's got to still be on this site. They go ahead, throw the smoke up top. We hit 10 seconds. Oh, the timing.
Timing's crazy.
They're still going to get caught out in the open as Madden goes for his reposition. Needs the second on the round. Fire to the right side. He goes over. Slips down into the water. Op shot here for FUZE. He can't afford to miss. Hits it up close and gets another for Astralis.
And he will not. Even switches to the Glock burst, shoots the dead body, and says, I was never going to miss that. Fnatic won. If Fnatic had pulled that off somehow.
Oh, caught them between the smokes. Okay, that makes more sense. Fear trying to find the pocket in between. That is unfortunate. Yeah. But also steps on site, so Well orchestrated there to recover what was looking like a 2 versus 4 set up by Crims. We go fast into the next one. Flurry into the B site. Ryu to be blindsided. Still they come out with a double. Jabby's got the coverage needed. That's going to push the bomb into position to plant. No support here for Fnatic on site. Astralis fighting to try to still keep this half tied. A T side of overpass has not held them back.
Nice tempo change here into the B play. The amount of money left over makes perfect sense. Madden's in a good spot to actually get an upgrade. It's really not about the money right now, but depends how they want to exit. What?
Good.
Jambo just cannot lose to FUZI, though, on the op. Doesn't matter how much time you give him.
HOTU.CET will show you how it's done. Hanging on to the op, then keep it moving forward. A little bit of cost to the end of this. Final round of the half with Fnatic's lead in question. This is all Jabby with the 2 kills on short side. Nice transition into Fear. Quick little flick. And that B bomb site cracked wide open.
Maybe a copy and paste, but they leave the bomb back, so surely they can't be going fast, but this is just totally B right now.
Yeah, bomb reel back.
Trying to just draw out every bit of utility, it looks like.
FUZI's got a good angle to play with. Oh, flash.
Wait, are they committing? They still have the bomb.
I don't think they realize. Inside of the B bomb site they will go. Bomb is very far back, but if you kill everybody, then the round is still won, Launders.
Yeah, as long as they're still remembering that, yeah.
Listen, this is HOTU.CET's
Master
long
plan.
con game plan. Just don't throw it away. Crims inside a B to connect onto Jabby. Ryu yet to jump on the return. Oh, Crims walks back up. And that's where he's going to be ended. Oof.
But they want to go B still.
Uh-huh. Bomb's been recovered. Gets here a little bit late, and still Jack Asmo floating around towards Graffiti.
As long as they don't lose. Be a silly 1-2.
Trying to catch somebody in transition, but able to cross that bomb into the plant. HOTU.CET, hands no longer busy. FUZI down to 40 health. Jack Asmo near 70.
This is just open a little bit, huh?
Madden takes the wide swing. 2 players there that could have lined up to the FAMAS. Jack Asmo starting to get desperate here. No kit for him, and they'll close this. Great recovery of a T side here for Astralis. They end up winning 5 of the last 6 rounds to just dry up that Fnatic lead and push them into what could be a tough attack up next.
Linus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you in back.
Look at this man. Yep. He's enjoying himself.
Oh my god, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
You think to yourself, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the rubber's meeting the road a little bit. They're good.
Well, a recovery and a half here. Gotta give him credit where it's due. Astralis making the most of their map pick. HOTU.CET throwing flashbangs left, right, and center, and that B bomb site just unable to hold back. Kind of became an intended target, I would say, towards the end, and I think a tip of the hat as well to Jabby there for a couple of critical clean entries.
Double entries, definitely, absolutely had a lot of impact. It felt a lot like his Mirage where he was in there. It's not star of the show or anything, but enough to get Astralis back to a scoreline that's much more scary for Fnatic now, especially after they won the pistol and, you know, pulled off again another low buy round. So we'll see how T-side treats them. Now, Fnatic are not the most competitive overpass map, but they actually struggled just as much on CT side. So they have a win over Pain here at CAC a while ago. Played a couple of times back at Budapest.
Tons of utility here for the pistol exchanged. Flashbang blinds 4. And it's HOTU.CET to catch Jack Asmo. Jabby's still playing on the other side of the dice box. That's going to blindside them as they go towards Bank, but he doesn't actually end up getting a kill, which would have been much needed. Ryu's Berettas instead to the back of 3. Oh, he doesn't pull the triggers immediately. Gives himself away, but he kills the bomb planters, so that'll slow Fnatic down for a moment, and he goes for the reposition within it.
I think he's going to take this peek because he knows exactly where Madden is right now.
The bomb's still confirmed on the ground. Now he knows where there's 2. Oh, Madden, though, maybe catching him off. He thought maybe he had pulled back slightly. Stair's going to have to come up clutch instead. Trying to bait out his move. Stair taps one out, but Crim's right there for the trade frag, and Fnatic make it happen inside A.
They do, yeah, and a second pistol now in this game, and it's, you know, even though CT side's got to be nice for Astralis, I think it's still not guaranteed today. Not in this debut. I'm liking the complexion of every pistol we've seen out of Fnatic, man.
True.
Like, even their stack in the first half, they knew this map was coming.
Yeah, CT side also deserves some credit just for the ideas they moved out with. I don't think they ended up working as well as they wanted. Madden throwing himself in con. Party.
And this thing, this like B attack that's going to happen a lot, I think this will be nice for them.
We got USPs all over the place. Every corner of this bomb site occupied, but every single corner of it cleared. And so we're going to thrust Fnatic back into victory lane for that one. And
that's like a taste.
Moving on swiftly.
You could have 10 guys in there. If they don't have all the guns and utility, sometimes it's still too hard to stop. Can be kind of a plow from the T's coming in. So let's see how strong they can stand here. Now, HOTU.CET said Ryu's the perfect guy that they needed. They're going to be playing a lot of anchor roles, or he's going to be taking over a lot of anchor roles. He obviously kicked off a little nervous back on Mirage. By the end of the game, definitely had some good rounds in there. But again, you look at his spot over on B, it's a lot of responsibility. Oh, nice kill out of Yabby.
Fast move. Fnatic trying to take over Shortwater. It's going to cost them a man for even trying, and this pistol stomping forward with the bomb. Fear, wild move at this one. In and back. And gone. All while they take over control.
Oh, didn't see anything, did he?
No, he starts to leave. They'll announce it, though. Utility comes down. Or he did see it. Tries to go for the big reposition and ends up falling with nothing. So sure, you lose a player, Fnatic down towards B, but just as swiftly taking over this A site. Bomb was a long journey back.
Fear wished he had somebody else to run credit card back over on B site. But he had the bomb the whole time, so. At least he comes in offering up some utility too. Uh-oh.
Test it. Gonna catch HOTU.CET and FaZe on the attempt out through the bank instead. Dumpster challenge coming at it as the third member of the bank push. Also meets the same fate. Good attempt there for Ryu with a couple more kills, but that is Fnatic with their 9th.
Just love the way they played the round, and Fear knew exactly what he was doing. He just wanted to delay for time, keep the B guys 1 or 2 seconds up as that long scale was happening. And again, he brought a full kit of utility over towards A, so even though they had to let their CT smoke run out, he could replenish with this Molotov, keep the pressure high, and Madden did not fall for this push. Wow, only a second timeout that's been used in this game so far. And it's been pretty hectic.
I think just
You
seeing
think Stair talks to the Bellsprout when he needs ideas?
every once in a while, surely. That and whatever other voices he's got going on up there.
One Danish, one English now. Here it is. Where they're going to try to show us the power of B.
Just looking to potentially brute force another round on the board. I feel like Fnatic, when they know that they're up versus Pistols, are willing to have that bit more of a risk.
They have a good track record in rounds like this, so that needs to change now for Astralis.
If I'm not mistaken, flawless track record in this game.
Yeah, oh, they missed that smoke too.
They're the ones pulling it off, not the other way around.
CTs are just not moving really over on A.
Smoke creates like a weird, maybe they'll flank connector type of vibe. They see the site itself kind of jumping around within it. And they're going to send JackAsmo as the tip of the spear here. They knew HOOXi was nearby. He snaps over to get the headshot to Jabby, and this B-bomb site goes down real smooth. Mac-10 flying around the corners, awkwardly switching over to the grenades there, costs Fear.
Didn't clear that out as well as he thought.
Boost the Deagle up.
One good shot, maybe? Oh, maybe two. Nice.
Finding the peek out through connector. This is going to keep Crims preoccupied, which means JackAsmo and Madden going to be tasked with holding the site themselves. Well, one goes down. Madden tries to slip out in that moment. There's a gun in the hand of the CT. He just dropped. Mac-10 gets the trade back. Crims reposition predicted, but still he'll push this one over the line, and it's double digits first for Fnatic.
Unlikely, but they somehow make that one close. It's a good effort for Astralis, but effort is really not important at this point. They need to convert. And I mean, I love the way that Fnatic attack this. Like, they go for fast short control. They make it feel like a B play's coming in. Then when all the spots are set and they start throwing utility at all the spots they know that the Pistols need to get into to have any chance of defending, they soften up these positions. And because they put in all that effort, they made sure that there's just, you know, a very low likelihood. The closest they could get was that 1v1. Oh, that's unfortunate. Jumping up and Jabby ends up going down. Can't get control of that spray. But FUZI won back.
Stare right there with it as well. So we go man advantage Astralis. Three targets in here. Be careful. Just barely using this lip. JackAsmo hears the shuffling of those players just beside him. Wow. Wow.
And he's out?
Walks through,
okay, no.
Doesn't get away. Madden nearly with a robbery through that smoke on Monster.
This is such a good trade.
Missed op shot, though, could still frazzle Astralis. FUZI's going to pick it up on the second. And it's a Crims 1 versus 3 bomb outside of Monster. Knows there's one towards barrels, but can't quite connect it. High likelihood of the save here.
Yeah, with that bomb in that spot. So, yeah, even though the shot's missed, FUZI answers back. He gets 2 in this round. Again, it's a great trade from Ryu.
That walk through Monster.
Oh, man.
The walk through the Monster.
Nothing makes you more angry when you're holding B on over pass and someone runs through that smoke. Because just before that moment, you know, if they did and you're watching it, it's just the freest kill ever.
Counter-terrorists win.
Damn near got away with it as well.
Timing. You know what? I know, it's timing too.
Disgusting.
What needs to happen for Astralis to win this game is FUZE has to win his duel versus Jambo. Op to op. That's the moment.
He's sitting here on the angle waiting for Madden to walk out, and that's the first one, free. Doesn't have much support though. You can see the scramble back up from Stair to try to join him. Molotov's off long in the meantime.
He's taking a risk standing here, not watching the outside of Divider. He's got a teammate behind him though, actually.
While Molly on short, HOTU.CET, yeah. Knows Crims is gonna clear the corner as he arrives, but he also writes off the thought of somebody being through the short pipe.
And there's, again, no one's basically on the site at the moment.
Ryu to Graffiti, fast scramble down from FUZE.
Uh-oh, this lurk could actually be a nightmare.
They've still got that forward presence over towards Connector.
Oh, they don't keep it covered, and now Fnatic can actually wait.
Fear with bomb opts the double back.
They're pushing, they've got Bank now. Oh boy. FUZE, are you gonna get knifed, son? No.
Just executed as he turns back around. Still, you've got players in the B bomb site at 30 seconds. Jambo's gonna be breathing down there next from above.
I think you saw that default.
Spots it, so they're gonna have to jump down into the water. Tough spot here to double up within Astralis. Damage is being dealt though. Very well done. Ryu with the double headshot.
Oh, that's huge from the new guy.
And Jambo took damage in the process of all of that. What a squeeze was just on Astralis, and still he steps up. Pistol for the finish. 3 kills for Ryu when they need it most.
Yeah, that's massive for the kid to show his worth on this new lineup. First time Astralis go international ever, and sometimes that this has happened recently, whether it's Furia or MIBR or Astralis. It's always with like underrated picks, people you didn't expect, not some huge purchase. Ryu being one of them, and yeah, this is one of the hardest spots to get those kills in, knowing that there's a guy in heaven behind you.
I mean, for him to remain full focus forward just helps that there's a player in the pit beneath him. Somebody had to keep an eye on heaven, but he just locks down the forward push. That's a potential turning point moment set up by Ryu. It's 2 rounds consecutive for the CT side for the first time. You've got the save now out of Fnatic to try to let Astralis get to a 1-round game. And there is one name on that team we've got to thank for this opportunity. Hell of a hold from Ryu. Fnatic will have nothing to work with, just slow walk all through the bathrooms.
Shot.
The widest peak goes down first, and Stair connects the headshot onto Madden. Stuffed in its tracks. Desert Eagle duel from Crims is kind of the best case scenario here for Fnatic, which really paints a bleak picture. He'll eat the frag grenade for 40. And Stair's gonna loosen up, as Astralis have definitely caught an advantage here in round 19. Remember, we've still got a lot of timeouts if things continue to get gritty, but tying the streak of round wins they were able to piece together at the end of the T side. That is 3 in a row, Astralis. No bomb plant for Fnatic throughout all 3.
So they might be able to walk this one home slowly, and despite the pistols, when they envisioned their overpass, it was probably on the rifle rounds in the first place.
Oops. Fireworks. But no reason to celebrate just yet. Quadruple player set up outside of the monster. Frag grenade thrown forward. It's going to chip away at Jack Asmo, but it's not going to hit the pack. Deep smoke deployed.
Well, this one's either going to look desperate or entirely frustrating for Astralis if they don't pull this off, because you can tell they know that this is the main threat at the moment. They're geared up, ready for a full B hit.
There's one smoke grenade now left on Astralis. It belongs to Stare inside of Connector. Here as he dual sphere, instant headshot.
Melted him.
Dangerous game to cross over to the corner, but that distraction serves up a chance for Jabby to get his. Eats the flash, interrupted, missed frag through the window, and yet still Stares goes barreling out. Jabby continues the pressure with Stare, and they just pinch into the short pipe, stopping bomb. So even as Fnatic try to push forward into the B bomb site without the device, this one goes down, and it is tied at 10-all.
And it's the former. It looks more desperate than anything else because Astralis from the start of that round knew the B play was inevitable, that this was what Fnatic were going to try to do. They didn't even need full info. And here, Stare, it's a beautiful first kill, but then the fact that they could use him to make this even worse, with the flash push and the combination push off a short, they got ahead of this. It wasn't even Monster that was the real threat.
Well, we said those timeouts were ready.
Yeah, so many left over.
Held on to the end. Round 21 up next. It's another broke spot for Fnatic to find themselves in. Looking at 3 Tech 9s, a Desert Eagle, a smoke for something. So clearly off the timeout with an idea, but not with the money to go all in. Can't go all in on the buy. Could still go all in on B, though. They want to keep that pace up. Jambo in the back with the bomb. Flash to the monster. Ryu connects.
Ooh.
And Jabby in with one as well. So fast pop through that smoke was the intention, but you meet the grinder of that AK-47. And a bit more damage done, but the sidearm will get the job going.
And just like that, already a big Mac for Ryu. Starting off with a full mag missed on the first round of Mirage into just pure impact on the CT side of Overpass. And he has been he was a focal point coming into this map. You know, the fact that he's playing basically a most important position now on CT these days. Another 3-piece for him.
I've never seen that spray in my life.
Yeah, same. I think I know what that says. Because it's just eating bamboo? Is that why? Not eating bamboo. That's why.
Getting that hailstorm of Ryu bullets. But this time it's man disadvantage. Jabby taking off the top. And Crims hasn't left yet. Ryu's on the hunt for this. Yeah, and he's gonna find him.
Huge.
Grim's kind of stalling out, stuck on the smoke. Didn't want to lose control of it, but thought maybe they'd go back into another boost. Looked like that's what he was holding for.
Uh-oh.
As opposed to the walk-up. Then Ryu takes the fight forward. Good thing HOTU.CET's nade tracks down Madden. Otherwise, 4v3 Fnatic. Stare has got the backs turned, but the trades, again, continue to be good. And it is Sphere late to the party, but him and Jack Asmo can come together in this, for now, vacant A site.
Pretty solid setup here for the T side. The flank coming in, though, means that HOTU.CET's going to have to go slowly. Oh, he'll just miss that. That is so close.
They're able to put Fear back towards long. You've got Jack Asmo in front of the bathrooms, not hidden inside of them.
What? He made
FUZI
noise.
changes
FUZI.
guns. Jack Asmo knows exactly what you're up to.
He's just going to get wrapped. There's no way. Why would FUZI check this?
FUZI's going to step forward now. He has written his own obituary with that gun swap. And unfortunately, that could not be Astralis coming through. HOTU.CET trying to tap bomb to cause panic. That big wrap from long into the bathrooms for Fear. Oh, and the two Ukrainians come together to get Fnatic's 11th.
It's just crazy because he did just miss the bomb, so he thought they were playing a too long setup, but he didn't clear the inside of bathrooms. And yeah, that's where they were. That's a pretty bad mistake. I don't know if FUZI realized it. Just trusted too hard in his own read.
You can see Ryu really starting to open up with his aggressive plays, but it's only the 1 kill, and now it's Fnatic trading back. This is where map balance, I feel like, doesn't matter anymore. Now it's just a tied game. This one gets you to overtime. He wants to walk into that, yeah, and he will. Uh-oh.
Jambo's got it.
Uh-oh, Astralis. Jabby's such a key piece of the puzzle. I feel he's 12 and 17, but I'm just remembering the 2Ks he's gotten so far this game.
Ryu's been another beacon of hope, so they'll throw him up under the boost.
But they don't have Monster. They can't hold this forever. He drops off. Very nice kill. But they get the walkout.
Keeps it clean with the Jambo frag. HOTU'S got to dismantle this boost before he gets blindsided. Oh, Opper up top. Ryu and FaZe. More kills to be had. 4v2 off of that one. 12 rounds on the line for somebody here, and the 2v4 to come together. It's the same two that pulled off the close in the 1 round prior. Ryu taken down to half. FaZe's got the cross covered, and this bomb to be planted.
Yeah, good luck with this. 2 HEs that can come his way.
First one for 24 damage. The next one drops him to half. He's still able to get the headshot, trying to get away from these 2 players on the retake, both on the same direction. And it will indeed be Astralis to take 12 rounds first.
And FaZe just endures here. Trade after trade. Really great round from him. Another solid round from Ryu, and that's after Jabby dies first. That's when it was just peak fear here for Astralis. This kill from Jambo, and it looked like, oh no, they bungled it, but no. Ryu on the recovery.
Early reference game here for Ryu in this Astralis jersey. Don't let it all be for naught with a chance to close out. Fnatic, they let 3 map points go in regulation on Mirage. Had to secure their pick in overtime. Will Astralis add runway to this game? Promising start with a round 3 win. And then we saw Fnatic.CET side come together, but 5 of the last 6 in the first half as HOTU started to put that pressure down on the B-bomb site. And now they sit pretty on a 5-round CT streak. Ended right then and there.
A lot of words coming into the pause for Fnatic. You know, everybody wants to go B, but they want to be able to show some range, and well, they don't want to lose rounds like they have been, trying to force their way into a site that Astralis are just getting better and better at defending. Two ops to play with for Astralis. B play coming. This kill, Ryu, will he get it? He gets another.
Again from this back wall, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's got to fight his way, and he will! Oh, the triple from the corner, the op to try to close. And Jack Asmo forced into the clutch. Right now, ops up close. On the other side, oh, Stare with the drive-by. And Astralis will finish. 13-11, no overtimes needed. Ryu with something to talk about here in Overpass.
And something to be proud of. The new recruit for Astralis delivered in a big way here on Overpass. This is exactly what they needed. This is what they were looking for. And at times, this looked like this was going to be a 2-0. Astralis looked down and out.
They definitely did. I mean, the beginning was shaping up nicely for Fnatic, but for the Astralis side, there are two things that I was really impressed by. Of course, Ryu, especially on those B-side defenses, but also the T-side openers for Astralis were varied. There were a lot of little gimmicks that they had, some boosts that they were assembling, good flashes. I'm surprised at how well and how quickly HOTU.CET and Astralis were able to put together a solid playbook for a map that usually we talk about as being one of the toughest ones to assemble any kind of structure on.
This, for me, says there was a lot of focus on this. Like, they obviously designated and homed in on, we will have a home map for this, even if we are a new team. That's an incredibly smart move. Well, when we look at it now, with hindsight, obviously.
Of course. I mean, even just the way that they played so many of those rounds, I feel like it's so contrasting for Mirage. I mean, it's just kind of clear in a way that both of them went in with their home picks, had much more varied playbooks on those maps, because HOTU.CET, I mean, I think in this game they assembled 3 different boosts that all found them opening picks. They had good flashes as well. Of course, in the later stages of this one, a lot of it came down to those B-side defenses, but in general for Astralis, I think this is one where we're probably going to see throughout this season. I wouldn't be surprised if you get some kind of 50% or higher pick rate throughout the next 5 months.
Okay, that much. All right.
Yeah, it just looked way more polished than I expected.
Well, this is a good start for them, considering that, right? Considering where they are with this team, this is an important win. Let's go back through some of the rounds, though. Let's start looking at early in the game. The backstab coming out from Ryu was actually working out really nicely.
Of course, I mean, the way that he closed it out was great, but I think also the way that it opened. Again, we're seeing some of the tricks coming out from them. They assemble a boost. Talking about the A-side defense for the side of Fnatic, it's Modern, and he hasn't really played this position in quite some time. I mean, I couldn't even find the last time that he played it, because I know for ENCE he didn't. I know for Zero Tenacity he didn't. So they were able to fool him with that opening pick. There's a bit of a scramble in the mid-round here, but I think the presence of mind in the post plant from Rio was really exceptional. I mean, we're going to talk about him more on the CT side, but for him to be pressed up forward, deep in bathrooms, to find the flank right there, it just closes the round out in a very nice way off the back of a good opener. And again, just assembling the pieces really nicely was HOTU.CET throughout the kind of hectic scramble there.
Really costing them as well, right? That's the small details that matter, especially in these rounds when it's going so back and forth like that at the same time. We've also got the openers we have to look at with it. You keep mentioning it, right? Just the different flavors, the different style they were able to throw into the mix.
I mean, we saw the fact that they used a boost right there to open things up. I think we have another round in this half, round 12, where things are a little bit faster. This is an opener I haven't seen really all that much in CS2, if I'm being honest. This kind of lurk smoke that you're getting out the front of Monster. This was really popular in CSGO because you could one-way the side of that smoke, but they actually flash pop through the opening smoke at the end of the Monster tunnel that the CTs throw, and then they gain so much position because of that early lurk smoke out that they were caught unawares, Fnatic that is, off of that early just kind of push, and so they were able to take way more space than Fnatic expected. And yet again, I mean, this is just another great look. They're able to convert the man advantage situation to even up the scoreline in the first half on an overpass. Reminder, very CT-sided map.
Yeah, exactly. Very important to be able to have that in your arsenal, to be able to switch it up and to have diverse T-side. Hey, it worked out really well for them. We're going to keep talking about Ryu because he just had so much impact, right? So another round here, 18 we're going to look at this time.
This is one where he really held his nerve. And that was something I was very concerned about, given how he looked on Mirage at A, where he was going for some overswings, maybe getting caught on some of those kind of bomb site crunches. But this is one where they were in a very bad situation. Jambo finds a great flank through Heaven, and somehow Ryu is able to hold his nerve to just key in, focus on the players that are coming out Monster, and just clothesline both of them as they're trying to make their approach. This is very, very just sharp shooting, good little micro corrections there. Ones where, I mean, Ryu for me was a little bit more of an unknown factor. I was really down with the FaZe signing, and I saw Ryu was doing well for Monty, but I didn't know that he could really just hold his nerve, not react to a flank, just completely shut them down there.
And this is it, like, it says support player by him, but he's got them mechanical skills. He's got that grind set skill of, I'm ready, I'll fight, and he seems very confident.
I mean, he needs to be, because when you're in a team like Astralis and you're replacing a player supposedly like Magis, because he's kind of slotting into some of his spots, you have to just trust your aim a lot. And yes, that got him caught a little bit on Mirage, where he's going for the overswing, but this is a map where the overswings actually worked out well for him. It's kind of that new blood that's coming into the Tier 1 space, where the reason they're dominating Tier 2 and CS2 is their mechanics are so strong. Like, it's a game where you do swing a little bit more. You've got to trust your fighting ability, even in tense moments. And Ryu was just so sharp in this one. His crosshair placement was fantastic. His corrections were great. And this one, I think he quelled some of those little mistakes that he had on Mirage, where everything felt a little bit more purposeful.
And you're probably right, for being in his shoes, this is a big organization. There's going to be some extra nerves in there. This is something else he's having to deal with. It's not just playing CS anymore.
No. And I feel like on Mirage, I think you maybe see a little bit of the Monty Ryu, where he just thinks he can get away with anything. This is one where, even though we just witnessed quite a few highlights, there were even moments on the B-bomb site where he gets a spot. He hides behind the pillar on the bomb site. He waits for his teammates to come in for the rotation. So it just felt like all of the nerves from map 1. That's just why you can't write a player off after a single map, after a single half. So seeing him being able to show more of what he's made of here on Overpass was a welcome sight.
A welcome sight, and it did prove as well that he can adapt, and you need to be able to do that, especially at this level. But it's time for us to kick it to a break, and when we come back, we'll be doing Ancient after that. Ancient is coming up next after an impressive fight from Astralis on Overpass. Both teams securing their map pick. Both games pretty close. Obviously, Mirage was in overtime. Overpass right to the wire, but Astralis pushed it over. When it comes to Ancient, though, I remember, I know it's a long time ago now, but before HOTU.CET, Ancient was a really good map for this Astralis side. In recent times, not as much. And then looking at the other side for Fnatic, it's been an okay map. I remember with Cypher, it was very good. He would have his standout moments on that map, but since then they have also struggled. So this is a middle map they've agreed on, but it's maybe not going to be the prettiest Counter-Strike.
I feel like we're going to get a little bit more of a puggier affair.
Yeah.
Whereas Mirage and Overpass were characterized by well-thought-out starters, good mid-rounds from the teams that, especially the ones that picked the maps. This one might be a scrappier affair. I feel like the absence, for example, on the Fnatic side of BlameF, I mean, your middle guy's probably now going to be, what, Modern? Because he's taking over, say, some of the same positions that BlameF did. I don't know. Modern in these kinds of spots, I feel like maybe could do it pretty decently, but it's just not to the same effect as a guy that really, yeah, everybody called BlameF a baiter, but he was pretty good in these kinds of map control positions.
So do you feel like this may be one where it's undoing, like where some of the strengths were for Fnatic? Like this is one that's going to hinder them a little bit?
Perhaps, because also I really associate Modern way more with playing around the B bomb site.
Yeah.
I mean, in the very beginning of the map, he was great at Cave. Lately, I think he's been playing around the B bomb site itself. So if they just thrust him into middle, we've seen good riflers try to take over that middle position. And when they're not familiar, a la someone like Nico, they can have difficulties trying to control what is a barrage of flashbangs and just so much utility that you have to work around.
We've been impressed just previously with the openers that Astralis were able to show here. Are we expecting a bit less of that, though? It's going to be a bit more of like the old Astralis way of doing things and kind of bandaging your way through this map?
Perhaps. I feel like for Astralis to maybe even show in the veto earlier on, we didn't really touch on it too much, that they're banning Anubis. It seems like they just want to focus with the maps that they had worked on a little bit more in practice. So, I mean, this to me, your guess is as good as mine on this one, James, where I feel like Astralis, they have a little bit of a foundation on this one, but them too have to probably work through some slight role changes here.
And that's always going to be hard to do. With what you've seen from both teams, though, if we're looking at both individual teams, the ability of what they've shown, who would you give a slight edge to at this day and age?
I'm going to lightly favor Astralis here. Okay. I feel like there's a little bit more explosive potential from a couple of their players. I've seen, obviously, great moments from Ryu thus far. I think FaZe has shown a lot. I think he's going to really dampen the opening attempts from Fnatic as they try to make their approach. And I feel like for the Fnatic side, maybe players like Jambo, for example, I'm getting little glimpses, but I feel like he's not stringing the great rounds together off the back of the winter break offseason. So I'm going to lightly favor Astralis through this matchup.
And the difference here, right, when you're looking down the scoreboards from the first two games, is that Ryu and FaZe are the ones who are standing out. Obviously, Ryu is in a league of his own right now, 1.30 rating. But it's actually Crims and Jambo who are doing the heavy lifting for Fnatic. It's Madden who's not been able to keep up that good performance he had on Mirage and slowed down so massively. So if he is in uncomfortable positions, like you said on Overpass, and things change for him, right, that's where we're maybe going to see the problems. And if that continues on Ancient,
like, let's be real. I mean, BlameF was the star of Fnatic in the past, even though he had a style that was maybe unforgiving and hard to play around for some of his teammates. He was putting up ridiculous numbers on a very frequent basis. Modern, throughout the last 3 years, great teammate. Everyone's there to praise him about that. No question about that, but not a guy that you're really expecting to carry the burden of just putting up 25 kills in a game in a map control position that will generally dictate the outcome of a match.
Well, it's going to be very tough for them to deal with, but we'll have to see if they can get it done. We're moving into Ancient. It's the deciding map between Astralis and the likes of Fnatic.
Both teams picking up their map pick. I think that's a good start to the year in general. Close affair as well. And I think what's really nice is we've now had a couple of moments to praise the newer pieces of these formulas, Launders.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was talked about a lot already, but the fact that Ryu had such a good map, and it wasn't just like pretty good, it was outstanding, especially in such an important anchor role, which is, again, brought up as he's coming in to fill those positions. Looks like they're off to an excellent start. Now, Madden had a lot of shine back on Mirage, even had a couple of moments on Overpass, but in the end, Astralis win despite losing both pistols. So now we'll take it to Ancient, and we'll see who wins this series, because at this point, I can't tell you who the better team is. They've both shown a lot.
This is where we start to test that early map pool, but I don't know, man. I think to myself, Fnatic, comfort zone on a map like Ancient. Seen him here plenty of times. made a name for themselves right here on this map. But no blame F, remember. No blame F. No damage either on the spam to the smoke. So that's going to be a 5 versus 5 post plant in the first round of map 3. And Krim's hoping somebody steps forward so that he can take a shot at it before the retake's demanded of him. Things kind of stall here for a second. And this is a Fnatic that's not working with a defuse kit whatsoever. Although they'll find that instant headshot. Beer's got the jabby pillar hold covered. And now these last two players, I mean, they're banking on the Molotov to come over top. And no defuse kit, so he's got to get off of it, but he's lost his teammate. Fire's going to fizzle out in a second. FUZE burns him, and they've got it. Molotov works from beyond the doorway. Exactly what they needed, and he does it in the end with one single HP.
And they both die. Everyone dead on the map, so bomb plant is perfect, Molly is perfect, and the time to get into there, into the site in the first place was great. Not rushed, avoided all the damage on the spam on the cross back from CT, and a quick start to this map. No better feeling than seeing your utility work out that well for you.
Sure. Pull it out early in the pistol. Low likelihood that there's still the smoke in play. Added damage that there's not a defuse kit either. And setting themselves right back up into the following consecutive B hit. No interruption offered by Fnatic's mid-climb just yet. They'll scramble now.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of lines.
And the sound of all of those nades flying over. FUZE's gonna have his hands full in a second, but that's fine. He's got a Galil. More bullets in that gun than he's got opponents ahead of him. And the MAC-10 here for good measure. It's a shooting gallery. And a bit of money made for HOTU.CET. 4 Galil kills, 1 MAC-10 frag, 2-0 start Astralis.
It's looking pretty sharp so far. It's looking buttoned up here for Astralis.
And the elusive pistol.
Yeah. What could be the difference? This will work. They'll win cave quite quickly. Mid control gets a whole lot harder to hold right now. They're actually pushed forward into this. Risk being taken here. They've got some timing. Oh, okay. Well, he gets a kill, but yeah, trades come back too quickly.
Try from both sides. FUZE and Jabby come out on top of it. Good spam into elbow. Krims handles that pressure to one side and still snaps the shot back to FUZE.
They know about Krims, and they know there's probably still one in B. I don't think Jambo's revealed himself, but he did take 2 damage. Yeah, it was a risky maneuver there for the CT side when their cave bot pushed back. They decided, okay, let's just go double down on the aggression, but it didn't work out. And now, perfect read of the map here for Astralis. Feels like the tides are turning a little bit. I don't even see why you would go for this. They have a molly. They have 2 mollies, but 2v3. Too far away. Nice call here for HOTU.CET.
Set up an epic clash inside of the caves, but disengaged at the right moment, in the right direction, and to a position Fnatic had no other defenders in. 3-0 start.
The most aggressive Astralis we've seen on this map was back when they had config and blame F.
Oh God.
Called them the bully bros. They would run down mid. That was on CT side even.
It's nice seeing Config back at the HLTV Awards show last weekend.
Had a great haircut.
Looking fantastic. Dapper.
Yeah, he's always been a handsome guy, though.
Yeah. I still think for me one of the craziest moments was Scream using the platform to announce his return.
Yeah, that's what we were saying when we were sitting there. I was like...
I know I'm here to celebrate somebody else, but guys, just know I'm back.
Yeah, that's scream.
And your rookie of the year is.
Remember, guys, rookies are nothing to veterans.
A bunch of chumps. Well, should be chumps here with the triple pistol set up for Fnatic, and the fact that this Astralis 3-0 streak is rolling hot. HOTU quickly into the cave, finds himself down at the hands of Madden, and that's going to be a Galil retrieved as well. So a third rifle offered over to Fnatic as they scrambled into the fight on cave. Still Astralis, plenty of round left to play out, but you've lost your in-game leader.
You have. Yeah, they're both just headless hydras right now. Anyone walks into this setup, first guy's dead for sure, but they might circumvent this operation. We'll see if Jabby takes a peek.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
got away with it.
That's pretty huge.
Nice. Good caution use here by Jabby. Confirms 2 players in there. Took a pistol shot to the head, though, in the meantime.
He did, and actually this opens up the donut route again. They want to take it.
Jambo dropping fire in the front of cave, but we'll be seeing Crims try to lock in versus 3. 10 seconds on. Oh, Crims starts to peel back. Returns in. Kills Jabby first. Stairs got to commit to this bomb plant.
Yeah, they just need to cover it.
And there's no fight out of Crims. He'll go into the duel after the fact. FaZe gets his head, and they're going to then find those 2 players rotating around through spawn. Madden taken down to 27. FaZe low on 16, but he eats that flashbang in the retake attempt. And Madden versus 2 targets deep inside of the donut. Doesn't have any kind of utility to cover this off. Will at the very least pick up a kit, but still no grenade to play with. And as he goes back in, FaZe is going to end it with that 16 health. A 7-2 start for FaZe bodes well for this flawless T-side so far.
Astralis looking very tier 1 on this map. The way they're controlling things, the execs, the anti-eco, the pistol so far, it's just feeling like it's so operational that you wonder why this wasn't even their first map pick. Be an Astralis timeout. And you often see the timeouts reserved for, you know, slow the team down that comes back, stop a team from winning. They're going to use this one to try to keep, oh, it's Fnatic's. That's Finir. Sorry, that makes more sense. I was like, yeah, like, I guess Astralis, everything went according to plan, but
Madden, good flash to get him out of there. Oh, but he's not able to manage the kills in the corner. Crims is going to have to pick up that slack. Bodies falling around him. Oh, Crims wanted the 3rd, and he
so
even hit
damage.
the dink.
And that would have been the bomb. They'd have to go and recollect that. They'd be up 3v2. Oh, it was a nice try. But a pressured kill out of FaZe. And a walkout now as HOTU knows they have a bit more freedom.
Can't take it away from him. Still an excellent 2K, but you're just that close to being the one-man army.
I actually like how they kept pushing into elbow with the flashes, because everyone gets pulled into that corner, and they know as long as their flashes are better, and even if you're blind, as soon as you get into that angle, you can just start spraying. So not the easiest kills to defend there for Astralis, but they pulled them out. And again, another read where they get the open sight. It's the frictionless entry into A.
Also during all that pandemonium.
Gonna go for a spray.
Yo, he gets away. 1 bullet would have done the trick.
Yeah.
FaZe sends one back in. Jambo, oh. Yeah, you're not hiding, HOTU. That's a freebie. That makes it interesting because it's FaZe low health.
Yeah.
And we've got Jabby boosted up onto green. Tries to cover the donut retake. Now his position found out. Good transition to Jack Asmo. Jambo, 45 health into USP. It's great coverage from Jabby with 31 health combined. That's what's left over on Astralis' side, but a 5-0 regardless.
That was an enormously difficult kill to get out of Temple. Shocked that he pulled out too. And here's the start of the round. Madden eats a flash. He nearly gets into the angle just in time. And, you know, conversely, the Ts are blind, but they know exactly where the CTs are going to peek from, so they just have to spam back. Oof.
Plays with him.
Crazy.
Another tough place for Fnatic to find themselves in. They'll just try to throw it out again through Cave. 5-7 in hand. Dealt with. HOOXi handles the pressure. Ryu's got the cover offered. And this one goes up in smoke for Fnatic.
Does that make it interesting? I mean, there's 4 players behind a smoke. And Jambo's maybe just assuming they left. No, they're very patient.
And so it fell on one man and one man alone.
Not more patient than Crims. He's been waiting 10 years for another major.
It's cool to see Olaf Meister get inducted into the Hall of Fame last weekend, and then we are here a few days later watching Crims still play Counter-Strike.
Still playing, yeah. Oh, Olaf's still on the FaZe bench, right?
I don't know anymore. I assume
does he have to give back to Rolex if they need him to play again?
He's in the right spot. They're low health, but yeah,
wow.
Stare comes through and figures out the one corner Crims could have been hidden in.
Yeah, I walked into the elevator. Olaf and his brother were there, and they both looked the same. But like, just because I thought it was the glasses.
Right.
They both had the exact same glasses. This is my brother. It's like, oh, okay. Didn't want to just say that.
The only person this year to
is
get
my
a
brother, my friend.
Standing ovation as well for Olaf Meister. Absolutely freaking deserved.
Mm-hmm. You can't swear on this broadcast?
No, you know, 2026, it's a new me. I'm trying to be something different.
Yeah, Pee Wee Herman?
No, definitely not. That guy got arrested.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for some weird stuff.
Oh, no. Okay.
Frag to pop it open, and hello.
Oh, the timing was great.
Missed shot. No Jambo connection as Fnatic are frantically looking for this first round of a CT side. Easy. FUZi's not going to miss his chance to strike down Madden as he steps into the scope. 9-2 sits FUZi off that one. Missed opportunity with the wide swing over, but luckily there is a set of helping hands here in the form of Stare. 5v3 Astralis, and a different look, right? We haven't had them inside of the red room.
They look amazing. I mean, they're covering everything. Okay, and Jambo gets one back. That's the one thing that doesn't change is Jambo just cannot die to FUZi.
Crims is going to find himself one. Fear collects, and we go back into the even 2v2. But all the while, B-site now belongs to Astralis.
He's running at this.
And he's got to let it go. Crims is maybe going to sprint to try to catch that timing, but it would mean Fear... Ooh, it's kind of here to help out. They need to make sure everybody's left red room first, and that does give timing for Astralis' plant to be secured.
And a smoke. Plant's going to go down default. You've got to try this, obviously, if you're Fnatic. You just need something to go wrong. They could jump through at the same time. Oh, and just die at the same time, actually. Very nicely done, Ryu. Another good couple of kills.
He's getting that bomb out of the desperate spot.
I never see him getting anyone's way. You know, he's always like creating, creating impact and looking very solid. And I don't know if that was answered. I only caught half the interview, but I wanted to know who did the scouting. Yeah. Things have changed since Mirage. And this is going to work too. It's a vacant A site.
Straight on in versus 2 MP9s.
Oh, they get the lurk kill in mid, though.
You'll take that. If you're Fnatic, you'll take anything.
They need this molly to come down.
Jambo gets burnt to a crisp. And that's going to be Jabby finding Madden in the meantime. So man advantage secured with the bomb plant, and it goes from 1 to 2. Tough pill to swallow here if you are Fnatic. Feels like Astralis just have your number.
Yeah, it's one of them horse pills.
My favorite. It's just Trank. Get my lean on. 4v2 is where this one comes to a close. Fnatic still just trying to keep the pressure up, but that bomb's gonna pop and kill Crims.
Oh, Crims is just like, no, why are you leaving me here?
See ya, sucker. And 4 survives still for Astralis. 8-0, flawless T-side on Ancient.
Oh, this is a little unexpected.
And yet kind of welcome.
Yeah.
Like, I'm down if their T-side's gonna look this good with all the moving pieces.
Yeah, with the calls working so well, with Ryu playing well again. Talk about new additions. Here's FUZI too. (11-3). How many more tricks you got up your sleeve, Hooksy?
It's cool how varied this attack has been.
Yeah.
It started with that like convincing B and cave play until they started to get stacked on a little bit. It's nice to see that the adaptations have looked just as convincing. Pretty solid T side. New roster considered. Back to where the half started. A little bit of B play. Mid hold goes well for Fnatic. It's a man advantage. Looking for anything on this CT side. Jack Asmo forced off his angle, but Fear,
Two health
had
he
a
got
chance.
that kill with.
Frag
And that
grenade.
nade?
Oh, Jack
boom.
Asmo blown to smithereens. Madden rapid on the cave pressure though, forcing FUZI to go for the plant on the alternate side. And Jabby pushes a smoke in a 3 versus 3. FUZI collects Madden inside of the cave, and with that, it is Crim's thrust to the clutch.
They've really conditioned them, huh? Because he was looking at their flank inside a window on a B rush.
Crim's trying to tiptoe his way in. FUZI's on the line, and that is going to end it. A 3v3 that looked like Fnatic had something to stand on in the retake, but it comes up Astralis like the entirety of this T-side has.
Yeah, that's just a Ryu kill again. 2 HP right here, instant headshot, and the nade kill again. Just creating so much impact. This one's 9-0. Best thing about this round for Fnatic is Jambo's op.
An off that gets taken down to 53 health out of the gate here in round 10. And the only good gun on the field for Fnatic. Sitting outside of Red Room. Stare.
Right side. Okay.
Oh, good on Jambo up close. 5v4, but again, it's pretty instant on the trades back. Ryu keeps on finding his impact. Jambo's off his mobile. Good for the second frag this round. Smoked off as he tries to go to the alternate side of the bomb site. Utility pressure whizzes by, lands that shot on FUZI, forces the reposition for the plant. Madden comes through, striking when he needs to maintain that Fnatic man advantage. And FUZI's getting whittled down as well. Jabby still to find the headshot, and they know Jambo's back there somewhere. Crims looks to crawl out. We've got 40 seconds on this clock. This is a chance for them to just go silent, Astralis.
MP9 could be good here. That peak, oh, he gets spotted, doesn't get damage back. Yeah, could spam. That's always a threat, especially with where they can plant. Oh, okay.
FUZI's got this locked in, ready for the...
Nice,
oh, good
Jambo.
wall bang, just enough. Thought FUZI would have found himself an angle. Instead, he'll be tasked to pick up that bomb. They didn't want to die to the spam from Cave. This is crazy. FUZE not expecting it up close, and so we've got it. 10 rounds into this map. Fnatic find their first.
Yeah, they got around. They're on the board, and they don't do it with much either.
Felt like did it just really off of that Jambo op and that looming threat of Crims.
So wild, Jambo pushes that close up with the op inside a window.
You know, the thought of dying to the wild Cave MP9 is what put this bomb plant into the line for Jambo. Good read on his behalf.
He also interrupted the plant the first time.
Yes, sir.
Oh, they want to fight for mid desperately, but Astralis equally do. And Jambo's going Omega aggressive here.
Trying to make something stick. Jabby locked into the corner.
They're going to be in vision. That's the question. csgo, you got to clear this. You got. Oh no. Oh no.
Executes both.
Tasty.
Jabby going to be happy with that one. Bombs behind him. Crims. He'll collect an instant kill on HOTU.CET over towards A.
That's a cool spot to be in this situation.
HOTU.CET just walking into a few bomb sites tonight. Yeah. Getting caught off by these wild angles. Molly goes past Fear. He's able to hold on to his. He's got Madden to come and help out, and he'll find the Jabby frag. No immediate trade. Cave player slightly behind. FUZE gonna get dropped and now stares on the recovery for the bomb. This felt very stringy all of a sudden between the T's. Player on the left side catches him off as he gets that bomb back. 3 separate 1v1s, all won by Fnatic as they're on the brink of 2 consecutive rounds now.
It's a little messy, but it works. It's actually just Astralis' mistakes essentially, and it starts off with HOTU.CET trying to go for the search, but okay, Ryu's got the spotlight. He has quite a bit of info, actually. The bomb in an interesting spot. Not a lot of time, though.
Given a chance to be the hero here. A little Hail Mary 1v3. Ooh, it's instant onto Madden. Planting inside of the smoke gets dinked, and that's where they'll deal with him. If not, with shots like that to queue it up, feels like there's a real chance at the clutch. Instead, Fnatic second.
And if he's going to play anchor roles, there will have to be moments where he'll need to pull off the clutch. But that's just a little bit too much to ask for. Everyone that close by. 3v5, actually.
Huge recovery.
Oops.
It's always fun when we have coaches online because, you know, I feel like sometimes they forget the cameras aren't off. It's tough. It's got to be tough as a coach trying to set up the perfect play and everything in position, and then you see that one mistake.
Sure, yeah. That's how I feel when I play TFT.
Just one mistake. One corner goes uncleared when things were 9-1. The props Fnatic pull off the 3v5 and give yourself a chance at a 3-round CT side. We've had some CT-sided struggles in this head-to-head tonight. From Mirage to this one.
Nice, Crims.
He's finding his moments. You know, you think back, it kind of kicks off the 3v5, his kill onto HOTU.CET. That off angle inside of an A site.
I thought you were going to talk about his ace on Ancient at the Major.
Oh. To keep them in the tournament. That bomb will be Ryu's responsibility momentarily. Jabby right there for the taking, and he'll do so. csgo, a 1-in-12 half. That's where your CT side ends.
And conversely, Jabby, 13-4. He's a hard guy to get. T's are in crazy positions right now. There's 2 in window, walking backwards into holding this flank. That shot's going to get missed, and yeah, he knows he can't fall back. So, Donut opened up again. Crims
got timing on one.
Doesn't get the bomb with it.
Ryu's still moving it forward with Stare in front of him. Good off angle from Crims again. Crims trying to be the bane of Astralis within this A site. Ryu, though, has got another. And you know Fear's coming in from this donut flank, stomping all the while. Ryu goes wide for the duel. tries to take it on his terms and instead loses the 1v1 for Fnatic's 3-round CT side. It took them a while, but they string them together. That was a 9-0 streak shut down at the tail end of the first half of Ancient. Well, they found a little fight in them at the tail end of that one. Fnatic 3 rounds in a row, Mo, but in the face of a very varied attack out of Astralis. I've got to say, this new Astralis, maybe they should have gone international sooner.
No. No, but yeah, I mean, I do really like what we're seeing out of Ryu. We already like FuZi. Just haven't seen him on the right team, for sure. I mean, we could say that. And when we watched him play, he was just so young. He was just starting, really. So looking like he's maturing. He's not making the same. He's got the same sort of aggression, but he's not making any of the same mistakes. So like it so far. He just has to figure out how to kill Jambo.
Stair is on the fast fall back out of Donut. And when he finally finds the ground he wants to stand on, it's an instant headshot. A bit more effort for the other two. A-site taken over here by a rapidly moving Fnatic. Bomb in the middle of it all as Stair tries to keep that pressure up. No defuse kit for Astralis, but Berettas get flashed out through the temple. Player on the boxes misses a chance to strike him down. A much moving Ryu jumping around. Things get wild. Jambo's gonna get popped by Stair, who, since being run down in Donut, is still a part of all of this. He wrapped back around through Temple, comes out on the exit, gets a couple more kills, and is a key piece to securing double digits early here for Astralis.
Yeah, he's quick with it, with that wraparound. I thought that flash was gonna do a little more. I didn't really see them even dodge it. Probably scared Ryu a little bit when he saw 3 players, none of them blind, but still got his kill. And Stairs for a shot. That was special.
Yeah, Ryu makes it crazy in the middle of all that, and then you see Stair actually come through and clean up.
Yeah.
So he keeps it surgical.
No pistols so far for Fnatic on what's now the most important map.
Lots of smokes thrown out of spawn for this, trying to hold off on the elbow control. Just Jambo in the corner, dropped down to 50 health. Is Galil ready, but blasted away by FUZE, and a fast climb up at a stair. Very confident Astralis, probably bred by this huge lead. On the side of the smoke goes the MP9 of HOTU.CET. And Fear's got a little left in him.
Oh, the volley
just
got him.
burns out, trying to cross through the flames. Everybody else cut off, and that's Fear to pick up an empty gun, reload and push on his own, trying to set up Madden. Instead goes down, no trade potential for that one. A Tech 9 versus 3, I don't think so. Rapid on the retake are Astralis, sprinting to the finish line on this best of 3.
And it looked like HOTU.CET was there and B by himself, but really he had all of mid-control with his teammates, and that's something that HOTU.CET has been doing a great job of calling. They've dominated inside of middle on both halves of this game. That might just continue now. Jambo didn't know what was coming here. They might be bind to the finish line at this rate with the bomb plant going down and pressure on to stave off map point. 3 Galils coming in.
Jambo taking eyes over top of his team's Molotov, and so ready to just pounce into this B bomb site are Fnatic. FUZE leaning back, V2. And it's HOTU.CET actually to pick up the kill from inside of the cave, where there's no actual pressure from Fnatic. It was all in on ramp. That's gonna free him up to go for wall bangs and whatnot, but losing teammates in the meantime. Utility comes through for pressure, and it's actually Fnatic to find themselves 4v2.
Every single bit of spam got answered back by a better one from the T side. So those Galils are great.
And Astralis are the ones that signed up to those fights. Didn't think they'd lose them, but they do. And so we don't have to wait till the end of the half this time for Fnatic to find a round win.
And some final upgrades. So they do stave off map point, and maybe we could see a real T side, but I mean, I'm too impressed by Astralis right now to really believe in it. Unlike the other maps, which were so close.
Terrorists win.
And to be fair, I guess to Fnatic, they've you know, it's been comebacks, but
Vision around that one. I thought HOTU.CET would have played it maybe a bit safer behind the box, go for a wall bang or whatnot, but puts himself on display. We get an Astralis trying to talk through a buy here. Currently sitting with the 2 M4s, $3,500 on the 3 players that have yet to buy. About 10,000 surplus for Fnatic to try to bite into. Is it worth trying to rack up a price tag here in around 16? They end up coming out MP9, FAMAS, and an additional M4, so pretty solid still for Astralis. But it's everything they can afford. Except Ryu. He doesn't buy all the nades he can.
this guy believes in himself.
3-player heavy start inside of middle as well. FUZE locks into the corner.
Oh, they're running into this.
Ooh, yes they are. Back turn to him. FAMAS blasts Madden away. csgo trying to find his angle out from cave. Stairs low, Flash finds him, and that's just gonna give Stair enough room to survive. Momentarily, barely gets back around that corner. Gets caught on the corner. csgo moving up, stalls as his shoulder catches the edge, and that is gonna cost you a lot of bodies and potentially map points.
They just couldn't believe their eyes. The fact that Astralis would take over mid-control again, even though they didn't have as much money, and they still won it. The confidence is boiled over 2 on 5 for Fnatic now.
Astralis know they have such an advantage. They can just remain active, stare. This 5 health is going to be thrown out like an offering. Ooh, interesting turn of events here. Jabby gets popped, doesn't do any damage back in response.
Okay, they're trying to milk this for a little more. Playing to win. Grims has got to turn around eventually, but he'll get 1 kill. There's still so many here, though.
Big swing from FUZI confirms, and there's more where the first and second came from. Good thing they go all 3 on that push. Nobody worrying about the B-site backline. HOTU.CET wants to join the party on the offense, and so 12 for Astralis comes with it.
It's just been perfect gameplay, right? For as messy as it is, it's just like in terms of how they're moving together and taking over mid and working, it's Fnatic who always look a little awkward, a little late, and every single time Astralis, I mean, that's just the sign of a good Ancient team. They're the kings of middle right now.
Can we replay the Molotov hitting JackAzmo in the face? I want to see if he clipped the corner as well. It's a big demand coming in late.
Whoa!
Didn't hit the corner. It was just the bottle.
Bottled.
Thank you, production.
They are a UK org.
You have passed your first test of 2026.
Today, Connor said, I just had my third best wrap of 2026. How many wraps are you eating?
I think about 6 so far, if burritos count. The old skyward decoy. Let them know you're coming. 1 Tech 9 in the mix here on Fear. Careful, playing with nades here, HOTU.CET. He's got support from Ryu, but they know he's stuck in this corner. He's got the smoke down in front of him. Fast Tech 9 push. Fear finding the duel. HOTU.CET finding a bit more of a chance to thrive just in his dying breath. Ends Fear. We go 2 versus 2 with this match on the line. With Fnatic's bounty on the line. Bomb dropped inside B site. FUZI working forward. Been a rough game for JackAzmo. 2 kills all map long. And he doubles back to grab that bomb as Krim still sits over towards the ramp instead. Smoke is soon to FaZe as Jabby's gonna walk this one out through the cave. They're gonna try to tether it, time it together. They'll do so. Krim's back into the cover at a health disadvantage. 3 kills deep. When push comes to shove, Krims comes to clutch. Right there for the taking. And Jabby's a reload needed. This guy's playing with a smoke. Playing with a kit, goes for the duel and finds it, which means Astralis moves forward to stage 2, and Fnatic, it is a short-lived attempt here at the Blast Bounty.
Astralis managed to outlast Fnatic, but this didn't get close. This looked comfortable the whole way. And we spoke about how there could be some struggles on the side of Fnatic, you know, how Madden would have to adjust to playing mid. Well, we saw it time and time again. And Astralis, they looked very comfortable. They looked very confident with all of this. They definitely had a good game plan.
Clearly, Modern here out of his depth in playing a new position. It's one of the hardest, I would say, in the game for riflers. Doesn't matter if you're aggressive or how you want to take it up. It's just the flurry of utility is difficult. We could see in the waning moments as Fnatic try to keep themselves in it, the way he's trying to pop a smoke, you know, desperately go through one of the elbow smokes to take space towards middle. And it just looks so jumbled. Whereas Astralis, a lot more composed. You have a guy in middle in Stare who's been playing it for a couple seasons now. He's looking way, way solid. We haven't really said his name too much today, but I think he was great. Yabby obviously closing it out with a chuckle at the end, kind of playing with his food. I like the style points with the little graffiti tag at the very end too.
He's not getting a graffiti for that play, but you know, he can put one there for this time.
Okay, yeah. Maybe too early in the season for a graffiti, but he makes his own, right?
Yeah, you know, he has to put some flash into it when it comes with all of this. And I will say this was a flashy Astralis within this map. Maybe they might even think, actually, guys, maybe is Fnatic just bad, or is this a map where we got some legs with here? What do you actually just make of it as overall for Astralis, looking at how they played through this map?
I mean, with the exception of HOTU.CET, everybody else had their moments. And obviously, HOTU.CET not really supposed to be the guy to pop off in these kinds of ones. But no, I feel like map 2 and 3 were great for Ryu. I feel like he was definitely the standout for me today. I thought FaZe was going to be the guy. We'll ask him hopefully in just a bit. So I feel like there's a lot to like so far. And I think Astralis, surprisingly, in their first foray to international composition, they hit the ground running.
Well, let's find out what FaZe has to say after this. Or FaZe, we'll ask him. We'll get it clarified by the man himself. How are you doing, bro?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. It's nice to see you back on our screens. It's good to see you in a good position within Astralis. So let's just talk to us first about the nickname thing, because some of us are saying it one way, some of us are saying it the other. You are the deciding factor here,
I forgot what we said at We Play Academy League. You know, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a weird one. It's FaZe.
FaZe.
That's what I've been saying. Yeah. That's what I've been saying.
He's correct.
Okay.
That's fine. So commentator's wrong. Maui correct.
I got it. My first win of the year.
He just knows. He just knows. But for you right now, coming into Astralis, good performance here in the opening game. But just talk to us a bit about when this offer came around for you, because the last few months for you, bro, has been crazy. Back on 9, away from 9, back on 9 again, and now Astralis.
Yeah, no, it's been a very silly second half of the 2025 season for me. Yeah, obviously, as you know, I was in wildcard, and then I got benched there and found a team with 9 going on loan there, and then I got brought back again to wildcard, and then
which you didn't want, right? By the way, you didn't want to go back.
No,
yeah,
I definitely didn't. I felt a bit mistreated, not only because of getting benched. You know, that's something you have to take if you're a player, but for some other stuff as well.
Yeah. But by the way, you don't have to say this, but I'll say this because I already said it publicly. They are the worst organization in CS. Like, wildcard are just trash.
Oh, man.
Well, I'll stand up for them, and I'll give them one thing. They're at least, or they have at least paid
that's good.
what they're owed to players. Which
that's a dub.
That's positive.
In esports is a dub. So I will not say only bad stuff about them. You know, some things are good.
I like that. I like that.
Then this Astralis offer coming along for you, right? Was it a surprise for you?
It was a little bit of a surprise. I mean, obviously there were some leaks going around that Device were gonna go to 100 Thieves, but yeah, I wasn't sure if they were gonna take the international route or just pick up 2 more Danish players. So it was a little bit of a surprise, but I'm very happy it happened.
I would say the craziest thing about your journey, though, FaZe, is that even though you've gone through some ridiculous moves as a player, I mean, even going back to Rare Adam, it feels like you're always coming out the other side a little bit better and learning along the way. And that's something that I really want to praise you for. But how do you keep your nose to the grindstone? Because I think you had all of the excuses in the world throughout all of these seasons of why you could have performed badly, but you've continued to show that you can be a solid opper and a difference maker. So what's the mentality like for you?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I just want to play CS, you know, whether that takes me going to China or North America to get a decent team, then yeah, I went there, obviously. Now maybe my stocks are a little bit higher after having the success with wildcard, at least in the early 2025, late 2024 season. So yeah, I just want to play, you know, it's what I like to do, and that's why I'm here.
And you're doing it well as well, man. You're doing it very well.
I would say, what are your early impressions of working with somebody like HOTU.CET?
Yeah, I'm really impressed by him, especially in practice. Like, you always have this meme in mind when he was in G2. He wasn't maybe shooting the best and stuff like this, but HOTU.CET in practice, he's a different beast, man. Like,
okay,
oh my God.
Okay.
And yeah, obviously calling wise and all like this, it's been nice. I think we all have some input. We haven't had that much practice, so maybe we're not at the depth of the strat book that we want to be right now. But winning this game, at least we have some days off, and we can work on that.
I'm sorry, but I've got to let you go, but I don't want to let you go before you tell me what kind of a different beast is HOTU.CET when it comes to practice. Tell me. I need some insight.
He's just killing everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. Let's see if we can pull that through to officials. FaZe, thank you very much for joining us, my man. I appreciate you very much. Good luck throughout the rest of the tournament as well. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
First of all, such a well-spoken guy. So honest and open as well. He was the one that gave us about the ChatGPT problems, even defending Wildcard's trashness
as,
as best he can, because at least they did pay.
That's impressive. I mean,
what they paid?
I feel like maybe he wasn't able to put it into words, but even just that kind of remark, to see the bright side, is something that he's always had to do in his career with all of the different rosters that he's joined. And like I said, I just feel like in a weird way, even though all of these curveballs have been thrown his direction, all of these hurdles he's had to get over, it just feels like he's getting out stronger every single time. I'm really like, seriously, I think if you put yourself into his shoes and you're going through these many roster changes, you just might tumble down and just exit the pro scene entirely.
Many players have.
But he's actually shown on 9, on Wildcard, even on Rare Atom when he was just farming Chinese competition. Like, he just makes the best out of every bad situation.
It is a beautiful thing to see, and that's why he is now getting the position he deserves.
This is like the best chance he's had, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he was on NIP for a bit. This is better.
Yeah,
I'd say this is better.
This is definitely a step up for him, but we still got one more game to go here for the opening day of the Blast Bounty, and it's Aurora taking on HOTU. So let's hear from Madra before we get into it. So with that, right, the hopes to be more consistent, you make this change, Jota goes out. Can you just tell me why Jota out, Soulfly in from your perspective?
Obviously, it's not only my decision, it's like a coach decision and also more decision of them, like me on the second plan. But we had some role problem on T side. Like when we get Jota, we wanted him to be more on first, you know, more entry player. And with time, we understand that there is an issue on the T side, and we're trying to have some fresh blood also. Maybe, I don't know what the staff think, but I believe in their decision, and we're gonna do everything in our power to do the same season and even better with Janet, with Soulfly this season.
Awesome. Hopefully that does be the case for you. And looking at that, you mentioned about the T side, right? Is this, if you have this player who's going to be able to do that more for you in Soulfly, be the first one going in, taking more of that space, does that change the way you can play your T sides to improve it, because they started to look a bit weaker at the end of last year?
Yeah, I have to add new things. We try to add new things also, but the main issue that I had is I had a system, but my player was not very comfortable on the system. You know, when tactically you the first one don't. If I say like you have to go first, but the player inside of him don't want it, like he's not comfortable with that. It's complicated, you know, and you have to change a lot of things to fix that. But now with Soulfly, like he is really willing to do that. But obviously it's not like mathematics, like you always first. It depends also of situation. But you know, when you play a team game, doesn't matter who go first or second. You just do for the team. You know what is better for me. And having this mentality was important for me. And hopefully this season, we can show better Counter-Strike overall, like T side and City side. Yeah.
A lot of insight from Madra there, a change that has come here despite Jota being a capable player. Now we start to understand some of their reasoning as to why this change needed to happen.
Very early into 2025, Jota was building a case as the Rookie of the Year. Obviously, we're far removed from that reality, given what Molodoy, Kyosuke, and Makaze brought to the table. And Aurora, they're extremely far removed from that. They've replaced him with Soulfly. And Madger, I got to address it immediately. I feel like the way he responded to that interview and your question about his calling style, saying that they wanted players to always be ready to go first. I feel like you've got a couple guys who are extremely aggressive, extremely ready to go in Xantares and YKD already. I don't necessarily think you needed a third guy who's also ready to go in. So when he says that he's trying to get fresh blood, I feel like he might just be setting Soulfly up to be fresh meat.
But that's what I was kind of thinking. Like, my mindset was he doesn't want Xantares or Wikidia to die early on. So he wants to send out the Soulfly to go.
Okay.
Feed the fly to the frogs, and then everyone else doesn't clean up afterwards?
I mean, That's just never been the problem in my eyes for Aurora and their T sides. It feels like the problem was that it was too readable, that they would consistently deathball and not use lurkers to the extent that so many other teams do. And that's why even teams that are slightly ranked beneath them, but in my eyes, tier 1 rosters, they'll just flank them a lot. And that was kind of their undoing in a lot of the big moments that prevented them from making the playoffs of either major of last year.
And is it also a case now where Soulfly is going to have to make some sacrifices on his CD sides compared to what he used to do?
Yes, I feel like some of the positions he's more familiar with are ones that people like Xantaras like to play.
Oh, you're not getting them?
No, you're going to leave him there, obviously. Yeah. He played a couple anchor spots. I think he played long A, for example, on Dust 2, so he can just kind of swap around, get to Jota's B site. It's not the craziest swap or anything. So he's a little bit flexible, and he's young. Even though, obviously, we know Soulfly for a handful of years now, with Sangol in particular. On Fireflux, he played roles where sometimes on T side frequently he was the aggressor, but on CT side I'd say there was a little bit of a mix of some anchor spots, some rotator spots. So I feel like he can slot in, and he's shown versatility in the last year. That's the main thing.
And the thing is, right, the only issue I have with this for Aurora, for me, is that this Turkish side always seemed to be a step behind on picking up like the next good player. We went through that time in Eternal Fire of a lot of mixing up different players, everyone coming in, rotating, not sure what they wanted. Now they've got more of an identity. But Soulfly, I was positive about 2 years ago, and now he only comes to the team. It's like, do you feel like they're behind in actually having the successful full Turkish roster that could be put on the cards?
Well, I feel like the best Turkish roster today would have xFloud on it. Frankly, that's for my money. I feel like xFloud showed more versatility and at a higher level than, so I don't know if this is a buyout reason that they went with Soulfly. I do think that Soulfly is talented enough. Like his mechanics are really snappy. Again, like I said, he has shown a little bit of versatility, but I just don't think he's necessarily set up right now to play the positions that Jota played and necessarily thrive. So that's going to be a bit of a learning curve that he has to embark on.
And now looking at the other side of things we have here, we're going to look at HOTU, who come in as a team that showed up a little bit back at the ESL Pro League, right? We got to have a look at that. We started to get excited about them. Domestically, they can perform pretty well. They, at first, were not competing within the Europe VRS, and obviously things changed. They started to do it, and they've still been able to hold a pretty good level. Even winning, it was in Uzbekistan, right? They won an event.
They just won a little cup, yeah, in Uzbekistan. They were the favorites going into that one. And since their ESL Pro League run, which is probably the last time a lot of people viewed them, they have swapped out one player. They brought in Kalash, who is an up-and-coming late-round player. He actually has a lot of great ideas in terms of just utility usage. But I'd say the beating heart of this team in terms of narrative-wise is their coach in Mo.
Yes.
Major winner on that Gambit roster back at PGL Krakow. And then also, of course, Norbert. I mean, like,
the GOAT.
You can't hate this guy.
No.
He's the most unhateable player in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. And he's also been their star player, which is a huge surprise because obviously he was not the guy being set up for success on his VP or Outsiders days.
And you know what I think this is? This goes to show, like, how much Norbert wants this. Because when I speak to him, when I see him at events, he is still so motivated. He knows his team is not as experienced and he can help them out there. But he's also doing like the extra legwork whenever they give him the opportunity. Like, this is a complete 180 on what I knew of Norbert of old.
And it feels like he's actually bestowing a lot of wisdom to his younger players. I mean, I went through some of the vlog of them winning that recent cup in Uzbekistan. And yeah, he, along with Mo, are frequently just chiming in, making sure they're solidifying things in terms of ideas and plans, even though their IGL in Duke Fisura is the guy that's going to be coming up with the live round plans. Norbert is definitely trying to help this team catch up to speed, make sure that they're a little bit more well ironed out instead of being a little bit more of a one-note team. Because I think a few months ago, you watch how HOTU played, and they were kind of just running sort of the same default in almost every single round. But then watching them more recently, they're trying a few more iterations and making sure that they're not always just so obvious with their moves.
Well, let's hear from the GOAT, Norbert, before we get into the game. You decided to pick Aurora as the team you would go up against here. Can you give me just your thoughts on them right now as a team and what you think is good for you in this matchup?
Before last update, everything was good, but you know, they bring back Anubis, and it's hard, you know, to understand Vita now.
Yeah. So you're a little bit nervous?
No, we're confident in our game and our peak, but I would say nothing just happened. We're just thinking, will they pick Anubis or no?
Part of this is, right, when he picked him in the draft show, there was no Anubis going to be played.
I know.
And then all of a sudden he goes, no, they've got their best map back potentially. This is not what I planned for.
They also picked Aurora fairly early in the draft too. So they thought that there was a weakness that they could exploit.
It's not banned out. It's not banned out straight away.
No. It's not.
Okay.
It's not out. They had to go for the Inferno and the Ancient Bands as the.
They pick it. Let's see.
Aurora's got to go for it. I mean,
yeah, surely.
I think we're gonna get. Yeah. Okay. So it's Mirage from the HOTU side, and here it is.
Dude, I saw the texture, and I actually thought it was Anubis, and then I was like, oh,
wait, what? Huh? They didn't do it? Oh, what?
Bro, they even posted, by the way, they even posted on socials, there was a thing of like Woxic's keyboard and everything, and it said Anubis on like a little letter. Like they were,
really?
Yeah, like with his notes. They really, okay, and then HOTU banned it out, so we're not getting it. Well, that's disappointing.
Wow.
The funnest veto we could have for the day, and we don't get what we want.
I'm shocked. Personally, I'm extremely shocked because everybody, myself included, considered Aurora one of, if not the best Anubis teams.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're swapping out one player, Soulfly, but I mean, come on. The core of your team is just made to play that map. So to not get it here feels like a bit of a shame. Probably a decision that was made as soon as they were picked by HOTU. They probably thought to themselves, okay, we're going to go for this. They started prepping for this matchup. But come on, guys. Like, we know...
I'm sad.
We know it's Madger's best map to call on.
Yeah, that's where it feels comfortable. It's where it works for the individuals as well. Does it change much, though, that it's not picked? Does this give HOTU more of a chance?
I would say yes. Because on Nuke in particular, there's been... I mean, I saw them play at the Uzbek LAN, and they were playing against the team Neelan's on, and I'd say that they looked fairly comfortable. Like, they knew how to play the map enough that I don't think that even, like, Aurora could have gone into this with a huge leg up on Anubis, but now you're playing into a map on Nuke where it's just, like, HOTU can play Nuke, so you could have just, like, really, really just played to your strengths, and instead they kind of just let this one slip.
All
my
right.
eyes.
Well, let's see if they're going to have a chance of taking on Aurora within the maps we have now. And let's go to our amazing commentators, Scrawny and Launders.
Maui Snake said he was surprised it didn't come through. I'm more than that, Mohan. I'm disappointed.
Right.
I'm actually a little angry. I thought Anubis, you know, we go back to Bounty, Aurora's here, it's right there for the taking, but alas, yeah, I think Maui's probably tapping into the right ideas. They would have prepped, not knowing that it was returning to the pool and tried to stick to it, so.
Maybe it comes out, but like, yeah, maybe not at this event now, we're not sure. I mean, yeah, sometimes you get a new map, but it's just like, there was just no notice at all.
There was none.
None.
Yeah.
So if a couple days given, maybe we'd see Anubis come through, but for now, unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to wait another day.
Full transparency, there was so little notice, I almost thought maybe we shouldn't do it.
Yeah, but also it's like, let's do it.
Yeah. Chaos, baby.
Yeah.
Let's get into it. So Aurora, one of the teams back in Budapest who certainly had a disappointing major. Able to lift a trophy for the first time last season, but weren't able to replicate that success at the final event of the year.
That would have been extra special. And that was a struggle, man, when they won Bucharest. They were going through it emotionally. I think they all looked kind of mad at each other even when they won. It was hard, but they played well.
We go back to the start of 2024. Aurora with a great Bounty performance there, toppled by Spirit in the grand finals. Now we've got a Norbert exit out through Palace for the opening kill of this map. Wikadia's going to go down with nothing. Good shot from Mizu. The challenge out of Xanterez yet to come, but he's still just sitting back on ticket, buying his time.
There's Soulfly's first kill. 3-on-4 retake Xanterez. 1 HP. Does it matter with Xanterez on a pistol?
I don't think so, but really deep jungle control. That could make the difference. That's Kalash. Inside of the window corner, tucked in. Xanterez trying to take to the top of Ticket. That's a fully displayed body with 1 HP to try to work with, and now it's the only thing left. Beautiful cleanup here by Mizu. 3 kills on the round for him, 2 for Norbert, and that A-site defense crumbles under the threat of HOTU.
It's a very good attack. And again, another, I think, contrast between a team that had a player break and then one that didn't. Like, Aurora definitely took their time off. And because I think of all teams, they were the story. Besides, okay, Vitality were the team that had the most reason to need a break and everything because they're going so deep in every tournament.
But it was Aurora who were attending way more. There's every single event, and then constantly citing the fact that they were exhausted. So I'm sure they. I mean, I can't imagine they touched CS very much in like over the Christmas break, and I don't know. I can't speak for them, but they have Soulfly as well. They need to onboard, so the work never ends, really.
Counter-Strike
Get sleep when
moves
you're
fast.
dead.
Yeah, exactly. Although this is a team that does still feature
Norbert never sleeps.
Oldest ever top 20 HLTV player in Xantares at the ripe age of 30 years old. The first to ever do that. So don't forget about him. Katie has found Sanctuary still posted inside this window. This force buy situation from Aurora with MP9s in front of HOTU's connector setup. Gonna find vision on Mizu. Voxic Scout with the headshot. Love to see something like that, but Kalash swings out with the AK, catches one. Norbert in from Palace as well for the man advantage, but striking the player on Cat as he falls.
Ooh, they don't know about Madger.
Duke Visura down, Madger tries to strike, and that's gonna be Norbert down to only 3 points of health. Tough bomb recovery here, 30 seconds. It's a sprint back, covered by the smoke, and even then still taking damage on the cross, but Kalash hangs on with a quarter HP.
They just want to find him. There's no cover, but I mean, it's totally fine. You've got default. Still an HP advantage somehow.
Try to evening it out, but not the case. Norbert from down beneath gets popped, and it's going to be the Aurora force buy to get onto the board. That MP9 from stairs kind of stifles the connector attack, and a well-caught timing in middle with the Cat player jumping down. That's what put it in the 2v2 where Aurora close out.
We're already seeing some interesting nade lineups out of HOTU. We're getting some good shots being hit as well, but even with all that, low guns is all they need. Kalash's shot, I thought, was like that sealed the fate here of Aurora. It was a clean round out of him, but couldn't keep track of these MP9s. And honestly, I think there are very few teams better than Aurora on MP9s. Norberto. You never thought you'd ever look at Norbert, go, this is the most experienced player on the lineup.
Major champion,
Major
baby.
champion as well. All grown up.
You can't take it away from him. Between him and Mo. Meant to bring that to the table for HOTU. You were saying HOTU looked good at Pro League?
Yeah,
that was an event that impressed you?
Took some big wins. They were just tearing through it. It felt like they were the new Monty for a second at Pro League, but lots of proving to do still for them. A lot of new stories on this team. And I feel like still some stuff to figure out about Aurora because I'm a Jota guy.
Okay, that's fair.
So it feels like of the problems they had, I had no idea Jota was even on that list.
Yeah, when Jota joined, that was kind of the tale of Aurora. It was like this guy slot in and
the best Aurora
everything.
ever, yeah.
You know, and he'd have great maps on an individual level, but more than anything, it just felt like he unlocked a lot of options for Aurora, and that's when suddenly they were able to kind of gel and find success, and the camaraderie looked better, and the team play worked well, and their results were excellent.
He wasn't like the guy you would even see getting super tilted a lot. No. That was really like Xantares, you know, but Xantares obviously is the best player on the team consistently throughout the year.
I think now this season, it'll be the question, was Jota the scapegoat?
Yeah.
It's a big question to ask.
And what were they running from?
Themselves, Londers. But I think you've also still got the talented pieces, right?
Yeah.
Wacadia
made my top 20 list. This last year, I had some weird ass criteria, man. I thought one of the tests I would do in my head was like, could I see this player on FaZe Clan?
Okay.
And he passed that test. It's something about that Kerrigan, because he might have the most random teammates ever. You know, like
That's
Jacob
fair.
could join the team or whatever.
Sure.
Couldn't you picture Wacadia working on FaZe Clan?
Yeah.
So
I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. You know, like I feel like if you can't say that about everyone. There's like a certain type of player, so.
Would Zywoo be on FaZe Clan?
I feel like Zywoo could work anywhere. Yeah.
it could work anywhere for sure.
In the French Parliament, perhaps one day.
In the office?
Said he could work anywhere.
Oh, yeah, true.
Got my vote.
You allowed to do that?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that would be voter fraud. But I mean, I'll mail in a ballot from Quebec or something, you know?
Good. Anything to get ZywOo in office. Maybe he could just be our prime minister.
All right, listen, our friend Macron wanted to get esports into France. I say we start taking over Parliament.
Let's make him regret it.
The esports revolution.
Hey, no laughing during tech pauses.
It's nice to see the Aurora spirits high. Enjoy it while you can, boys. It's day 1 of the year.
You had a good joke about the Aurora at the... Was it Turkish fans?
Yeah, never ever mention Turkish fans.
And never ever don't mention Turkish.
And never ever don't.
Yeah.
You pick your battle, but it's a battle either way.
Yeah.
And you know what? I know it comes from passion. I know it comes from love of the game.
And now they're like, oh, I got, I don't have Astralis anymore. I got Aurora.
Yeah.
So who else do I got?
I feel like that's about it.
There's a couple of teams really, but not many.
Aurora and the Mongols.
Aurora, Spirit, Mongols. And for some reason, FaZe.
The first team to go international. They started it all, and I forgive them.
No sense.
You got to forgive. You got to forgive and forget.
Well, the story with them is that... Why are we talking about FaZe right now?
Because you're on the broadcast.
Yeah. Well, just like with Snappy as well, you tie it into even more players, that some players never got the chance to play... Kerry got removed from Astralis, or Snappy never got the chance to play with Danish players, so they went international. So that's kind of why I gave them a pass. Because they couldn't if they wanted to.
Right.
They tried. So when do Aurora go international? And who do they pick up?
I don't know, man. It feels like nobody can get picked up anymore, right? Apex's quote on HLTV with Sponge.
Well, that's why maybe you get like some of just everyone going for underrated picks. I mean, you have Jacob, you have Ryu going to Astralis. And full credit to Aurora. They've had a great feeder system, actually. Yep. That's what brought them Jota. That's what created xCloud. Like, they're one of the best academy stories. Absolutely.
I think in a world where we have these hyper expensive buyouts and whatnot, and roster changes in international teams are hard to make, it does actually give a slight edge to if you're speaking in a local, less popular language.
Yeah.
Assuming that the other Turkish players
are the dream
getting
team,
scooped up by others, but like if you are from Mongolia, you want to make it in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, you can go play for the Huns, and if you can, they're so far removed actually.
But then you hope one day you get to the Mongols.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you play for. I suppose when it comes to Turkish Counter-Strike, you're still so much closer to Europe, and I feel like you just have more English speakers there in general, that you can get around it.
But we don't have
xCloud.
How many other?
Right?
Yeah, right.
That's like the example.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of bit my tongue here, because you don't have an xCloud in Mongols.
Yeah.
Or rather, in Mongolia.
And maybe, didn't the Mongols actually entertain the thought of JL?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, that
they
was
sent him an invite
for a second,
and he never responded.
Kind of wild. Both of those.
I didn't know JL was that kind of guy.
Yeah.
JL. I truly believe that if I needed help, I could message JL and he'd show up. And I don't even really know the guy.
Yeah.
But he's that kind of nice guy.
Yeah, he has that.
Imagine Mzinho comes knocking on your door, and you just leave it locked.
You don't even respond. Left him out in the cold.
It's all right. It's where he does his best work. Maybe JL was on the drifting course.
I was just picturing him drifting to Mzinho's house.
You rang? JL.
So no xCloud. It's Soulfly now.
Change that surprised
us. And it does
us.
show you there is strength. There's underrated strength in Turkey. But let's see if they can solve all their problems.
You know what, folks? Let's give y'all a break. 3 minutes. Launders and I will be right back with you, okay? Sit put, folks. It's Aurora versus HOTU, tied 1-1.
Sit put. Majors are not banana cups. If you ask a player would they rather win Cologne or a major, no one will ever say Cologne unless Cologne is a major, and that's because of the prestige. If the play is going to be iconic, you got to start in playoffs. The crowd on the crowd mics, the call has to be so good from the casters just to complement that play perfectly. Just the right amount of surprise and awe, and the reaction, just the raw reaction of the room. So I think it's just about the audience. For me, my favorite major final was the Astralis versus Virtus Pro. And this was right when Astralis had picked up Glaive. This was very interesting because Kerrigan was a much more revered IGL. But the one thing Glaive brought to that major and to Astralis was he solved their choking issue. He made a series of calls on that T-side comeback on Train, and it was a bunch of very aggressive confidence plays at a moment where if they lost the next round, they probably would have just lost the entire series and lost the major. And that was the first of the 4 majors that they won. At a major where there's the most pressure, Glaive was the best option. And I think that was a really key point for both Astralis and honestly Denmark as a whole. When you look at FaZe at Boston, one of the most iconic images was Nico blown up on the Jumbotron. As hard as that might be for him to think about or go back and watch, that's one of the things you remember the most. Stewie being the guy who was the player that made Cloud9 into a winning team and made Cloud9 into a team that was top 6 that year. So the best sort of NA team that we'd seen in forever. And then for him to have the clutch moment to bring the team to overtime, it's not about the skill anymore, it's about who's good under pressure, and Stewie was that for Cloud9. I think that one will be forever iconic for me. I would never want to have to go through what FaZe went through at Boston. But in terms of how much emotion came out of that, it's sort of irreplaceable as a moment in history.
And we're back with Aurora and HOTU. Tied 1-1, remember? Off of the force buy from Aurora, if your memory's shorter than mine. And so, get locked in, folks, because we've got this AK still for Duke Fissura. That's a threat towards top middle. As Aurora go for the spam, no damage connects, and the bomb sits back. How do HOTU recover momentum?
Let's see who can mentally live in the moment better than the other.
There's a lot of ruckus in middle at the start of this round, but Aurora taking that quick peek into the palace pays off. Norbert's dead. We'll see how many times Norbert actually falls victim to a Xantares that feels confident enough to go hunting like that. Norbert loves to linger around up in the apps.
Think he's a loiterer?
Maybe. Could be.
It's a crime.
Acadia.
Oh, sharpness, man, out of Acadia.
There goes the AK. Tapped back by a pistol, of course. So good efforts here from HOTU to get anything going. Any kind of death, any damage, any economic problems racked up versus Aurora would be great, but it falls down to just Mizu. And as he goes stomping towards his 1 kill towards jungle, which he will finish off. His gun gets dry. Xantares collects a 3rd. And that, folks, is Aurora right back to it off of the force buy in round 2. Rifles work out, and remember, this is now them with 3 AK-47s as well, so this economy propped up by HOTU's shortcomings.
I mean, yeah, the Aurora aim's looking pretty damn solid so far. Obviously, if you missed it, it was an MP9 affair, MP9 and Scout affair that won them that conversion. HOTU will have to save again. Oh no. That one didn't even really exist.
I missed you. I missed you, Launders.
Merry Christmas.
Get ready. We got a busy year. Everybody. Counter-Strike doesn't stop. Madger knows that. So trying to press into what could be the setup. HOTU. The solo Kalash Desert Eagle.
They just know it's coming. Even hold their grenades a little bit longer. Oh no, that molly comes out. Yeah, they're just gonna have to brute force this one.
They've been allowed a lot of space here. Desert Eagle still looking for its one. Acadia gonna make quick work of that as he also burns off the rest of the pack. Down to 30 seconds. AK is gonna be down beneath them. Soulfly catching Norbert. Yeah, not what HOTU were looking for at the start of the game. Pistol, great. Glock finds Madger. That is it. That is all. And so still, majority rifles saved and move forward. Aurora go up to the 3-1 start.
Bit of a flat move here, but not a lot to work with, so they don't have to think about it too much. Again, seeing some new stuff with the utility lineups and such. Let's see if they can bring that into the next rifle round. Oh, well, that's some new utility for 2026.
Op stays on it. Duke Fissura behind boxes. Bomb to his right. Welcoming the spam back. Xanterra's yet to pull the trigger, then starts the spam through. No, it's the player still behind him. Hoping to catch them off. You'll get that one bullet to the head of Frontails. Man advantage for HOTU, though, off their efforts in middle. Oh, Wicadia gets blasted out of this one. Comfortable looking 4v2. Bomb, though, still top mid. That's going to be stalled out for a second. Norbert wide into Madger, and Soulfly's gone unnoticed, but they're going to have another opening over towards B in contrast to what it felt like for a second. And maybe leaving that bomb ends up being a blessing. It'll charge towards B. Vacant site for the taking.
Yeah, good idea here. It's going to be a little late for Madger to stop this. We'll jump by the window, but will he clear E-Box?
Does damage. That's Duke Fissura down.
Definitely thinking about it. This flash will help him, actually.
And right now, it's a 2v2, because this third piece of HOTU is still far removed.
Are they actually kind of walking away, though? Yeah, it looks like they are. Maybe just they don't know where the third piece is and how he's going to get involved. Okay, so we'll take a step back.
Okay.
My voice just disappears at a certain octave, like I don't even have one.
And so, let him have it. Uh-oh. Awkward. One survivor per side on this one. HOTU closed that gap. What's the money like? It's fine. Got to think back to the force buy victory in round 2.
It's a bit of a weird round because, yeah, walking guys in the back for the spam, and they're so sure that Xanterra's is floating in the smoke. They're getting good spam in on him. And obviously, sometimes he makes that move happen. But that was just kind of like a slow death that they couldn't stop, basically.
Felt like he got committed to a position, but then kind of didn't even want to be there anymore.
But you can't really leave.
No, and you can't shoot too early or else they're just going to continue with the spam.
Yeah.
So that one corner kind of fizzles out.
Oh, corner.
That's my inner pimp.
Ho's mad.
And another opening kill to the favor of HOTU. Now, this time, it's most of the money dried up for Aurora into it. That buffer they built with the force buy win evaporates by the time we hit round 6. And a 5v4 to start.
Seeing more and more, and the bomb with that one.
Inside of the cat corners, Madger. Duke Fissura down, and so man advantage recovered. Frag grenade's gonna land well, right on front tails, but still, he'll win his duel. Santera is quick into the back of sight while Norbert goes deep through jungle. And that, again, is going to be another one of these mid-round moments where the rotate could pull the wool over the eyes of Aurora. Jumping off of the top of the stairs, though. Frontails kind of throws caution to the wind, and that's going to cost him. That's the bomb just kind of chucked all the way into the site as well. What a difficult cross this will be now, but one that is forced upon them. Soulfly comes out losing half his health with a second kill, and they have to still push forward through him. WOT.CET to be the last test. And a frag grenade chips him down to 43. Fine with that one. Mizu popped. Kalash to 8 seconds. Picks up bomb to the other side of triple. WOT.CET's gonna gun him down off the plant, dodges the shot, and will win out with a jumping Galil headshot.
That was a zany round, man. That had a lot going on. And for it to end that way, well, that was just a cherry on top. Unfortunate miss there for WOT.CET. Kind of had him painted into a corner, so all he had to really do was just land that one shot. Conversely, jumping was the right option. So it's a win inside of middle. This one's funny, but obviously the flash just doesn't work as well. They did throw one.
Hey, just get up that off cycle. You can kill him however you want. Now down to the pistols. Dodge the flash, but can't avoid death. Quick stomp and a fallback.
They're looking like a team that can successfully tilt Aurora.
And if you can tilt Aurora, you can beat Aurora.
Yeah. Soulfly kind of looks like Vu with hair.
From this distance. We are sat across the room after all. And Norbert loves a little palace play. No shocker to see him right back in it. Mizu's trying to crank that dial to come through with the commitment, and WOT.CET sees the timing to just try to slot this 5-7 into the side of HOTU, but Madger.
Oh my goodness.
I can't be doing that with the knife out, brother.
Oh yeah, but what about another pistol you wouldn't expect on your way back?
Popped. Mizu, because he kept his gun out. See, notice how everybody who doesn't have a gun in their hand dies. Doesn't matter what team you're on, doesn't matter what position.
Your odds of being able to shoot back go way down when you don't have your gun out.
Hold the gun. At the very worst, the sidearm. You need the extra speed, I get it.
Okay, so here, without your gun out, it's going to be okay.
There it is. Every player who didn't have a gun in their hand died.
Maybe the tilt comes from within. It's your own decisions. I was not even watching. He knew they were going to win.
So an Aurora pause. Remember when they were laughing?
We always forget how little move speed you even gain from having your knife out. Like at the very worst. Pistol.
Yeah, just run with the pistol. And to be fair, that last one
we pay a lot for these knives, though. I get it.
Dude, that's true. And everybody knows your gloves look the best with the knife in hand, but there's one, there's two, and there's three. This one, he literally
got to give someone a break, I guess. But
yeah, it's the underpass player. He was done
to our narrative.
What. And we're here to sell snake oil. Maui snake oil.
He's not even from Oahu. Or wait, Maui.
Yeah. At least for Aurora, the guns are back online. No longer hanging on to free AK-47s either. This is a HOTU T-side lead.
They come into the map very quiet on these T rounds, and I mean, Aurora aren't making a lot of noise themselves, so we'll see if this results in a raw duel. Looking for a time to do. Not gonna flash connector.
Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah. Well,
give it away, why don't you? Let them know you're trying to boost bottom mid. Missed boost.
Soiled that a little
Teres
bit.
know all he needs to. He'll fall back to 30 damage. And a Molotov meets them on the catwalk approach. So Wicadia trying to find a time to tether with Xanteres and possibly the op as well, but WotC.CET goes for the big rotation. Wicadia tries to get flashed around Cat, but Duke Fissura on the attack. Xanteres in with one, Madger's gonna be toppled. Good on the multi-kill of Xanteres here, but WotC.CET's op has been revealed inside of the market. Trying to test the waters on site, fast Cat flank from Xanteres, and WotC.CET finds one. He's gonna be caught out in the open. Soulfly comes through with a helping hand.
Ooh,
Kalash, bomb planted in front of him, goes to the market side. Xanteres comes up massive with a triple kill, finding each of those duels at the perfect moment to tie this game at 4.
Kind of insane that they do that without any kills in the site. That's just Xanteres with 3 from the periphery. Nicely done. 10-second stick, but it was locked in. And a good effort from Kalash, who ended with 3, I think. 2 kills entering.
Awkward miss boost. This flash looked good, but it goes past Duke. Wow, that's how he got it, huh? And the jungle hold. That was a pretty high octane shot as well for WotC.CET to come out with, because if that player's allowed to just sit on the window, I don't see a world where Soulfly catches the angle that he did.
It's nice to see a call out like that every once in a while, though. Like the guy, you know, the guy who's playing on default, like never peaks. So why not try to punish him sometimes? Oh, nice kill.
Like a book.
Well played, Frontails.
Hey, guess what? Norbert's in Palace again.
Well, he is a king.
Luckily for him, doesn't have to deal with Xanteres this time. Not yet, anyways. Occupied with middle instead. HOTU, let them know that they're close. It's a critical round considering the economy of HOTU down to an Mac 10 here for Duke Fissura. Everything invested. And a lot of mid momentum gained. Oh, flash this time doesn't work for the tease. Good shot from Frontails back. Keep this even, but WotC.CET's got your head over top of the staircase. Soulfly keeps himself tucked down. Welcomes the challenge, but then a bit of a labored effort here. Norbert's still alive. Bomb down inside a connector at 35 seconds. Norbert tries to go for the wide swing. That's going to confirm both players inside of that A site. Smooth moves here from Kalash.
Yeah, it'll make a fast run, hoping that this isn't watched on the cross, but it doesn't matter. CTs are a little slow to get here anyways.
Lands every bit of small movement in that. Doesn't get caught on any corners. No clipping.
Oh, that was beautiful too.
Yeah, he plays
Nice
KZ
try.
a little too long and finds himself clipped on the cross.
Yeah, I mean, I guess running that way on the van would have made that shot a little bit easier, but he was just so close to totally getting away with it. Feels like we might be due for a clutch from him. Well, they just get off the bomb?
They did.
Oh, okay, doesn't matter. Going to get a gun.
Soulfly finding flashbangs. And the WotC.CET 3K puts Aurora back in the lead.
What a clear.
Off of 4v5 as well. Wicadia's round was very short-lived.
That's crazy. Reading that peak. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I was like,
okay.
Wait, how did he even?
All right. Respect.
That's a nasty shot. Yeah.
Okay.
Really ruined that beautiful moment. The movement moment of the day.
You could tell Kalash was just in the flow.
He was in it. He's feeling it.
Fast swing out top middle here from Norbert. That's 5 Desert Eagles across the board for HOTU, so let's see what they come through with. $3,500 invested. You need at least one, and they found it. But Wicadia from downtown with the frag grenade.
They're going to milk this one. We've already seen it. Oh, no. Thought they could catch him off guard. Was there anyone on your top 20 that you thought should be there?
I don't have a top 20, London.
Oh, ooh, wait a second. Maybe it'll be Front Tails this year. Roll it around like this.
That's an early front runner in Front Tails.
The best of the year so far.
That's what he's working towards, but Soulfly's already got around the catwalk corner, so retake's coming in lickety-split now. And they're going to start slicing through the options. Wicadia is on a bit of a tear. 4 kills this round, making up for the one prior where he died instantly. 6-4 the lead for Aurora. Remember, all made possible off of the round 2 force buy. But no, Mo, I don't put the effort into making my own list. I think it's very daunting, actually. I have respect for like you, Maui. I believe Banks has a 20. It's just, it's a lot of work. You know,
yeah,
it's a lot of work, and to differ away from the official HLTV list, I mean, that takes some balls. But
well, I guess that's why we made them, because we disagree sometimes.
Yeah, you know, I like to sit back and I take all your guys' opinions and I steal them.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of lists now, so at a certain point, don't need many more. But I'd still like to see yours, Connor.
Zaiwu number 1.
And who's your bold prediction for next year? Actually, I didn't do that.
Ooh. Lake.
Let's go. Love that.
You know, G2's newest player. Where do they come up with this stuff?
They do need a coach.
Same play we've seen before. HOTU clearing cat and then into the window boost. Not too much pressure applied by Aurora this time around either. You know, we've had a lot of presence inside of the window. Wicadia kind of perched up at times, but not here. And so they're allowed to just walk out with the frag.
Okay.
Kalash with the window controls, good for it. And finally something comes back for Aurora, but it's only the one. Norbert's been afforded space.
Norbert doesn't know that they're up here. He could check this, but...
All while the bomb heads B, though, so Norbert's got them hook, line, and sinker. As Wicadia is going to find Norbert with his back turned. It's going to be a late realization here by Aurora that the bomb has gone to B.
It's a long rotate. It's 3v3. It's around where they have kits and around where they have utility. But this bomb is about to be a third of the way gone by the time they get here. Let's see if it matters. HOTU can be a little bit tight in these moments. You got to make sure you cover each other.
2 kits. They put that Molotov exactly where it's got to go. Frag grenade. Bit more chip damage, and the doorway held well. First one's clean, and the second just as quick. Duke Fissura with the double to close.
3 in total.
HOTU trying to keep this game tied going into the second half.
I found some good routing there to get over towards the B site. Some of these rounds, I feel like Norbert has been like, he's just been getting caught off as a lurker in a lot of these spots. But the way they're slipping into window, into connector, it's working out a lot.
I think he's been caught off, but funnily enough, I feel like Aurora have also maybe taken more time than they need to sometimes to get him. You know, like he's not getting away with a lot, but just being around is still somehow putting HOTU in solid spots. And it's a solid spot to close the half, because here we are with Pistol and MP9 back in hand for Major and Xantares.
And they come into these starts of these rounds very quietly. And it's not Aurora just giving them a hard time in mid. I mean, the times they've tried it, like Aurora's gotten punished. So I feel like they feel a little bit uncomfortable about trying to make their openings aggressive. And also, well, here's a round where they have almost no utility. It's going to be reactive.
Again, one where they don't interrupt this mid setup whatsoever. Flash here inside a connector to maybe try to change that. It pops, their turn. That's what we're looking for, but not able to get an additional kill here. Duke Fissura pops Xantares on the cap play. Soulfly tries to squeeze into Palace. You know you're hunting down Norbert, but you never know which way he's coming in from. And this round, it is a change-up. All while Mizu catching Soulfly, pushing into Palace with 8 health. Any util's going to keep him locked into that position. And it's going to force Aurora's hand into the 3v3 retake here to try to close out this half.
Just don't walk into the SOP.
Mizu doubles back. Norbert's been afforded his position on ramp this entire time. Oof, but the 5-7 slips up through connector.
They wanted to delay it a little longer because of this Palace wrap.
AK-47 down to 4 bullets as well. Awkward here for Mizu. He'll be blindsided by Soulfly, who eventually comes back on 8 health. Norbert trying to make it happen, covers the crossover. Now he's locked into the corner. Op is on the prowl. Woxic's gonna find it. Jumps on with 10 seconds. It's gonna cut it close.
Wow, really close.
Yes,
Does he even
sir.
have it?
No, he's got to try. Hanging on for dear life. Down to the final second. Point 4 is where HOTU will tie this game up. 6 rounds on the T side.
In the process, Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's going to swing.
Okay! He knows. Apex, baby!
It's a fact!
Charge your mouse, charge your mouse!
Look, it's plugged in.
Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
Yep. Char, even though you win, we love you. Okay, madame.
I'm gonna make sure that I always put 100% effort into it.
Don't know if that's coming through.
Then you know you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player there.
He you, baby! He you! You wish you would be here! Jimmy! Even in the fucking train on pop, you shook me!
All tied up by the time we get to the end of that first half. Good rebuttal by HOTU. And remember, they lost some of their early momentum because of the Aurora force by Mohan.
Yeah, I thought that Aurora were actually just going to really run away with it because their aim looked good and they were super solid. But to be honest, it felt like, yeah, they had some sleeper ideas coming into this half where they starved them out inside of middle. They punished them, made them play a little too passive, and then they started to speed up as the rounds went on. So HOTU got what they wanted in their own way, and it took a little bit of time, but going 6-6 versus Aurora, that's not easy.
Now that Aurora interview, right? Madra says he just needs more people that are willing to go in when need be. Let's see if Soulfly is going to slot into that. Again, the desk said
that part
plenty
I
of
don't
those.
really get that.
Yeah, right.
You have
Xantares.
You have yourself. You have Xantares. You have Okadia, and you have Woxic.
Yeah, we need a little more though.
Maybe a little less.
We need more Soulfly.
Some Soul Walk.
Not sure if it's what they need, but it's what he alluded to. Right now on the pistol, set up in the perimeter of A. Nobody to defend within it for HOTU. Aha! Xantera's gonna clip Norbert. Acadia with the rapid headshot as well. Finally, something comes back here for HOTU. 3v4, but 14 health on Frontails. Not ideal with this P250 breathing down your neck. Yikes.
Oh, he got by that, but still window control for the T side.
Kalash has got the retake rolling. Kid on Mizu. And Kalash's headshot. Interesting. This defuse kid is going to have to stick this out in the open, and the connector player's the one that's going to have vision. Kalash trying to get the better of it. And as that kid exchanges hands onto Frontails, he knows he is doomed. He is just going to try to stick this. Down to 1.4 seconds. Xantera is out wide to end it with the P250. Finishes what he started and puts Aurora back in the lead.
Yeah, good kills back and forth, but no upset pistol here for HOTU. Would have had to have been a 3v5. Those first 2 kills just granted so much space and control, taking over window and cat at the same time.
Kalash is trying his damnedest coming through with those clean USPs.
He's had moments. I feel like maybe we get something big out of him today.
Unlikely this round though. Double Desert Eagle for HOTU in this one.
Movement players only need deagles. That's what they do.
Good movement boosts the deagle, and a good deagle will boost your movement.
Yeah. What kind of knife does he have as well? That can help.
Probably a butterfly. Makes you move faster. The Duke peeks around and finds a lot of players coming up through connector. Ooh, almost caught off guard with Cadia, but still able to survive it. Norbert's melon smashed. And an uncontestable A-site bomb plant.
They should have just played Anubis.
I forgot about that. We're going to Nuke instead, huh?
Yeah, they could have played Anubis.
We got out of bed today. I thought, you know what? I'm excited to cast Anubis again because I knew we were casting Aurora, and I thought it was a guaranteed. Just like this post plant is for Aurora. 4 players maintain control of the situation, go up 8-6.
It actually could have been FaZe if they didn't get eliminated earlier.
That's a good point.
Kerrigan said he was looking forward to it.
Wow, FaZe are out of the tournament.
They're gone.
Life comes at you fast. From major grand finals. You see, the problem for FaZe, though, is that
showdown.
This format doesn't have a Swiss group that you can go down 0-2 in first.
They can't power up.
That's really what they needed. Blast Bounty's not made for FaZe. Another?
Yeah. They're stealing HOTU's smokes. It's the innovation that we're getting out of the lower tiers.
It's just the Christmas break ring rust. You know, we're all a couple pounds heavier.
I did a 3-day fast.
All right. I'm a couple pounds heavier. Xanteras wants somebody to try to hold them back, but it's just Norbert on catwalk that he'll probably walk into. Tucked into connector now as the rest of his team have already exited out through ramp and palace. Bomb on Wikadia's back trying to cross over, and we get 2 flashbangs sent deep into ticket. It's enough to blind HOTU.
They can't find anybody.
Now, wall of smokes is up. You've still got Xanteras inside of connector. And now Madger finally sees a CT. All this effort out of Aurora, bomb plant and everything included, and they only now start to find duels here in the 15th round of play. And those duels they found are the only duels they're going to find.
He didn't even hit him.
Walks away scot-free.
Didn't even hit him once. He's slippery, that Madger. Well, that's your dream round. You get into the site for free. You get the bomb plant down with no deaths. You find 1 kill, you win.
And the whole entire time you had that insurance policy of having Xanteras tucked inside a connector who, guess what, also had nobody to shoot at the entire time.
Yeah.
Feels like you lost this round before it even started if you're HOTU.
Oh, little peek ski here over top of the smoke for Xanteris. No one's inside a connector. Norbert's around it. Oh my goodness, could he not see soon? They're just playing Metal Gear Solid right now. Loading the perimeter. Oh, what is that?
Trying to nip away at his heels, but instead it's going to be the first 2 kills the way of Aurora. You get him to flood out into your jungle holes, but Norbert can only do so much with this one. 2 players on half health here for the Aurora 3v2. Bomb down in T-spawn, though, and it's about to be found. But he's stomping, right? Remember that. Xanteris top middle would have heard that. Looks like Kalash will get into the Palace corner if he wants to. Yeah, ahead of Xanteris' hunt behind him.
And we've got Soulfly watching ramp right now.
Yeah, Xanteris again. You know somebody's pushed through your spawn.
And they also know that Frontails is in CT. They're just playing containment. This peak is going to come out with an MP9.
And it should blindside Xanteris. Yes, sir. Worried that he had gone towards ramp instead. Now Soulfly knows he's tasked to come back and grab this. Got to find this 1v1. Smoked off. He's going to have to challenge through. There's no time otherwise. And a really well-played move here by Kalash.
Oh, yeah.
The timing on catching Xanteris, going into the smoke to really cause desperation after flustering Aurora, who had footing on that bomb site but didn't have the bomb to go with it.
Yeah, definitely. They entrusted him to go back and get that. They didn't try to group up. And, you know, maybe they should have because they were concerned that they knew that someone had pushed. They just didn't know where exactly. So it's an awkward moment where the bomb gets caught on the flank. But in this moment, should the bomb have not been there in the first place at all? They're already fully committed to taking A, right?
Yeah.
They already, yeah.
It was Xanteris top middle that was tasked to come back, and he heard that flank and all, but lo and behold, enemy in the back line, and the lead gets cut down to 2.
HOTU.
Oh no. That's your Blast Bounty joke of the day. Frontails in front. Willing to go down to 40 health for that attempt, but comes up with nothing.
Oh, it's going to be a trouble. I mean, last time they left the site open, the flank could go down. They're going to have to retake it. Frontails is so low.
There we go. That'll help for Aurora.
Nice.
Mizu spams back through it. Xanteris from top stairs, though. Yep, lines up both headshots point blank. We go back 2v2, but Xanteris has been cleared off at the staircase, and Soulfly unable to plant in the process. Finds Frontails first. 100 health, both sides. A killer piece with the insta headshot as the flash pops. And Soulfly's got himself a clutch for Aurora's 10th.
There we go. Center stage, the new guy here, Soulfly. Very well done. The flash worked. The jump out was just a second too soon. And, well, he obviously had him scared because he didn't even need to do that. He was ready to go for the raw fight. This one right here is crazy. It was looking so stabilized for a second for HOTU.
Mo's first timeout. I still don't think of Mo as a coach.
Yeah,
Gambit's Opera, and then
because he was such a talent as an individual, like he wasn't like an IGL or anything like that. So yeah,
he's never really had a breakthrough too big yet. I think to kind of.
A lot of people don't know Mo, so why don't you give him an introduction?
Mo was my favorite Opper back in the day when he played with Gambit, say 2017, I believe.
Krakow, yeah.
Years are correct. You know, part of that Kazakh core. Mo, Hobbit, and Adren.
It's Adrian.
Adrian, sorry, that's right. Adren from NA.
Not to be confused with ours.
Mm-hmm. And now he's a coach. Coach with more opportunity to come in terms of kind of talking to the English broadcast world again. I think if HOTU can continue on this trend,
yeah,
could be a year of opportunity for them.
Yeah, we've seen them be able to take out good teams. It's just can they do it in more than one tournament, essentially?
An event like Bounty's a great springboard for that. 32 teams invited. There's always a couple invite rejects. That's how we get teams like, who replaced NRG? Flappy Dads? Flappy Birds?
The Campers?
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Friendly Campers.
That's right. Flappy Dads. WOC.CET got Frontails down for good, and 25 seconds, there's your answer back. You didn't think there'd be two on the back lines, but HOTU's positioning, gonna force Xanteras into the swing. Excellent sandwich there from Kalash. 100 health WOC.CET, 15 seconds, instant on the Tech9 headshot.
That pathing was sick.
Smashes him out of the round, puts Mizu to the task of a clutch, but you've let WOC.CET get his op up on the angle, will not miss the chance to clutch out 1v2.
He knew how it was going to go. He knew how he was going to draw him out of the window. That was just all perfect from WOC.CET. He had that mapped out in his mind before it started. Every Norbert reaction has been awesome. Win or lose.
Insta with the Tech9, huh? That hurts. With him and Xanteras kind of thrusting themselves into the moment that they had to, when they had to. Lack of hesitation there for Aurora bodes well for them. 11-7 the lead off of that. And so this T side now comes up 5 of these 6 rounds all the way of Aurora.
Oh, this push is going to get crushed. I mean, the way that Wakati is holding for it, surely.
Norbert rocked.
How is he so ready for that? Wakati just, oh, he melts him. That's nasty. Whole site's open. I mean, I'll admit is taken already, too.
Feels like a 12th round guaranteed already, just with those 2 frags. Poor Duke Fissura forced to tiptoe into the back of sight. As he finds a position to hang on to, he's also going to find a threat looking to come take it from him. Wicadia with the headshot. As he goes back and forth between windows, WOC.CET's got this any potential A rotate locked in already. So locked in on this angle, he gives up the bomb for someone else to deal with, and that is indeed Aurora's 12th off of an awesome position from Wicadia. Great read.
Yeah, the read is crazy. You don't often see people holding back a B push from there, just period. So knew exactly what HOTU were going to try. Really in their heads here on Mirage. It's only been 1 round for HOTU since that first half.
A graceful Aurora will allow this save.
Terrorists win.
Very generous.
3.5 for every player on HOTU. 2 survived with their FAMASes. Yeah. Like you said.
It's so good.
Gold.
Great reactions.
I mean, Clash was just trying to leave as well, but trying to tiptoe his way back around gets...
He was like, really? Go take a shower.
Caught out by Wicadia.
You're holding that.
Wicadia, who now surpasses Xanteras at the top of the scoreboard for Aurora off that triple kill last round. So well earned. His triple comes with the 12th round win. And now he's positioned here in front of 2 FAMAS. One kid on the field here for Duke. Bomb goes down again. Pressure is on.
They really like their walk peaks, man. It feels like Aurora really tapped into it.
Xanteras, quick to the top of mid. Oh, instant on Kalash.
Brutal 1 HP down to Xanteras.
Man, you can't give him an inch.
Yeah, seriously.
Just blows your head off in a moment. Frontails down beneath the Palace walkout.
Gonna blindside the sandwich player at least. Oh, and the timing's perfection here from Frontail. Soulfly drops down into it. Xanteras with another. Comes walking up from connector, rips a head off another player, and then his Molotov's got Duke Fisura stuck inside the corner. By God, if Xanteras gets another kill this round, will he need to? WOXIC catching the Duke from the corner, and he does it. He closes on 1 HP. Xanteras, star of the final round, saw Wicadia coming for the top of the scoreboard and just eclipses him. Quad to finish it off.
Finishing it off in style and taking the opening map win here for Aurora. The crazy thing about this game was in the beginning, in that first half, it was very back and forth. HOTU get off to that nice clean pistol, looks really strong. Then a string of rounds from Aurora, they battle back, and this looks like we're going to get like a closer series. But when we switch things up, when we see Aurora go to the T side, that's where they start to take control. Normally we do have question marks around the T side of Aurora, but against this level of team, I guess it's not too much to worry about.
It's a little bit depressing, I would say, for HOTU to put up the first half that they were capable of on the T side. They had a little bit of misdirection, some individual pop-offs on particular rounds. But then on the CT side, Aurora kind of stick to their guns. I mean, they grouped up on a lot of the rounds, either just winning in the default outright, so they get the picks that they need in order to convert, or they just implement that death ball mentality and they're able to work through parts of the map together or just do an early execute, and that was all they needed to do. So that just kind of speaks to me about the player quality that Aurora still possesses in 2026.
Did it feel like, though, after the first half, at least for you, that HOTU could be a danger to Aurora?
Yes, I did see potential for them to find the upset, but unfortunately that was just solely on the T side and likely Aurora's unfamiliarity with how HOTU want to play, how they want to mid round, because HOTU had some cool rounds. I mean, I think we have one of them from the first half where they were able to just throw enough misdirection to Aurora where they were able to just kind of slink away from the situation. I mean, there's a couple of trades in the middle of the map, and for this one, they were able to actually make their way up Cat, and they were able to, then they kind of went back, went through Con, and actually for this one, this was my bad. This was one where actually Norbert was able to kind of keep things together towards the jungle side, and then as well, this was a good moment for Kalash. I was talking about him in the late round, how he can really hold his nerve rather well, and you could see the really sliver jiggle that he throws into WOXIC's direction, and then also recognizes WOXIC charging him. A little bit of luck on his side. It is a jumping shot, but I mean, he does throw a little caution to the wind as he's just getting charged down.
And it was more positives, even in like how they would like to fake some things out, right?
Yes.
And kind of got Aurora lost, running around, not sure of what to do.
I mean, that round itself was rather confusing for Aurora to follow. The next one that we have in this one, round 11 here, is where they make their way up connector. They're clearly going for an A split here, but because Kalash was able to get this kill in the window, they actually kind of send a fake. Norbert still is the decoy at ramp. They slink their way through the window as Norbert is just causing this major distraction, and even though Wicadia picks up that kill right there at the ramp, in the meanwhile, everybody else from HOTU just moseys their way onto the B bomb site, and Aurora are none the wiser.
Yeah, completely lost, right? And then this is where you start to think, okay, communication, understanding of how much space you've given away, because at that point, HOTU, they've understood there's a gap here, we can fully take it.
I mean, this is one where, these kind of rounds and how they were able to piece them together, it showed the strength of HOTU in the mid round, the late round, the composure that you don't really expect to see from a team that is primarily filled with rookies. Yeah. So that was a bright sign, but unfortunately, switching to the second half, I think Aurora really took care of business.
Yeah, they really took business in a positive way as well, considering we were worried about their T sides. I know it is only against HOTU, but it's something to be positive about. Wicadia had some of these moments as well, because we're not only going to talk about him. There's lots of other more than capable players on here, but these kind of moments is what he's known for.
I mean, the defaulting he had and how he's able to just put a stop to any kind of aggression from HOTU. Because HOTU recognized in this kind of round, okay, they're losing some space towards middle. They need to take something in advance. And then Wicadia just completely stops them in their tracks. Not only getting one, but immediately deleting the second two. And then he just kind of toys with them on the entries as well. Like, he runs across, and that's some ego right there. But you
go back.
You kind of love to see it, don't you?
It was the way he went, Oh, okay, actually. You know what? I got hot hands.
I like that fight.
Yeah. I'm going to take that.
Yeah.
And it's fair. You want him to build some confidence in games like this, right? You want him to start off in the right foot for it as well. We do have to mention at the same time, though, usual suspect, Xantares.
Yes.
Does what he does best, you know, entered the top 20 this year as well. So it's all positive for him right now.
It's really nice to see that Xantares, despite the fact that he's had a long career as a player, finally has a team around him that's good enough to help him achieve these kinds of placements where he's able to continue to deliver in terms of opening ability, multi-frag capability, still some of the crispest aim in the world. And yeah, I mean, I think it was kind of funny to watch him and YEBALLERS have this little back and forth of who's going to be at the top of the scoreboard, and for Xantares to close it out in the final round of regulation. I mean, in all honesty, to see what Xantares does as a 30-year-old player and to not do it with his brain necessarily. I mean, he's got a good brain. Don't get me wrong.
Where are you going?
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But to do it with mechanics, I find that even more impressive, you know? Because Counter-Strike, longevity really kind of, it persists in a lot of players due to the ability that they have to think about the macro, oftentimes have to pivot to being an in-game leader, or maybe even kind of a more late-round supportive element. But Xantares is still the star of this team, and he's on the wrong side of 30 if you want to ask a Counter-Strike player.
And you know what's more impressive about that when you're talking about his mechanics? He does this through never changing anything. When I spoke to him about like settings and stuff, he's still using
I love that. I love that. I actually love that.
He's still using a wired mouse because he goes, this is what works for me. He doesn't change anything because he wants it to stay consistent. He doesn't have any fluctuation. He wants to be as understanding of every little move he's going to make mechanically, naturally, without having to think.
I mean, I have used the same mouse shape for over 10 years. I literally have gone from, not sponsored, but Logitech MX518 to G5, G500, G500S, and back to the MX518. I still use a wired mouse too.
Oh no.
And it makes it so that you barely have to warm up because it's the same shape I have used for 10 years. I'm not as good as Xantares, but I'm just saying, it actually just makes it so the maintenance of having to change your settings all the time, your res, go through different mice. I mean, I feel like if you're keeping it the same, then the game's going to feel as smooth as it did for that decade prior.
Muscle memory is very important. And we also need to go over to the left-handed user of the team, WOTU.CET. Got to highlight him while we're there at it. You know, very different style of gameplay. WOTU.CET even adjusting to being a bit of a lower sense player as well. But he does still pull off all the highlights for this team with the open hand.
The southpaw. I mean, yeah. The fact that also for him, in terms of the fact that CS2 started so poorly for him, but then once they actually added to the view model ability to switch to the left hand, he regained some of that for him. I feel like that's one of the kind of weird, underrated stories of a player needing his settings back. Because, I mean, remember at the beginning, James, where you just weren't able to use the left-handed view model, and then WOTU.CET suddenly, no joke, I think there was a noticeable and significant increase in his rating once that update came back in.
It's kind of crazy, right? Because there's a few players. There's WOTU.CET, Rain, and I think Yakinda sometimes uses the left-hand model as well. And I know for Rain, like, he was hating it up until they changed it. Like, he couldn't get used to it. He couldn't feel comfortable. It filled with spraying, you know, all these little things. It does have an effect on the brain as well. Have you ever tried swapping to the other side?
I tried doing the zoomer thing in Go where you would press the key to swap, but I just felt like it was too much for me to try to keep track of.
It just throws me off. I'm just like, why is this happening?
I don't have the APM for that, honestly. No, but I mean, there is like that science behind it in terms of what your dominant eye, moving it away from that so that you have more vision towards that side of the screen. Also, if you're peeking angles, you don't want to cover it. I think that was most applicable on Vertigo back when you're peeking down the ramp. A little bit less applicable in today's maps.
Yeah. Definitely so. One other player we need to touch on for Aurora, because we didn't have the rounds for him, but they have the individuals. YEBALLERS, I need to say WOTU.CET again. See, I'm getting confused with the double W's, but the other W, YEBALLERS coming in here as well.
YEBALLERS, once again, just kind of anytime he's playing a team that's out of the top 20, he just absolutely smurfs on him. I mean, in terms of his speed, his time to kill, precision, it's so up there that you can see why when Launders was talking about him, that he included him in his top 20 list. I mean, the highlights that this guy produces do feel worthy of joining FaZe Clan. I know that today, I mean, Aurora, well, they might be the better team than FaZe Clan, but at the same time, I feel like he's just got that explosive potential, and one where I would be honest, I think he sometimes throws caution to the wind a little bit too frequently, but he can be the X factor for this team in maps like Dust 2, like Mirage, where they just need a guy who's going to be some kind of can opener in a round, and then he's just ready for them. So in case of emergency, call upon YKadia.
Where was YKadia in your top list?
Around 25th, personally.
Just on the outside of it, right?
Yeah. I had a couple guys above him, but I mean, the talent is obviously there. And I just feel like in these kinds of matchups, he really imposes himself and he's not afraid of anything. Like, I mean, just see how he goes from 1 kill and then swings into the following angle. Like HOTU should be able to react, but it's just that YKadia is faster at getting the kills sometimes.
But he struggles with this more against the tougher teams. Do you think that's more of a mental thing than a mechanical thing? Because we know he can do it.
Well, it's tough to do that when you're playing against some of the best teams in the world that simply react a little bit quicker, even in high-pressure moments, whereas HOTU, they're almost blindsided. I almost feel like the brazen re-peaking style that YKadia has gets called out more by teams that are of the upper echelon, whereas HOTU almost just think, no way he's going to do that. And then by the time they even think about it, he's already shot him in the face.
Well, do you know what I'm thinking about, Maui? I'm thinking about Nuke. That's the next map that's coming up, and I don't know which way to go because they put both lights on the cameras just to go and confuse me further with this. Thank you, guys. Let's get to a break. We're going into Nuke. It is a now chance for HOTU to show us what they can do. You were talking to me in the green room that actually this might be something where there can be more fight here from them going up against Aurora. But Aurora did pick this over the Anubis one coming in there, right? We were hoping for it. how much better do you expect Aurora to be able to show up with this one, or do you expect more competitive fight now you've seen the first map go down?
I guess I feel like it'll probably end similarly to Mirage, if I'm being frank. I feel like what I've liked about HOTU on this map has more been involved for the T side. I feel like the cross smokes that they throw, the fact that they're able to fight around their own smokes to take down outside yard defenders, kind of surprises people. But those are regional matchups. Those are against other teams that are Kazakhstan-based, ones that maybe aren't playing at the same level of Aurora. It's not a maybe. They aren't playing at the same level as Aurora.
Yeah.
And so it's obviously easier to take down someone like, say, Nealon outside yard than Xantares. So I'm giving a little bit of I guess, the benefit of the doubt to HOTU in the way that they approach Nuke, but I do think Aurora will probably close things out here. I do think that Aurora is going to probably just continue with their kind of deathball-y T side, because honestly, I didn't see any answers from the HOTU side.
Well, let's find out. Can HOTU take us to a third map, or will it be them going home and ending their run here at the Blast Bounty? Take it away, Scrawny and Launders.
Yeah, feeling like a big if as far as I'm concerned. I think individually as well, Aurora kind of hit the ground running in a lot of good ways. Wicadia looked fantastic. The Xantares reminder right there at the tail end of the half to just remind you who's boss when it comes to this one, right? So HOTU, let's hope that, again, their approach may be respectable, but like Maui said, there's a big gap in the player specifically that you're facing when it comes to Outer here on Nuke.
I think they played weird and they got their 6 rounds, but then it could have been really cool if they continued in that second half and showed us something, but they only got 1 more round. So we don't have a lot to go off that's going to tell us, like, yeah, we should be excited about this. That was their map pick. So let's see how Nuke goes here for HOTU, but it could very well be the end of the line.
What I'm looking for here is an Aurora stomp, because if you decided not to play Anubis tonight, you better be extra ready for a game on Nuke.
And since you got rid of Jota, you're an enemy now. You gotta prove, not that we don't like Soulfly, but just you gotta justify this.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Soulfly for Jota's absence.
No.
And I'm ready to cheer for Aurora again this year. But show me why. Show me what you've got. Right now
they're do like an incantation right there.
No, that's a Rick and Morty reference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. For only the smartest viewers.
Oh, jeez.
Duke lets him have positioning outside. Ooh, lots of room given over.
Yeah, how far will he get?
By the Duke of Fissura. Oh, no, you missed your chance, buddy. Now that's Xantares shooting at you, and he's got Wicadia to work with. Oops.
And now it's like almost a little too late. I mean, you've got a guy up in heaven, so you can't just go there, but okay.
Doubling back inside of lobby to make sure.
No, it's not a bad position.
Ooh,
they need
3
shots,
kills.
though. Yeah.
HOTU comes out with something to play for. They've got man advantage off that. Bomb dropped over towards main as well. Not a bad spot to be in. Felt like that squeeze was going to cost them, but they come out on top with the kills. Now you've got Madger on your tracks. One locked into the side of Vent. Didn't finish the kill. Goes back at it to finish Mizu. How Mizu doesn't get anything there, I don't know. Madger's got himself a second. 39 health. 8 seconds to the clock, and it's Norbert from the top rope with a double kill to close it.
Yeah, to get the bomb. There was no chance of him doing that. So nicely done here for Norbert and for everybody, to be honest, because, well, the first kill happens, and it looks like the round's lost with the split at that point. Like, they're already at the back of hell with like so much time left over, but I guess 46 seconds, they had to kill the clock here, and Norbert defended his flank, so Mizu, I don't know.
Dude, Mizu just got
Mizu, I don't know.
Stomped on. You saw Xantares taking damage to the right, so the shots were landing, but, you know, maybe shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
Give him a double tap for good measure.
They won the first pistol on Mirage as well.
And then this kind of a similar buy broke through for Aurora, and it was off of a Woxic scout headshot. So Frontail's maybe lucky to take that one to the shoulder. Ooh, but this smoke grenade gives him another gap to work with here. Lucky to be alive.
Hit him.
Finished. So 2 players drop down to 30 HP by the way of the scout. Sometimes that is enough. But that pack of pistols gets chewed through by Norbert, sprays down into it. And And that'll be Soulfly removed from this one. Double up inside of Decon. That's 3 players allocated B, and Aurora are going to take their time playing options.
It's kind of nuts. Yeah, very aggressive maneuver here from the CT side. Starting to peel back a little bit. And Norbert, he is just dishing it out right now. A lot of extra damage as well.
AK picked back up off Xantera's dead body. Smoke to cover the plant as well. You get away with a bit of money here. It's not half bad, but those double doors could swing wide.
Oh, that's a punish.
Econ instead. That is a great fake out. And all while Madger still has bomb, they're going to look to head this up towards A.
They gotta get in the vent safely.
Frontails
They do
has
the
been burned away.
Molly.
They've got this up. Perfect rotation around. They leave Wicadia as well.
Oh, it's a genius maneuver here from Aurora.
They have got them locked downstairs. Wicadia up through the vent. It's a long road for one, but at least this faster move by the Duke up into heaven already. It's no kid on the play.
Wicadia every kill this round and a perfect spot to get a 4th.
Madger goes for the wrap back. He's flanking the heaven flanker, who's going to get caught as he drops down into the back of the site. They're desperate to catch Wicadia. He's got his quad kill established already, and the Duke is dead. An ace for Wicadia.
Come on. Take your hat off. That's so beautiful out of both Madger as a caller and Wicadia as a player. I mean, that's one of the best Aurora rounds ever. How'd they get away out of that? That was beautiful. 2 on 5?
3 players down here on the B site, baited out with the door swing. The Molotov perfectly forcing Frontails to wait out on side of the vent. And each and every one of Wicadia's positions catching players off guard till he aces.
Damn. That was just finesse. I mean, the molly on the opposite side of the vent was just the best move of all, I feel like. Such a great read of every position.
That's the difference between regional lands and the big stage. Well, the online stage of the big stage.
Yeah.
It's a well-placed frag grenade, though. We'll give credit where it's due. M4 in the corner for Frontails. Ooh, careful, Aurora. They'll get the trade with just the 1 casualty, and Norbert on the scene with a 5-7 collects. Down into the B site, he'll quickly run, chases on, drop to half health. Frag grenade with his name on it, drops him to a corridor, and Madger makes sure that he won't get away. Second kill for Madger in this one, as Xanteres has a health disadvantage versus the remaining 3 pistols.
You know, they're a little bit scared because they saw how quickly the rotation came from the CT sides last time. They don't want to rush it. Duke's the guy to find. He's in control of the vents. And, ooh, he's got a deagle.
Slammed on that one. Xanteres tries to slip through. Remember, he's working with half health. Madger gets caught by the deagle, but he's so frantic. Jumping into that bomb site, it surprises him. Gets away with it. Look at the health gear combined for Kalash to have to handle. 1 bullet to deal with Madger. No kit to play with.
This is crazy difficult. I mean, they are loitering right now. No, they're not even.
He's got the Kevlar. Aim punch, not a problem. Smoke onto the bomb. Gonna cause a bit of panic here. And remember, 1 wild spray back could end up killing Madger and Xanteres.
Tap it, though.
And once he does, no kit, no stick. Aurora trying to spam through. Oh, and he doesn't have the time to win this regardless. So we get Aurora converting, but well done by HOTU to at least rack up the costs. That's a 2-1 lead for the start here at the T side.
Yeah, rack the costs up as much as they could. That's everyone dead at the very least. It's a moment saved for Madger this time. I mean, he was alive in that, 2 on 5. Didn't get the kills, but really called a number around them. But here, I think put up 3 kills. Super Mario moment coming off the silo. It's too hard to track for Duke Ventura. Ace Ventura.
feel like after that last round, Aurora will be on their toes this time. On high alert to not fall victim to another pistol round. That one was dangerously close. Luckily for Wicadia, it's only the one challenger. Nobody else to kind of swarm him in that moment. Yeah, I'd get out of there too if I was you.
Never doing too much. This creep down lower is going to work out pretty well. CTs are none the wiser.
Great flank though, well timed, and you find another kill, right? This one M4
well,
just kind of pops onto the scene, gets 2 kills, and if there's another Desert Eagle headshot to be found here, then we've got problems for Aurora once again. There we go. M4 down for the count. Duke Fissura with nothing, and so man advantage back in the hands of Aurora here for the 3-1 T-side start.
Mildly sketchy as they took a little extra time downstairs, but didn't see any CT, so we're maybe suspicious that there was some kind of flank. It's just at that point, they already have all the info they need to just guarantee that round's over. So it's just kind of the start we expected somewhat. Obviously, HOTU win a pistol and then lose afterwards. But, you know, everyone wanted Aurora to pick Anubis just so we could watch Anubis. It wasn't really for them. Nuke wasn't a bad pick. It's just that we wanted to see Anubis, that's all.
Glad they stuck to their guns then, right? If they've really been prepping for this one.
So that is interesting, though, that with Anubis coming back, like Aurora's chances this year of doing something interesting. Because, yeah.
I mean, that was like I feel like James VP when Overpass left the pool the first time.
Yeah.
That one took a hard hit as well. That was
brutal.
There's no denying Overpass was one of the things that fueled their win in Rio. That's how they got through the earlier stages.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go towards ramp. Fast action here for Aurora. They know what they want. And that is to just smash the door off the hinges. Norbert down first. And a fast scramble in through the vents for Kalash. But Utility's going to swarm these doors. And Frontails, it's a dangerous game to play here with the AWP.
I feel like Norbert needed to try to get a pick off and fall out, you know, like best case.
Ooh, smoke went deep though, didn't deny the angle.
Maybe there'll be a gap they can expose. Nice. Oh, nice again.
And that's what happens. Smoke goes a bit too deep, you don't deny. HOTU their line, and now Madger's gonna have to recover it from the top rope.
They gotta get moving.
2v4, they try to trickle out through the single door. There's the ramp player just striking at the right moment. Wicadia, that's wild. Out in front of it all, but they don't have the time. It's a late kit pickup, jumps on top of it, but I think they missed their timing.
Oh, they've got it. That was so close. Man, it looked like they were miles away.
Scrambling for that one.
Milliseconds on that defuse. Well done.
What was that? Point 1 or 0.05? Yeah, 0.05.
Wow.
Those are the kinds of ones that when you lose, keep you up at night. You know he's coming across, but Frontails waits for the chance to strike and doesn't get vision. Santeras slips into main. Oh god, this is pressure for the A site in a moment. Backing up into it as well. Should have heard the fall down, but Mizu's not there to hold it, so Kalash takes a bullet to the back of the head instead. And in that disruption, you've got Wicadia into the vent.
So many moves. I mean, it's just Norbert here. He's going to be covering this well, though. Great spray.
And then he gets the dink even onto Soulfly. That's a lot of value out of Norbert. Molotov's left and right side of ramp to just guarantee the bomb plant. And this is going to be Wicadia in a weird spot because it's a Mac 10 only, and he knows that he's got to stop the top of ladder.
Well,
freebie and an upgrade. He can disengage now from that point.
Oh, this one. Oh. Yeah, he's
catches
just
the
so
next.
solid right now, man.
All while Frontails walks out from the ramp trying to figure out where Soulfly got off to.
Desert Eagle gets the job done! And Wicadia just gave him a chance to connect to the headshot. He'll hand him a flashbang. Smoke to try to cause panic. Almost just jumbled that down into the water, but instead he'll have another chance at this defuse, and Wicadia is going to line up the spray. Huge moment again for Wicadia.
You are watching a master at work right now. Across the 2 maps, plus the ace on this one, Wicadia just doesn't make mistakes.
Does everything he has to. And I thought Norbert had in the bag with this one.
Such a good couple of kills.
Gets the dink on Soulfly.
And his aim's been good. It's just that I feel like he's playing ramp too aggressively when he's up there. But he's been kind of locking down a first one for sure. And a couple times he got away even when he tried to stick around for an extra fight. Nice shot.
Nice. There's nothing like a Xanterra's outer to heaven duel. How many of those have you seen?
I know. It's like they have 2 ops.
And I'm gonna tell you, they'll never stop. 3 players trying to deal with this Deagle in Garage. A jumping Glock headshot from WOT.CET. Into the op coverage.
It was necessary.
Okay. You know, HOTU got one back on Aurora and Mirage, so I'm gonna taste of their own medicine.
He's just going off now. Just Norbert, 5-7, up in heaven.
Aurora with all the time in the world to make sure that they send out the right search party to see if A's clear first. Magic gonna take his time with this.
Instructions.
3 feet from the fire. I didn't know that.
That could be meters.
Damn it. That seems far.
Well, Europe is far away.
That's...
Figure that one out.
Whoa. From what, man? There's the first victim of Xanterra's. Yee. And there's the second victim of Xanterra's.
In the same spot.
Rack them up. Not just the frags, but the rounds here. 5 on this T side already for Aurora.
Looks like they've got a nice house to boot camp in.
Excuse me. Jumping burst Glock.
Yeah. Well, WOT.CET's playing Quake. Everyone else is playing Counter-Strike. Oh, it was like that.
That's Xanterra's for you.
Yeah, that's all year long with Xanterra's.
30 years old. Top 20 player of 2025.
The best Turk ever.
Oh, that's going to keep WOT.CET locked in. But he'll miss, Mohan.
Those are big shoulder peaks. There was a chance that he could have died for sure.
Little tiptoe action through the garage smoke. And a blind side queued up. The Duke of Fissura. Norbert, damn, caught out in the open. You know, he's been so good for like the one and done at the very least, but this time, add him to the pile of HOTU players going down with nothing to show for their efforts. 5 versus 2 advantage for Aurora, and the nuke pick looking real good tonight.
Very good, yeah. Overpass if needed.
I think Aurora's one of the teams that's really a chip on their shoulder after the way that the major ended for them. It's kind of them and Legacy, really. I think the 2 big disappointments. You know, when we talk about how stacked the playoffs was, it's because everybody who should be there kind of was. And Mongols kind of snatched that spot despite having the control as last second stand-in.
Yeah, they didn't even keep him.
But Aurora look back at Budapest and just think, damn,
I
not
got that
good enough.
Brazilian guy, Cobra Zera.
That's such a Brazilian name.
It's so Brazilian.
What's he doing on the Mongols?
Like, there's a Venom Zera already.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
And down goes the last. Walk in the park so far for Aurora.
absolutely insane how long Xantares has been this good. Like his aim, I mean, everyone just thought he was cheating in like, you know, early days in CSGO and everything. You just look at his aim. Used to watch like his highlights on Mirage in Connector, and it just looked like a TAS speed run, like the way he was clearing things. It didn't even make sense. He's just kept it up the entire time for like 10 years. He's a machine.
That's why they call him the Terminator. Now he's got a trophy and a top 20 to go with it. 2026. Is it the year of Aurora?
It's the map pool.
That's true.
That's a big part of it, man. It really is.
The question will just be whether they can match their last year's performance or even exceed it with this new edition of Soulfly. It's the same 4 core. Not to downplay Jota's contributions, but, you know, he was the most recently added player to the team. They changed out the new guy.
And also, Wicadia is kind of like newly on everyone's radar, but that's because he's just been getting a lot better.
Yeah.
Like, he had his best year ever last year, so I feel like he's not even peaked, right? Like, there's going to be a point where he's just going to be the best Turkish player.
Xantares would love and hate to hear that.
I mean, at some point, Xantares would be a coach one day, you know?
5-7, up close, not meant to be. But nice deagle shot from Kalash. Quickly drops down onto the hut. This is just going to expedite the B hit, feels like, for Aurora. Woxic dropping nades from inside of Garage. And the deagle that could have been dropped by Major. So now lobby control is going to be attempted to be taken. HOTU feeling the squeeze, like they've got to get away with some kind of map control, and all Norbert's working with is this deep corner. But hey, it's enough.
Oh, we got the dink too.
Soulfly taken down to 8 HP. Norbert, he's going to be continued on the test.
He got the dink. He should have just chased that kill down. That would have made things a lot easier here for Mizu.
Who's flashing himself inside of the vent. It's a daunting task to get off this ladder. He's very nervous, and that's why. Opshot drops him from 86 to 1 HP, and then the pistol's going to end him. Headshot from the Tech 9 for good measure.
Wow.
7-2.
Ever wondered what Mario looks like going down the pipe? It's that.
Mario going down the pipe sounds like he's got a drug problem.
Mario holding the pipe.
Moved on from mushrooms. Faster move outside again. Dude, they've gotten through this smoke cross with no real test multiple times, and this round no different. Major already down the secret stairs.
They're just not ready for this, are they? They're just not ready to deal with this in communication, in their push. They don't have anyone in ramp right now. Like, they aren't. They're just not there right now.
I think it's the beauty of having an event with 32 teams. You know, sometimes you get the privilege of watching the best 10 teams in the world, and you think, maybe I could do this. And then you see HOTU, who would absolutely dominate you in a server, get dominated by Aurora. The bigger fish feeds, my friends. And right now, there's no bigger fish than Wicadia. 15-6 up on that 8th floor. Nothing that HOTU can do about it, as the winning ways of Aurora show no sign of slowing down.
What's that really big fish? Is it a grouper?
Whale.
A grouper?
There are groupers, yeah, that's a big fish, yep. The bluefin tuna is pretty big too.
Oh, yeah. Are whales fish?
No, they're mammals.
Okay.
Like you and me.
Yeah, you're a whale. After Christmas.
See if HOTU try to throw a spanner in the works with some aggression. You'd think it could work, but then you mate Wicadia and Xantares hanging out in the trophy room, tearing you limb from limb. 4 kills on the attempted lobby crunch. T's thrive. Duke Fissura gives himself away for the AK upgrade. That's going to be the bomb just sprinting into the upper site. You got Xantares 3 kills into this round, covering Major's plant, but the plant back site, that's crazy. Oh, and clutches.
Come on.
It's a
That
good
is crazy.
day for Duke Fisura.
Not play. Yeah. Duke Nukem, baby. He didn't even, the plant back site's not
Crazy.
covered at all. And I mean, that's one of two places he could have come from.
Feels like you're starting to like kind of rush the process at this point in the round.
Yeah, they thought it was over. They do have so much confidence. I'm sure it's just a blur right now, these rounds. Like, I'm not even sure how hyped he is to get this. Even though he did just go to shoot a body, didn't he?
That or pick up a gun. He ran into HUT,
okay.
so
yeah,
get the op and some nades.
Okay.
3K on the round, though, for Duke Fisura.
I hate to say it, but Aurora can afford this round based on what we've seen. Still, nice round.
Good clutch, too. Second shot on Xantares. Had to earn that.
That's
You're
true.
going into a duel, a snapshot over, while Xantares is shooting you.
That's true. Not many have been able to sustain against that.
You got to take what you can get. But Aurora still with the upper hand economically here in the final round of the half, gunning for a 9th.
Yeah, they desperately need to catch him trying to cross, whether it's 1 or 5.
It feels like the nades are always kind of mistimed.
They got the wrong ones because, I mean, Aurora obviously have got levels on this map. Tried this ramp push, didn't see anything before, so nice catch.
Good forward angle from Frontails. It's also supported by Norbert right behind him. Uh-oh.
What?
They tried to push into HUT at the same time off the op kill, and instead it's a gift of a vacant A-bomb site.
But they hadn't really fully pushed the ramp yet, so they were just opping the cross. That's unfortunate.
Norbert really wants to get up into heaven. Set ablaze early days, and 4v3. Duke Fisura is going to have to make what could end up being a tragic decision of not looking outside, but never mind. Keeps his guard up. Felt that squeeze coming up from Xantares. It's a forced retake attempt in the 3v3. Flash from outside is going to set up Norbert well. Half health now for Woxic. And Soulfly front sight cleared out. Op from inside of the HUT connects. And as he goes back in before Norbert expects it, it's another for the road. 9 rounds on the T side of a map pick. Aurora absolutely justified tonight. Maui said it in the pregame. It's a whole other beast when you're going up against Xantares, and on that outer yard, 5 successful opening duels throughout that half, Mohan. So
he's a tank.
Cut from a different cloth are Aurora than HOTU's usual opponents, and while HOTU had given us something to hope for back on Mirage, this one's been a blowout on the T side of Nuke nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, also Ocadia, 18 kills and an ace, and a 2v5 win, and they're just too good.
I like HOTU's gusto, though. Gonna go right into that A hit, try to overwhelm, try to swarm, and they will come up with kills, but Wicadia got himself a couple in the middle of all that, and so we stay 2v2. Deep corner as well, occupied. That's gonna tell them the positions of both. And as Magic comes back in, Kalash has gotten in behind the silos instead.
Did have to take an extra second to put that bomb down.
That's what allowed Xantares to join forces up inside of Heaven with the kit. Kalash still worried about what's going down over towards main, so now he snaps back around.
Oh, okay.
You gotta kill him as he falls, and you do. So we've got a pistol here for HOTU to try to work with.
That was a little scary. I mean, fortunately, it's their second pistol, so, and it's their third pistol in this series, but they haven't converted 2 of them. So that means they haven't converted any of them, Connor.
And I'm no expert, but that doesn't bode well for your odds of winning, does it?
Not a lot.
Right now, defy the stats. They go for the double Mac 10 on this one, and quick move into the MP9 of Madger, who's gonna drop with nothing to show for it. Xantares on the scene, also limited to the SMG. And so again, HOTU know the tempo they want to play with in these rounds. It's already taking the challenge down lower. Norbert versus 1 inside of the lobby's key. And that's just a little more breathing room here for HOTU. The T-side nuke comeback. No one saw it coming.
It's a rare sight, you know, like a ho-oh.
What'd you call me?
Like a flying Pokemon.
Ah. A legendary creature.
Yeah, rainbow colored, I think.
Bird type, 4/4 flying.
Hate flying creatures.
Mm-hmm. Well, play Reach.
Why don't you just fight me on the ground like a man?
Because I use fairies.
You fairy.
Yeah, exactly. That's my creature type. I wish I was kidding. But I do love cardboard. Folded like a piece of cardboard was this hold by Madger, man. Just 4 players gunning him down. Again, HOTU, little to lose, so play with that aggression, you know? Catch him off guard. Aurora may have well-versed procedures, but
they have none of them have as many majors as Norbert, so that's what they've got to think about. That Rio wasn't free.
Slam into them and see if Aurora can hang on for dear life. That's the game plan. And what Aurora have to work with this round, that FAMAS MP9 and Scout, none of it's inside of the ramp room. So again, it is open avenues found by HOTU. Wicadia is not going to waste a moment though. Quick FAMAS rotation down into control. He holds the line versus Kalash at least. And a firebomb on the other side of the doorway gives Norbert room to work. That'll slow things down here in the majority now USP situation of Aurora. Bomb planted means odds swing to the T's yet again.
Very clean. Ramp's the right place to go. Unlikely any more kills even go down. I mean, there's no reason for Aurora to give him back frags, to be honest, to make him more rich. So maybe the Duke Fisura clutch could be meaningful. Careful to lose more players right now.
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah.
That's unfortunate. Or funny. It's all about perspective.
I don't think Aurora mind too much.
Norbert's like, yeah, I know what that means. This just got harder. But still, it's the round win. Soulfly hasn't even met the team yet.
No. Maybe it's just a trial run.
Oh, okay.
You know, you got to earn it. Can't hang out at my house until we win our first game.
Well, he's 3-11 destroying the other team, so.
4 rounds away from set victory here on Nuke.
Yeah.
Looking for a 2-0 today here for day 1 of the Blast Bounty. Day 1 of stage 1, single elimination best of 3s at Bounty. If you didn't know that, and we're living under a rock for the last year or so, Madger gonna try to get away with this AUG, and the flash gave him a chance to leave. He floats around for a second. So map control still here for HOTU, and then within that utility usage, we get a little peek. No wallbang found in a 4v5 that HOTU would love to claw back.
Loving the AUG usage so far. Let's see if he gets him another one. Nope.
No.
You're always cheering against the AUG, man.
Acadia here's the stomping going down on the bomb site, still awaiting the player from the top of stairs. Fast vent drop. Oh, nice. Opens it up for Frontails to feast. WOTU.CET's got the op kill back, and he knows that Norbert's up there.
Chill.
Norbert down to 5 HP. He's going to be cleaned up by Xanteras instead, and Mizu kind of caught between these two CTs, doubles back to the doors, and he gets found. WOTU.CET with the fast shots in the middle of all that retake. Felt like HOTU had enough in that post plant.
They did. It's one small moment, I think, from Frontails, who got a good kill, but then just needed to post in that door properly, and WOTU.CET came out with the peak as he missed. And yeah, it's 4v5, but like you're saying, when they got down here, they really made some good progress.
Easy pickup through that single door to start. Aurora did not lay off. And so Aurora, 4 rounds into the CT side, collect their first round win. 2 players survive it. The money's good, and this tech pause is because Xanteras fell out of the server, but he's already back.
Nice. Did it hurt when you fell out of heaven, Xanteras? Is Soulfly at ENAT?
It looks like it, yeah. But
that's the spot.
That's where I thought NRG were going if they had made the journey to Europe to play in Bounty, but they got so deep into the Flom land that they couldn't join us. A late cancellation. Their loss.
I hope Darth Mike gets a chance to tell his travel story tomorrow.
He's still not here.
It's pretty crazy so far, and it's still going. Oh, 84 damage on Norbert. Toasty. Oh, they were coming for him, man. Down to 9. They're still down to 6. He's not even through the front door.
He's afraid. Yeah, but there's not another nade coming, so gets away with that one. Tag down to half health on the cross. This is not a comfortable start to the round for HOTU whatsoever. More utility pressure bombards this trophy approach, but still, the Duke of Fasura comes through with a headshot on one. Now Madger locked into the wall. As HOTU, not being shy about this, stomp their way closer to the B site. Kalash gets out wide, and okay, why not? Xanteras and Madger down with nothing to show for it. Wikadia's on the recovery here, surrounded by 4 as the bomb's being planted. Creates a bit of ambiguity, chucks the flash out, maybe the pressure's on, but instead he's gonna link up inside of the vents. And Mizu's half health. The most health of any remaining HOTU player goes down, so you'd think this retake's on. You've got a kit to play with, you've got a ton of damage done, but the question is, you know, how much do they know is confirmed? Not much.
Yeah, let's see how much damage matters.
Kalash trying to hold off on the double doors, does so. Soulfly V2 looking for another 1v2 in this series, and Norbert's gonna clip him with that op. HOTU find another, and I'm surprised to see both Madger and Xanteras go down there without a kill.
It's insane. I mean, with the amount of damage done, we just saw Norbert get hit with 2 grenades and Molotov down to 84 before the round even began. But it doesn't matter because the players are still alive and they got the first kill as well. So, I mean, this would have had to be a 45 victory. The amount of footsteps there, I feel like it was so confusing. They just thought there was never actually going to be someone trying to enter. So the confusion tactic works out. Norbert somehow gets the final word in this round. Amazing.
Let's go HOTU now, because this is a T side that's got something to stand on.
Yeah.
An economic advantage here. That's going to be a 2-round game if they close out this one, and then things are indeed in question. Don't get me wrong, Wicadia is a god at the moment, but the rest of Aurora looking like mortals, and well, Soulfly kind of like an insect. No.
Oh yeah, fly.
Bug on the windshield. 4 and 13. Trying to get his game going. Madger, the only MP9 on the field here for Aurora, popped after just the 1 kill.
Maybe if you wait long enough, someone will peek. But with outside like this, you got to make a move. And I don't think WOTU.CET even really cares he just got naded right there. They have to come clear him. Oh, I forgot about this.
Felt like Xantares was going to just body bag a second, but instead it falls on Wicadia 1v3.
If there's someone who could win a 1v3 right now for Aurora, you brought it up.
Problem is, bomb's already crossed out main. Ooh, this is a freebie. Just take that 1 extra step, and Wicadia is going to pull the trigger. And then there's a gun to be grabbed right outside the window.
Again.
And there goes his chance. Dropped by Duke Fissura, who kicks this one off with a 3K this round. And like I said, 2-round game. Money in the back pockets of HOTU as well. This is not a foregone conclusion that Aurora win this map.
Yeah, not anymore. Not after that lower take. They survived it all to get there. This is turning into a very promising performance. I mean, they're down a map. They didn't look good in the first half, but none of that matters. The economy is in the balance here for the CTs. Let's see if Mo had something cooking. Frags win rounds, but ideas win matches. Very liberal peaks here for Xantares. He's looking to just take control of the situation. Oh, and they run by the scope of WOTU.CET. Mizzou takes a lot of damage on the cross. No kill is found, however.
Still hanging out heavy on that squeaky door while the smoke's about to fade. Flashbangs coming in from outer. This is going to be the quick split into the A site now. Change of tempo here for HOTU. And it's good for the double kill out of Kalash, but Xantares is on the scene, and WOTU.CET up in heaven, dealt with. Good shot out of Frontails, who turns around to try to deal with Lobby.
Oh, is he going to walk into this?
Right now he's got the bomb, so he's got nothing to do but to wait. Oh, but he doesn't pull the trigger in time. His teammate will. Blindside Xantares, but that's that bomb dropped inside of the... Oh no, it's right there for the taking.
Yeah, and Madger has to come and check this because it could go down the vent. This kill right here could be everything. Oh, but he doesn't have the HP. He doesn't hit the shot square on the head, and Madger gets away with 2 walk peak kills. I have no idea how he killed Frontails walking into HUT on that angle.
2 angles held. Madger tiptoes into both. And just a lack of reaction out of both members of HOTU to deal with Madger, so he finds headshots instead. Instant.
Wow. Yeah.
Once and twice. We see you, Madger. 16 kills to his name off that one. And Aurora, 2 rounds from victory tonight. Fast push down to the bottom of the silo. Gonna throw a player up there. Xanterez in the corner. Oh, and Woxic's gonna serve up a great distraction. The sort of distraction that's gonna blindside teammates. One bullet comes out, okay.
Oops.
Mistake from Xanterez is gonna cost him, and this round's back on as Norbert finds the recovery instead.
It could be a big mistake. They're not that rich.
Down goes another. Duke Visura catching Wicadia on top of the blue box. Man advantage established. HOTU. Oh, what could have been. It's lobby control instead taken over by Madger.
And this flank, oh, it's perfectly covered. Surely, no way he gets away with it. And Madger comes back with lobby control, makes it into a 3v3.
Mizu crawling in. Perfect pinch between the two. That's fine. Bomb can head into the A site. But it's actually Madger still up top. Vent player's gonna try to come up, serves up a distraction, and then in that moment, Madger swings again, another bit of late round impact. Does the Duke think he can dive that vent instead? Madger goes for the trophy play, getting ahead of this rotate. Duke Visura's gonna find lobby clear, and he's gonna follow him to the ramp.
He just heard that, surely. But he comes in behind him. Duke's just gotta run though if he's gonna make this play happen.
Can't afford to jump and make the
10
sound.
seconds, my friend.
Got to now just sprint this in, and you've got Madger back deep, and so it's done for. Tries to run it forward. Duke Visura chasing thoughts of a flank through the lobby, but little did he realize, took the wrong route.
Yeah, the long route, really slowly as well. Had a chance to win that playing it into upper. I thought that Madger was some kind of genius when he pulled back to ramp because I thought he was going to re-aggress. But he was just going to cover the other option in case the vent drop came, which is also great. I don't know if he realized that play was coming, but it worked out well.
I hate to break it to the HOTU fans, but the buy's not pretty. Tech 9s across the board, utility for most. The Duke with 2,500 to spend joins them in that struggling spot. Tech 9 and utility across the entirety of HOTU here up against elimination at Bounty.
There were close shave trades in both of these last 2 rounds, but unfortunately for HOTU, it was Aurora to come out on top in each situation.
Terra's walking it in, catching a player jumping in the back, and so the Tech 9 tries to swing to catch him off guard. Through main comes another. Kalash and Mizu with a kill apiece. Kalash gets his hands onto the M4. Soulfly try to play around the edge of the smoke here.
They open up the vent drop, will he take the shot? No.
And they dive it.
Yeah, they're down there.
2 players downstairs. Frontail still up here, decides to join them through that vent instead.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. It's going to be really difficult for Aurora. They would have loved to have someone upstairs get the kill, make it a 2v2. They won't find anything like that now. I don't know if it's advisable to even try this, to be honest. I'll have to concede. It's a fast play. Somehow HOTU, with just Tech 9s, are able to win this round.
And take it on Aurora's terms, finding that peek into the squeaky door and then just flooding out with it. You know, if their plan was to just flood at any point with Tech 9s, it's kind of nice that the squeaky challenge comes your way because that just sort of serves as a trigger. You don't have to find the timing correctly if the timing's given to you. And so HOTU pounce on that with no hesitation, take it downstairs, and they'll walk away with the round win and a couple Colts.
All right, off to the races once again. Utility's okay. You know, a Galil here is not too bad. A lot better than what they just had, for sure.
Ouch.
And another first kill. Xantares down outside.
Off the top of main, drop gets caught by Wicadia, but unable to go for the double down. Man advantage held on to HOTU. Soulfly is going to try to come knocking on this instead. Now, right now, that bomb is alone to his right.
Man, 5 and 16, but he's in a position that could just be a nightmare for HOTU. Depends how he plays it, but you better believe he's not feeling confident right now.
Woxic a bit too late to find this climb up.
It's taking too much time to
But
make
the thing
that
is,
happen.
still the move, right? It's got to be the bomb to come through main. And had Soulfly stuck around in that position, then maybe he would have caught the bomb. But now instead, bomb's going to find an open route.
To have an MP9 do this is actually not bad.
Scopes a couple times outside. Soulfly ahead of that.
He's watching the ladder.
He's making noise down beneath, right? Yeah, because of the op scoping down beneath. The op went for a double scope, and I'm pretty sure the graffiti spray. So then all of a sudden, all of attention on ladder instead. They make the most of that with the MP9. It's an audio bait to get the better of HOTU. Bomb planted not for that squeaky play of Norbert either. Pressure on this forward-facing setup. The crossfire here between the vent. It gets disconnected. Front tail though, bends bullets around the side.
Nasty.
And a 1v2 clutch to keep HOTU's hopes alive.
Well, that was a really great try. And a late wake up for Soulfly, but obviously this one's also assisted, as you pointed out, by that bait from below.
Yeah, the 2 scopes, that's sneaky. The graffiti?
Wait a second.
It's a little obvious. I think I heard something. They're not NPCs. Although they were both staring at the ladder. And now look where you are left, Aurora. The T-side nuke comeback. No one ever sees it coming. We're not there yet.
Of course, there's no eco possible.
Never in a million years would a round like this work. Kevlar Desert Eagles for the most part. Woxic unarmored.
The way that HOTU play, I get a little worried for them in a situation like this. Slow defaults outside, not a lot of utility, walk peeking things. Oh. Well, oh, there was damage. No. Okay, not live. Okay.
Okay.
It'd be funny to go back in the server. They're all just looking at Mizu, and he's looking back at him.
What kind of connection you got, bro?
Yeah, right. 3 players looked at him. Nobody killed him. Madger has other ideas. Well, we'll have to reset that one, won't we? This better not ruin our T-side comeback.
Yeah.
Or else. Felt like HOTU were finding answers.
Xantares drinking Coke with no pressure.
Beautiful chandelier.
How much do those things run you?
I don't know.
Hundreds or thousands? Or 1,000?
I heard Bleh say something beautiful about Freya during the award show.
Okay, I'm ready.
Freya is like a chandelier. She illuminates the room, but takes up no space.
Wow, that's poetry.
Wow.
Bleh.
Bleh.
The metalhead.
The metalhead, yeah.
Who would have thought?
That is poetry.
Heart of gold. Black gold.
That's kind of like,
but gold.
That's like Ryu for me.
Oh, yeah?
Takes up no space.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. Adds to the room. That's what he's doing right now in Astralis.
Yeah, when you said that, when he doesn't get in anybody's way, I was like, that is a great way to
like
describe
a chandelier, that's what I should have said.
A nice new player. Doesn't get in the way. Because we've all been there. We've all had that teammate that's just breathing down your neck.
You're new, you know. Sometimes you're standing in the wrong spot. You're throwing the wrong nade. You're doing too much.
If I bump into you, it's not my fault. Don't be that guy in my way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just going to be really anticlimactic if we just wait the tech pause out and then...
Mott's Clamato?
Climactic.
Yeah. Mott's Clamato on a plane. You know why they drink that?
Tomato juice?
Yeah.
No. Why do they drink that on planes?
It's because you lose taste when you go high up in the air in planes. So they give you that because tomato helps bring out flavor.
Ah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's pseudoscience or not. Or just facts, but maybe it was Big Tomato that really pushed the agenda. It's like, you know how they say, like, drink milk, but you don't need to.
Sure.
Yeah. But you grow up, like, you know, breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Right.
It was big cereal.
Big cereal. Sold us on that one.
So, could be Big Tomato in the skies.
Well, joke's on them. It's a disgusting vegetable on the earth and in the sky.
I was not ready for that. That's how you feel about tomatoes?
No, I actually don't mind them. I'm just kind of taking this position for Hugo Byron. He's a big tomato hater, that guy.
Oh, yeah?
Big tomato hater, Hugo. So Hugo, but you just gotta season them. Hugo, you just gotta fry them a little. Oh, Hugo, what if you... No.
I think he just had a curry today that had tomato in it and said it was the best meal ever.
I mean, I've been Hugo's friend for a long time. He's been a picky guy in the past.
Yeah.
I think he's really broadened his horizons. Like, he hates nuts. Really hates nuts as well. He says, "Is there nuts in that?" And I said, buddy. And he says, "No, you."
No nuts.
No nuts across the board. But what did we have the other day?
There's good, healthy fats in there.
We had cashews the other day. I said, "Hugo, give it another try."
Nobody dislikes cashews.
Guess what? He loves them.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, man, it's like the sweetest one.
But peanuts, don't get them started.
Yeah, peanuts are kind of cumbersome sometimes to eat.
All right. Well, a couple nut jobs sitting here flapping their gums. Why don't we throw this to a break? I'm sure you guys hate these nuts too. We'll be back in a second here as we figure out this last round of play.
I feel like a jerk off right now.
So tell me about the buff rules again. What do you wanna know? So countering is illegal, right? It's legal, but it's 100% legal. We cannot just rock up to the booth and start chugging on the branded can. They want you to wrap the can up so nobody can see what the brand it is. And that's just in booths or stage 2? Okay, so it breaks down like this. It's legal to drink it, it's legal to bring it with you, but you can't show it when you're out on the break. But it doesn't matter, because for them, it's illegal to stop you. And that's the right that referees and player managements don't have. Okay, next time, I'm bringing some with me. But you know what's the funny thing competing around the world? What? It's just small differences. They got all the same shit over there that we got at home. Example? Okay, like look at the last 2 Blast Majors. In NA you can join any fucking server and it will be filled with crazy people. And also the craziest comps I've ever seen. And in Paris, do you know how they call it fucking Deagle? They don't call it Deagle? They got different callouts, man. They don't know what the fuck a Deagle is. Then what does they call it? They call it Leon Coup. Leon Coup? What does they call a force buy? A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it Le Force. Le Force. What do they call full save? I don't know, man. I didn't do any crowns.
I mean, the unforgettable names in
All through Counter-Strike, I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used, the way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server.
Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that simple.
And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like m0NESY, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
And we're back. 12-10, folks, is where we sit pretty here for Aurora versus HOTU. Thank you for your patience.
This is where you now just rush, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, after doing that default, probably feeling a little stressed out about it, but...
Chance to catch your breath versus the solo MP9.
They're going to go right back to it. Oh, just a little bit faster outside. This could definitely be the play.
Find Secret Prime for the taking. No challenge out from Heaven either.
Ooh, rotations are coming down quick. They're not double thinking this.
Santeras MP9 up, 5-7 ahead of him. Wants WOT.CET to take the contact so that he can go big. Wicadia is going to be tasked to make sure they don't double back through Garage, which is, by the looks of things, HOTU's next move.
Yeah, this is actually a great call from HOTU. Oh no, he didn't clear that.
Blindsided by the first, but more where that came from. Is that Desert Eagle kill, though, enough to send HOTU back downstairs? That is exactly what Aurora were looking for.
Yeah, they're getting excited about this now. They're hoping to push something back this way.
On the corner, 5-7 first, things good. MP9. A lot to be left to do here. Oh, he tries to get away, but instead the Duke of Fasora is going to catch him on the exit, and Soulfly still stuck inside of the vents. Magic caught on the window cross, so now they know of these last 2 CTs, trying to dodge the threat. The AK tears through them, and we are going to round 24.
Yes, okay. So this was what was supposed to happen. This is what did happen now. And even though it was a 4v5, there was no real buy here coming in for Aurora, so... Looked like they were getting the round they were looking for, but no major disaster here for HOTU. The comeback is on.
A 9-3 start for the record. 9-3 T-side Aurora on their map pick. We thought to ourselves, yep, here we go. HOTU just don't have what it takes to compete here on this map versus the likes of Aurora.
They could have picked Anubis. Soulfly hates this map.
7-17 at the moment. It's Wikady at the top of the charts, 26 frags to his name.
They picked it because of him.
It's wild this game has gotten this close when you look back over to the scoreline of HOTU. It's not like there's this big pop-off kind of moment, but just doing enough. It's a humble day of work.
Team effort.
Norbert ever so slightly beyond the rest. Had to take one on the chin with the pistols in the last round. Aurora could just put this all to rest right here, right now in the 24th.
They've been doing a good job of countering Xantares outside. That's one thing. And he's been really active. Oh, that's big damage. Does he have a...
Op, though. Yo! Op hits the leg shot. Xantares just dodges that push in through the garage. He'll have another chance, and it's being covered by Woxic.
Yeah, he's just got to watch credit card, but how long do they want to hold on to it is a question. They've got everything covered.
Oh, they figure out where he is. Kalash over top of the boxes from main roof. Gonna send 2 players downstairs as Wikady signs up for the garage fight, almost catching that player with a nade in hand.
It's a lot of control given up. He gets out of Mini, and all the while, there's some good movement downstairs from HOTU.
None from Aurora.
Yeah, no one's made this move. They kind of just want to go quickly, honestly.
So they're going to find it free for the taking. Aurora still thinking that HOTU would have been playing outside. Little do they know, 3 players deep inside of B. And the other 2 hanging around outer. Wikady catches the headshot onto Mizu. Kalash has been doing good work this round. 2 kills to his name. Oh, it's not enough. Wikady comes through, finishes that off. We go back even 3v3. And these smokes were sent down early, but the bomb's at the halfway point now. And there is no kit here on the side of Aurora. This retake has to be fast from here on out. Missed op shot gives way to Duke Fasura's position.
Can they even win now?
I don't know. Time, it's so far gone already. They have wasted their time to get down here. Wikady comes out with another, and then he's on top of the bomb, but no coverage from the double doors. And Front Tails locks this one in, sprays them down for the triple, and overtime needed after a measly 3-round CT side from HOTU.
And that's the best round yet. I mean, they actually gamed the rotation upstairs and downstairs. They got the lurk going outside. This was Aurora, who could not dislodge their big garage player, and they deal with Xantares again. I mean, he did more damage this time around, but he didn't even end up getting a kill. And they dedicated a lot of resources to trying to help Xantares out of that situation, and he still died. And all the while, again, they didn't get caught up in one idea. They went downstairs with everybody. No rotations whatsoever. So the Duke Fasura clutch at the end of the first half mattered.
That 1v2 from Heaven.
He couldn't afford it.
The unlikely couple of missed shots from Xantares that he punished. Woxic's op placed outer.
Oh, saw both. Very sneaky getting into their spots outside. This one's just a secret lurk, however. It's coming. Bomb's coming back. Lobby. They're going to finally do an upper pop. They're going to take it ramp, it looks like. All in the same place. Oh, op covers it.
Xantares has to give it up as well. Fire in front of him. He goes running back outside, gets completely blindsided by Mizu, and there is nothing to talk about here for Aurora whatsoever. Wikady going to slow it downstairs, but not much more he can offer up. Good damage on Kalash. Triple kill for Kalash, in fact, as he gets his 20th frag secured.
I mean, they're looking kind of static now, right? Aurora, like, it's not like they're putting a lot of pressure back outside. The way that HOTU are getting a little better each round at staying alive longer, moving faster. And right here, it's just Madra in the exact same spot as before. And all these lurks that take place, this is a lower hit. They have the ability to take upper at the same time. Looks like Aurora are going to have to work to save this. Oh, he hit that falling down.
Insane. Frontails gets that off with accuracy. So Xanteras has just been honestly bullied at this point. Down to 19 and 21 scoreline. His CT side has not been something to talk about.
No problem killing him outside.
He had something like 5 opening kills in just the first half. Outside on the T side was where he was doing his best work, but hot and cold between the defense and the attack. We're put into a 4v3 advantage this time to HOTU's favor.
He's still up. A trade comes down quick, though, and they can actually jump on this. Soulfly, not had the best game so far. Bomb gets sent back, and it's really running fast, actually. Soulfly's just gonna, he's kind of suspicious about this, but Madra has no idea.
That's gonna cost him. Kalash again from just playing the side of Redbox. He's gonna end this one. He is finding his groove now these last couple of rounds. Instant headshots on players outside. Making the most of this opportunity, up to 22 kills. And HOTU gunning for a flawless overtime at this rate.
The first pistol to win where they convert and then they make a real T-side. Oh my gosh, they got this.
The moment he hits the ground.
Yeah, so that's the worst death so far for Xanteras. He's died in all kinds of ways now. And after the first half, it's crazy they're not even scared of him. It seems like he's the one who is now. This is like Wakadia in a donk situation.
What a waste of a carry if Aurora aren't able to finish off this game. Xanteras opting ramp in contrast to what you're used to. Miss shot. Miss shot. Lands that one, and the no-scope's ambitious, but hey, finishes it off. Woxic there with the double sniper setup's gonna start to put this one on ice. 2v4 chase down into the lower bomb site.
Not the gun you're used to seeing, but good recovery.
It was scary for a second. Those first 2 whiffs made you think it was done for, but finds his groove in the end, and now this tucked in position here from Wakadia is gonna blindside the counter opper of Frontails. Confirms the last players out here in the open, and Wakadia's got 2 for the road. So 1 round to Aurora in the overtime of their CT side.
We saw how good they were on the T side, so 1 could be enough. I think, obviously, HOTU looking to sweep that would have been so unlikely. It's crazy they won 2 in a row after that. But actually, is it? Because they made this full comeback happen. It looked like he missed, but he did leg him, I guess, right? The no-scope.
It was that or it hit the op. I saw the gun jump off the ground. Didn't catch the health bar. Either way, I think it's the Xanteras flash that saves it. Yeah. Almost looks like he shot him through the gun.
We know that's not possible for whatever reason. And you do see a dink come off of it. Maybe in CS3 guns will bleed. They can feel what we feel.
Frontails has been a bit of a nuisance. This op presence for HOTU's done some good. Perched up top with eyes outer.
Definitely, it's a new lease on life for them. Oh, and Frontails just walks away from this. There really haven't been any secret plays from the CT side from either team.
He's just going to kick this off. Wakadia losing lobby control. That's the star of the show for Aurora down.
They know someone's big rush all the time, but do they get the kill? Oh, they do. Soulfly, that might be a key one.
Finds his 8th of the map.
Yeah.
Here in overtime. Not been having a good go of it In the second map of the series, invitation to head downstairs by the looks of things.
DTs are still all upper right now. So, I don't know. They saw that Molly into Secret, and I feel like they just want to believe it's going to be an upper return. Xanteris, if he does die here... Oh, they're scared of upper. They're so scared of upper. Thing is, Aurora have to move.
20 on the clock, Xanteris. Oof, trying to be as thorough as he needs to be. Now Kalash back sight. They're going to start to panic this in. Back's turned, and he strikes to perfection. Knows that one got by him. And then that bomb plant attempt in the back of the site. Soulfly, 20 health, pressed up against it, and Madger dies in the backdrop to the single door swing. 15 rounds. HOTU have a chance to extend play.
They got another overtime guaranteed and can close out with one more. It is a totally new team after the comeback into overtime, getting better by the round. And let's face it, Aurora need Wicadia to win. It's one of the first time he dies first.
Can they stuff him out of the gate again? Big question with Wicadia's form. Utility pressure on immediately. We've got players setting up inside of the rooftops. Nades inbound. They don't find their mark. Kalash sitting on top. Gets boosted up, but the pounce could come out at any moment. And then it kind of stalls for a second. Xanteris is dead with nothing. 5v4 to try to push this series to a third. And Mizu's down, but that's all right, because teammates all around him. Madger, 55 health, shaved away piece by piece. HOTU survive a 9-3 T-side from Aurora. Not enough. Unbelievable that they find more life here at Bounty.
Wicadia can drop 31 kills, but it doesn't matter. When HOTU are playing like a team, they're playing together and they're playing with some fire, and they started to believe, and that belief got them an impressive win on their opponent's map pick.
I'm shocked, frankly. I saw HOTU dismantle other teams in their region leading up to this tournament on the side of Nuke. I did not expect them to handle Xanteris in that second half as they did. I mean, the variety of outside takes that they had in order to sneak down lower or to find the opening pick, I mean, they were just picking them apart.
Yeah, this was a true team performance for them to be very proud of here, especially considering their backs were really pushed up against the wall. What they showed us on Mirage was lackluster. This wasn't looking like they could compete on any level with this. This is a shock, but obviously it's still only one map with this. I think the positives here, though, is going to be looking at like Frontales, for example. Remember, he is IGLing at the same time as fragging out. Like, this is a crazy situation for him.
Frontalis in this game, I feel like, had a lot of kind of mid-late round impact, even though he's wielding the ops sometimes. I feel like actually it was sometimes even in the lower situations, because they were just hammering that lower bomb side, how he was able to just kind of make sure that he lock and key, held the round for them. I feel like you could pick on a couple guys too. I think Mizu in this game as well. I mean, to me, when I watch him play for HOTU, he's probably actually could be the most mechanically talented guy, but sometimes doesn't always get into the flow of things. This one, he was taking the duels, winning them. I mean, I don't know if he necessarily popped off the page, but he got a couple key kills in the last 5 or 6 rounds that really helped them get over the edge.
Well, we got into overtime in the end, so let's start by looking at how we got into that situation, right? Let's look at round 24 exactly and just see the madness that unfolded to get them there in this first place.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the HOTU method was tried and true. You throw your outside yard smokes. They had a couple varieties of them, but then they flash right through. They're able to put so much pressure on the mid garage. They're able to get down lower with that sort of pressure. And then again, yeah, Mizu, I mean, he has some of that space outside. Okay, they're trading these ones out, but I think the main thing with HOTU is that they just kind of exerted this dual pressure. Like they get down lower while still maintaining that space outside. It was kind of part of why they were able to just keep Aurora off kilter in so many of these. But yeah, Frontales at the very end, 1v3. The time was already ticking down for him, but the lineup, I mean, it's just picture perfect to end it.
picture perfect. And by the way, I got to say, I misspoke. It was actually Duke that is the IGL.
Yes,
not
yeah.
Frontalis. I got mixed up when looking at it with all of it. But I will say, these moments, right, then spurred them on because you get into that overtime and it felt like the game shifted in a way that it wasn't looking like across the rest of the game.
I really thought that in overtime we would see a little bit more, I guess, proactivity from the Aurora side, but it kind of just felt like they let, once again, HOTU go back to what they wanted to do and go for the outside yard smokes. Magic gets taken down at ramp off of a great pick from Frontalis, but then on the side of HOTU, they just have full reign or full control of outside. I'm just kind of surprised. Like, Aurora at times pushed Xantares towards that kind of Africa, that forward under silo region, but he got taken down in a kind of a mishap, like he kind of misfired one bullet. But then I just felt like they weren't quite as proactive. Like, they just kind of wanted to play this defensive style. But honestly, when you let HOTU have that much outside yard space on multiple consecutive rounds, they know how to convert.
And then they really put the pressure to Aurora, but someone who might be feeling the pressure a little bit more right now is Soulfly. I don't much want to pick on him because he had a rough game, but it's early doors for this guy, and it seemed like, especially here on Nuke, he was feeling uncomfortable. Like, he didn't ever look to me in a situation where he was, okay, like, I'm aware of what I'm going to do. I know what my spacing should be. It wasn't there.
I mean, Soulfly, James, I want you to guess, okay? I looked this up, all right? So on FaceIt and in officials on HLTV for Soulfly, guess in all of CS2, how many Nuke games on FaceIt and HLTV combined?
In all of CS2.
All of CS2.
Did his last team play Nuke?
No.
Okay.
He was on, remember though, he was on Sangol before that.
Let's go 12?
10.
10. Okay, that's close.
They're all on FaceIt.
Just FaceIt.
Just FaceIt. He actually, I mean, Sangol played it in CSGO.
Okay,
he didn't even play it in CS2.
So it's been a while that he's not been there, which is probably why he looks so uncomfortable right now.
He's got, in terms of even officials in CSGO, it's less than 10. So this guy has practically no experience on Nuke, even though, by the way, reminder to everybody at home, Aurora picked that knowing he had no experience on the map. Like, what a way, like, I feel like you're trying to ease your new guy in most of the time. Give him a map that he's comfortable on. Like, even FaZe was going for Jacob's Ancient because he's comfortable on those positions, but Aurora just like, yeah, we're going to give you the map that you've never played in an official. I mean, I'm kind of mind blown about that one. Like, they thought he was really going to fit in that easily.
This is what they did, right? They got him, they picked him up, and they just threw him to the wolves.
I was like, what are you going to do with him? What are you going to do?
I'm not going to pick you up. Come here, Malty.
No,
I will not try to pick you up. Don't worry.
It's okay. We'll do it off camera. Off camera. Maybe at another award show, actually, we'll do it. No, either way. I mean, I just think that the trial by fire clearly was too hot for him to handle.
Yeah, it definitely was. But YKDia was the positive, and he was on fire. But even with that crazy carry performance, 33 kills.
Yeah.
That wasn't enough. Like, that's tough, man.
No, but I mean, I feel like also for YKDia's sake, I mean, he was the consistent factor throughout the entirety of Nuke, but I think there was a tale of two halves for the other star for Aurora. The fact that Xantares got off to a blistering start on the T side. I mean, the 5-0 openers that he had in the first 12 rounds, but then on CT side, he was just picked apart. It just really felt like Aurora on their defensive side here came severely underprepared for HOTU, because again, like, watching HOTU in the lead up to this tournament, they love these variety of outside yard smokes, and they love just kind of playing around them, flashing into big garage, sometimes taking 1 to 3 players down lower, but they're going to test you on your lower defense, wrapping through secret. And clearly Aurora, they just weren't prepared for that, and they really didn't even have the answer of, I thought they would even also maybe rotate a guy down secret earlier, but that just didn't even really seem to be in their wheelhouse either. So I'm kind of perplexed by the lack of adaptations there from Aurora, but I'll give credit to HOTU because they played tier 1 Nuke in terms of just putting together good offensive just rounds.
And by the way, YKDia at the same time nearly had the same ADR as like 2.5 HOTU players. Yeah.
Okay.
And then at the same time, 2 of his players, almost 2.25, I would say. It's like he is doing everything to make that work. We'll just run some Frontalis highlights at the same time to come back to their positives, because what I want to look at here is, first of all, he had good moments across this whole game to start off here, but it was just like, I feel right now that Aurora is that team, especially now it's online, even if they're at boot camp, where I would worry for them no matter what map they play next, like whatever happens, because guess what we're coming up to next? Overpass.
Oh, jeez. I mean...
I remember a HOTU Overpass game.
Yeah.
I remember a Nor Goat Overpass game.
You know they beat Fury on that map.
You see?
At ESL Pro League.
You see?
Yeah, so that's not going to be easy for them. So, I mean, for Aurora, that is. I'm worried about Aurora, man. I'm worried about him because I feel like Jota, it's two maps. It's two maps. I wanna jump the gun here.
Don't.
But I'll wait.
You wait.
I'll wait.
We go to a break, and when we come back, it's Overpass between Aurora and HOTU.